This is Audible.
Podium Audio presents Demonic Sect Elder Cultivates Righteous Disciples. Book 1 of Demonic Sect Elder. Written by Kalzara. Performed by Jonathan McLean. Chapter 1. Erg, what made me think that entering a pie-eating contest was a good idea? Zack found himself in an endless expanse of black. A void so complete and all-encompassing that it swallowed all senses. There was no ground beneath his feet, no air to feel against his skin, and no light to pierce the heavy shroud of darkness. It was as if he had been thrust into an abyss. "Where am I?" Zack's voice echoed, sounding strange and distant in the vast emptiness. "Is this what the afterlife is? Just nothingness?" Suddenly, a bright blue box materialized before him. System activated. What the? "Welcome, user. Searching for a vessel." "A vessel?" Zack muttered, his voice tinged with disbelief. "Is this some sort of Isekai shit?" 2,732 possible matches found, determining compatibility. Highest compatibility 5%, possibility of rejection is at 95%. "No way!" he scoffed. "Are you telling me that there aren't any more out-of-shape lazy bums out there? Would you like to initiate soul migration?" His response was immediate, fueled by a mix of disbelief and panic. "No! Fuck no!" Yet no matter what he did, he could feel an inexorable pull, tugging at the very essence of his being. "What the hell? I said no!" For a moment, the force pulling at him hesitated, then halted. User has rejected soul migration. So, the system does understand that no means no. Zack exhaled a shaky breath as he felt a sense of relief. "Searching for an alternative vessel." "Yes, please do." 3,902 possible matches found, determining compatibility. Highest compatibility 97%, possibility of rejection 3%. How did it go from 5% to 97%? Which unlucky fucker just died? "Would you like to initiate soul migration?" "Hell yeah! Give me that body!" Before the system could send him into a new body, Zack thought about his past life. He remembered the dimly lit room of his parents' basement, the constant hum of the computer, and the countless web novels he devoured, each filled with tales of cultivators rising to unimaginable heights. Those stories were his refuge. A world where ordinary mortals transformed into immortals through hardships and trials. Yet in his own life, he hadn't even managed to climb the proverbial steps out of his parents' basement. He often heard their hushed whispers upstairs. When will he get a job? What will become of him? But Zack, ever buried in his fantasies of virtual worlds, ignored the real world's problems. And then, there was the pie-eating contest. A fateful event he thought would finally show everyone that he had some worth. It was supposed to be his moment of glory. In the village square, a large banner read, "Grand Pie-Eating Championship." Zack had smirked, thinking, "This is my chance." The contest started, and pies of various flavors lay before him, blueberry, apple, cherry. Each looked more delicious than the last. With a gleam in his eyes, he started devouring them at a pace that left spectators in awe. "Go, Zack!" cheered a kid, probably mistaking him for a local champion. Halfway through, Zack felt full, but spurred on by the crowd's excitement and the thought of victory, he pushed on. With every bite, he felt closer to proving his worth. However, soon his vision blurred. He felt a strange heaviness in his chest. The world began to spin, and as he took his last bite, with pie smeared all over his face and a foolish grin, Zack collapsed. The crowd was in shock. And someone joked, "Guess he bit off more than he could chew." Zack had many regrets in life, too many to count. But his biggest was that he had been a disappointment. A leech upon his family. "I won't waste this life," he vowed to himself. "I'll take this second chance. Suddenly a thought struck Zack. Where exactly was this system from? In all his memories from the web novels he'd read, systems were usually gifts from divine beings, ancient treasures, or the author never got around to finishing the book. "Hey, system! Are any of those right?" "Yeah, I knew you weren't going to reply. I'll probably find out a few thousand chapters later." Soul migration initiated. 1%, 10%, 45%. Are you sure this is working? I can't feel anything." The numbers on the display continued to climb. 74%, 88%. Just when he thought nothing was happening, he felt it. A sudden, violent pull at the core of his being. It was as if a cosmic hand grabbed hold of his soul and yanked it out of the abyss. Zack's formless essence twisted and spiraled through an interdimensional tunnel, a wormhole that distorted everything he thought he knew about existence. The sensation was gut-wrenching, akin to the inexorable pull of a black hole. Zack's ethereal form felt compressed, as though he was being forced through an impossibly small opening. He experienced a whirlwind of thoughts and emotions as his soul contorted, trying to adapt to this foreign environment. 100%. Soul migration complete. That felt like plunging down the steepest drop of the world's most terrifying roller coaster. Roller coasters, he mused, a pang of nostalgia hitting him. I haven't been allowed on one since I was a kid. A few minutes before. To think that my own disciple would turn against me. In the midst of a barren wasteland, two figures confronted each other. The younger of the two, a dark-haired man with eyes that hinted at malevolence, sneered arrogantly at the elder before him. Blood oozed from the elder's wounds. He was gravely injured, clutching his bleeding arm and gasping for every breath. Yet even in this state, the old master's presence exuded an aura of unyielding calmness and dignity. You have kept me on a leash for too long, old man, the young man responded, his voice dripping with resentment. The master sighed. The Sect master does not take kindly to deserters, Tyrus. Come back with me. Tyrus barked out a scornful laugh. Always the Sect master this, the Sect master that. He tilted his head, eyes gleaming with a newfound madness. Let any come after me, and I'll send them to the netherworld, starting with you, the Sect master's lapdog. A shadow passed over the old man's face. He wasn't anyone's mere lapdog. His loyalty was pure, carved from centuries of dedication. Die, old man! With a swift flick of his wrist, Tyrus unleashed a powerful burst of sword chi. It shot out like a streak of malevolent light, aimed straight at the old man's heart. The elder hastily began to form a protective chi barrier. However, the barrier barely took form before it was sliced through. The strike found its mark, slamming into the old man's chest and propelling him backwards. His frail frame crashed violently into a large rock. For a moment, the scene was still, except for the dust settling in the aftermath. The old man lay sprawled on the ground, convulsing as the wicked sword chi raged within his body. Like a sinister serpent, it sought to devour his very essence from the inside out. But then, abruptly, his convulsions ceased. The elder's eyes, once alive with spirit and fire, glazed over. The young man's face was an emotionless mask, and he watched with cold eyes as his master lay motionless. But within those black orbs, there was a glint of satisfaction. Death by his own disciple. Such was the life of a demonic cultivator. This is the price of misplaced loyalty, old fool. With a scoff, Tyrus's form became blurry before he vanished. Determining vessel status. 1%, 25%, 75%, 100%. Meridians crippled. Vital organs malfunctioning. Severe blood loss. A brief pause was followed by more text. Restoring body. 1%, 30%, 80%, 100%. As the system's progress bar reached completion, the lifeless body of the old man began to shudder. Twinges of sensation flooded through Zack. He attempted to pry his eyes open. After much struggle, they responded, revealing a world that was dim and out of focus. Pain radiated from every part of him, and when he tried to move, he realized with a sinking feeling that he was completely immobilized. Damn it! Did I really transmigrate only to be imprisoned immediately into a paralyzed body? The bright blue box emerged once more before him, presenting new information. Name, Slifer. Race, human. Alignment, demonic. Cultivation, body tempering, 9th stage. Lifespan remaining, 24 hours. Karmic credits, 0. A cold dread filled him. Only 24 hours, what the hell? With the agony he was experiencing and his incapacitated state, what could he possibly achieve in a single day? Was he destined to simply lie here, waiting for the inevitable end? What kind of Isekai story was that? His mind raced, considering the information presented. He recognized the term cultivation from the xianxia tales he'd read. The 9th stage of body tempering suggested he'd only just begun his cultivation journey. He was probably in the body of a young MC who just got crippled by the villain. Any moment now he would find a way to not only recover, but break through multiple realms and kill that bastard who did this to him. Wait. Demonic cultivator. Zack's eyes narrowed as he contemplated the possibility that he had been transmigrated as the villain. Maybe he was the one who crippled the MC who later came back and did the same to him? No, that can't be it. I have a system. That's it. A system. There's no way a villain would have a system, right? Zack attempted to console himself, but he knew in fact that villains could have a system. Zack would rather be a side character than a villain. At least a side character could suck up to the MC and live. Villains? No matter what they did, they somehow offended the MC and ended up dead along with 9 generations of their family. Determined to prove that he was, in fact, the protagonist, he did what all LitRPG protagonists do. Obnoxiously shout at a blue box. Give me my power up! Hello? You there? Any moment now would be nice. No reply. Did the system just throw him in a random body and leave? Suddenly more text appeared in front of him. Beginning memory fusion. Okay, so you haven't left, you're just choosing to ignore me. 1%, 30%, 58%. Critical error. Essential memories absent. Oh, now that doesn't sound good. Resuming fusion. His eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, you can't just leave out essential memories? 76%, 99%, 100%. Memory fusion complete. Alert! Host's essential memories are absent. Suddenly, Zack let out a scream as his consciousness was flooded with a cascade of memories. The images played out like an aged reel, vivid, yet disjointed. He saw a young, ambitious man, eyes filled with determination, stepping into the intimidating gates of a demonic sect. Once inside, this shrewd and intelligent man recognized the importance of the sect elders and began to diligently curry favor with one of them. He was often seen bringing rare herbs to the elder, publicly supporting the elder's decisions, and committing heinous deeds that would make any sane person vomit, all while maintaining an air of subservience. As years passed, the young man matured, climbing the ranks with the help of the elder, whom he'd supported unyieldingly. The elder, now the sect master, heavily relied on him, seeing in him a reflection of his younger self, or so the young man thought. With the sect master's backing, the now elderly man sought to achieve the next level of cultivation, a breakthrough to the origin realm. Yet, despite all his preparations and the sect master's support, his attempt was fraught with complications. The energy within him went haywire, and he ended up failing. He was lucky to have survived the tribulation. In the midst of his despair, his most promising disciple chose to leave. Feeling betrayed and worried about the sect master's reaction, the elder pursued his disciple. The memories converged on a fateful confrontation. Zack saw a desolate landscape, the elder and the disciple face-to-face, emotions running high. Words were exchanged, accusations thrown, and then the tragic climax. The disciple unleashed a powerful sword chi piercing straight through the old man's heart. The intense pain that previously held Zack captive began to subside. Sensation flowed back into his limbs, each nerve awakening like a dormant beast. With tremendous effort, he pushed himself upright, wincing at the residual aches. Thank the gods I'm not crippled after all. As he took stock of his situation, realization dawned upon him. This body, it was once at the half-step origin realm. How has it regressed so much to body tempering? Some would say that the title of cultivator was reserved for those who reached the chi refining realm and could manipulate chi, whilst others would argue that only after building the foundations and entering the foundation establishment could one earn that title. Regardless of which school of thought they followed, both groups agreed that a disciple at the body tempering stage did not have the right to call themselves a true cultivator. Zack sighed in frustration, brushing off the rubble that clung to his aged robe. The system was able to bring this body back to life, but didn't think to return its cultivation. I thought I got shafted into a young man's crippled body, he muttered to himself, but an old man nearing the end of his time? That's a new one. Stretching his arms wide, Zack grinned and spoke to the lingering spirit of Slifer, wherever it might be. Don't worry, Grandpa. I'll take good care of this old thing. Wait, it's best to think of myself as Slifer now. I'm in his body after all, can't afford any slip-ups. The very thought of what demonic cultivators would do to him if they discovered he was an imposter sent chills down his spine. He shuddered, imagining nefarious rituals, or worse, being turned into a demonic beast's snack. Pausing for a moment, his thoughts wandered. Nascent soul cultivators could live up to a millennium, but to surpass that they must break through to the origin realm. A pang of regret hit him. That elusive half-step origin. Such a tease. Offering power but no longevity. Wait, am I forgetting something? Slifer's eyes widened as he recalled the system's earlier message about missing essential memories. A bitter laugh escaped his lips. What could they possibly be? Knowing the typical xianxia tropes, it's probably a series of calamities. His mind raced with potential scenarios. Perhaps I offended the young master of a powerful sect by accidentally bumping into him during a festival? Or what if... A mischievous glint appeared in his eyes. I inadvertently peeped at a fairy bathing in a secluded pond. Slifer burst into laughter at the thought of the old man creeping around. Then his face turned comically grave. Or even worse, I might have borrowed a rare herb from the garden of some reclusive old master. Turns out it was his 1,000-year-old tea leaf he'd been nurturing for his evening brew. I can already feel the wrath of a caffeine-deprived cultivator. Rubbing his chin, Slifer continued pondering. And let's not forget the possibility of a forbidden romance. Did I elope with a celestial fairy from a righteous sect? No, wait, I'm a demonic grandpa. It's more likely that I flirted with the spirit of a cursed artifact and now it wants to tie the knot. Clearing his throat, he decided it was time to get back on track. 24 hours was not a long time. He could deal with those essential memories later. Well, if he lived that long. "System, I'm ready for my starter pack," he declared confidently. After all, wasn't it common knowledge that every system user was granted a starter pack? 3 gift packs available. Petite pack, median marvel, legendary loot. User will receive 1 at random. Slifer smirked, stretching his limbs as he prepared for his assured fortune. As the main character, my luck has to be unrivaled. There's no way I won't get the legendary loot. He waited, with bated breath, almost imagining the treasures he would soon hold. However, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the system's next message. "Congratulations! You have received the Petite Pack." Slifer's jaw dropped, his face a mix of shock and disbelief. The Petite Pack?" he stammered, feeling as though the universe had played a cruel joke on him. "I'm the protagonist, darn it, not some side character. And definitely not the villain!" Chapter 2. Would you like to open the gift pack? He tried to soothe himself. Maybe, just maybe, this Petite Pack, despite its unimpressive name, has some heaven-destroying bullshit items. Congratulations, you have been gifted 4 items. How many items could the other packs offer if even this petite one has 4? The system soon displayed the contents and their descriptions. Reversal card times 3. This card devours the life energy in its vicinity to reverse the age of its user. Warning, using demonic techniques will result in a karmic credit deduction. Slifer's jaw dropped. "What kind of twisted logic is this?" he yelled, throwing his hands in the air. "You hand me this card, and then penalize me for using it? Next, you'll probably make me buy it from your shop, then take away even more credits when I actually use it. Fantastic business model!" Peak Slifer card times 3. Activate to harness Slifer's peak cultivation for a duration of 10 minutes. Warning, using demonic techniques will result in a karmic credit deduction. Slifer was nearly apoplectic now. "Are you kidding me? From the memories I've seen, the old man practically breathed demonic techniques. It's as if this darned system is trying to kill me." He paused, taking a moment to steady his thoughts. "All right, Slifer. Remember the xianxia lore. The harder the trials an MC faces, the sweeter the rewards. Maybe there's a silver lining here somewhere." Critical block times 3. Passive skill protects user from a critical strike. Not bad. Slifer could see this coming in handy. With a mix of hope and trepidation, he looked at the final card. Random skill card. When activated, 95% chance of granting user a random skill. Caution. When buying a random skill card, beware of the risks associated with gambling. "Oh, come on," Slifer muttered. "Really? Handing me a random skill card and then giving a lecture on the dangers of gambling? As if you didn't just force me into this gamble?" He huffed, crossing his arms in exasperation. "This system. It's like offering candy and then lecturing about cavities." Taking another deep breath, Slifer forced a grin. Well, at least I don't have to worry about not seeing it after 24 hours. "Activate reversal card!" Amidst the dense fog of the Yiru Mountains, 3 figures carefully observed Slifer from a discreet distance. Tenville, the young man at the early core formation realm, fidgeted with nervous energy. Beside him stood Jornak and Quindel, both middle-aged cultivators at the mid-nascent soul realm. Overlooking them with a commanding presence was Elder Lornox, an old cultivator at the late-nascent soul stage. "He's lost it," Jornak whispered, trying to suppress a laugh. "Look at the Elder of the Black Rose Sect, muttering to himself like a lunatic." Quindel smirked. "Seems like age and treachery have finally caught up with the old demon." Tenville, curiosity evident in his eyes, asked, "Can you hear what he's saying?" Jornak shook his head. "No, we're staying far enough away so that old demon doesn't detect us. Trust me, young master, you don't want to be close when one of them has a meltdown." Elder Lornox, deep in thought, commented, "I sense that his chi is extremely weak, barely detectable. Likely he exhausted all of it to recover from his grave injuries." Turning his gaze to Tenville, he continued, "Young Master Tenville, this is our opportunity. We should strike now." Quindel laughed. "Who would have thought? The Elder of the Black Rose Sect nearly brought down by his very own disciple. Ah, the irony!" Jornak chimed in, mimicking Slifer's voice for a comedic effect. "Ah, disciple, you dare betray me after all those demonic bedtime stories I told you?" Elder Lornox's eyes narrowed. "Enough jesting. We have the upper hand now. Young Master Tenville, give the word and we'll act." Young Master Tenville remembered the havoc wrought by the demonic cultivator. Villages pillaged, innocents sacrificed in grotesque rituals, and countless disciples of their revered Radiant Dawn sect sent to early graves. The weight of responsibility pressed down on him. The Elder of the Black Rose Sect posed a real and potent threat to the Radiant Dawn sect's future. Taking a deep breath, he began, "For the safety of our sect and the future of the innocent, we must end this menace now. On my order, we—" But a sharp scream tore from his throat as he felt an intense drain, like the very essence of his being was being sucked out. "No! What is this?" Quindel exclaimed, his voice edged with panic. The pull of energy from him was slower than from Tenville, but it was relentless. Jornak grunted, trying to form a protective barrier, but it was futile. "Damn it! This force, it's insidious!" Elder Lornox's face twisted in pain. Drawing upon his late nascent soul cultivation, he attempted to seal his meridians and keep his life energy from being siphoned away. His decades of cultivation granted him a momentary defense against the energy drain. Struggling to speak, Lornox shouted, "It's him! That demon! He's using a forbidden technique, draining our life essences to rejuvenate himself!" Sure enough, through his blurred vision, Lornox could see Slifer standing tall, laughing as he looked up at the heavens. The old demon was not muttering to himself as they had thought. He had been conducting a demonic ritual. Jornak, amidst his agony, cursed. "That cunning fox! He baited us, knew we would come, and now he's using us to heal himself!" Tenville, weakened and near his limit, choked out, We need to retreat." Elder Lornox's voice was filled with regret as he said, "We underestimated him. Today the Radiant Dawn sect has truly seen the depths of the Black Rose Elder's cunning." As the life energy drained from Tenville, his eyes rolled back and he began to collapse. Without hesitation, Elder Lornox lunged forward, catching the young master just in time. "Hold on, young master," he urged. Holding Tenville tightly, Elder Lornox began retreating, swift as the wind. "He's not breathing!" Lornox's eyes widened in panic. The young master couldn't die, at least not under his watch. From his robe he retrieved an assortment of jade pills and fed them to Tenville. Each pill shimmered with a soft glow, releasing potent healing energy. Meanwhile, unaware of the chaos unfolding not too far from him, Slifer roared with ecstasy. The influx of life energy coursed through him, rejuvenating every cell in his being. He laughed heartily, his voice echoing through the heavens. So, this is what it feels like to be the MC. Such power! But as the elation started to wane, Slifer's grin turned upside down. He noticed his hand had become wrinkled and gray. Wait a minute, he muttered, confused. Shouldn't I be young and dashing by now? When he looked up, the stats screen blinked into existence. Name, Slifer. Race, human. Alignment, demonic. Cultivation, body tempering, 9th stage. Lifespan remaining 50 days. Karmic credits, 0. Items, reversal cards ×2. Peak Slifer cards ×3. Critical block ×3. Random skill card ×1. Slifer's face turned crimson with fury. 50 days? He hollered. What good is that when I only have 2 reversal cards left? That's not even half a year! How am I supposed to reach the origin realm in such a short span of time? Before he could further lament his fate, another message flashed before him. Minus 25 karmic credits for using a demonic technique. Slifer blinked. Oh, come on! That's daylight robbery! Those reversal cards were a total ripoff! Another notification appeared. Minus 10 karmic credits for killing a core formation cultivator. He looked around, confused and slightly paranoid. Who? Where? I didn't kill anyone! There's literally no one here! Shaking his fist towards the heavens, Slifer shouted, System! Are you playing tricks on me? Is this your idea of a sick joke? But as expected, the system remained maddeningly silent. Huffing in frustration, Slifer murmured, If only this came with a terms and conditions page. He then scratched his head, trying to formulate a plan. All right, think, he muttered. First things first, getting back to the Black Rose Sect. It was an ironic twist of fate. For someone like him, the very heart of a demonic sect turned out to be the safest haven. Unlike other sects, Black Rose frowned upon its members killing each other. Who'd have thought? A demonic sect with rules! However, as Slifer surveyed his surroundings, a grim realization hit him. The sect was nestled deep within the formidable Mount Desolus. With my current limited abilities, he grimaced, it would take me nearly 100 days on foot. And that's without counting the countless beasts, bandits, and other obstacles that might fancy an old man for dinner. Okay. What do MCs do in these situations? He pondered aloud. An idea struck him. Communication token! Yes, every sect worth its salt has one. Aha! My trusty ring should have it! Slifer beamed. He looked down at his hand, eyes locked onto the ornate storage ring gracing his finger. It shimmered with a subtle purple glow, adorned with intricate patterns of black roses. He recalled from the previous owner's memories that one had to channel their spiritual sense into the ring, unlocking its contents much like a key to a treasure chest. Simple enough, he thought, already anticipating the smooth journey ahead. However, his jubilation was short-lived. As he tried to channel his spiritual sense, he paused, frowning. Wait a minute. Body-tempering cultivators don't have a spiritual sense, he recalled, horror dawning on him. The spiritual sense was a trait gained during the chi refining stage. I'm fucked. Slifer glanced around, trying to come up with a plan. All right, let's see. Walking will take an eternity, he muttered, rubbing his temples. Maybe, just maybe, this skill card could help. Activate skill card! Come on, system, do me a solid this time. Randomizing skill. Congratulations, skill acquired, Insight. Grants information about an object or person upon focus. Can be upgraded for more detailed insights. Ah, of course. Insight. Because that's precisely what I needed right now. Not teleportation, not a speed boost, but insight. Slifer sighed, his shoulders slumping in disappointment. But hey, could have been worse. I
I could have gotten advanced pebble sorting or something.
Although he perked up at the thought of upgrades. So the system can upgrade skills. Noted. It was a silver lining in an otherwise frustrating situation. Not every system out there had the luxury of this feature. Still, the pressing matter of how to get back to the Black Rose Sect weighed on him. Slifer looked up to the heavens, half in jest, half in desperation.
Dear xianxia gods, if there ever was a time for a protagonist to catch a break, now would be it. So if you could send a handy beast mount or a kind stranger with a super-fast chariot, I'd be eternally grateful. Also, a snack would be nice.
Not expecting a reply, he began his long journey.
1 foot in front of the other. It's just 100 days. 100 long, tedious, danger-filled days. What could possibly go wrong?
Fenlock soared through the sky, a glinting sword beneath his feet propelling him forward. The wind brushed past his short jet-black hair, his sapphire eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of Elder Slifer. He sighed heavily, a pitiable expression on his face. Of all the times, he thought, Fenlock had finally persuaded junior sister Lenvari to go sightseeing with him, but this blasted mission had to come up. Sightseeing, Fenlock muttered to himself. Why in the 7 heavens would anyone want to simply look at things they've seen 1,000,000 times? Clouds, trees, other clouds. But his seniors had sworn by the tactic. Women love it, senior brother Zonrak had said with a knowing wink. Take them sightseeing, and they'll be eating out of your hand in no time. Eating out of my hand? But why would she want to do that? Fenlock's naivete was almost endearing. Yet here he was, not gazing at clouds with Lenvari, but chasing after an old demonic cultivator, all thanks to his master's peculiar vendetta against Elder Slifer. Why on earth does Master hate him so much? He'd heard numerous wild theories from fellow disciples. Some whispered that Slifer had once borrowed a treasured teapot from the Master and never returned it. Others claimed that both Elder Slifer and the Master had once fallen for the same woman, a celestial beauty who chose neither and instead ascended to a higher realm, leaving them both in bitter rivalry. Then there was that absolutely ridiculous rumor that Elder Slifer had once bested the Master in a dumpling-eating contest. Fenlock chuckled at that. If that's true, it explains a lot about Master's weight loss attempts. But of all the stories, Fenlock's favorite was the one about the legendary phoenix feather. Legend had it that back when they were disciples, Elder Slifer had gifted the Master a phoenix feather, claiming it had the power of reincarnation. The Master, in his enthusiasm, had showcased it everywhere, only to later find out that it was a mere chicken feather painted in vibrant hues. The humiliation was said to be something he had never gotten over. Fenlock shook his head, a grin on his face. Who knew the world of cultivation would be filled with such pettiness? Fenlock was brought out of his thoughts when Brolin, one of the younger disciples, spoke up, a hint of terror evident in his eyes. Who's going to be the one to approach Elder Slifer? The group, all riding on their flying swords, exchanged uneasy glances. Yerna, a petite woman with fire-red hair, and Charn, a stocky man with a perpetual frown, simultaneously raised their hands and vigorously shook their heads. Oh no, not me, Yerna stated, shivering. I've heard stories. Didn't Elder Slifer once vaporize a disciple because he sneezed too loudly? Charn gulped. And I've heard he reduced another to ashes because the poor fella complimented his robe. Turns out it was the Elder's least favorite outfit. Dentos, a tall and lanky disciple, chimed in, his voice squeaking more than usual. Don't forget about that disciple who gifted him the elixir of everlasting youth. Turned out to be prune juice. That guy? Instantly turned into a statue and now serves as a garden ornament at the sect's entrance. Everyone shuddered. Fenlock shook his head. Come on, these are just exaggerated tales. They're like the stories where senior brother Zontu reached the heavens by stacking chairs and climbing. Entertaining, yes, but hardly true. Yet deep down, he knew that the tales of Elder Slifer's temper and random bouts of punishments were what kept half the sect on their toes. Fenlock had the highest cultivation amongst the group, and their expectations weighed on his shoulders. He finally nodded, trying to sound more confident than he felt. All right. I'll do it. After all, how bad could it be? Dentos whispered to Yerna, He's so brave. Or very, very foolish. Yerna nodded. Perhaps both. Brolin looked visibly relieved. Thank you, Fenlock. And if something does happen, I promise I'll personally dedicate a ballad in your name. Great, Fenlock replied, rolling his eyes. Just what I always wanted. But after this, all of you owe me big time. I'm missing my precious sightseeing date for this. Fenlock's eyes narrowed as he sensed a surge of powerful chi signatures rapidly approaching. Formation! He barked, startling the group. Brolin, trying to maintain his balance on the sword, asked with a trembling voice, What's wrong? Nascent soul cultivators are coming our way, Fenlock replied grimly, his hand instinctively going to the jade amulet he wore around his neck. Dentos gulped. Nascent soul? Why couldn't it be a group of core formation juniors? We could have just intercepted them, maybe roughed them up a little for fun. He paused, a sheepish grin on his face. To relieve stress? Yerna nodded enthusiastically. Right! That's what lower stage cultivators are for. A good smack here, a pinch there, but nascent soul cultivators, they're just big bullies. Despite being core formation cultivators themselves, there were a few at that stage who could threaten them. As long as an MC-like person didn't appear, they could treat other core formation cultivators like dirt. Charn muttered, The irony of our thoughts doesn't escape me, you know. We can't face them head on, Brolin exclaimed. What do we do? Fenlock took a deep breath. Get your life-saving treasures ready. If we're going down, we're taking at least one of them with us. Everyone nodded, determined expressions on their faces. Brolin clutched a tiny golden figurine, Yerna held a shimmering orb, Charn brandished a silver dagger, and Dentos was... Well, he was rummaging in his pockets, cursing under his breath. I swear I had it here, maybe the other pocket? But inwardly, Fenlock's determination was far from genuine. The moment things go south, I'm out. After all, Junior Sister is waiting, and nothing, not even nascent soul bullies, will keep me from that date, he thought, sneaking a glance at the escape talisman in his palm. The arrival of the 3 nascent soul cultivators from the Radiant Dawn sect had the Black Rose sect disciples tense. Jornak spat disdainfully in the direction of the Black Rose disciples. Scum! He hissed. Quindel snarled, You lot will pay for the young master's death! But Elder Lornox, glancing around nervously, hissed back, Quiet! Key could be nearby! Without waiting, he flew faster as he carried the corpse of the young master. He did not have the time to bother with mere core formation ants. Watching them flee, the Black Rose sect disciples exchanged puzzled looks. What just happened? Dentos whispered, rubbing the spot on his robe where the spit almost landed. Who killed the Radiant Dawn sect's young master? Charn gulped. Do you think it could be our elder? Yerna scoffed. The elder? After the tribulation he faced during his last breakthrough, I doubt he's in any shape to fight a kid, let alone mid-stage nascent soul cultivators. No, Fenlock murmured, eyes widening in realization. It must be Tyrus. The group went silent, the mere mention of that name sending chills down their spines. Tyrus, the prodigious cultivator who had achieved the nascent soul stage at the young age of 30 and was now at its peak. Tales of his power and ruthlessness were legendary. Dentos scratched his chin. Tyrus, you mean the... I can practically cultivate in my sleep, Tyrus? The very same, Brolin whispered, swallowing hard. He's the only one they'd be this scared of. Regardless, We need to head there now, Fenlock replied, as he urged them to follow. Ah, found it! Dentos pulled out a slightly squashed pastry from his pocket. He grinned, holding it up proudly. Fenlock looked back, shaking his head in disbelief, and mumbled. Seriously? We need to revise our emergency preparations. But there was no denying the relief in his voice. Another disaster averted, and the sightseeing date was still on. Slifer moved effortlessly through the dense forest, admiring the vibrant canopy above. At least I'm hidden now, he thought, reflecting on the bare openness of the desolate region he had just traversed. In a place like this, I would have been an all-you-can-eat buffet for any beast with even half-decent vision. And given this is xianxia, they probably have eagle eyes, or dragon eyes, or whatever. The rustling of leaves and distant sounds of birds felt familiar, yet Slifer couldn't shake off the strangeness of this new body. Every step felt too light, every movement too fluid. Man, I could probably jog for days in this body without even breaking a sweat, he thought. His previous body was, well, more rounded. The sort of physique that got winded walking from the couch to the fridge. The kind where just lifting a fork felt like weight training, he said aloud, chuckling. He paused, struck by a sudden realization. Isn't it weird? Here I am, an old man probably knocking on heaven's door any moment now, yet I'm more fit than I ever was as a middle-aged man on Earth. Go figure. He couldn't help but reminisce about his days on Earth. The nights spent binge-watching TV shows, the endless pizza boxes stacked up in the corner of his living room, the marathon sessions of moving from his bed to his gaming chair. Good times, he sighed. Slifer's wandering mind was jolted back to the present as a voice proclaimed, Found him! He nearly leapt out of his skin, looking up to find 5 young cultivators hovering on flying swords, sneering down at him. Their sharp eyes glinted with mischief, their robes flamboyantly adorned, and their hair various shades of vibrant colors, looking like the antagonists of a xianxia novel. Their oppressive auras pressed down on Slifer, making his knees buckle. Activate insight! Name, N.A. Realm, late core formation. Known techniques, N.A. Known affiliations, N.A. Disposition, N.A. Shit! Core formation, I'm so dead! Slifer didn't see the point of using insight on the others. One core formation was enough to snuff him out like a feeble candle in a tempest. Oh, great, just what I needed, Slifer thought bitterly, his eyes darting around for an escape route even though he knew there was no escape. Slifer wasn't one to just give up. This old geezer must have ticked off these punks. Now they're here to collect. The disciples exchanged glances, a myriad of thoughts racing through their heads. Is this really the mighty Elder Slifer? Fenlock wondered, squinting at the seemingly frail figure before them. I can't feel any chi emanating from him. Is he hiding it? Or does he not have any? Meanwhile, Dentos scratched his head in confusion. Why is he walking? Don't elders, fly or teleport or whatever they do? The weight of their gazes bore into Slifer, making the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. Shit! Why are they looking at me like that? His fingers twitched, thoughts racing to the only trump card he had left. Am I going to have to use it? Chapter 3. Slifer's mind raced as he considered the peak Slifer card. A surge of reluctance welled up in him. He only had 3 of those cards. To waste one on mere core formation cultivators? No, he wouldn't do it. Well, not unless he absolutely had to. Pushing his shoulders back, he straightened his stance, injecting every ounce of arrogance he could summon into his expression. You know, he began, lips curling into a confident smirk, even as an inner voice whispered, Please buy it, please buy it.
My hands have been quite itching to give out a proper beating today.
The 5 disciples paled considerably, panic written all over their faces. They descended hastily, nearly crashing in their hurry. Fenlock, Yerna, and the others began to kowtow in a rushed, almost comedic fashion. Dentos, in his haste, tripped over a stray root, face-planting into the ground. Without missing a beat, he shifted into a frantic kowtow as well. I did not expect that. Slifer's arrogant facade was tested by the sheer absurdity of the situation. Are they really this afraid of me? However, as they drew closer, Slifer could feel the oppressive weight of their core formation auras bearing down on him. His face turned a shade of deep crimson, and the world around him seemed to blur slightly. The pressure constricted his chest, making every breath a battle. These fuckers! Are they trying to kill me? The disciples, noticing his reddening face, completely misunderstood his reaction. Is he getting even angrier? Fenlock thought, feeling a cold shiver run down his spine. Slifer managed to gasp out,
How dare you, displaying your auras like that? Have you no respect?
Damn it, we weren't even flaunting it, Yerna thought, bitterness evident in her eyes, even as she hastily retracted her aura. Beside her, Fenlock did the same, shooting a wary glance at Slifer. The old demon's just looking for excuses to lash out, he fumed. Slifer felt the weight on his chest begin to lessen as their auras were retracted. He coughed, taking a few ragged breaths to compose himself. During this slight respite, Yerna, still trembling, hastily tried to placate the elder she believed was on the brink of fury. Esteemed Elder Slifer, we truly meant no disrespect. Please spare our insignificant lives. Catching a glimpse of the black rose emblem on their robes, a wave of relief washed over Slifer. Ah! They are Sect members! Ha ha! This could be my ticket out of here. Oh, heavens, you really did hear my prayers. The question now was, how could he leverage this without giving away the fact that he had no idea what he was doing? After all, it would be odd for an elder like him to ask for a ride.
Enough!
Slifer bellowed, making the disciples stop their kowtowing and glance up timidly.
It appears that fate has brought us together for a reason.
Good, keep it vague and mysterious, Slifer thought. Brolin hesitatingly spoke up. Elder Slifer, if there's anything we can assist you with... Slifer, seizing the opportunity, feigned contemplation.
I've been meaning to return to the Sect, but my recent meditation required me to abstain from flying for a while. You understand, don't you?
The disciples nodded vigorously, none wanting to question such a bizarre stipulation. They had heard that nascent soul monsters would indulge in some odd habits. For instance, Elder Xantris meditated upside down for decades, believing that it would reverse his chi flow. Then there was the infamous Master Yanling, who insisted on speaking backwards during the waxing moon phase, thinking it would align her energies. Compared to such eccentricities, Slifer's flying abstinence didn't seem too outlandish. Fenlock hastily replied back, Of course, Elder, we can escort you back. Slifer fought the urge to grin triumphantly. Nailed it! And they say hitchhiking is hard.
Very well, he replied, but only because the stars have decreed it.
Yerna, after a moment's hesitation, offered, Elder, would you like to share a sword with me? Slifer nodded as he put on an air of resigned tolerance, as though this arrangement was a minor but acceptable disruption to his grand spiritual pursuits. But inside, Slifer was practically ecstatic. Sharing a sword with a real-life jade beauty? For a man who previously pursued the Tao of anime courtship, this felt like he'd hit the cosmic jackpot. He quickly subdued his inner otaku, sternly reminding himself to maintain his composed facade.
But remember, he cautioned, if you fly too erratically, you'll disturb my meditative state.
The truth, however, was far less dignified. He was more worried about hurling in midair or, heaven forbid, falling off the sword entirely. Either would be a mortifying way to go, especially for a supposed elder of his standing. Soaring high in the skies, Slifer awkwardly stood behind Yurna on her flying sword, the wind tousling his hair. The vast expanse of blue beneath his feet gave him a feeling of both exhilaration and terror. Trying to keep balance was proving more challenging than he thought, and he swayed with each gust of wind, fighting the urge to clutch onto Yurna for support. Why didn't anyone mention sword flying was this tricky? Slifer was doing his best to keep up the facade of an elder of the sect, an expert who had ridden countless swords before. However, the genuine look of panic in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. When Yurna made a swift turn, Slifer, unprepared, nearly lost his balance. With a gasp, he instinctively grabbed onto her waist to steady himself. Yurna stiffened immediately. Her thoughts raced. I've heard stories of old cultivation experts with ulterior motives. Could Elder Slifer be... Elder? Are you okay? She stammered, her voice betraying the calm facade she tried to project, a fragile smile painted on her face. Trying to ease the palpable tension and regain his pride, Slifer nodded, attempting to appear unperturbed.
I am indeed, thank you. I must say, he began, thinking he'd divert the topic to something more casual, you have an impressive physique. Yes, very curvy, which surely must aid in flying.
Time seemed to stop. Yurna's forced smile faltered and then disappeared entirely. Her worst fears were confirmed.
Elder Slifer is after my body!
Her posture stiffened, panic evident in her eyes. Seeing her reaction, Slifer mentally kicked himself.
Idiot! This is what happens when your only experience with females comes from virtual dating sims, he groaned inwardly. Smooth move, Casanova.
Feeling the need to clarify, Slifer coughed awkwardly.
I meant that in a purely cultivation-related sense, of course. Your physique suggests you've done an excellent job in maintaining your meridians, vital for chi flow, or something.
Yurna looked unconvinced. But before she could voice any concerns, Slifer, sensing he was digging himself into a deeper hole, quickly interjected.
Let's just focus on getting to the sect, shall we?
Fenlock watched Elder Slifer's precarious balancing act on Yurna's sword, raising an eyebrow in the process. Seriously, what's this elder's deal? Does he have motion sickness, or is this some high-level cultivation technique? He pondered for a moment, then thought, well, as long as he's not after junior sister Lanvari, it's fine by me. He gave a shrug, deciding that whatever weirdness the elder had in mind for Yurna was not his concern. His thoughts soon turned to the enigma that was Tyrus. How to broach the topic without setting off the possibly unhinged elder. Did Elder Slifer give Tyrus a one-way ticket to the netherworld? However, glancing at the uninjured Elder Slifer, Fenlock dismissed the idea. No way Tyrus would be taken down that easily. They must have missed each other, or I'm pretty sure this old fool would be dead. Suddenly, a thunderous roar split the air. You dare! Whipping his head up, Fenlock's eyes met the spectacle of a bald, topless old man descending from the skies. Despite his age, the elder's physique was impressive, rippling with muscles that seemed to be chiseled from granite. The sunlight gleamed on his shiny head, making it almost blinding. It was Elder Tarnix, the renowned body cultivator from the Radiant Dawn Sect. Fenlock's pupils dilated in shock. Elder Tarnix? Wasn't he supposed to be in secluded cultivation, preparing for his breakthrough to the Origin Realm? What's he doing here, he thought, scrambling to put pieces of the puzzle together. The palpable might emanating from Tarnix was suffocating. Slifer, already struggling to maintain his expert facade, could feel cold beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The immense pressure was almost too much to bear. What on earth does this hulking bald guy want with me? He wondered. Insight. Name, N.A. Realm, half-step origin realm. Known techniques, N.A. Known affiliations, N.A. Disposition, N.A. Half-step origin realm? What the hell did the original do? Slifer felt like fate was playing a cruel trick on him. He could not catch a break. As Tarnix floated, the air around him trembled. Slifer! He boomed, his face an alarming shade of crimson. How dare you lay hands on the flesh and blood of Tarnix? Tarnix, Slifer blinked, taken aback not just by the accusation, but also by Tarnix's peculiar way of speaking. Did he just talk about himself in the third person? Swallowing his amusement and gulping down his nervousness, he replied,
Your flesh and blood, I have no idea what you...
You think you can just kill the heir of Tarnix and go about your day?
The elder seethed, recalling how he had been in deep meditation when the sudden extinguishing of his son's soul lamp jolted him awake. Abandoning everything, he had traveled from the Sect to exact revenge. Slifer was inwardly fuming at the situation he found himself in. By the heavens, he thought, how many enemies did this old coot make? Am I going to have to dodge vengeful relatives every time I step outside? Fenlock stepped forward, clearing his throat. Elder Slifer, he began cautiously. I believe Elder Tarnix is referring to the Radiant Dawn Sect's young master. Slifer blinked.
Young master? What young master? I haven't killed anyone this time.
His voice trailed off as a memory surged into his mind. Right. The system had mentioned something about a core formation cultivator falling victim to the reversal card's power. Slifer reluctantly turned to Tarnix, an apologetic grimace on his face.
Elder Tarnix, by any chance, was your son in the core formation realm?
Tarnix's face contorted in rage, his aura crackling around him like a gathering storm.
Yes, and you dared to harm him!
The atmosphere around them grew heavy as Tarnix's aura intensified, turning the surrounding space into a swirling vortex of oppressive energy. Slifer's heart raced. He hadn't intended for this. He didn't even know anyone had been around when he used the reversal card.
Elder Tarnix, I assure you it was an accident. I had no intention of harming a mere junior.
His words were cut off by the roar of Elder Tarnix, who in a flash appeared behind Slifer. With an enraged bellow, Tarnix delivered a powerful blow, the space around it warping and distorting under the sheer force. Fucked? I'm so fucked, Slifer thought. But then a sudden notification rang out. Ding! Critical block activated. To his astonishment, Tarnix's attack rebounded off an invisible shield, sending the bald elder staggering back from the recoil. The force of the rebound also blew away Dentos, who had for some strange reason been trying to get a closer look. He landed face first into a puddle of mud. Not again, he mumbled, spitting out some mud. Slifer exhaled, his legs feeling like jelly. Whew, good thing that's a passive skill, he thought, still reeling from the shock of Tarnix's blinding speed. He was right in front of me, and the next thing I know, he's behind me. That bald lightning bolt. Yurna, maintaining her balance on the sword beside Slifer, inwardly cursed. Why did I offer this old man a ride? She had thought she would be able to curry favor with the elder. Unlike the other core disciples here, she and Dentos didn't have a strong backing. But it turns out, not only was the elder a pervert, but he also had a death wish. Ding! Kill your attacker. Reward 75 karmic credits. Failure, death. Slifer's eyes widened. 75 credits? Is that a lot? He assumed so. Killing a cultivator a half step into the origin realm was no small feat, but then again, he did have a system, and with these systems, you could never be certain. He glanced warily at Tarnix, whose face was twisted with anger, but a new conundrum plagued Slifer's mind. The last time he had killed, he lost credits, so either killing was allowed as self-defense or the system was messing with him. Could it be that I can only kill when the system gives the green light? He sighed heavily. If he were to stand any chance against the raging bald behemoth before him, he'd have to pull out the peak Slifer card. But the very thought of it made his heart race for all the wrong reasons. The probable credit deductions for invoking those dreaded demonic techniques could cost him dearly. Why is this so complicated? Can't the system make up its mind? He thought exasperatedly. Tarnix's aura began to swell again as he prepared for another attack. Slifer took a deep breath, knowing he couldn't wait any longer. Slifer! Tarnix roared, his bald head gleaming menacingly. Prepare!
prepare to face your end!
Slifer rolled his eyes.
Really? You couldn't come up with a better line.
Tarnix's face turned an even deeper shade of red, if that was possible.
Silence! This is your last moment, and...
Before the bald elder could complete his cliched sentence, Slifer, seeing no other option, activated the Peak Slifer card. System, activate the overpowered and credit-eating Peak Slifer card, and if I see a ridiculous amount of credits disappear, we're going to have a long chat! Almost instantly, an overpowering aura began to emanate from Slifer's very core. It first shattered the chi refining realm, sending ripples through the surroundings. Not stopping there, it surged upwards, breaking through the Foundation establishment. Trees rustled and birds took flight in alarm. As it further breached the core formation realm, the clouds in the sky began to swirl and change, reacting to the sudden outburst of energy. And then, with an overwhelming surge, it touched the nascent soul realm, causing a sonic boom that echoed across the area. But the climax was when it stopped at half-step origin. The aura released a shockwave so potent that it caught Yurna off guard. She was sent flying off her sword. Her scream echoed briefly before being lost in the wind. The disciple's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Fenlock, eyes bulging, stammered, I thought Elder was injured! Slifer felt the raw, unbridled power in every fiber of his being. It was exhilarating. He could sense everything. The rustling of each leaf, the heartbeat of a bird flapping its wings, even the soft hum of energy in the distant mountains. So this is spiritual sense, he marveled. It's like seeing the world with the eyes of a god. In his newfound clarity, he also sensed Yurna's trajectory. An awkward pang of guilt hit him. Oops. Hope she's okay. Pulling his focus back to Tarnix, Slifer was met with an unimpressed glare. The old man scoffed.
All these theatrics, and for what? It won't change your fate today.
What is this cannon fodder yapping about? Slifer thought, as he relished in the feeling of the power surging within him. Ding! 10 minutes remaining. Slifer glanced at the dwindling time limit of the Peak Slifer card. He felt a surge of urgency. The clock was ticking, and he had to defeat Tarnix before the card's effects ran out. His mind raced, sifting through the memories of the original Slifer to recall the most potent techniques. Just as he solidified a plan, Tarnix lunged forward using the move he was best known for, the Titan's Crushing Palm. Slifer, reacting quickly, summoned one of the original's most powerful defensive techniques, Dark Flame Ward. Flames as black as the night sky rose around him, creating a barrier meant to consume any attack. However, unfamiliar with the technique's intricacies, Slifer's control wavered. Instead of a solid wall of fire, the flames flickered like erratic candlelight. Shit! That was not what I was expecting. The Titan's crushing palm broke through the flimsy barrier and connected squarely with Slifer, sending him flying back, crashing into trees, and leaving a path of destruction in its wake. Slifer hit the ground with a thud, feeling as though every bone in his body had shattered. He tried to suppress a scream, gritting his teeth and taking short, sharp breaths. As a couch potato, he was not used to pain. Or exercise, for that matter. But as the pain reached its peak, it suddenly vanished. Surprised, Slifer inspected himself to find not a single scratch on him. Even more shockingly, his chi, which he expected to be greatly diminished, was pulsating at full capacity. Amidst his astonishment, he began laughing uproariously. The sound of his laughter echoed through the forest, causing the Black Rose disciples to exchange uneasy glances. Fenlock whispered to the disciple beside him, Is Elder Slifer losing his mind? Dentos replied in a hushed voice, It must be the trauma from the attack. I've heard of cultivators laughing like madmen after surviving near-death experiences. Yurna just stared wide-eyed, her earlier fear replaced with pure confusion. Reveling in his newfound realization, Slifer thought to himself, So, the peak card keeps me in Slifer's optimal state. It's as if I'm immortal, he grinned, wiping away a tear from laughing so hard.
Oh, Tarnix, he said with a mocking tone, you truly are outmatched today. Immortality is quite the feeling.
I'm just going to spam powerful attacks one after another. Let's see how you deal with that! With a flick of his wrist, Slifer summoned the Shadow Serpent Inferno. A colossal, shadowy serpent manifested from the dark mist around him, slithering through the air with menacing grace. As it moved, dark flames trailed behind, painting the sky with a dance of darkness. However, when Slifer attempted to direct the serpent towards Tarnix, the creature, instead of following a straight path, made a detour and circled around, narrowly avoiding Dentos, who yelped in surprise. Oops, gotta practice my control, Slifer thought, inwardly cringing at the serpent's wayward movements. Don't want another accidental death on my hands. Tarnix, seeing the incoming attack, quickly used his prized defensive technique, Aegis Titan Shell. A rock-solid protective barrier enveloped his body. But the shadow serpents, persistent and relentless, wrapped around the shell, constricting and tightening around him. Tarnix's once confident face twisted in alarm. From a distance, Brolin whispered to Yerna, Did Elder Slifer just mess up a legendary technique and still manage to make it work? Yerna, who was picking out the leaves and twigs in her hair, could only nod. It's like watching someone trip and accidentally perform a perfect somersault, she mumbled. Without giving his opponent a moment's respite, Slifer unleashed another technique, Stellar Cascade Fury. The skies above darkened momentarily before a shower of glittering stars rained down, each star a concentrated ball of spiritual energy destined to explode upon impact.
How in the seven heavens? Tarnix started, incredulous. Can you continue using such advanced techniques without pause?
Before he could finish his rant, the onslaught of stars struck him, drowning out his voice and leaving only the resounding booms of the explosions in the air. Oh, Tarnix, Slifer smirked internally. I hope this teaches you not to mess with someone who has an overpowered cheat system at his disposal. As the brilliant shower of stars began its descent, Slifer's smirk faded, replaced by a look of utter disbelief. He had just realized that he'd accidentally included himself in the attack's trajectory. Well, this is awkward, he thought, watching the dazzling stars zooming towards him. If one of those stars obliterates me in a single strike, that card healing perk might be useless. With little time to think, Slifer summoned the Dark Flame Ward again. Dark, ethereal flames enveloped him, forming a protective barrier. As the stars made contact, bright explosions erupted upon the ward's surface, sending shockwaves in all directions. Although the barrier did an excellent job of deflecting most of the impacts, a few managed to break through, scorching Slifer's robes and leaving light burn marks on his arms and chest. Before he could even wince, the burns began to fade, rapidly healed by the card's power. Meanwhile, the disciples exchanged bewildered glances, trying to make sense of what they'd just witnessed. Did he just attack himself? Brolin whispered, his eyes wide in confusion. Yerna responded with a hushed chuckle. Seems like the Elder's taken a liking to pain. A bit of a masochistic streak, perhaps? Dentos added, if reaching nascent soul means turning this unpredictable, I think I might be content in core formation. From the crater created by Slifer's attack, a severely injured Tarnix began to rise. His once robust and muscular frame now bore deep gashes and charred skin, his robes tattered and singed. Blood dripped from his wounds, and his bald head, which previously gleamed menacingly, was now smeared with dirt and ash.
You!
He coughed, pointing a shaky finger at Slifer.
This isn't over, Slifer. I will be back, and you will rue the day you crossed paths with Tarnix of the Radiant Dawn Sect.
He really does sound like a typical xianxia villain, complete with the exit lines. Slifer hesitated, his hand hovering in midair. Back on Earth, the closest thing to murder he'd committed was annihilating a double bacon cheeseburger. Now here he was, contemplating actual killing. His gaze sharpened as he shook off the hesitation. But in xianxia logic, if I don't finish him off, he'll just come back with an even bigger grudge and a power-up orb or something. And that's a headache I don't need right now. He took a deep breath.
I can't let you leave here alive,
he finally stated, extending his hand with newfound resolve. I've read enough to know you don't let a vengeful cultivator skulk away. It's like rule number 1. Plus, I really do need those credits. Instantly, an overwhelming force of darkness emanated from him, swiftly expanding outwards and surrounding Tarnix. Tarnix's eyes widened in horror. He never expected this.
Domain? That nascent soul realm? Impossible!
He tried to dash out, but as the shadows thickened, he quickly found himself enclosed in an inky void, hitting an unseen barrier. A cultivator of Tarnix's experience immediately recognized the terrifying power of a domain. Yet such a capability was commonly reserved for the venerable cultivators of the Origin Realm. Only the rarest of prodigies in the nascent soul realm could command such power, and from what Tarnix knew of Slifer, he was no prodigy. The darkness consumed Tarnix, severing his senses one by one. He was rendered blind, deaf, robbed of smell, and even his spiritual sense. Desperation gripped him, and panic set in as only his sense of touch remained. He tried to use short-distance teleportation, an ability characteristic of the nascent soul realm, to break free, but his attempts repeatedly failed. If only I had known, Tarnix thought, his heart pounding. If only I knew this monster could command a domain, I would never have dared to challenge him. The realization that domains provided a nearly insurmountable advantage weighed on him. With such power, Slifer could easily decimate numerous cultivators of a similar rank.
Heir? Bah!
What use is an heir in the face of death? I, Tarnix of the Radiant Dawn Sect, can sire countless heirs under the heavens.
Oh, what did I do to deserve such an unfilial son?
Tarnix cursed under his breath, wishing this son of his had never crossed paths with this calamity of a cultivator. From the outside, the disciples could only see a vast expanse of darkness, like a blotch of ink splattered against the landscape. Their faces registered shock and awe. I didn't know Elder Slifer had a domain, Yerna murmured, her voice quivering. If Elder has this kind of power, then Tyrus... he must truly be gone, Dentos added. Fenlock, his eyes never leaving the dome of darkness, muttered, This changes everything. Master must be informed. With the thought, Slifer attempted a short-distance teleportation, aiming to appear right before Tarnix. Instead, he materialized upside down, momentarily flailing before righting himself. That was not how it's supposed to go, he thought, clearing his throat and straightening his robes, grateful no one had seen his unintended acrobatics. He could not think of any excuse that could explain it.
Anyways, time to earn me some credits.
Chapter 4. Slifer looked towards Tarnix, who was currently deaf and oblivious to the outside world.
Sorry, old man, Slifer mumbled.
Sifting through the sea of memories within himself, Slifer came across several soul-annihilating techniques the original had mastered. They were, to put it mildly, intense. If the system wasn't going to reward him with extra credits for this kill, was using these techniques justifiable? Particularly when some felt like, well, absolute overkill. One technique, dubbed the Eternal Abyss Seal, would tear a soul apart and imprison it within an endless chasm of anguish. Another, named Soul Shatter Rite, fragmented the soul into countless shards, casting them into myriad realms, rendering reincarnation almost impossible. He exhaled a heavy sigh, his moral compass pointing away from these heinous methods. After all, he was the one who'd inadvertently ended the life of Tarnix's son.
Well,
Slifer mused, a sardonic grin forming,
I suppose I'll be seeing you in about 100 chapters or so.
After continuing to look through his internal catalog of techniques for a little longer, he finally found one that seemed slightly less horrifying.
This doesn't seem too bad. And apparently it gives me a power boost.
He had decided to use a technique named Blood Shadow Chains. Crimson chains, born from his own blood, burst forth from his body. Each link that formed sent a sharp pain through his body, causing him to grimace.
Are all demonic cultivators masochists?
The chains lunged towards the blinded Tarnix, wrapping around him and seeping into his skin. Tarnix's screams echoed through the domain as the chains began their relentless draining. With every passing moment, his muscular form shrunk, his vitality sapped away until he crumbled into dust. Slifer sighed, a bitter smile forming on his lips.
You know, with all the killing that happens in this world, it's a wonder they haven't discovered the concept of therapy. Maybe if people just talked through their issues, there'd be less need for all this bloodshed.
Just as the words left his lips, a nascent soul materialized from the ashen remnants of Tarnix's body. It was a silvery, luminescent figure that had a vague resemblance to Tarnix, and its voice was tinged with rage.
You slay my son and attempt to end my existence, and you speak of conversation!
Slifer's eyes widened in disbelief. Can he see and hear me? Damn! I must have botched this technique too! I knew getting it right on my first try seemed too good to be true. Coughing lightly in embarrassment, Slifer tried to clarify.
Look, like I said before, the thing with your son was an unfortunate accident, all right? As for you, it was self-defense, believe me. I have better things to do than go around offing old men.
The nascent soul glared at him, and for a moment their gazes locked in a silent standoff between the two.
Then, with a final roar of fury, the soul declared, I'll be back! I'll kill you and your descendants for 9 generations!
Its ethereal form began to shoot upwards as it searched for a weakness in the domain. Chasing behind it, Slifer grumbled,
Why do they always have to make these threats?
Despite his initial surprise, Slifer's half-step origin cultivation was no joke. In a flash, he was upon the nascent soul. With an outstretched hand, he delivered a fierce slap. The impact resonated with a thunderous boom. Hovering in the sky, Slifer stared at the dissipating remnants of the nascent soul. A momentary pang of guilt passed through him. Had he gone too far? He descended gently to the ground and sighed deeply.
It's done,
he whispered to himself.
But at least, old man, you can still find another life.
He looked to the sky, his thoughts drifting towards the endless cycle of birth, death, and rebirth.
Without using a soul-exterminating technique, Tarnix can still enter the wheel of reincarnation. He'll probably come back as a turtle or something.
Slifer turned to see the crimson chains of blood re-enter his body. He felt a rush, a powerful surge of chi swirling within him. His eyes gleamed with anticipation, relishing the newfound strength. Now this is the good stuff. But just as he began to absorb this new energy, a system notification popped up. Ding! Warning! Peak Slifer form cannot be enhanced further. His smirk faded.
You've got to be joking,
he muttered.
Now what am I supposed to do with all this excess chi?
Slifer attempted to force out the chi, but it clung to his insides like an unwanted guest at a party. It tried merging with him, but his current half-step origin state resisted. Glancing at the timer for the Peak Slifer card, a sinking feeling set in. Only 5 minutes left. Panic bubbled up. If I don't sort this out, this foreign chi's going to tear me apart when the card runs out. He chastised himself.
Of all the times to get greedy, Slifer!
Amidst the mounting desperation, a sliver of hope emerged from the depths of his memories. The chi condensation seal. This method allowed a cultivator to condense excess chi and temporarily store it within the fortified channels of their body. But the word temporarily halted his relief. While this would buy him time, he was merely delaying the inevitable explosion. Left with no better options, Slifer initiated the chi condensation seal. He started channeling the surging energy, compressing it bit by bit. His muscles tightened and veins bulged as he systematically trapped the excess chi in specific spots within his body, sealing it away. It was grueling, and more than once, Slifer felt the chi might break free. But as time passed, his control over the technique improved, and after what felt like an eternity, he had successfully condensed and stored the chaotic energy. Taking a deep, shaky breath, Slifer examined himself for any abnormalities. To his relief, everything seemed stable, at least for now. However, he was acutely aware this was a temporary fix. The sealed chi pockets would eventually demand release, and he would have to face this challenge again. Warning, 5 seconds remaining.
I'm going to miss this feeling,
Slifer sighed. This was the first time he had felt true power. He could now understand why those cultivation maniacs would spend centuries behind closed doors. The boost was addicting. Just as he was about to dispel the domain, a horrid thought crossed his mind. What if the chi condensation seal vanishes along with the peak Slifer form? He tried rationalizing.
Techniques that have already been cast and that don't require more chi should stay in effect.
Right? But the seeds of doubt had taken root. He looked at the timer. Only 1 second remained. As he closed his eyes, expecting an imminent explosion, there was only one thought going through his mind. Fuck you, system! The oppressive domain of darkness around them started to fade, showing the clear sky behind the blackness. Slifer could feel the power he had commanded moments ago slipping away. From half-step origin, his cultivation plummeted downwards to nascent soul, then core formation, foundation establishment, chi refining, and finally halted at 9th stage body tempering. Slifer slowly opened his eyes, surprised by the lack of, an explosion. He found himself the center of attention, with curious eyes staring at him. He cleared his throat.
I was meditating for inner peace after such a fierce battle.
Dentos nodded sagely, a glint of admiration in his eyes.
Indeed, Elder. It's said that only through the act of killing can one truly achieve inner peace.
Slifer blinked, startled. That was definitely not the response he'd expected. This kid's got a strange idea of inner peace. Smiling awkwardly, he replied,
Yes. Exactly as you say, young man. Inner peace through killing.
Slifer winced internally, but kept up his profound expert facade. Whispers of agreement echoed amongst the demonic disciples, making Slifer question whether he really wanted to return to the sect.
Elder, where is the corpse?
Yurna suddenly asked, looking around for any signs of the fallen cultivator. Dentos's eyes lit up with excitement.
A corpse of a half-step origin body cultivator would fetch a small fortune on the black market.
Before Slifer could respond, Fenlock stepped forward. Dentos! Show some respect. The spoils of battle belong to the Elder. It's his choice whether to keep or dispose of them. Slifer's mind raced. Corpse? Sell? A pang of regret hit him. He hadn't considered the value of the remains. With an inward groan, he realized the potential treasure he'd overlooked. Without access to the original storage ring, he was basically broke. He would take anything he could get. Well, isn't this a familiar feeling? Broke in one life, broke in another. However, he had to maintain his image. Composing himself, Slifer replied with an air of indifference.
I saw no need for spoils. The body has been destroyed.
There was an audible gasp from the disciples. Destroying the corpse of a half-step origin body cultivator was a feat that required immense power, usually only achievable by those in a higher realm. Dentos, momentarily forgetting his greed, exclaimed, Elder, your might is unparalleled! To think you could effortlessly destroy such a powerful body! Truly our sect is blessed to have you! Fenlock and Yurna exchanged glances, both clearly unimpressed by Dentos's blatant attempt at flattery. Fenlock muttered under his breath, Does he think we're blind? It's like he's wearing a sign that says I'm brown-nosing. Yurna wrinkled her nose.
Some people just have no subtlety.
Mission completed. 75 karmic credits added. Slifer felt a brief moment of elation, but then the message continued. Use of multiple demonic techniques detected. Deducting 25 karmic credits. He sighed, causing a few disciples to shoot him curious glances. A net gain of 50 credits wasn't all bad. He mentally patted himself on the back, thinking, Not bad, Slifer, not bad at all. However, his optimism wavered a bit when he looked at his stat screen. He only had 50 days left. and he was already down 1 peak Slifer card. Name Slifer, race human, alignment demonic. Cultivation, body tempering, 9th stage. Lifespan remaining 50 days. Karmic credits 15. Skills, insight, basic. Items, reversal cards times 2. Peak Slifer card times 2. Critical block times 2. At least I'm no longer in the negatives! He hadn't explored the system's shop yet. Only after checking its prices would he have a better idea if 75 credits was a good deal for killing a half-step origin cultivator, but he had a sneaking suspicion it wasn't. Clearing his throat, he addressed the still awestruck disciples.
Let's return to the sect.
He did not want to stay outside any longer, especially given the unpredictable nature of this world. Knowing my luck, a mythical beast in the midst of a 1,000-year-long nap would be disturbed by the ruckus of our fight and come seeking vengeance. Or worse, a heavenly maiden, while picking herbs, would accidentally drop her precious heaven dew elixir, which he would inadvertently step on, and then she, backed by her overprotective sect, would hunt him down for compensation. Nope, not today! As they moved, Slifer couldn't help but look around cautiously, half expecting some kind of disaster to unfold at any second. Yerna, who had been observing Elder Slifer intently, was bewildered.
This elder, he's not at all like the rumors,
Yerna thought, scratching her head.
They say he's a ruthless, unapproachable figure, but he seems... Well, honestly, he seems a bit neurotic right now.
Nestled amidst the towering peaks was the Black Rose Sect. The main hall, made of obsidian stone, shimmered under the sun, a contrast to the white snowy mountain peaks that surrounded it. Its elegant architecture echoed the intricate patterns of black roses, the symbol of the sect. Disciples in black robes were everywhere, some meditating under the ancient trees while others practiced their sword techniques in open courtyards. Contrary to popular belief regarding demonic sects, the Black Rose Sect was a peaceful sect. Well, as peaceful as a demonic sect could be. 2 junior disciples, Jorik and Lennis, were in the midst of a sparring session. Jorik dodged a move and laughed. "You're still too slow, Lennis!" Lennis huffed. "You just wait! One day I'll surpass you!" Another disciple, Alara, was nearby, humming a soft tune as she watered the sect's famous black rose bushes.
"Stop fooling around, you two. The elder won't be pleased if you trample on the roses again," she chided.
Suddenly, a shadow was cast overhead. All 3 looked up as one disciple, Dale, pointed skyward. "Look!" High above them was Elder Slifer, surprisingly seated behind Yerna on her flying sword, followed by the other 4 disciples soaring close by. The spectacle was unusual, to say the least. Jorik sent a spiritual transmission to Lennis.
"Isn't Elder Slifer a peak expert? Why is he on Yerna's sword? Do you think she's, his woman now?"
Lennis chuckled inwardly, replying, "Well, with Elder's rumored short lifespan, I'd do the same. Enjoy every moment, right? Gather as many roses as you can, if you catch my drift." Slifer's feet touched the ground, the cold stone of the Black Rose Sect beneath him. As soon as he landed, whispers spread like wildfire. The surrounding disciples seemed taken aback, their eyes widening as they realized they couldn't sense any chi emanating from him. It was a far cry from the usual overbearing aura Elder Slifer liked to parade around. "Do you feel that?" Lorne, a mid-level disciple, whispered to his friend Orin. Orin furrowed his brow.
"Feel what? That's just it. I don't feel anything from Elder Slifer. Maybe he's turned over a new leaf?"
Para, standing a little distance away, overheard them and scoffed.
"You naive fool. He's probably scheming. You'll see, by tomorrow he'll be slapping some junior disciple for not bowing deeply enough."
A nearby disciple, Rayella, shot them both a warning glance.
"Quiet down! If the elder hears you, you're done for."
Her words sent shivers down the spines of the nearby listeners. Slifer felt a pang of annoyance. Even without sensing their exact words, he could guess the content, the whispers, the concealed laughter, the sideways glances. It all screamed mockery. What fools! If I was the real Elder Slifer, they'd be in the afterlife right now. This demon killed someone for forgetting to address him as Elder. As Slifer grumbled inwardly, a haughty laugh echoed through the grounds, cutting through the subtle whispers. A domineering aura descended, pressing down on the surroundings. It was the kind of pressure that made lesser cultivators feel as if a mountain rested on their shoulders, and it was now targeted at Slifer.
Elder Fron!
One of the disciples choked out, the overwhelming pressure making it difficult to breathe. Slifer's head snapped up to identify the source. The suffocating aura emanated from a familiar face, a fellow elder of the Black Rose sect known for his arrogance and disdain for others.
Elder Slifer, the man sneered, his lips curled into a smirk. How the mighty have fallen. No longer flaunting your chi, I see. Or could it be you've become a cripple?
Struggling to maintain his air of profoundness, Slifer's heart raced as the old man's peak nascent soul aura washed over him. In a bid to understand the old man before him better, he activated his insight skill. Name, Fron. Realm, peak nascent soul. Known techniques, NA. Known affiliations, Black Rose Sect. Disposition, NA. Well, this is just fantastic, Slifer thought, feeling the weight of an impending xianxia trope about to play out. This must be like that time the protagonist was forced by a jealous rival to kneel in the public square only for some hidden power to kick in later, but unfortunately, I don't have that luxury right now. He raised his eyes, meeting the old man's gaze.
Elder Fron, Slifer began. Only a coward finds joy in oppressing the weak while trembling in the face of the strong. Must you really burden these young disciples with your aura?
The old man's face turned a shade redder, clearly taken aback by Slifer's words.
Oh, please, you're one to talk, Elder Fron scoffed. Just last week I heard you made some poor disciple vomit by strangling him with your aura. Hypocrite much?
The surrounding disciples murmured amongst themselves, while Slifer's eyes widened momentarily. Oh, right, the old demon did do that, he thought, feeling a touch guilty. Clearing his throat, Slifer replied with as much profundity as he could muster.
Ah, well, that was the action of a younger man.
Elder Fron laughed, his eyes gleaming with amusement.
Younger man? You're practically knocking on death's door. That younger man would have been, what, a few days younger?
Slifer winced, reminding himself to remain calm.
Age, he replied slowly, is but a perspective, Elder Fron. One must always strive to better oneself with each passing day.
The old man's gaze shifted, and a smirk formed on his lips.
Where's that disciple of yours?
Tyrus, he asked, a mocking tone evident. Slifer's face remained impassive as he stayed silent. Seeing the lack of response, Elder Fron's smirk grew even wider.
He betrayed the Sect, didn't he? Oh, Slifer, you truly lost your touch, he taunted. To think that the mighty Elder Slifer couldn't even keep a simple disciple in check.
A wicked gleam appeared in Elder Fron's eyes.
You know, my own disciple tried to abandon our sacred Black Rose Sect about a decade ago, he boasted. I broke every bone in his body and threw him into our dungeon. To this day, he's still down there pleading for my forgiveness and mercy.
Is he really bragging about that? Slifer pondered, feeling a mix of pity and disbelief. He responded with an air of scholarly wisdom.
Every disciple needs to experience the world in their own way. Tyrus's path has diverged, but only by exploring it can he truly grow. When the time is right, I'll guide him back to our sect.
That's such utter nonsense. How do I even come up with this stuff? Slifer thought.
But then again, if that punk Tyrus hadn't offed the original me, I wouldn't have this body.
Perhaps I owe him a twisted thank you? Elder Fran's mocking laughter rang out once again.
What in the heavens has come over you? Has old age muddled your mind? The Slifer I knew 100 years ago would have flattened that brat with a mere slap.
With a slow shake of his head, Slifer replied,
Ah, but that was the folly of a rash young man.
Elder Fran's face turned an even deeper shade of red, veins popping on his forehead.
Young man, what is this young man nonsense? He spluttered. You haven't been a young man for 970 years.
Just as Slifer was about to retort, several system messages flashed before his eyes, causing his gaze to momentarily drift, looking distracted. Ding! New task. Kill the demonic elder. Rewards 50 karmic credits. Failure, possibly death.
No! I can't kill this guy. I'm not using another peak Slifer card.
Slifer hoped that death would be due to the old man killing him and not the system instantly ending his life if he refused to follow along. At least with the old man, he could try talking his way out of it, but if the system wanted to kill him, well, then he was screwed. Ding! Alternative task. Re-educate the demonic elder. Reward 500 karmic credits. Failure, NA. 500 credits? So the system wants me to convert these bad guys into good guys. And if that doesn't work, then I should just kill them? Sounds fair. Slifer noticed that there was no consequence for failing that mission. Then maybe he did have a chance to talk himself out of this. Elder Fran, meanwhile, misinterpreted Slifer's distracted look. His own face reddened further, interpreting Slifer's momentary lack of focus as blatant disrespect.
You dare to ignore me?
Fenlock, sensing the escalating danger, quickly darted behind his master, sending a hurried spiritual transmission. Master, you must be careful. Elder Slifer annihilated Elder Tarnix. Not even a shred of his body remains. Elder Fran's color drained from his face upon hearing this, and his eyes widened in shock. Tarnix, a half-step origin expert, was a sub-realm above him, and if Slifer had disposed of him so easily, he would be no match. He had been confident mocking Slifer earlier, assuming his power had waned significantly, and that this was the best time to humiliate him, but now he realized the perilous miscalculation he made. Whipping around in panic, Elder Fran raised his hand and slapped Fenlock hard. The slap sent him crashing into a Sect building, but the building's protective ward sent him bouncing back, tumbling ungracefully to the ground.
You fool! Elder Fran roared. You call yourself a disciple of mine? Why didn't you inform me sooner?
Rubbing his sore face, Fenlock mumbled, I just arrived, Master.
You dare speak back to me?
Elder Fran's eyes blazed with fury.
You are no longer worthy to be my disciple,
he thundered, disowning Fenlock in one sweeping declaration. Fenlock's head drooped low, his body quivering like a leaf in a storm. Without the backing of an elder, not only would all benefits exclusive to favored disciples be stripped away, but he would also become an easy target. In a world where the law of the jungle reigned supreme, lacking an elder's protection was akin to walking on a threadbare rope over a bottomless abyss. No one would bat an eye if he were to vanish into thin air. Seeing the desolate expression on Fenlock's face, the surrounding disciples whispered among themselves, many shooting him pitiful glances, while others wore malicious smirks, clearly happy about his misfortune. Slifer shook his head in disbelief. Geez, talk about an overreaction. Why is this old man so dramatic? That poor disciple. His future looks grim. He shrugged, turning his gaze away. Well, not my problem. I already have enough on my plate. Swallowing hard and trying to salvage his pride, Elder Fran turned back to Slifer, clearing his throat.
Elder Slifer. I just recalled an extremely crucial matter that needs my urgent attention.
Slifer raised an eyebrow, surprised by the quick turn of events.
Oh, and what might that be? Elder Slifer, it was our conversation that has brought, a sudden enlightenment. Yes, I must immediately retreat to my meditation chamber to grasp this new understanding. Your words, they might have just nudged me towards my next breakthrough. How, fortuitous!
With a stiff nod, and without wasting another second, Elder Fran zipped away, practically vanishing into thin air. Watching him go, Slifer shook his head, almost face-palming at the sudden retreat. Beside him, Dentos exclaimed, I have also received enlightenment from the wise elder's speech. These disciples weren't useless after all. Not only did I get a free ride, but they can spread tales of my awesomeness. Just as Slifer was about to leave, a system message appeared before his eyes. Congratulations! New feature unlocked, Disciple Management. Before he could even consider what that entailed, another message popped up. Ding! New task. Take the young Fenlock as your disciple. Reward, 25 karmic credits. Failure, NA. Oh, great. Now I have to babysit? Slifer sighed, muttering under his breath.
Turns out it is my problem after all.
He quickly skimmed the details and saw the reward. A generous number of credits. Not bad. Can't really say no to credits, he mused, imagining ways to delegate any disciple-related chores. Maybe there are some sect errands I can send him on. Or perhaps some annoying elder I can have him fetch tea for. Approaching the dejected Fenlock, Slifer channeled his inner sage and wrapped himself in a profound aura.
Young one, he began with a deep, resonant voice. It appears that the heavens have decided our paths shall intertwine.
Fenlock blinked and looked up, confusion clouding his eyes. What on earth is this elder babbling about? Isn't he the reason I'm in this mess? Perceiving the silence as the young lad being too shocked to answer, Slifer continued,
Would you, by chance, be interested in becoming my disciple?
Fenlock's face drained of color. In his mind, the only predicament worse than being under Elder Thrawn would be to serve under the unpredictable Elder Slifer. But meeting the piercing gaze of the elder, a sense of inevitable surrender washed over him. Stammering, he bowed low.
Disciple greets. Master.
It's over, he mourned. From one disaster straight into another. Ding! Mission completed. Congratulations on gaining a new disciple. 25 karmic credits added. A triumphant grin spread across Slifer's face. That went smoother than anticipated. Isn't my reputation as a difficult elder supposed to precede me? He shrugged, silently commending himself. Maybe I'm just that charismatic. A few feet away, Yerna watched the scene unfold with barely concealed envy. If it were me, I wouldn't think twice. Being under any elder, even if it is Elder Slifer, is far better than having no elder at all. She sighed internally, yearning for the prestige and protection that came with being an elder's disciple. Dentos, having observed Fenlock's sudden change in fortune, promptly dropped to his knees. "Elder Slifer!" he exclaimed. "Please allow me to become your disciple too!" Slifer glanced upwards, half expecting another system prompt to guide his next actions. However, no notifications came. "Well, I'm not taking in freeloaders without a reward," he mused with a slight frown. Misinterpreting the frown, Dentos hastily blurted out, "I know I'm not much now, Elder, but I promise to change for you. I'll become the disciple you deserve." Why does that sound like a line from a bad breakup? Slifer pondered, mildly amused. "Sorry, buddy, I'm not looking for that kind of commitment." Clearing his throat, Slifer began.
Young Dentos, I believe our fates are not...
Before he could finish, Dentos interrupted, almost desperate. "But Elder! We as demonic cultivators defy the heavens! We're not meant to talk about fate!" Slifer froze. Damn, he's got a point. Why am I blabbering about fate? I need to be more... demonic. Righteous cultivators and their fate talk. He huffed internally, rebuking himself for the lapse in character. Recomposing himself, he pondered how to display his demonic nature convincingly. The images of various methods of torture flashed across his mind, but they all seemed a bit... over the top. Opting for a simpler approach, he scoffed dismissively, his tone dripping with disdain.
You're right. You're not worthy.
Dentros's face turned purple as though he'd swallowed a bitter pill. He collapsed onto the ground, pounding his fists against the earth. "Ah! Even Elder Slifer has rejected me! Am I truly doomed to be a mediocre disciple forever without an elder's guidance?"
How shall I face my ancestors? How shall I even face myself?
He then started crawling on all fours, picking up a handful of dirt and letting it slip through his fingers as if contemplating the sands of his rapidly diminishing future.
Even the earth rejects me,
he wailed, tossing the dirt away. Slifer watched the display, fighting back a smirk. Honestly, with all this angst and passion, this kid would probably fit in better at one of those holier-than-thou righteous sects, he mused. There, they'd probably call this profound introspection or something. Seated atop a plush cultivation cushion in his quarters, Slifer couldn't help but marvel at its comfort. No wonder cultivators can stay immobile for years. This feels like a cloud. He pressed the soft fabric, allowing himself a momentary indulgence. Rubbing his hands together gleefully, he murmured, "Finally, a safe haven." The warmth of the sect's protective array provided a peace he hadn't felt since he entered this world. "I don't think I'll be stepping outside anytime soon," he chuckled to himself, looking forward to a quiet period of reclusiveness. After all, there was no way he would risk his hide before regaining his cultivation. His mood on the upswing, Slifer prepared to dive back into cultivation. "Regaining my power should be simple enough," he murmured, optimism coating every word. "This body has been cultivating for centuries. It surely remembers the methods." The real issue that concerned him was the lack of time. He would need to milk his disciples if he wanted to survive. I can think about that later. Right now, I need to at least enter the chi refining realm. Without any spiritual chi, I'm basically useless. Delving into the recesses of the original Slifer's memories, he attempted to find the primary cultivation technique. Frustratingly, the memories seemed hazy, almost as if covered by a fine mist. Why can't I recall the primary cultivation method? Wouldn't the old geezer have been using it every day? It's like forgetting how to brush your teeth, he grumbled, his brows furrowing. Wait a minute. A sudden realization struck him. This must be one of those essential memories the system mentioned I'd be missing. Well, that's just perfect. After a few futile minutes, a secondary cultivation method surfaced in the sea of memories, the sinful karma absorption. As he read the technique's introduction, he felt his heart sink. The method was gruesome, to say the least. To actually harness wicked deeds as energy, that's messed up. Demonic cultivators using this method would purposely commit unthinkable crimes, accumulating an abundance of dark karma. This malevolent energy would then be harnessed and converted into cultivation power, elevating them through different cultivation stages. Slifer felt a shiver run down his spine. Merely thinking of the vile acts listed as requirements for each breakthrough turned his stomach. Even for a demonic cultivator, the original Slifer was one twisted soul, he thought. If the sect discovered even a fraction of these deeds, they'd probably banish him on the spot. I'm not using this damned method, Slifer spat vehemently, his voice echoing through his chamber. With a deep breath, he composed himself. There had to be another way. Still unsettled from reading the sinful karma absorption technique, Slifer continued sifting through the memories, looking for a less detestable option. Finally, his eyes landed on another technique, the abyssal heart resonance. As he delved into the technique's intricacies, he found it relatively benign for a demonic method. This technique channeled one's inner darkness, syncing it with the surrounding shadows and night energy. The harmonic resonance would then be absorbed and refined to boost one's cultivation. With a resigned sigh, he decided, Guess I don't have much choice here. At least this doesn't involve breaking any moral codes. Preparing to immerse himself in the abyssal heart resonance's depths, he was interrupted by an all-too-familiar chime. Ding! Deduction alert. Use of demonic cultivation methods will result in a loss of karmic credits. Are you kidding me? Slifer exclaimed, glaring at the message. This method's hardly even demonic! Heck, some might even call it a force for good! Despite his protests, the system remained ominously silent. Frustration bubbled within him. It felt as though the universe was against his every move. With a heavy sigh, he mumbled,
"All right then, system. It's clear there's only one way left. Show me your shop."
After all, if he couldn't cultivate the traditional way, he might as well see if the system had some shortcuts. Granted, he only had 40 credits, but it was time to see what this shop was like. Who knows? Maybe it even had some affordable techniques that would bypass its pesky rules. At the thought of affordable, Slifer almost burst into laughter. Ah, what a concept. I'll probably find a level 1 basic chi pill for 1,000 credits or some nonsense like that. He thought back to all the stories he'd heard of LitRPG systems. There was always that cliché where the system conveniently had a sale right after you spent all your credits. Or the special limited edition items, which, oddly enough, seemed to be available all the time. Slifer shook his head, his laughter slowly subsiding. Well, I've delayed enough. Time to see if the system is a scam artist, or if it actually has some valuable treasures. Chapter 5. The shop interface appeared before Slifer. Shop. Cards, cultivation methods, treasures, pills and elixirs, mystic techniques, martial techniques, bloodlines and ancestries, constitutions, spirit roots, beasts and familiars, create. There were cultivation methods, cultivation resources, treasures, pills, martial techniques, and more. Everything a cultivator could dream of was listed. There was even a create option. Slifer's eyes darted straight to the cultivation methods. Curious, he tapped on the cultivation methods category. Even though the system can comprehend my intentions, there's an oddly pleasing sensation in the act of selecting it myself. Cultivation methods. Heaven, earth, mortal. He was greeted by an array of options, all seemingly righteous in nature. No surprise there, he mused, recalling the system's earlier reprimand about demonic techniques. As he skimmed through the vast collection, he quickly found the cheapest technique for each tier. Heavenly Celestial Breath Method. Description: channels the power of celestial stars into pure cultivation energy. Price: 500 karmic credits. Earthly Vital Core Condensation. Description: condenses the vital energy in the dantian, aiding rapid cultivation breakthroughs. Price: 200 karmic credits. Mystic Heart Purity Method. Description: purifies the heart and soul of the practitioner, ensuring a sturdy foundation for future cultivation. Price: 100 karmic credits. Slifer's eyebrows furrowed. Is this system trying to rob me blind?
100 credits for a basic mortal technique? You'd think I was shopping in a luxury sect boutique, he huffed.
With only 40 credits to his name, the situation was dire.
To afford even the most basic technique, I'd need to take down a core formation cultivator, he muttered in frustration. If I wanted anything more than that, then I'll have to go on a killing spree, and that's certainly not happening.
Feeling defeated, he thought about exploring other sections of the shop, but was hesitant.
If the techniques are priced higher than a celestial mountain, I might end up doing that stereotypical xianxia blood-vomiting move out of sheer exasperation.
He chuckled bitterly, realizing that he'd always found those scenes in xianxia novels to be overly dramatic, but now, seems like I'll be joining the club of blood vomiters soon. With a flick of his finger, he closed the system shop's interface.
I've had enough of this for today. I'll have to think of another way.
A smirk formed on his lips as an idea sprouted in his mind.
Time to utilize my underlings,
he murmured. After all, he had an array of eager lackeys ready to do his bidding, not even counting his actual disciples. He tried to recall the names of his disciples, but then just decided to open up the disciple management panel. Disciple overview. Number of disciples, 5. Disciple capacity, 5. Promote, demote. Outer disciples, 4. Inner disciples, 0. Core disciples, 1. Legacy, 0. Current disciples, Amelia, active. Calum, active. Fenlock, inactive. Huey, active. Tyrus, inactive. Slifer examined the overview with a discerning eye, noting the unfamiliar names. Only 5 disciples. And I've only met the newly minted Fenlock. He was slightly taken aback. What was the original even doing, he mused, especially intrigued by the outer disciples category. Elders usually took in young talents as core disciples, and if they had the aptitude of a genius, they'd be ranked as legacy disciples. However, knowing the original's paranoia, Slifer doubted he would give away his own personal cultivation methods. He rubbed his temples. Maybe the original just didn't care enough? Though, from the fragmented memories he'd accessed, it seemed they all reaped the same benefits as core disciples. He decided to click on Amelia's profile, and a new panel appeared. Disciple panel, character profile. Name Amelia, age 20, sex female, background unknown, affiliation Black Rose Sect, alignment demonic, comprehension 5, luck 6, talent 7, will 4. Cultivation profile. Current cultivation mid-core formation, primary cultivation method NA, subsidiary skills NA, constitution NA, bloodlines NA, spiritual roots NA, management options, current quest, training plan, loyalty 69%. Eyeing the profile, he realized that not all the information was accessible. Unknown background, spiritual roots not available. Great, that's helpful. He squinted at the character profile.
Why are some sections missing?
Disciple management must be upgraded to access additional information and features. Slifer sighed dramatically, rolling his eyes.
Of course, there's an upgrade. There's always an upgrade. So I buy this with credits, right?
Disciple management is upgraded by gaining experience in managing disciples. Slifer raised an eyebrow, slightly amused.
So I get XP for this, huh?
The system remained silent. Typical. They always leave you hanging when you start asking the right questions. Then his attention shifted to the character statistics.
System?
He started, scratching his chin.
These numbers. I mean, they're out of 10, right? So what's the benchmark here?
Numbers range from 1 to 10. 1 to 3 is mortal rank. 4 to 6 is earth rank. 7 to 9 is heaven rank. Slifer arched an eyebrow, his curiosity piqued. And what about 10, he wondered. The system remained silent on the matter, offering no further clarification. Probably some mythical universe-bending deity-level stuff. They always love throwing in those crazy tiers. Looking at Amelia's stats, Slifer nodded in approval.
Not too shabby. Probably a pseudo-protagonist.
He assumed that protagonists would have mainly heaven rank stats. If only he could look at his own stats, then he could find out what he really was. He then clicked on Huey. Disciple panel. Character profile. Name Huey, age 25, sex male, background unknown, affiliation Black Rose Sect. Alignment demonic, comprehension 2, luck 8, talent 8, will 3. Cultivation profile. Current cultivation, late core formation. Primary cultivation method, NA. Subsidiary skills, NA. Constitution, NA. Bloodlines, NA. Spiritual roots, NA. Management options, current quest, training plan, loyalty, 55%. Slifer's brows raised as he decided to look at Huey's stats. Wow, both comprehension and will are trash. How is this guy even... His thoughts trailed off as he caught sight of Huey's luck, which stood tall at a staggering 8.
8? This guy's luck is almost at the peak of heaven rank!
He exclaimed, his voice raising a few octaves. He held his head in his hands, looking genuinely distressed.
Ah! A protagonist! A real one! Protagonists!
Why does it always have to be protagonists? Slifer mused. Sure, pseudo-protagonists are a handful, but they're manageable, but true protagonists? They're calamity magnets, walking, talking disaster zones. He recalled tales from classic xianxia stories. Let's see. The beloved master meets a tragic end, the sect gets obliterated, the loved ones either perish or get kidnapped. The list went on. The thought of one of those tropes landing on his doorstep made his skin crawl. Oh no, what do I do with this guy? Do I have to die tragically for his character development? The only reason he wanted to be a protagonist in the first place was because the number one rule of any xianxia was that the protagonist always wins. Yeah, granted, he might have to suffer for thousands of chapters, but he'd be the one who finally got the jade beauties and basically became a god. Right? Seeking a change from the mind-boggling stats, he clicked on Calum's profile. Disciple panel, character profile name, Calum, age 25, sex male, background unknown, affiliation Black Rose Sect, alignment demonic, comprehension 7, luck 6, talent 6, will 6. Cultivation profile, current cultivation, late core formation, primary cultivation method NA, subsidiary skills NA, constitution NA, bloodlines NA, spiritual roots NA, management options, current quest, training plan, loyalty 50%. The numbers were more balanced, much to his relief.
Ah, Calum. At least you don't seem like you'll be the death of me.
Slifer's eyes narrowed.
Wait a minute. How did the original even manage to recruit all these talented disciples? It's like he was collecting young prodigies like trading cards.
The thought unsettled him. And why did Tyrus kill him? I mean, sure, the old me wasn't winning any Master of the Year awards, but still, the original definitely was doing some sketchy stuff. His thoughts trailed off, unable to pinpoint exactly what he was concerned about. Shaking his head, Slifer mumbled,
All I know is each and every one of these disciples is way too important. Like, plot twist important.
He sighed.
Especially Tyrus. Why would the old man chase him right after failing a breakthrough? Urgh, I'm thinking about this too much!
Slifer shook his head and then decided to check Fenlock's stats. The system wouldn't make him accept a nobody as a disciple. Right? Error. Unauthorized access. Complete master-disciple ceremony. Slifer squinted at the screen, momentarily taken aback by the denied access.
System, aren't you being a tad too formal? It's not like I'm trying to hack his bank account,
he muttered. He then scratched his chin as he thought of the details of the master-disciple ceremony. The ceremony usually involves pouring spiritual tea into jade cups. Both parties sip the tea and form a spiritual bond, eternally connecting their fates, or at least until one of them inevitably dies in some gruesome manner because that seems to be the only way people die in this world.
I can do that later.
He remembered how Fenlock had scurried off muttering about some junior sister. Clearly they both had more important things to do. Looking back at the names, Slifer was struck by an odd realization.
Huey, Calum, Amelia,
he muttered, incredulous. Even though their features were unmistakably Asian, their names were decidedly Western. Now that I think about it, I have yet to meet anyone with a traditionally Asian name. Why would they... Oh, wait. An absurd realization hit him. Xianxia with Western names? Are you kidding me? In his mind's eye, he pictured his disciples. Asian faces with names that wouldn't be out of place in an English pub. What's next? A cultivator named Bob? A frown crossed his face. It's those Western authors! Trying to make everything convenient for themselves, taking sacred Eastern traditions and, perverting them. He conveniently skipped over that one time he, a Western guy, tried writing a xianxia tale only to find himself drowning in a sea of Chinese names. Choosing to name his characters John and Lily to save his sanity was a memory he'd rather forget.
Now how should I call them?
Slifer muttered, staring at the empty room. Normally he would use a spiritual transmission or activate a communication token, but both required spiritual chi. Being in the body tempering stage, his reserves were as empty as a beggar's bowl at a feast. With a heavy sigh, he got up and made his way outside. His quarters were protected by all sorts of mystical runes designed to keep external noises and unwanted spiritual senses at bay. It's like living in a self-made prison of silence. His quarters opened into a large courtyard filled with exotic plants and blooming spirit flowers. Even the pathways were crafted from spirit stones glistening softly in the ambient chi. Ponds were filled with spiritual fish that emitted faint glows. Everything was just perfect for a cultivation sect's main headquarters. Clearing his throat, he decided to do it the old-fashioned way.
Huey! Amelia! Calum! Get over here!
He shouted, his voice echoing through the courtyard. After a short pause, he could hear hurried footsteps approaching. A young Chinese man appearing around 25 rushed forward. Master, is something wrong?
Ah, Huey. I need you to do something urgent for me.
Huey, who was in fact Calum, decided against clarifying the mix-up. Past memories flooded in, memories of the elder flying into a rage over minor details, of innocent bystanders who fell victim to Slifer's unpredictable temper. Better to be Huey for today than not be at all, he reasoned. Breaking his reverie, Slifer cast a scrutinizing gaze at Huey, still actually Calum.
"Where's Morvran?"
he demanded, recalling the elderly core formation cultivator who was Slifer's right-hand man and, in many ways, a butler. The old man was nearing the end of his 300-year lifespan. He was raised by Slifer as a death warrior, and if Slifer wanted something done, then he was the man for the job. Gulping, Calum was startled by the question. "Doesn't Master already know this?" Master, Boss Morvran, he's on an errand you assigned him, he replied hesitantly. Is this some sort of test? Slifer nodded, keeping his facial expression carefully controlled, but inwardly he was a jumble of confusion. What on earth did the original, send Morvran to do? Rob a spirit herb garden? Steal a divine beast? Start a sect war for fun? A sense of dread filled him. Knowing that old demon, it's probably something that'll give me a headache for a decade. If I live that long.
"Very well,"
Slifer said aloud, feigning satisfaction.
"Once Morvran returns, let me know immediately."
Of course, Master, Calum replied, barely masking his relief. He really thought that the Master was looking for an excuse to beat him. Slifer handed Calum a jade token.
"Take this to the Elders section in the Sect archives. I want you and the others to find some righteous cultivation methods and bring them to me."
Calum stared, genuinely shocked. Righteous methods? For Master? The very idea was so out of character for Slifer, it was like asking a lion to go vegan. Risking a quick glance upwards, he found Slifer's eyes fixed on him. Panic surged through Calum, and he instantly dropped his gaze to the ground, his entire body rigid as a statue. Slifer stared at his disciple, perplexed. What's wrong with him? Did I pick a defective one? Several heartbeats passed, and when nothing occurred, Calum slowly opened his eyes. Seeing his master merely waiting, his breathing eased, though there was a sheen of sweat on his forehead.
"What are you waiting for?"
Slifer waved his hand dismissively.
"Go, get on with it."
But as Calum began to retreat, Slifer added,
"Oh, and do remember to grab some dumplings on your way back. The ones with the spicy filling."
Calum blinked, not sure whether to be more surprised by the request for righteous methods or dumplings. He nodded so fervently that Slifer worried he might dislocate something. Understood, Master. Righteous methods and dumplings it shall be. Then, using a movement technique, he vanished in a blur, grateful for his master's unusual benevolence. Thank the immortal lords he's in a good mood today, even if he might be acting a little strange, he thought as he rushed off. Slifer sighed. He moved so fast I couldn't even see him. Guess that's what happens when you're stuck at the bottom of the cultivation ladder. Shaking his head, he began to make his way back to his quarters. I would have just used a righteous method from the original Slifer's memory if it weren't so foggy. The only clear thing was how quickly the old demon sold off those righteous methods. Slifer reclined on his cultivation pillow, indulging in delicate spirit fruits he had discovered in his quarters. The juicy, radiant blue fruit burst in his mouth, releasing an aromatic essence that calmed his senses. However, his indulgence left him with sticky hands and a trail of juice dripping down his chin. Just as he was about to take another bite, a voice resonated in his mind, clear and direct. "Master, we have completed the task." Was that in my head? Slifer mused, momentarily taken aback. The sensation of a spiritual transmission, something he hadn't felt before, was oddly invasive. Knowing he couldn't respond through the same medium, he hastily set aside the half-eaten fruit, brushing off the juicy crumbs and wiping his mouth. Exiting his quarters and stepping into the courtyard, Slifer was met with the sight of two familiar figures kneeling. One was Huey, the 25-year-old he had met earlier. Beside him was a girl who appeared around 16, with big luminous eyes, flowing silver hair, and an ethereal glow around her, much like an anime character straight out of his previous world's TV shows. She even had those absurdly long eyelashes. Just the sight of her made Slifer feel uneasy. He wasn't used to being around beautiful women. Or any type of women, for that matter. Huey extended his hand, offering a storage ring. "Master, we found 132 righteous cultivation methods in the Sect archives as instructed." Taking the ring, Slifer's eyes shimmered with anticipation. "Surely, out of all these, there must be one suitable for me." He nodded. "Good job." Amelia's eyes widened in disbelief as she heard Slifer say, "Good job." "Did Master just compliment us?" she thought, stunned. She shot a quick glance at Huey, whose eyes were equally wide. "Why are they making me wait? Don't they understand that a man can die from starvation?" Clearing his throat, Slifer fixed Huey with a slightly annoyed look.
"Huey, I specifically mentioned dumplings. Where are they?"
Huey froze, a deer caught in headlights.
"Master," he stammered, "it was Calum you spoke to regarding the dumplings. He's fetching them right now. We thought it best to deliver the scrolls first."
Slifer blinked, taking a second to process. "Wasn't this the same fellow I spoke to earlier? Do they have an army of lookalikes, or is he deceiving me?" He wondered if the disciples had detected he wasn't the original and were testing him, but he brushed that off. They wouldn't dare. If they suspected me, they'd have thrown me into the deepest dungeon, not handed over prized scrolls. Seeing her master's indecision, Amelia quickly chimed in, hoping to defuse the situation. "Indeed, Master. Calum is getting them." Slifer squinted at her, then at Huey. They're either very loyal or very good actors. "Insight." Name, Huey. Realm, Late Core Formation. Known techniques, NA. Known affiliations, Black Rose Sect. Disposition, NA. He finally nodded, sighing.
"Ah. Yes. Very well."
Slifer glanced at the storage ring in his hand. In his hands, it was basically useless. He then looked at Amelia.
"Open this,"
he ordered, feigning a tone of indifference, as if such menial tasks were beneath him. Amelia's heart soared with relief. Not only had they escaped punishment, but they had also been entrusted with a new task. Eager to please, she quickly channeled her chi and, with a flick of her wrist, the scrolls from the storage ring materialized in front of Slifer. Taking a deep breath, Slifer activated his insight skill. Instantly, a system notification popped up in his vision. Cultivation method. Moonlit pathway. Rank, low mortal. Low mortal rank, seriously? Slifer thought, frustration evident in his features. He rapidly toggled through the notifications for the next scroll and the next. Cultivation method. Windswept harmony. Rank, mid-mortal. Cultivation method. Sunset echo. Rank, high mortal. Yet, the one that caught his eye, though still not up to his expectations, was cultivation method. Celestial Dawn's awakening. Rank, peak mortal. Such grandiose names for mere mortal rank techniques, Slifer scoffed inwardly. The disciples exchanged puzzled looks, watching Slifer's bizarre behavior with growing curiosity. To them, it seemed as if their master possessed such prodigious spiritual senses that merely staring at a scroll allowed its content to be discerned. Each time Slifer dismissed a scroll with increasing displeasure, their anxiety spiked. How is this possible? Not a single earth rank, let alone heaven. His face tightened with each scroll, his eyes narrowing in irritation.
"Useless,"
Slifer finally muttered, tossing the last scroll to the ground as if it were garbage. The tension among the disciples shot up. They braced themselves, certain they'd be blamed for the so-called useless finds. Amelia, desperate to deflect potential punishment, stammered, "Master, I overheard Zarius bragging that he found a heaven-rank cultivation method. He said he got it from a fallen core disciple of a righteous sect." Slifer's gaze snapped to her.
"Zarius? That braggart? Perhaps he might have something of use after all."
The master's mood seemed to lift slightly at the prospect of a stronger method. Huey chanced a comment.
"Master, should we retrieve it from him?"
Slifer pondered for a moment, weighing the information. If what Amelia says is true, then that scroll could be the solution to all my problems. The mere mention of heaven rank seemed to lift a cloud from Slifer's brow. His eyes twinkled like stars on a moonless night.
You two go negotiate with Zarius. Give him whatever he demands. I must have that scroll.
Ding! Congratulations! Your disciples have been assigned their first task. Retrieve the scroll. Reward 5 karmic credits. 5 bonus karmic credits. Slifer's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Bonus credits, really? This frugal system is now handing out bonuses? Well, color me impressed. And an official task at that. Up until now, the system barely blinked when I sent them out for those useless scrolls, or when I asked Calum for some dumplings, he reflected, a touch of irony seeping into his thoughts. Just think about it. What if every trivial command turned into an official task? A smirk tugged at his lips as his imagination began to run wild. I'd be racking up credits by sending them on errands. Heck, I could even get credits for demanding a foot massage. Unaware of their master's whimsical thoughts, Huey and Amelia exchanged solemn nods before vanishing in the blink of an eye, leaving their elder in solitude. As the minutes ticked by, an audible rumble echoed from Slifer's belly, causing him to cast an annoyed glance at the courtyard's entrance.
Where is that lazy lackey with my dumplings? He mumbled under his breath.
Almost as if summoned by the complaint, a gust of wind swept across his face. Kneeling before him was Calum, hands outstretched and trembling as they offered a plate of steaming dumplings. He really does look just like the other one, he mused. Wait, am I being racist for not being able to tell them apart? Slifer shook his head, inwardly reassuring himself. No. Even their mothers would struggle to tell the difference. Insight. Name Calum. Realm Lake Core Formation. Known techniques NA. Known affiliations Black Rose Sect. Disposition NA. Oh, they really were 2 different people. Catching the slight upward twitch of Slifer's lips, Calum hesitated, unsure of his master's mood. Slifer, realizing he should remain stoic and in command, quickly composed himself, shooting Calum a stern glare.
You've taken quite a bit of time, haven't you? He remarked.
Calum trembled as if a cold wind had just blown through him. Forgive me, master, he stammered, a silent prayer racing through his mind that he'd escape further reprimand. Slifer ignored him and swiped the plate of dumplings from his outstretched hands.
Go catch up with the others. Make sure they don't mess this up, he ordered,
unable to hide the undertone of eagerness in his voice. The quicker this brat leaves, the quicker I can eat. As you wish, master, Calum replied, vanishing as quickly as he'd appeared. The less time he needed to spend with his master, the better. The moment he stepped back into his quarters, Slifer's stern facade crumbled like a poorly baked cookie. A grin as wide as the crescent moon stretched across his face. Ah, servants, dumplings, and a heaven-rank cultivation method. Life is good. Clutching the plate to his chest like a treasure, he shut the door behind him. Zarius strutted through the winding paths of the sect, reveling in the way lower-ranked disciples scattered out of his way. Outer disciples, inner disciples, even some core disciples all dipped their heads and made room for him to pass. Catching sight of his own reflection in a nearby pond, he couldn't help but stop and admire himself. Being a legacy disciple certainly has its advantages, he mused, his eyes lingering on his perfectly symmetrical face and striking features. But let's not forget the main perk. Me. It's like the heavens themselves carved this face to grace the sect with unparalleled beauty. With that self-congratulatory note, he continued his strut as his thoughts shifted to the upcoming auction. He was eager to auction off the heaven-rank cultivation method he had found during his last expedition. Oh, how they'll scramble to bid for it. He smirked, but sighed soon after, though. As much as he wanted to, he couldn't use the heaven-rank method himself. His cultivation method was only at the earth rank, and the methods weren't compatible. I'll need to find a compatible heaven-rank demonic method someday. His musings were interrupted when 3 core formation cultivators descended from the sky on their flying swords. Behind them were 5 more in various stages of core formation. He narrowed his eyes, recognizing the uniforms they wore. Disciples of Elder Slifer, great. He frowned, contemplating whether to vanish into thin air. They say cultivators nearing the end of their lifespan become erratic and crazy. I don't need that sort of problem. The male, who Zarius now recognized as Huey, stepped forward with a grin. "Zarius! Fancy meeting you here," he said, feigning cheerfulness. Zarius attempted nonchalance. "Huey! And, Amelia, was it? What brings Elder Slifer's esteemed disciples to this part of the sect?" Amelia responded with an almost sly smile.
"We heard you acquired a little trinket? A heaven-rank cultivation method, perhaps?"
Zarius gulped, attempting to maintain composure. "I have many treasures. You'll have to be more specific." Huey chuckled. "Come now, Zarius, don't play coy. The whole sect has heard about it by now." Amelia's eyes twinkled as she took a step closer.
"Would you mind if Big Sister took a quick look at this heaven-rank method?"
Zarius blinked, taken aback by Amelia's sudden switch to familial terms. Big Sister? She's got to be kidding. The word made him cringe. If she was Big Sister, then what did that make him? Little Brother Zarius? The very thought made his skin crawl. Forcing a strained smile, Zarius replied, well, you see, it's going to be up for auction soon. I wouldn't want any accidental damage." The cheerfulness in Amelia's eyes dimmed, and her smile turned almost robotic.
"You think I'd damage it?"
Zarius laughed nervously. No, that's not what I meant. My master said I can't show it to anyone. Lie, big lie. Zarius inwardly panicked. He had been flaunting the method around for days, but invoking the name of his master, a grand elder, might make them back down. Amelia let out a melodic laugh.
"Oh, how funny. My master, Elder Slifer, said he'd really like a sneak peek at it, and, when he wants something..."
Zarius felt a cold sweat forming on his brow. When had he, a heaven's chosen, been pressed like this? But the name Elder Slifer held a weight that was hard to ignore. Look, I'd happily hand it over for Elder Slifer to peruse, but my master, he's very particular. Maybe you could discuss it with him, he suggested, hoping to divert the responsibility. Amelia's smile vanished.
"Tried to be nice, Zarius. Really, I did."
Zarius could swear he heard thunder crackling somewhere, even though the sky was clear.
"I tried to be the kind of big sister who asks politely,"
Amelia continued, her eyes narrowing.
"But it seems you don't respond well to niceness."
This is bad, this is really bad, Zarius thought, cursing his earlier hesitation. Beside the group, Fenlock shifted uncomfortably, playing with his fingers. This isn't how I envisioned my day going, he mused, recalling the soft laughter of junior sister Lenvari as they strolled together talking about their future. It had been a rare, tranquil moment amidst the sect's constant strife, and he had cherished it. But the sudden arrival of his new senior brother and sister had thrown that all into chaos. "Hey, junior brother Fenlock," Huey had said. "Want to join us for a little bit of fun?" Before Fenlock could even protest, he found himself being dragged away from Lenvari, leaving behind a trail of confusion. Now he cleared his throat, trying to diffuse the tense situation. Senior sister, senior brother, maybe we should, not resort to, strong measures? Zarius eyed Fenlock with a hint of surprise. He'd heard about Elder Slifer's newly acquired disciple, but hadn't expected him to be so... meek? Seems your junior has some sense, no? Zarius tried to divert the conversation, hoping to exploit any discord. Huey chuckled, patting Fenlock's shoulder. Junior brother, you're too soft. This is the demonic path. We take what we want when we want, isn't that right? Fenlock's face flushed. It's not about having a soft heart, it's about not creating unnecessary trouble. We could maybe trade or borrow it for a while. Amelia and Huey exchanged glances, then burst into laughter.
You really are a funny one, Fenlock,
Huey managed between chuckles.
But in all honesty, you think this snob would agree to a trade?
Fenlock's ears turned an even deeper shade of red. I just thought... Amelia waved him off.
It's cute that you tried. Now, Zarius, last chance. Hand over the method, or things might get uncomfortable.
Before Zarius could reply, Calum appeared with a whoosh of air. Amelia, what's taking so long? Master doesn't have all day! He released his late core formation aura with a flourish, and the energy in the area intensified further. Amelia nodded, unleashing her own aura.
Right, time to wrap this up.
Huey and the others also released their auras, each one radiating with core formation energy. Then they started yelling.
Teach him a lesson!
How dare you defy our master! Let's settle this!
Zarius took a step back as his mid-stage core formation unfurled.
I could take any of them one-on-one, but all at once? This is bad.
He glanced around, hoping for some support, but was met with derisive smiles from other disciples.
Great, even the spectators are against me.
Fearing the worst, Zarius activated a movement technique to flee. Just as he thought he'd escaped, Amelia appeared before him like a wisp of smoke.
Going somewhere?
She said, her grin more dangerous than ever. With a flash of her hand, she attacked. Zarius hastily defended, feeling the force of her strike reverberate through his arms.
This is a bad, bad day.
Was it something I said?
Amelia taunted, pulling back for another strike.
Listen, can't we just talk about this?
Zarius stammered.
They're all mad. One little scroll and they've turned into rabid beasts. Taking time was over when you refused to give us the scroll,
Calum chimed in, landing beside Amelia. Huey and the others circled Zarius, their auras swelling like storm clouds.
Last chance, Huey warned. Hand it over, and we might just let you walk away.
Before Zarius could utter a word, a barrage of attacks rained upon him. Fists, kicks, palm strikes, all coming from different directions, each hit landing with a thud.
This is it, Zarius thought. This is how I become a laughingstock.
Suddenly, a ground-shaking roar echoed.
Stop!
The beating ceased instantly. A bald, fat Asian man appeared as if from thin air. His aura was intense. He had eyes like burning coals, and cheeks so flushed he looked perpetually angry or perhaps sunburned.
What's going on here? He thundered.
Amelia brightened.
Boss Morvran, how wonderful to see you. Master said the heaven-rank cultivation method this disciple has is urgently needed, but this little guy is refusing to give it up.
Morvran's face darkened.
You lot! Have I taught you nothing about subtlety and tact?
With a movement faster than anyone could track, Morvran was in front of the beaten Zarius. Without hesitation, his foot descended into Zarius's ribs with a sickening crunch. Zarius let out a blood-curdling scream. Morvran then turned to Amelia and the others, shaking his head like a disappointed teacher.
Always go for the bones. Break them one by one and ensure prolonged agony. Have I not taught you this?
Amelia's previously confident smile wavered.
Both him and Master, so similar in their viciousness, she thought. I still have much to learn.
Huey chimed in.
We'll, remember that for next time.
Morvran looked at Zarius, who was writhing in pain on the ground, and then back to his subordinates.
Well, since you all seem to need a lesson in finesse, let's use this as a teaching moment.
Huey stepped forward first, slightly nervous but eager to please. He raised his foot and hesitated.
Like this, boss? Aim for the collarbone, Morvran instructed, and twist your foot on impact for maximum pain.
Huey nodded enthusiastically and brought his foot down on Zarius's collarbone. A crunching sound echoed, and Zarius screamed louder than before. Huey turned for approval.
Acceptable, Morvran noted, but your form could be cleaner. Work on that.
Calum stepped up next, his foot hovering over Zarius's arm.
How's this, boss?
Extend your leg a bit more for leverage, Morvran said, scrutinizing Calem's stance as if judging a piece of art. Calem adjusted his stance and stomped, breaking the bone with another sickening crunch. Better, Morvran approved, but never forget, a clean break leads to quicker healing, which is not what we want. Make it messy. Make it messy, Calem thought. Where did he learn all this? Amelia, sporting a playful pout, said, Boss, any tips for me? Imagine you're stepping on a piece of delicate glassware, Morvran said, the corners of his mouth turning down even further in disdain. You don't want to crush it immediately. You want to feel it crack and give way under your foot. Savor it. Amelia nodded, took a deep breath, and followed Morvran's instructions to the letter. The sound of Zarius's bone breaking was followed by a guttural howl of agony. Splendid! Morvran commented. You catch on fast. Amelia beamed. Thank you, boss. Morvran's gaze finally landed on Fenlock, who had been standing at the back of the group trying to blend into the scenery. You there! You're up next. Complete the lesson. Fenlock blinked in disbelief. Me? Really? I just wanted a simple, peaceful date with junior sister Linvari. Now I have to break bones. These people are crazy. I think I'll pass, he said hesitantly, eyeing Zarius's mangled form on the ground with distaste. Morvran raised an eyebrow. Pass! Are you saying you don't want to learn from the best? Huey chuckled. Don't be shy, Fenlock. Learning from the boss is a privilege. Amelia winked at him. Consider it your initiation, junior brother. Most would kill for such a hands-on lesson. Initiation? More like hazing, Fenlock thought, feeling his stomach churn. Reluctantly, Fenlock stepped forward. Zarius looked up at him, his eyes filled with terror and pain, pleading silently for mercy. Morvran gestured towards Zarius's unbroken leg. Go on, give it a try. Remember, aim for the joints. They break easier and hurt more. This is insane. What am I doing here? Fenlock thought, his foot hovering uncertainly above Zarius's leg. Seeing his hesitation, Morvran sighed deeply, like a chef disappointed in a student who couldn't even chop an onion properly. Lift your leg higher. You'll need the gravity to assist the break. Feeling peer-pressured and not seeing any way out, Fenlock finally stomped down, his eyes squeezing shut as he heard the predictable crunch and Zarius's ensuing scream. Ah, there you go! Morvran exclaimed, clapping his hands together. Not bad for a first-timer, but your form could use some work. Still, you'll get plenty of practice, don't worry. I'll make sure of it. Fenlock stepped back, feeling his face flush with a mixture of shame and nausea. Is this what it means to be one of Elder Slifer's disciples? What have I gotten myself into? Morvran looked at the disciples, their faces beaming with pride. Now we have what we came for. And you have all learned a valuable lesson in the art of dissuasion. They collected the much-sought-after scroll from Zarius, leaving him as a heap of misery on the ground. As for you, Morvran looked down at the defeated Zarius. Maybe this will teach you not to reject Master. Slifer sat on his cultivation pillow, his face smeared with dumpling sauce. With every bite, he moaned in satisfaction, lost in the flavors that danced on his tongue. Pushing aside the sinking feeling in his gut, he thought, it's probably just the dumplings. Slifer was about to grab another dumpling when a notification popped up in his vision. Ding! Congratulations! Due to Huey's actions, you have received 1 karmic credit. Slifer paused, his hand frozen mid-air, chopsticks dangling from his fingers. What the heck is Huey up to that gets me extra credits? Intrigued but not overly concerned, he shrugged and continued savoring his meal. Ding! Congratulations! Due to Calem's actions, you have received 1 karmic credit. Slifer grinned, the food momentarily forgotten. And I thought the system was stingy. Ding! Congratulations! Due to Amelia's actions, you have received 1 karmic credit. By now, his grin had evolved into a full-on smile. This is getting ridiculous, but ridiculously good. Ding! Congratulations! Due to Fenlock's actions, you have received 1 karmic credit. Error. Recalibrating. Cannot receive credits until Master-Disciple ceremony is complete. Slifer burst into laughter, not bothered by the latest notification.
I'll have to ask them what happened. Getting extra credits while just sitting here and eating? That's the life!
Rubbing his hands together in anticipatory glee, he mumbled,
Ah, the farming season has officially commenced.
However, for some reason, the nagging feeling in his gut only grew stronger. Chapter 6. Finishing the last dumpling, Slifer leaned back, contentedly patting his belly. The burp that followed echoed in the room, resonating with his deep satisfaction.
Ah, he sighed. Eating is truly one of life's simplest pleasures.
Then, smirking, he thought, just because this body doesn't demand food doesn't mean I'll starve it of its 10 meals a day. Suddenly, the familiar voice buzzed in his head once more. Master, I have returned! Startled, Slifer quickly wiped his face with his sleeve, hoping to look a bit more presentable, though the sauce stains still lingered. Rushing into the courtyard, he saw Amelia Fenlock, the identical twins Calum and Huey, and a bald, fat old man who looked like an older, plumper version of the twins. Are all my lackeys from the same family? Do they have a family discount on loyalty or something? His chain of thoughts was broken when Morvran stepped forward, presenting a scroll. Slifer's eyes lit up immediately.
Is this?
He began. The heaven-ranked scroll, Master, Morvran confirmed. Ding! Congratulations! Your disciples have completed their first task. You have gained 5 karmic credits. You have gained an additional 5 karmic credits. Trying to maintain a calm exterior, though his excitement bubbled just below the surface, Slifer asked,
And how many spirit stones did it cost us?
A brief pause filled the air. Amelia, wearing a smug grin, remarked, Actually, Master, we got it for free. Slifer's eyebrows shot up. Free? In this world, nothing's truly free. There's always a catch. Did they threaten someone? Or maybe they promised a favor? Oh, not the ominous favor to be redeemed later. That's always a recipe for disaster. Eyes narrowing, Slifer mused aloud.
So, no cost, you say? That's unusual.
Amelia, taken aback by her master's reaction, blinked a couple of times. He usually loves it when we acquire things without spending a dime. Why the suspicion now? She tried to regain her composure. Yes, Master. It was a very generous donation. Calum cleared his throat nervously. Well, Master, the disciple initially wasn't keen on parting with the scroll, but we managed to persuade him. Slifer's gaze remained fixed on Calum, waiting for him to elaborate. But before Calum could continue, Morvran cut in, his voice dripping with stern pride.
Master, we did what we do best. We demonstrated precisely why he should not refuse you.
A bead of sweat trickled down Slifer's forehead. Oh no, what did they do this time? Composing himself, he inquired.
You beat him up, didn't you?
Morvran nodded proudly.
Yes, Master. That young man won't be leaving his bed for at least a week.
Slifer's thoughts raced. In a world where minor injuries can be healed with a mere drop of elixir, what in the heavens did they do to him? Amelia chimed in, her voice tinged with righteousness. Frankly, he was lucky. For showing such disrespect towards Master, he deserved much worse. Hold up. If they did that, why did the system reward me with credits? I thought it had an aversion to anything even slightly demonic. Then it hit him. Oh! The system doesn't dock me for violence against demonic cultivators. It's like a cosmic vigilante putting its crusade against darkness above all else. Just then, a system notification popped up. Congratulations! You have uncovered your main quest. Eradicate or reform all demonic cultivators. Reward hidden, failure hidden. Slifer's jaw dropped in disbelief. Eradicate or reform all demonic cultivators? That's absurd! The Black Rose Sect's cultivators were practically Boy Scouts compared to some of the more sinister factions out there. How could one possibly be expected to change or eliminate every single one of them? His thoughts spiraled. This is insane. What's with the hidden reward and failure? Is the system trying to trap me? His skepticism grew, feeling that the system was acting in bad faith. If the penalty for failure is death, then this is pretty much a guaranteed death sentence. How can anyone even hope to accomplish such a quest? And then another concern surfaced. Wait a minute. There's no time limit mentioned. He thought fast, his mind racing. Nope, system, you've got the wrong guy. Why couldn't I have gotten a system that gives me credits for, say, mastering culinary arts or tasting exotic foods? Now that's a main quest I could get behind well, as long as it doesn't involve a pie eating contest. A shudder ran down his spine as he recalled his past life's untimely demise. As he shook off the memories and processed his outrageous mission, a tentative voice interrupted his tumultuous train of thought. Fenlock, who'd been looking ashamed and guilt-ridden, finally mustered the courage to speak. Master, I didn't want any part in this. They made me! Morvran shot him a sharp glare while Amelia huffed. Really, junior brother? Snitching on us now? Slifer quickly raised a hand, trying to regain his composure. From now on, he began with a deliberately calm tone, there will be no more aggressive negotiations or killings unless I give explicit orders. Understood? The disciples looked at one another, their faces a canvas of confusion. Wasn't violence always their go-to solution? The universal fixer of problems? Slifer sighed, running a hand through his hair. While the few credits from the system might seem like a boon now, they're negligible in the grand scheme of things, especially when weighed against the potential repercussions. The image of an angered great elder came to his mind. And what if they keep this up? He imagined a future where, by beating up every disciple who crossed their path, they eventually ran into a protagonist type. Antagonizing such a character meant nothing but certain doom. The mere thought made his heart flutter. Amelia tilted her head. Master, aren't those techniques what you taught us? To always make sure your wishes are fulfilled. Huey nodded in agreement. Yeah, the persuade till they agree method. Slifer almost rolled his eyes. I have a lot of retraining to do. Morvran, ever the serious one, added, It is always effective, master. A touch of pain can be quite enlightening. Slifer waved his hands frantically. That's not what I meant. Well, not to that extent. I want you to be diplomatic. Huey scratched his head. Diplo... what now? Calum nodded sagely. Ah, I've heard of that. It's where you talk things out before using your fists, right? Morvran's eyebrows drew together. Diplomacy was a whole new realm for him. I... see. Do cultivators get brain fog or something from cultivating too much? Slifer thought. Or maybe, given their long lifespans, they just take a few centuries longer to catch on to basic concepts. These disciples of mine, not the brightest lot. Perhaps if I can distract them with a task? He quickly opened the disciple management panel and selected the option to assign a task. A list of missions ranging in difficulty appeared before him. A holographic list shimmered before him. Current quests available. Quest name, difficulty. Gather rare moonlit herbs, chi condensation. Protect the sacred altar from wild beasts during full moon, foundation establishment. Save Lushan village from bandits, core formation. Retrieve the mystic phoenix feather from the azure mountain, nascent soul.
I've got a special assignment for the three of you,
Slifer declared to Amelia, Calum, and Huey, adopting the tone of a quest master who handed out world-saving missions. Except in this case, the heroes might be more villainous than valiant.
The village of Lushan needs your expertise. Bandits have been wreaking havoc there, and you're the ones who'll put an end to it.
Amelia, Calum, and Huey exchanged glances before nodding in unison. Understood, Master. Slifer quickly turned his attention to Fenlock, who looked like he'd rather be anywhere but here.
Fenlock,
Slifer began.
Get everything prepared for the Master-Disciple ceremony. We need to make this official.
Ding! Task assigned. Prepare for the Master-Disciple ceremony. Karmic credits 10. The sooner I get this ceremony done, the sooner I can put this one to work. But Slifer's thoughts were abruptly interrupted as a sudden chill permeated his very being, making his blood run cold. An icy voice echoed in his mind.
Come to my quarters, now.
Slifer quickly turned, his face paling, ensuring his disciples couldn't see his obvious fear. That voice, it's unmistakably the Sect Master. He cursed inwardly, berating the disciples in his mind for causing such a ruckus that it reached the Sect Master's ears. Of all the times, why now? I just got here, damn it! A deeper, more terrifying thought struck him. What if he's discovered that I'm not the real Slifer? That I'm an imposter? He felt the weight of panic set in, his heart thudding wildly against his chest. All right, Slifer, you've been in tighter spots before. Okay, that's a blatant lie, but how bad could this be? He winced at his own thoughts. I really need to stop asking questions I don't want answers to. Gathering his composure, he turned back to face his disciples.
I have urgent matters to attend to with the Sect Master. Focus on your missions. Don't cause trouble.
Morvran nodded sternly.
Understood, Master.
Amelia chimed in, trying to cheer him up.
Don't worry, Master. The Sect Master probably just wants to congratulate you on acquiring the Heaven Rank scroll.
Yeah. I'm sure he just wants to congratulate me on putting that kid in hospital. Or whatever it is they have here. Slifer trudged along the path leading to the Sect Master's quarters. Along the way, his eyes landed upon a pristine lake. Its waters, clear as crystal, shone under the sun. The stillness of the surface momentarily distracted him from his troubles. Wait a minute, he thought, chuckling lightly to himself. Isn't it a ritual in these Isekai situations to gaze into a water reflection or a mirror and finally see what you've become? He knew, thanks to the memories he had inherited, exactly what he looked like. But what was the harm in indulging in a little cliché? Taking a moment, he approached the water's edge. Bending down, he allowed his reflection to slowly come into view. An aged Asian face stared back, with long white hair that flowed gracefully to his shoulders, matching the thick white beard and mustache that adorned his face. His eyes, however, still held the spark of youth. Slifer nodded in approval.
Just as I expected.
Yet as his gaze drifted down to the rest of his reflection, his brow furrowed in discontent. His robe hung loosely on his slender frame, and Slifer could make out the sharp edges of bones giving away his emaciated state.
Did this old man even remember to eat?
He murmured, raising an eyebrow.
All right.
Nascent soul cultivators live off chi. Who needs food when you can inhale energy?
No, that's no excuse, he exclaimed, shaking his head. A healthy man ought to have a healthy belly.
And by healthy, Slifer distinctly meant a generously rotund belly. One that would jiggle with every step and be a testament to many indulgent meals. He gently patted his stomach as if consoling it.
Don't you worry, little one, he murmured. We'll get you nice and plump soon.
Suddenly aware of how ridiculous he must seem, he shot a glance around, half expecting someone to have witnessed his soliloquy. Fortunately, the coast seemed clear. As he resumed his journey, fragments of memories began to surface. They pieced together an image of the original Slifer's dynamics with the Sect Master. His brows knitted in disapproval. Oh, heavens! What was that weasel-like behavior? He cringed at the thought. The former Slifer was a man of many faces. In front of almost everyone, he was proud and imposing. But in the presence of the Sect Master, he turned into a groveling, fawning mess. Ugh! I refuse to bow down like that, Slifer thought, his face scrunching in disgust. Well, I guess if my life depends on it, then maybe a little bow won't hurt. Finally, he arrived at the cave's entrance. It was an ominous hole in the mountain, shrouded in dark mists and guarded by eerie formations of rocks that looked like demonic faces. Very edgy, Slifer noted, amused. The Sect Master was the only one in the sect who lived in a cave. Maybe it's a status thing? He mused. You know, being a demonic sect's leader and living in a creepy cave to add to the aesthetic? But Slifer quickly dismissed that. Honestly, why would anyone trade a comfortable bed for cold, hard stone? If I were the Sect Master, I'd at least have a proper mattress in there. Slifer had to hand it to him. Before the Sect Master's reign, the sect was a chaotic mess. Disciples stabbing each other in the back. Literally, elders mysteriously vanishing and chaos reigning supreme. However, the events 750 years ago necessitated change. The demonic invasion was a cataclysmic event that not only reshaped the landscape, but also altered the balance between the demonic and righteous sects. Slifer remembered it clearly, having just broken into the nascent soul realm. The invasion was repelled, but at a heavy cost. The aftermath saw the Sect Master taking the reins, but it also garnered intense scrutiny from the righteous factions who became extremely wary of any demonic activity. The Sect Master transformed the sect in a way that nobody had thought possible, making it more similar to that of a righteous sect. He had instigated strict rules, regulated interdisciple fights to official dueling rounds, and even established a merit-based system that reduced the number of mysterious accidents dramatically. More importantly, he had re-strategized their operations to be covert, focusing on resource accumulation and secret alliances rather than wanton violence and flashy displays of demonic prowess. It's a rather relaxed sect now, Slifer mused. Well, if you call doing demonic rituals and annihilating innocents relaxed. Slifer heaved a sigh of relief, grateful for the cosmic luck of transmigrating into an elder's body instead of some unfortunate outer disciple. Being a main character in these stories usually means years of abuse. There's always that one time where they find a heaven-defying cultivation manual or some old master soul, and then boom, they're overpowered. But until then, it's all about being stomped on. Suddenly a voice jolted him from his daydream.
Elder Slifer,
a disciple approached and bowed deeply.
The Sect Master awaits.
Taking a deep breath, Slifer entered the cave. Inside it was exactly what he would have imagined for a demonic Sect Master in a xianxia novel. Skulls? Check. Dark, creepy lighting? Check. A distinct otherworldly air of menace? Double check. When Slifer's eyes landed on the Sect Master, he did a double take. Seated on an obsidian throne, etched with intricate patterns, was a man who looked, well, ordinary. The Sect Master could easily pass for the friendly guy who used to work at the local Chinese restaurant. Average build, hair neatly combed back, and a face that said, "Would you like spring rolls with that?" rather than, "I am the master of dark arts." Is that Mr. Chen? No, wait, focus. This guy is a demonic Sect Master, not your go-to for Kung Pao chicken. But then the Sect Master lifted his gaze, and those eyes, far from the warm, inviting eyes of a man who'd offer you an extra egg roll, were piercing and full of ancient cunning. His skin, though it looked typical, was a front. Slifer knew the man sitting before him had been alive for over 1,000 years. The sect master was currently smiling warmly at a disciple who looked incredibly uneasy.
You seem to have taken your time arriving after I summoned you,
the sect master commented, his voice soft, yet edged with a hint of mockery. The perpetual smile on his face was chilling to those who truly knew him. Slifer knew the deceptive nature of the sect master's seemingly jovial disposition. He was as calculating as they came. The smile never reached his eyes, which remained cold and scrutinizing. "Forgive me, sect master. The disciple's voice quivered, his face a mask of confusion and fear. This was his first time being summoned by the sect master. He had no idea what the master meant by being late. He had appeared as soon as he was summoned.
No need for long explanations. You won't be late again, I assure you, the sect master said, his smile widening.
With a casual flick of his wrist, the disciple was engulfed in flames. His scream was agonizingly brief as he was reduced to ashes. A cold sweat formed on Slifer's brow. Was that a message for me? He pondered, his heart racing. He sent a silent apology to the disciple, sensing that he was likely the true target of the sect master's ire. The sect master's eyes, still beaming pleasantly, fixed on Slifer.
Now, Elder Slifer, why did you keep me waiting?
His tone was mild, but the underlying threat was evident.
Oh, fuck! That poor kid wasn't even late, was he?
Slifer gulped mentally.
Sect Master, I departed immediately upon receiving your message,
Slifer said, voice shaking slightly. The sect master's eyes twinkled with mischief.
Yet it took you 4 hours.
Not my fault your cave is a 4-hour walk away. Some of us can't just fly around, okay?
Slifer raged internally, but restrained himself.
I
walked here,
Slifer replied. A touch of awkwardness evident in his voice. Walking is great and all, but 4 hours on a mountain is a bit much. If not for this peak body tempering, my feet would be riddled with blisters by now. The sect master blinked, looking genuinely surprised for a split second.
This once.
You're forgiven, he said, his smile never faltering. Slifer bowed his head, muttering a respectful,
"It won't happen again, Sect Master."
Yeah, no promises there until I can fly. Unable to hold back his curiosity, he activated his insight skill. Name, Malakar. True name unknown. Realm, Peak Ascendant Realm. Known techniques, NA. Known affiliations, Black Rose Sect. Disposition, NA. Slifer's eyes widened slightly, his heart rate quickening. The Peak Ascendant Realm. Slifer recalled what he knew of the cultivation realms. The Ascendant Realm was 2 realms above the nascent soul realm and was whispered to be the pinnacle of the human realms. Once a cultivator broke past that formidable realm, they transcended to the immortal realm. Legends spoke of those immortals living for hundreds of thousands of years, if not more. And he's in the peak stage of that realm. Just how close is he to becoming an immortal? It was likely that the next time Slifer met the sect master, he would have already joined the ranks of the immortals. A notification from the system popped into his mind. Warning! Demon identified. Eliminate. Reward 50,000 karmic credits. Slifer felt his knees go weak. A demon? He's an actual demon? His mind raced to connect the dots. The changes in the sect, the need to stay under the radar. He's scheming something massive. Shit! What the hell have I gotten myself into? The sect master, unaware that his true identity had been discovered, continued.
You've been keeping yourself busy lately. I heard you had your underlings rough up a legacy disciple. Is that true?
There it is. Cold sweat trickled down Slifer's spine. Dropping his head even lower, Slifer stammered,
This foolish elder admits his mistake, Sect Master.
The Sect Master shook his head, but not in disappointment.
It's good to remind those below you of who's in charge.
Is that what you're doing to me right now, you old fiend? Slifer thought bitterly. However, the Sect Master's next words gave him slight relief.
The Grand Elder is not pleased with your actions, but he's chosen to stay out of this matter. He believes the legacy disciple could stand to face some of life's challenges.
Challenges? Slifer snorted inwardly. With rumors of me finishing off Elder Tarnix circulating, he'd rather steer clear. Plus, who in their right mind would want to confront a cultivator on the brink of death? Hell, I wouldn't go anywhere near one. They'd drag you down with them if given a chance. Despite his inner turmoil, Slifer bowed once again.
Thank you, Sect Master, for your wisdom and understanding.
But inside Slifer's thoughts were anything but thankful. He wanted to get as far away from this demon as possible. The Sect Master continued to stare at Slifer.
Something about you has changed,
he finally stated, eyes narrowing suspiciously.
Your trip seemed to have given you quite a gift, a technique that completely conceals your aura. I can't sense even a trace of chi from you.
Slifer gulped.
Indeed, Sect Master. My travels have been enlightening.
Enlightening is quite the understatement. From the original's untimely demise to this whole Isekai business, it's been one wild ride. The warmth of the Sect Master's smile contrasted sharply with the frosty undertone of his words.
If I hadn't learned about Elder Tarnix's unfortunate end, I would have assumed that you had lost your cultivation base entirely. For your contribution, I've given you 500 merits.
Leaning slightly forward in his obsidian throne, the Sect Master's facade barely concealed his raw curiosity.
But this newfound ability, he added,
an unmistakable note of longing evident in his voice.
Do elaborate.
Slifer could hear the subtle hunger in the Sect Master's tone, and immediately realized the dangerous situation he was in. Oh, heavens, Slifer thought, anxiety churning in his stomach. This isn't a technique. I've really just lost my cultivation. Attempting to play it cool, Slifer hesitated, and after a few moments managed to reply,
It's not that significant, Sect Master. Just a minor trick I picked up. It's not even perfected yet.
He tried to wave it off. The Sect Master chuckled lightly.
Perhaps after I emerge from my closed-door cultivation, I could offer my insights on this minor trick. It would indeed be regrettable if you never had the opportunity to perfect it.
Swallowing hard, Slifer paused once more before asking,
And how long would that be, Sect Master?
The Sect Master waved his hand dismissively.
A decade at most. You'd best stay out of trouble till then.
Slifer bowed obediently, but internally his mind was racing. System? You'd better have a technique like that in the shop or a way to eliminate a demon 2 major realms above my peak form, or else I'm as good as dead. No, much worse. He would probably torture my soul for eternity for looking for a technique that doesn't even exist. Slifer sat on his cultivation cushion in the dim confines of his chamber, still mulling over his unsettling encounter with the Sect Master. That request for the technique could be a big problem, he thought, shaking his head. But that's a concern for future me. First, I need to make it through the next 2 months. His mood brightened as his gaze landed on the exquisite scroll resting beside him. A smirk spread across his face.
Thought you could play me, system? Well, I've finally gotten one over on you!
Triumphantly, he unfurled the heaven rank scroll, eager to see the secrets contained within. Activating his insight skill, a system notification emerged. Heavenly Radiance Cultivation Art. Rank, Mid-Earth rank. Gathers the essence of the sun and moon, providing a balance in one's chi. His elated expression crumbled, replaced with shock and rage.
Mid-Earth rank!
Slifer's face reddened, and in his anger he hurled a nearby teacup against the wall, shattering it. That damned legacy disciple tricked me! But another thought stopped him in his tracks. Or did my lackeys betray me? He quickly discarded the thought. No, they wouldn't dare. The consequences would be too severe.
It must be that kid! That wretch! He deserved more than a mere beating for this deception!
Slifer glared at the scroll. A sudden thought halted his brewing anger. Could it be the system's grading that's different? It wouldn't be too far-fetched. Perhaps the locals deemed it heaven rank due to a scarcity of superior techniques. Rubbing his temples, Slifer attempted to calm himself. All right, an earth rank technique will have to do for now. He took a deep breath, reassuring himself.
I saved 100 credits, and this should be enough to help me break through to the chi refining realm. It's not the worst outcome.
Seating himself in the traditional cultivation position, Slifer began to methodically absorb the words of the technique. He let them seep deep into his consciousness. Closing his eyes, he stretched out his senses, trying to attune himself to the omnipresent chi of the heavens and earth. There it is. The familiar, yet always elusive sensation of the natural world's energy grazed his senses. Slifer guessed that his body, having nearly touched the origin realm, was more receptive to this chi, making it easier for him to detect. Tapping into the original's memories, Slifer recollected that the chi refining realm marked the first stage of cultivation. It all revolved around harnessing the universal chi present in everything, from the smallest pebble to grand celestial bodies like the sun and the moon. Specific cultivation techniques, such as the Heavenly Radiance Cultivation Art, aimed to target a particular source of chi, converting it into a form his human body could assimilate, commonly known as anima chi. To advance to the first stage of chi refining realm, one had to undergo 9 cycles of absorbing and converting chi. As you climbed each level within this realm, the cycles required for the next breakthrough would multiply by 9.
Ah, the significance of the number 9, Slifer mused. Always cropping up in Chinese culture.
He then began to direct the chi, focusing on gathering the essence of the sun and moon. The sun's energy was easy to collect, feeling warm and vibrant as it flowed into him. However, the moon's essence proved elusive. Despite the daylight, the moon hung faintly in the sky, its energy weaker and much harder to grasp. Ah, so that's the catch, Slifer sighed internally. During the day, the sun's essence is abundant, but at night, the moon's essence is stronger. This balance makes it a challenge. No wonder it's only earth rank. Nevertheless, Slifer continued his cultivation. He gathered, refined, and cycled the chi through his meridians, performing one complete cycle, then another. By the time he completed the 9th cycle, something profound shifted within him. His body vibrated, as if resonating with the universe. A barrier in his spirit seemed to crumble, making room for a greater influx of chi. The sensations culminated in a breakthrough. He had reached the chi refining realm. Instantly, a wave of new sensations washed over him. He could sense the environment around him within a small radius. When using the Peak Slifer card, he had been too focused on the battle to take much notice of his spiritual sense, but the influx of information was overwhelming. He had to momentarily sever the connection to regain his clarity. This is disorienting, but amazing. Opening his eyes, Slifer felt a gentle flow of chi circulating through his meridians. It was slow, almost negligible, but it was there.
Finally, I'm a cultivator, he whispered to himself, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. I guess it wasn't that hard. Then again, I am in this old demon's body.
Congratulations on achieving a major breakthrough. You have gained 10 karmic credits. His triumph was short-lived as he looked up at his stats screen. Name, Slifer. Race, human. Alignment, demonic. Cultivation, chi refining, first stage. Lifespan remaining 49 days. Karmic credits 63. Skills, insight, basic. Items, reversal cards times 2, peak Slifer card times 2, critical block times 2.
49 days left.
His expression darkened. Time's running out.
I need to speed this up,
he mumbled, resuming his cultivation stance. With newfound urgency, he started channeling chi through his meridians again, sticking strictly to the earth rank method from the scroll. No need to worry about chi deviation at this stage, he assured himself. Firstly, the earth rank technique was less prone to such risks. Secondly, his body, well acclimated to chi manipulation, could handle it more efficiently. Amelia, Huey, and Calum soared through the skies on their swords. The wind brushed against their faces, creating ripples in their robes as they made their way towards Lushan village. Huey let out a hearty laugh.
It's been a while since Master sent us to wipe out a village, eh?
Amelia nodded, her lips curving into a playful smirk.
I was beginning to think the master was getting soft in his old age,
she said, alluding to the recent scolding they had received for breaking Xarius's bones. Calum looked at both of them, his brow raised in surprise.
Wait, you two think Master sent us to wipe out the village? He asked incredulously. He told us to save the villagers, not kill them.
Huey shook his head, a confident gleam in his eyes.
No, senior brother. Master said to use our expertise.
And Huey's expertise is killing.
Amelia chimed in.
Exactly. Master said to put an end to it. He didn't specify what it is, so why not the whole village? Don't overthink it, senior brother.
Calum rubbed his temples, a deep sigh escaping his lips.
Why are my juniors so dense?
He felt a pang of responsibility. After all, he was the senior brother.
Listen, he began. Master wants us to put an end to the havoc, not the villagers. But if we kill the villagers, then the havoc ends. Isn't that like killing two birds with one stone? Huey replied, genuinely believing his logic was sound.
Calum took a deep breath, trying to contain his exasperation.
They've never been asked to save anyone before. This is new territory for them.
He understood where their confusion was coming from. Their master's orders often involved destruction and chaos.
No, he asserted firmly, no killing villagers. The bandits are fair game, though.
Amelia pouted, floating closer to Calum.
Senior brother is no fun.
Just then a light bulb seems to go off in Huey's head.
I get it. The villagers are like Master's cattle, and the bandits are wolves trying to prey on them. Master wants us to shoo away the wolves so he can fatten the cattle for some demonic ritual later.
Calum, despite himself, nodded hesitantly.
That actually does sound like something Master would do.
Chapter 7. Deep into his cultivation trance, the growl of Slifer's stomach echoed louder than the ancient chants of his ancestors. He cracked open one eye, then the other, and sighed. Hunger, it seemed, was the true ancient enemy of cultivators. Ding! Congratulations! You have advanced to the next stage. You have gained 1 karmic credit.
Show stats.
Name, Slifer. Race, human. Alignment, demonic. Cultivation, chi refining, 7th stage. Lifespan remaining 48 days. Credit 69. Skills, insight, basic. Items, reversal cards times 2, peak Slifer card times 2, critical block times 2. Checking his stats screen, a proud grin spread across his face.
7th stage of chi refining.
He cheered internally.
Just think, if my belly wasn't so rebellious, I might have reached foundation establishment.
Exiting his quarters, the sight of Morvran waiting in the courtyard caught his attention. Slifer quirked an eyebrow.
Has this guy been standing here all these hours? Does he not get bored?
Morvran, seeing his master's inquisitive glance, hurriedly knelt.
Master, the mission you assigned, it was successful.
Slifer blinked. The mission that Calum mentioned. Slifer still had no idea what it was. But deciding to play along, he adopted a sagely air, stroking his beard.
Yes, excellent. Now do enlighten me about the intricate details. It's always prudent to ensure no loose ends, after all.
Relieved that his master seemed in a good mood, Morvran nodded.
Of course, Master. As per your command, we have successfully kidnapped the daughter of Grand Elder Olakin from the Blackheart Sect.
Slifer's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, but he managed, with considerable effort, to maintain a placid exterior.
Holy sacred turtles! Kidnapping the daughter of an Origin Realm expert? This isn't an everyday errand. It's a ticket to the afterlife.
Back when Morvran joined his disciples in beating up that annoying legacy disciple, Slifer realized that it was only his own actions or that of his disciples that influenced karmic credits, so he was unable to rely on the system to warn him if Morvran committed any evil actions, like kidnapping a girl. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the whirlwind of emotions and scenarios running in his mind. Let me guess, he thought sarcastically. Next, the beautiful, misunderstood daughter and I will share a deep, soulful connection. We'll bond over, shared affinity for dumplings or something. And then, just when we're about to sip tea together under the moonlight, Elder Olakin will burst onto the scene, hell-bent on turning me into a human pancake.
Wait a moment. I'm an old man.
There's no way the girl would even glance my way unless it's to identify my corpse after her father kills me. So maybe, just maybe, that particular xianxia trope won't apply here. In a voice that trembled just the slightest bit, he asked,
And where, pray tell, is this esteemed guest?
Morvran, oblivious to Slifer's internal turmoil, replied,
In the dungeon, Master.
Slifer gulped. Of course she's in the dungeon. Why not make her stay more miserable? I need to somehow turn this trope around before it's too late. Slifer activated his insight skill to assess Morvran just to be sure. Name Morvran. Realm Peak Core Formation. Known techniques NA. Known affiliations Slifer's chief subordinate. Disposition NA. His brow furrowed in confusion. He really is at the core formation realm. How could he possibly... He voiced his doubts.
Morvran, she must have been guarded by nascent soul cultivators. How did you manage to kidnap her under their watch?
Master, I made use of the treasures you generously bestowed upon me. They proved more than effective in dispatching her protectors.
Slifer's face darkened at the mention of the dead nascent soul cultivators. Those were not mere foot soldiers. Their deaths would send ripples through any sect.
And did you, by any chance, leave evidence pointing back to me?
Morvran nodded solemnly.
Of course, Master. I made sure to leave enough clues so that they know it was you who orchestrated this.
Is this man out of his mind? No, wait, maybe he's trying to get me killed. Slifer's complexion went from dark to a sickening pale in seconds. He asked in a slow, dangerously calm voice.
And why would you do that?
Morvran bowed even lower.
You instructed me so, Master. It is not my place to question.
So it isn't Morvran who has it out for me, but it was the original Slifer. That old coot clearly had some bizarre death wish, and now I'm caught up in his whirlwind of madness.
Why didn't you inform me of this sooner?
Morvran scratched the back of his bald head, looking slightly embarrassed.
Well, Master, I got distracted. There was that legacy disciple who needed some discipline. By the time I remembered to inform you, you were already deep in closed-door cultivation.
If I knew earlier, I could have tried to free the girl, explained the situation. Slifer's thoughts trailed. He sighed deeply, realizing the gravity of the situation. But with the deaths of the nascent soul cultivators, would the Blackheart Sect even listen? They might just see this as a deliberate act of aggression from us, and I can't even blame them because they would absolutely be right.
All right, Morvran, take me to the girl,
Slifer said decisively, standing up. But as he did, his stomach growled loudly. Morvran's unwavering expression seemed to falter for a split second, a hint of surprise showing in his eyes. Nascent soul cultivators didn't typically need sustenance. Master, are you hungry? Slifer gave an awkward laugh.
Yes, the breakthrough took more out of me than I thought. Any chance you could get me some dumplings?
Morvran bowed. Master's cultivation may appear stagnant to outsiders, but it seems that he is still making progress and experiencing breakthroughs. Of course, Master. Would you prefer the celestial cloud dumplings or the golden phoenix ones? Slifer blinked, a bit taken aback.
We have celestial cloud dumplings? What in the heavens are those?
They are a delicacy made from the finest ingredients, steamed atop a cloud during a rare celestial event, giving them a unique taste, Morvran explained. Slifer glared at him, momentarily speechless. Then why have I been eating regular meat-filled dumplings this whole time?
Bring me the celestial cloud ones. And, a pot of immortal brew tea.
Morvran nodded. Very well, Master. I shall have them brought to you promptly. The dungeon was a dark and gloomy place. The walls made of cold gray stone, dimly illuminated by flickering torches. The suffocating scent of dampness and despair permeated the air. On either side of the narrow path, prisoners were chained up, their gaunt faces bearing the signs of intense torment. Some of them were whimpering, others groaning, and a few appeared to have given up altogether, their eyes vacant. Amidst the sea of anguish, one particular prisoner stood out. A young, beautiful lady named Leah. Her robes were in tatters, her pale skin marred with blood and bruises, yet the fire in her eyes hadn't been entirely extinguished. With raven black hair that cascaded down her back, eyes that shimmered like the purest of amethysts, and a grace only matched by celestial beings. She was the epitome of Sect royalty. Men wanted her, women envied her, and cultivators from other sects respected her solely because of her father's fearsome reputation. Born into unimaginable privilege, she never had to struggle. Everything was given to her, from the rarest cultivation resources to the ancient scripts holding the sect's secrets. Under the protective gaze of her powerful father, and benefiting from the sect's resources, she achieved the core formation realm in a mere 18 years. However, here she was, humiliated, injured, and imprisoned. She felt a fury and shame she had never experienced before. Her current state was so far removed from her past life that it seemed like a cruel joke played by the heavens. Never in her worst nightmares had she envisioned a fate like this. Slifer strolled into this scene, a plate of dumplings in one hand. He tried to maintain the elegance and poise befitting an elder as he nibbled on them, but he was having a hard time managing the chopsticks. How do people even eat with these infuriating things, he wondered as he fumbled, almost dropping a dumpling. But his culinary frustrations took a backseat as his eyes fell on the injured lady. He paused mid-chew, his demeanor changing instantly. This is horrendous! She's been here for what, a day? Morvran, what the hell did you do? She looked up at him, a fierce hatred burning in her eyes. So, the demon finally makes an appearance. Slifer ignored her. His mind raced as he tried to recall classic xianxia reasons for such a capture. Is it leverage? A hostage to extract some treasure or technique from the Black Art sect? Or maybe it's revenge, making Elder Olakan suffer by harming his beloved daughter. His thoughts took a darker turn. It couldn't be the blood sacrifice trope, could it? Using her pure blood for some forbidden ritual? His train of thought was rudely interrupted when she, after gathering strength, spat out a mouthful of blood in his direction. He dodged just in time, narrowly evading the flying projectile. Whew! That would have been embarrassing. Morvran's expression darkened. How dare you! He bellowed, stepping forward and entering her cage with speed. With a swift motion, he slapped her across the face. Slifer's eyes widened in horror, unaccustomed to seeing a woman get beaten.
Enough!
Slifer shouted, raising his hand. Morvran's hand froze midair. He immediately stepped back and bowed deeply to Slifer. "As you command, master." This is getting out of hand, Slifer thought. Not only do I have to figure out why she's here, but I also have to rein in Morvran before he turns this whole thing into an even bigger disaster.
Step out, Morvran. I need to speak with the young lady alone,
Slifer said, his tone severe. Morvran nodded, exiting the dungeon and standing guard outside, his face still flushed but obedient. Slifer turned his attention back to the woman.
"So,"
he began, setting aside the now forgotten dumplings.
"let's sort this out."
There was an awkward silence between Slifer and the young woman. What do I even do with her, he wondered. Releasing her without getting anything in return would raise suspicions among the sect. After all, when had Elder Slifer ever just let a prisoner go? But holding her was a bigger issue. It would risk the wrath of her father and the Black Heart sect, and that was definitely something he was not equipped to deal with. There must be a middle ground. Finally, he sighed. Blackmail it is, then. But first, let's see what we're working with. Insight. Name, Leah. Realm, early core formation. Known techniques, NA. Known affiliations, Black Heart sect. Disposition, NA. Suddenly, another notification chimed in. Ding! Rare cultivation body discovered. A rare cultivation body? That makes things more complicated. It seems that the previous Slifer had an eye for rare treasures, he thought, as his gaze traveled up and down her form, suspecting the original Slifer's intentions for kidnapping Leah. The plot thickened. But try as he might, he couldn't recall any relevant memories that could shed light on this plan. It was like groping in the dark. Ding! You have gained 5 credits. He raised an eyebrow at the sudden credit gain. This system is giving me credits for discoveries now? He smirked, a hint of suspicion twinkling in his eyes. Is it trying to tempt me to leave the safety of the sect in search of more rare phenomena? But he was cautious. He knew the system all too well. Only something truly special or out of the ordinary would lead to a reward. He would not foolishly leave the sect, hoping that he could get credits for discovering something basic like a new location. Lost in thought, he failed to notice the young lady shivering under his intent gaze. Why is he staring at me like that? She fretted. Clearing his throat, Slifer began his first ever attempt at blackmail.
I apologize for the way you've been treated.
He paused as her resentful eyes pierced into him, then took a deep breath and pushed on.
But if your father provides me with a heaven-rank righteous cultivation method, I will ensure your release.
Her face contorted into a mixture of disbelief and anger.
Really? All of this? For a heaven-rank method? That's the only reason?
Her pride was wounded. She was a woman in the prime of her youth, and to think that her only worth in this situation was to be bartered for a cultivation method was deeply insulting. Slifer raised an eyebrow. He sensed her rising indignation, but misunderstood its root. What did she expect? A poetic declaration?
You don't really have anything else of value to me.
She scoffed, her inner thoughts practically screaming, I am a beautiful young woman! Surely there's more to me than just some ransom material! Realization struck Slifer like a slap in the face. Wait a minute! Is she expecting me to coerce her? Panic edged his thoughts. He was not that kind of guy. I'm just trying not to get killed here, woman! It's my life versus your beauty, and honestly, right now, life is winning by a landslide.
Listen, he continued, if your father gives me the method, you're free to go. No harm, no foul. And you can get back to whatever it is you do when you're not being kidnapped.
Seeing that Slifer wasn't swayed by her beauty, she retorted,
Nothing will save you from my father's wrath when he finds out how I've been treated.
Slifer inwardly cursed. Girl, why are you making things difficult for me? I don't even want you here. Hoping to regain some semblance of control, he decided to put on the demonic Sect Elder Act and fixed her with an ominous glare.
If your father's revenge is inevitable, then perhaps I should end this now and be done with you.
She visibly paled, any remnants of her previous bravado melting away. Eyes wide, she fell silent, perhaps realizing that she was not in the position she thought she was in. Nodding his approval, Slifer softened slightly.
Be a good girl, and maybe we can all walk away from this relatively unscathed.
Turning on his heel, he made his way out of the cell. But just as he was about to step out into the corridor, a pitiable sight from the corner caught his attention. Amongst the prisoners, one stood out as particularly wretched. It was Elder Fran's disciple. The man was a shadow of his former self. His skin clung to his bones, giving him a skeletal appearance. His clothes were tattered, and every inch of his visible skin seemed to be covered in welts, bruises, and cuts. Most disturbingly, his eyes, once bright and alert, now stared blankly ahead as if the very essence of his soul had been drained. Slifer winced internally. So, the old man wasn't exaggerating. He really did this to his own disciple. How heinous! As he stepped out of the dungeon, Slifer couldn't help but feel that life had dealt him a complicated hand. Turning to Morvran, who had been waiting patiently, he said,
Put her in one of the guest quarters, but keep an eye on her. Oh, and get into contact with her father. Tell him if he wants to see his daughter again, to bring me a heaven-rank cultivation method.
Yes, master. Back in the tranquility of his quarters, Slifer settled down, lost in his contemplations. His thoughts naturally wandered to his disciples and their mission. It was the first time he had anyone under his care. It was a strange feeling, and not something he had gotten used to yet. Ding! Your disciple Huey has killed a demonic Foundation establishment cultivator. You have gained 5 karmic credits. Seeing the notification, a smile appeared on Slifer's face. He'd been seeing similar notifications pop up throughout the day, and his credits were rising rapidly. However, he couldn't help but feel like he was missing something. He idly tapped his fingers on the armrest of his chair, but as the moments passed, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. Wait a minute. In the world of cultivation, even if there was no apparent danger, a protagonist would somehow attract it, like moths to a flame. And then it hit him. A typical xianxia trope. When the protagonists get into trouble, someone usually swoops in to save them. His face paled. That someone is usually their master, which would be me. System! He exclaimed, a clear sense of urgency in his voice. Responding to his call, a holographic screen floated before him, showcasing various items available for purchase. His eyes scanned the list, looking for something, anything, that could potentially save him if the situation arose. He quickly scanned through the options. Cultivation techniques, weapons, talismans. They all had their own prerequisites, be it a certain cultivation level or a set duration for mastery, none of which he had the luxury of time for. Then his eyes landed on the cards section. These cards were mostly single-use items that didn't rely on cultivation levels to activate, making them perfect for the situation. He found a few that he could see come in handy and others that he found interesting. Card, random. Description, 25% chance of gaining a card, cost 10. Card reversal. Description, devours the life energy in its vicinity to reverse the age of its user, cost 50. Card critical heal. Description, heals 30% of wounds, cost 100. Card random skill. Description, when activated, 95% chance of granting user a random skill, cost 200. Card critical block. Description, protects user from a critical strike, cost 900. Card impeccable defense. Description, provides 10 seconds of damage immunity, cost 1200. Card reflection barrier. Description, creates energy barrier that reflects incoming ranged attacks back at the attacker for 20 seconds, cost 1500. Card peak Slifer. Description: harness Slifer's peak cultivation for a duration of 10 minutes. Cost 10,000. Card: Heavenly Tribulation Strike. Description: lightning bolt at the level of Nascent Soul Realm 69%, Origin Realm 25%, Astral Awakening Realm 5%, Ascendant Realm 1%, and Immortal Realm 0.0001%. Cost 85,000. Card: Deadly Strike. Description: deliver a fatal blow to the target. Cost 100,000. Card: Second Life. Description: activates automatically when user dies. Cost 1 million. The price range, however, had him heaving a sigh. Of course nothing good comes cheap. He had limited options, given that he only had 239 karmic credits. His eyes then fell upon the random card, which cost only 10 credits but had a catch. A 25% chance of giving him a useful card and a 75% chance of leaving him empty-handed. His smile was tinged with irony. Ah, gambling, we meet again. If he was being honest with himself, the system's previous warning against gambling wasn't unwarranted. His past experiences with gambling weren't entirely positive. A couple of big wins were overshadowed by greater losses thanks to his tendency to double down. He wasn't a gambling addict or anything. Well, that's at least what he assured himself. Okay, so if I spend on 3 random cards, I'll still have enough for 4 reversal cards just in case things go south with my lifespan. He paused for a moment, making sure he had not missed anything. Well, if there's a time to gamble, it's now. Muttering a quick prayer to whatever deities watched over gamblers and desperate cultivators alike, he selected random card and spent the 10 karmic credits. Let's hope luck's on my side this time. Ding! Random card acquired. Activate now? Yes, no. Holding his breath, Slifer mentally chose yes. The anticipation as he activated it was palpable. A faint glow enveloped the card. But as the light faded, Slifer was greeted with a hollow echo. Ding! Unsuccessful. Better luck next time. His face fell and a curse escaped his lips.
Of course my luck wouldn't be that great on the first try.
Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he tried to muster some optimism. Come on, second time's the charm. With that hopeful thought, he bought another random card. Ding! Random card acquired. Activate now? Yes, no. Again, he selected yes. Ding! Successful! You have acquired Heavenly Tribulation Strike card. Description: lightning bolt at the level of Nascent Soul Realm 69%, Origin Realm 25%, Astral Awakening Realm 5%, Ascendant Realm 1%, Immortal Realm 0.0001%. Slifer's eyes widened in astonishment. His heart rate picked up, adrenaline pumping through his veins.
By the heavens! He exclaimed.
This card was a game changer. It was guaranteed to be effective against nascent soul cultivators, and if his luck was good, then perhaps it could even one-shot more powerful cultivators. This was the ray of hope he needed, something to even the odds should a threat arise. His eyes darted back to the shop. The temptation to gamble for a third card was intense. The familiar itch to take a risk coursed through him. Maybe, just maybe, I can strike gold twice in a row, he thought, his hand hovering over the buy option. Should I press it?
No, he said,
clenching his fingers into a fist as he pulled his hand back.
Enough is enough.
I know how this works. The house always wins in the end. The third one will most likely be a dud, and then I'll regret it. He leaned back in his chair, satisfied yet still buzzing from the adrenaline of the gamble.
I have something that can protect them, and that's what matters. No need to push my luck further.
And so, reining in his desire to gamble, Slifer turned his focus back to the matters at hand. With Heavenly Tribulation Strike now in his inventory, he felt a smidgen more secure, both for himself and for his wayward disciples. May this card never need to be used, he thought. But he knew that in the dangerous world of cultivation, it was always better to be safe than sorry. Chapter 8. As Slifer rested in his quarters, contemplating his next move, a sudden spiritual transmission interrupted his thoughts. "Apologies for the interruption, Master," Morvran's voice echoed, "but Valeriana has made a breakthrough to the nascent soul realm. She eagerly awaits your arrival."
Valeriana?
Slifer delved deep into the recesses of the original's memories, trying to recall any hint of this individual. Nothing. Not a single hint. Just who is this Valeriana?
"That's splendid news, Morvran," he responded with feigned enthusiasm. "Lead the way."
Inwardly, Slifer couldn't help but grumble like an old man. What does this woman's breakthrough have to do with me? Is this some flex of her cultivation? As Slifer was lost in thought, Morvran effortlessly leaped onto his sword and started to ascend. However, he soon noticed that Slifer was just standing there, staring up at him with an awkward smile on his face. "Master, is everything all right?" Morvran asked, slightly confused. With a light chuckle, Slifer adjusted his robes and adopted a sagely demeanor.
"Ah, Morvran. I've sworn off flying for the time being, a personal decision."
Morvran looked taken aback, then offered, "Would you like a ride then, Master?" Slifer nodded in gratitude.
"That would be most kind."
And with that, he hopped onto the sword, securing himself behind Morvran. As they flew higher, a sense of unease settled in Slifer's chest. Something doesn't feel right. It's as though we're being watched by some hidden predator. The sky darkened slightly, which only added to his discomfort. Their destination was evident when a massive cave loomed in the distance. But the nauseating smell of rotting flesh wafting from it made Slifer's stomach churn. Who in the world would choose to live in such a place? Is this Valeriana a mad woman? A sudden gust of warm air redolent with that awful odor billowed out of the cave, almost knocking Slifer off his feet. Morvran, apparently unfazed, remarked, "Valeriana must be in a particularly good mood today." Slifer grimaced, fighting the urge to retch. By good mood, does he mean she's cooking something? Human meat, perhaps? Slifer's feet had barely touched the ground when a vibrant little dragon, smaller than a house cat, came flying out of the cave. The creature was orange, its scales reflecting light like tiny suns. It had large, innocent eyes and tiny wings flapping energetically as it circled around Slifer. Well, regardless of how weird this Valeriana is, she sure has an adorable pet, Slifer mused. Reaching out, he gently patted the tiny dragon's head.
"Hello there, little fella!"
However, to his astonishment, the cute baby dragon scrunched up its face into an adorably angry expression and said,
"Master, you know me, girl, not boy."
Slifer staggered back, his eyes widening. It talks? Master is just teasing Valeriana, Morvran reassured the young dragon. Slifer's eyebrows shot up. This is Valeriana? The one who reached the nascent soul realm? Staring intently at the dragon, he tried reconciling the idea of a mighty nascent soul beast with this pocket-sized bundle of cuteness. I was expecting something menacing. But this? Maybe she can't intimidate opponents, but she could certainly distract them with adorability. Rapidly sifting through the original's memories, Slifer recalled that most beasts, prior to reaching the core formation level, were essentially mindless, functioning on basic instincts alone. Once they entered the core formation realm, they were able to talk, but their vocabulary was limited to just their names. Kind of like a Pokémon. Upon reaching the nascent soul realm, they would attain the intellectual capacity of a child. Only after stepping into the ascendant realm would they gain full maturity. So, the little dragon in front of him was still a baby. Valeriana, still a tad peeved but wanting to clarify her identity, proudly declared,
"Me, Valer, name too long, me just Val now."
Slifer felt sorry for the poor thing. Even in the nascent soul realm, she was still struggling to pronounce her name.
"It's okay, Val. Names can be hard," especially long ones.
Valeriana swelled with pride, puffing out her tiny chest.
Master, me break through! Thou big dragon now!
Slifer couldn't help but chuckle at her endearing bragging. He leaned down, playfully pinching her chubby cheek.
Oh, absolutely. You're the biggest dragon I've ever seen,
he teased, a smirk playing on his lips. Technically, he was not lying. He was the only dragon he had seen. Valeriana tilted her head, looking at Slifer with those large, innocent eyes.
Master, why you look make funny face? Thou no scary?
Oh, you're plenty scary, all right,
Slifer teased, struggling to keep a straight face. The only time I see this gentle side of Master is with little Val. Morvran's usually stoic expression softened. To outsiders, Master Slifer is a ruthless, unyielding force, but those few close to him see the duality, the gentleness he displays to those he cares for. However, it seemed that Valeriana was able to tell that Slifer wasn't taking her seriously, as her tiny body suddenly began to shimmer and ripple. In a swift transformation, her once tiny form expanded rapidly, wings stretching out and growing fast, while her body elongated and thickened. Her once cute, beady eyes were replaced by two large, piercing orbs that glinted dangerously. The adorable orange baby dragon had transformed into a colossal and majestic creature with scales that gleamed like molten gold in the sunlight. Caught off guard by the sudden change, Slifer's eyes widened in horror. He took an involuntary step back, his heart racing as the mighty dragon reared her head and let out a deafening roar. The roar's force alone was enough to push him several steps back, making his robes flutter wildly. What in the 9 heavens? The huge dragon then halted abruptly, her menacing gaze shifting to one of sheer excitement.
Master scared?
Valeriana questioned in her usual babyish tone, although her voice now had a rumbling undertone because of her colossal size. Morvran, stepping forward, replied, "Yes, you scared, Master!" He nodded approvingly. "Ah, Master's playing along. Little Val lacks confidence. It's like a lion pretending to be scared when its cub pounces. Nicely done, Master!" Valeriana, regaining her smaller form, hopped around Slifer gleefully, puffing out her chest in pride.
"Me did it! Me scared Master big!
Her tail wagged with delight, and she chirped joyfully. She believed that her master was the scariest person in the world, and if she could scare her master, then she could scare anyone. Though still slightly rattled, Slifer couldn't help but chuckle at the enthusiastic little dragon. He crouched back down to her level, his voice gentle.
Yes, you did. You really are the mightiest dragon I've ever met.
Valeriana chirped.
"Master, follow me! Me have something to show!"
With a flap of her tiny wings, she led Slifer deeper into the cave. As he entered, the overwhelming stench of decaying corpses only grew stronger. Laid out before him were the remains of many humans, too many to count. She's small and cute, but she's still a dragon. Complaining about her eating habits would be like those vegans back on Earth who called me a murderer for eating a hamburger. Slifer couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Trust me, vegans. Nothing could ever keep me away from a good burger. Wandering deeper into the cave, Slifer's eyes widened at the sight of mountains of gold coins, shimmering jewels, and other treasures strewn about. So, the old tales were right. Dragons do have a thing for hoarding treasures.
"Look, Master, look!"
Valeriana flew over to a small alcove and nudged a ruby pendant towards him.
"Pretty, yes?"
Slifer smiled, indulging her excitement.
Yes, it's very pretty, Valeriana.
She has diamonds and all sorts of other precious gems here, yet she's excited about a ruby, Slifer thought. But then a little voice in the back of his mind nudged him. Might as well use insight on it, what's the harm? He focused his spiritual sense on the pendant, activating the skill. Error! Insight skill level too low. Upgrade to identify object. His eyes widened. What the? There must be something special about this ruby.
"Master like it!"
Valeriana looked up at him, clearly seeking approval. Slifer, still taken aback by the unexpected failure of his insight skill, replied,
I like it very much, Valeriana.
"You keep!"
Valeriana nudged the ruby pendant towards him.
Gift for master!
His eyes widened. She's giving it to me. Well, if she insists.
Thank you, Valeriana. It's a beautiful gift.
Valeriana buzzed around happily.
Master happy, me happy!
Slifer couldn't help but smile at her simplicity. Despite her quirks and the rather morbid environment she called home, she was a fascinating creature, equal parts terrifying and adorable.
Val, where did you find this ruby?
Slifer asked, his curiosity piqued.
Val munching cultivator. By accident,
she said, making a biting motion with her tiny jaws. Valeriana's face suddenly turned sad. She opened her mouth to reveal a chipped tooth.
Tooth break.
Slifer's eyes narrowed. An object that can't be identified by insight and strong enough to chip a dragon's tooth. What on earth is this thing? Valeriana's face lit up again.
But it pretty. Master likes, so me forgive it.
Slifer couldn't help but smile at her innocent joy.
You did the right thing, Val. It is a very special ruby.
He turned to Morvran.
Morvran, do you think you can find any information on what this ruby might be?
Morvran nodded, his expression turning serious. I can try to consult the Sect's archives or speak with some artifact appraisers. It is indeed curious that it could chip Valeriana's tooth. Slifer then turned back to Val and focused, activating his insight skill. Congratulations! You have discovered a higher being. You have gained 5 credits. Would you like to take the being as a disciple? A smirk spread across Slifer's wrinkled face. A nascent soul being as a disciple? The credits he could farm from her would solve many of his problems. Eagerly, he mentally replied, yes. Error! Soul bond required. Upgrade to identify object. A soul bond can be purchased at the shop for 900 karmic credits. Of course. Slifer sighed inwardly. The system always knows how to tease me. Just when I think I'm about to get something good, there's a catch. Valeriana, oblivious to Slifer's internal dialogue, tilted her head, her eyes brimming with childlike curiosity.
Master, why you look sad?
Slifer momentarily pulled from his thoughts, gave Val a pat on the head, chuckling.
Ah, little one. Just the world playing its tricks on an old man.
Huey, watch out! Calum called out. Engaged in a fierce duel with a mid-core formation expert, Huey barely maneuvered out of harm's way. The blade slashed, narrowly missing the spot where Huey's head had been a mere moment earlier. Laughing, he taunted the 2 assailants, the other being an early core formation expert. Is that the best you 2 can manage? Double teaming, and you still miss! The early core formation expert retorted, You talk too much! The other sneered, Well, shut that mouth for good! They both channeled their chi and activated their combined skill, Twin Celestial Strike. The mid-core expert produced a luminous white blade from thin air, and the early core expert's hands transformed into fiery phoenix claws. The 2 charged simultaneously from opposite directions, attempting to trap Huey in a pincer attack. With a gleam in his eye, Huey shouted, Come on, then! Give me everything you've got! Instead of evading, he stood his ground. He fortified his vital organs with a barrier of chi, but allowed the rest of the attacks to hit. The blade sliced his side, and the phoenix claws scorched his skin. The combined force sent him hurtling backwards, crashing into a boulder, leaving him bloodied and bruised, but remarkably with no fatal wounds. The bandits laughed. Look at him, the mid-core expert jeered. All he's good for is bullying those Foundation establishment weaklings, all bark and no bite. However, as Huey slowly began to rise, his laughter, tinged with madness, echoed across the village. The 2 bandits exchanged bewildered glances. Has he lost his mind? Thought the early core formation bandit. A shocking transformation began. Huey's injuries started healing at an inhuman speed. Crimson veins appeared and pulsated across his form, and his muscles bulged and expanded. He clenched his fists, and they emitted a pulsing, menacing aura. Towering over them, Huey smirked. Thank you for the warm-up. Now it's my turn. Startled by Huey's sudden transformation, the two bandits instinctively stepped back, but in a blink of an eye, Huey appeared before the mid-core formation expert. With an exaggerated wind-up and a grin, he threw a punch at the first one. The bandit was unable to dodge, and Huey's punch landed squarely on his chest. The impact was so overwhelming that the bandit's body instantly flattened, disintegrating into a violent explosion of blood and gore. The scene looked like an artist's palette of red, if the artist was particularly morbid. The early core formation bandit was frozen in sheer terror for a moment, but instinct quickly kicked in. He turned to flee, his voice quivering as he shouted, "You're a demon!" Laughing maniacally, Huey's form flickered and he appeared right in front of the fleeing bandit, catching him by the neck with one massive hand. Effortlessly lifting him off the ground, Huey whispered into the terrified bandit's ear, "Going somewhere?" As the bandit gasped and choked, Huey said with mock solemnity, "Boss Morvran would be so proud of this. You ready?" Without waiting for an answer, Huey began to repeatedly slam the bandit onto the ground. After each slam, he would lift him up, inspect the damage, and comment as if he was testing the durability of a new toy. Still intact. Let's try that again." By the time Huey was done, the once fearsome bandit was reduced to a jumble of battered bits and pieces. Huey, catching his breath, looked at his handiwork and nodded appreciatively. "Now that's what I call a stress relief exercise!" Calum watched the aftermath of Huey's explosive display and sighed deeply. Why can't Junior Brother ever approach things with a bit more caution, he thought. In the world of cultivation, underestimating an opponent, no matter how weak they seemed, was a ticket to an early grave. Calum had never considered cultivating like Huey. Huey's method, although potent, was simply too volatile, too fraught with the danger of a misstep that could end one's life. His thoughts were interrupted as the bandit leader before him spoke. The man was a late core formation cultivator. Like any typical bandit, he was broad-shouldered and had a twisted scar on his face. "Why is the Black Rose Sect aiding this insignificant village?" the leader sneered. Calum's eyes narrowed, his expression growing cold. "That is none of your concern." Drawing his sword from its sheath, the blade shimmered under the sunlight. Its hilt was intricately designed, embedded with black roses. It was a gift from his master, given to him when he began his journey as a sword cultivator. Closing his eyes, Calum channeled his chi into the sword, whispering softly, "Awaken Bloodthorn." The silvery blade began to morph, turning a deep shade of crimson, almost as if it was thirsting for blood. Dark, sinister patterns emerged along the blade, giving it a demonic appearance. "This skirmish is dragged on for far too long," Calum remarked. Even though they both stood at the late stage of core formation as a sword cultivator, Calum possessed a naturally superior offensive capability. Moreover, unlike these bandits whose cultivation techniques were hardly worth mentioning, Calum was a disciple of the Black Rose Sect. His methods, refined and potent, were all ranked within the esteemed Earth rank. It's time to end this, Calum thought, his grip tightening around Bloodthorn. The bandit leader sensed the imminent danger, his instincts screaming that Calum intended to finish the battle with a single decisive strike. In a desperate move, he activated his own technique, Inferno Vortex, gathering fire elemental energy in his palms and shaping it into a swirling column of raging flames. However, just as he lunged forward, Calum's eyes snapped open, now red and demonic. In a flash of scarlet light, Calum appeared behind the bandit leader as swift as a ghost. The fiery attack, devoid of its intended target, veered off course and slammed into a nearby tree. The tree instantly caught fire, its wood hissing and cracking as it was consumed by the blaze. The bandit leader's eyes widened in disbelief. Before he could even process what had happened, his body tensed, and in the next moment, his head cleanly separated from his torso, falling to the ground with a dull thud. Calum sighed, casting a glance at Bloodthorn, now stained with the bandit leader's blood. The sword seemed to pulse with life as it absorbed the fresh blood, glowing a vibrant crimson for a brief moment before reverting back to its original, elegant form. As efficient as ever, Bloodthorn, Calum thought, sheathing the sword once more.
It took you long enough,
a voice drawled, tinted with amusement. Both Calum and Huey turned to see Amelia perched atop a grotesque mountain of dead core formation and Foundation establishment cultivators. Huey let out a hearty laugh. His previously enraged form now settled back to its normal state. "Ah, senior sister, these poor souls really drew the short straw having to face you." Calum raised an eyebrow at the comment, thinking to himself, getting pulverized to death by junior brother doesn't sound like a picnic either. But his gaze upon Amelia sharpened. Still, Huey's got a point. Soul techniques are the worst. Not only do they inflict excruciating pain, but they rob a cultivator of their chance at reincarnation. Just the perfect arsenal for our sadistic junior sister. Suddenly, a half-dead cultivator who'd been playing possum began to scramble away. Amelia laughed gleefully.
"Ah! I was waiting for one of you to try something!"
In one fluid motion, she launched a dagger. It cut through the air with deadly precision, piercing the escaping cultivator's head and continuing its flight, shattering a window in one of the nearby village houses. A blood-curdling scream followed. Amelia's eyes widened. "Oh, spirits, I didn't mean to—" Calum shook his head. "Master will not be pleased with this collateral damage, Amelia." She scowled and shot both of them a threatening glare.
"Master isn't going to hear about this, understand?"
Huey rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. "I, didn't see anything. Did you, Brother Calum?" "This is going to be a long day," Calum thought, suppressing a sigh. The village leader, a frail old man with a crooked back and white wispy hair, approached them cautiously, his legs visibly trembling. With a deep bow, he said, "Esteemed cultivators, our humble village owes you a great debt for driving away those ruffians. We are eternally grateful." Conveniently, he made no mention of the unfortunate villager who met an untimely death. Huey grinned awkwardly. "No need to thank me, old man. I had a blast." The village leader managed a strained smile, but inwardly quivered. Why did these cultivators from the demonic sect save us? What could they possibly want? Fearing that they might take offense if not offered something, he cleared his throat. We have some gold that—" Amelia waved a dismissive hand.
"Old man, keep your gold. We're not interested."
The village leader's face paled. "Not gold, then what?" Swallowing hard, he blurted out, his voice tinged with shame. "We can also offer some young women to—" His eyes darted nervously between Calum and Huey, gauging their reactions. Amelia raised an eyebrow.
"Women? Why not men? Why not old men?"
She shot the village leader a playful glance, making the elder's blood run cold. Before the situation could get more awkward, Calum interrupted, his voice calm yet assertive. "Our master sent us on this mission. We have no desire for any offerings from the villagers. Our job is done." Hearing this, the village leader let out a sigh of profound relief, his knees almost buckling from the weight lifted off his shoulders. "Thank the gods they're leaving. I don't think our village could handle any more help from demonic cultivators," he thought, still shaking from the whole ordeal. "Ah! I've finally found you." All eyes darted upwards, locking onto the figure of an old man hovering in the air. His long gray hair cascaded down to his waist, swaying gently in the wind. Dressed in weathered martial arts robes, he looked like a relic from a bygone era. Yet the most startling thing about him was the presence he radiated. It was as if the world itself bent to his will. Trees that had stood tall for centuries now seemed to lean towards him, almost like disciples bowing before a master. The very air felt heavier, filled with a pressure that made even breathing feel like a challenge. Calem's eyes widened in realization, his voice trembling as he whispered, "Origin Realm." Chapter 9. Elder Olakin's voice boomed, echoing through the air like thunder.
The Black Rose Sect has truly crossed the line this time.
His face contorted with anger.
To think that your master, a mere nascent soul cultivator, dared to kidnap my precious daughter!
With each word he spoke, the trio of disciples felt their chests tighten. An invisible pressure weighed them down, making it hard to breathe. But when the word daughter escaped Elder Olakin's lips, it was like a boulder had been dropped onto them. They collapsed to their knees, gasping for breath, while the village leader standing nearby simply exploded, leaving nothing except a mist of red. Of course, Master would be the one to kidnap the daughter of an Origin Realm expert, Kalem thought, a bitter smile twisting his lips. Huey's mind raced frantically. Just my luck, getting bullied by an old man. Amelia, on the other hand, seemed genuinely surprised.
Master kidnapped someone. That's new. He usually just kills them.
Elder Olakin continued.
You will remain here while your master returns with my daughter.
With a wave of his hand, 3 nascent soul cultivators appeared beside him in the sky, bowing deeply.
Send word to their sect.
One of the nascent soul cultivators hesitated, voice trembling.
My lord, what if the Black Rose Sect sends reinforcements?
Elder Olakin chuckled.
Do you really think the Black Rose Sect would risk war for an elder on his last breath? No, he shall be the sacrificial lamb.
The nascent soul cultivators nodded in agreement, vanishing as quickly as they appeared. Elder Olakin then turned his gaze back to the fallen disciples.
As for you 3, you can only blame your own master for the fate that awaits you.
The elder then raised his hand, and the very earth seemed to respond to his will. Vines erupted from the ground, shooting towards the disciples like green serpents.
Awaken, Bloodthorn, Kalem whispered urgently.
His blade, bathed in a familiar demonic glow, lashed out at the encroaching vines, trying to sever them. But it was all in vain. Even a casual move by an Origin expert was too strong, too overwhelming. Before the other 2 could even react, the vines coiled around them, holding them in place. Satisfied, Elder Olakin closed his eyes, sinking into a meditative state as he waited. But only a few minutes later, he suddenly tensed. A disturbance in the heavens above caught his attention. Opening his eyes, Elder Olakin saw the silhouettes of 2 figures locked in battle.
Astral Awakening Realm, he whispered, a hint of envy in his voice.
What are they doing here? He pondered. Such beings usually prefer secluded closed-door cultivation. Something significant must have occurred to draw them out. His thoughts were interrupted as the 2 figures above clashed, sending a stray streak of white plummeting towards him. Elder Olakin's eyes widened. He shifted to the side just in time, narrowly avoiding the inferno. The fire streaked past him, missing him by inches. Beads of sweat materialized on his brow as he realized how dangerously close he had come to death. By the time the white flames reached ground level, they had diminished to a flickering spark. Huey, constricted by the vines and entirely helpless, watched the spark approach him with a sense of impending doom. Closing his eyes, he braced for the end, but the end never came. When he dared to open his eyes again, he found the vines that had bound him reduced to mere ashes. Miraculously, he himself was unscathed. He was free. Wasting no time, Huey shouted, "Senior brother, senior sister, I'm going to get help!" Without a backwards glance, he made a mad dash away from the scene. Elder Olakin's eyes locked onto Huey's retreating form.
"You think you can escape, boy?"
With a burst of energy, he surged forward, determined to capture the escaping disciple. But as if the heavens themselves intervened, another radiant streak descended from the celestial brawl above, a blazing white fire even fiercer than the previous.
"Not again!"
Elder Olakin spat, desperately trying to evade the oncoming onslaught. But this time, he was a fraction of a second too slow. The fire struck him squarely on the back, sending him tumbling out of the sky and crashing into the ground, where he formed a small crater upon impact. Lying there, Elder Olakin desperately called upon one of his strongest defensive measures.
"Aqua barrier cascade!"
he coughed out. The air around him moistened as a swirling barrier of water formed, enveloping him in its embrace. However, the celestial white fire seemed to scoff at his defenses. It lapped hungrily at the watery shield, threatening to evaporate it entirely as it continued its relentless approach towards the Elder. How can this be? Elder Olakin thought in disbelief. But as abruptly as the attack began, it subsided. The ethereal flames dissipated, leaving a charred and shaken Elder Olakin amidst the ruins. Slowly, very slowly, he rose to his feet. He chose not to pursue Huey. At least not for now. Twice in such a short span. Is this mere chance, or... His eyes darted to Huey's receding figure, suspicion brewing. That boy. Could he? He cast a wary glance skyward, worried that he, an Origin Realm expert, would be killed as collateral damage. Such power! Slifer was engrossed in conversation with Morvran and Val when a sudden message interrupted his thoughts. Ding! Warning! Your disciple Amelia is in mortal danger. Slifer's eyes widened in shock. He had only sent Amelia and the other disciples on a task of core formation difficulty. What could have gone so wrong? Another 2 notifications popped up in quick succession, causing his heart to drop. Ding! Warning, your disciple Huey is in mortal danger. Ding! Warning, your disciple Calum is in mortal danger. Slifer's eyes narrowed as he tried to piece together the puzzle. Given the life-saving treasures they possessed, bestowed by the original, only cultivators of the Origin Realm or above had the power to endanger them. Could it be? Did the bandits have a backing even the Sect wasn't aware of? Without hesitation, he asked the system, "Where are the disciples now?" Error! Increase disciple loyalty to 95% or upgrade disciple management panel to obtain more information. With no time or credits to worry about upgrades, Slifer sighed. I need to go to Lushan Village. Ding! New task. Save your disciples from imminent danger. Reward 1,000 karmic credits. The sight of so many credits up for grabs made Slifer's face turn pale. The system wouldn't offer such a prize unless the danger was sky high. Am I walking into my own grave? He shook his head, banishing the dread that crept into his thoughts. Credits or no credits, I'd go save them. They're not just disciples, they're my lifeline. No disciples means no credits, and no credits means a short life for me. A smile crossed his face as he thought of Huey. That boy has protagonist-level luck. If the heavenly tribulation strike reaches astral awakening or even the ascendant level, we just might stand a chance. Ding! Your disciple Huey is no longer in mortal danger. Seeing the notification, Slifer's smile faltered. He decided to wait a few more seconds to see if the situation had resolved itself. Maybe he wouldn't need to interfere after all. However, seeing no further notifications, a frown appeared on his face. Should I be relieved or worried? If Huey isn't in danger, can I still count on his protagonist-level luck to aid me? He sighed, the weight of uncertainty pressing on him. Why won't the system let me see my own stats? Knowing my own luck could ease my mind or make it worse. Musta? Morvran's voice pulled him from his thoughts.
You seemed disturbed. Is everything okay?
The disciples are in danger, Slifer revealed with a heavy sigh. I must go save them.
Morvran's eyes widened slightly.
Could it be that one of their life-saving treasures was activated?
Slifer blinked, momentarily caught off guard by the plausible excuse Morvran provided. That's a better explanation than anything I could have come up with.
Yes,
he replied with a firm nod.
That's exactly what happened.
Morvran's face took on a determined look.
Master, is there anything I can do to help?
Slifer forced a smile, though his worry was clear in his eyes.
Prepare a grand feast for my return.
If I return, he added internally. Just then his belly gave an inopportune rumble, and a hint of embarrassment crossed his face.
With everything going on, I think a feast is the least I deserve.
Val, having overheard, approached him with large, worried eyes.
Master Go? Val help?
He smiled at the tiny dragon.
Yes, Val. I need you to change into your bigger form. Will you give me a ride?
Val nodded energetically.
Yes, Master. Val be big and fly.
With that, she darted out of the cave. In moments, her smaller form was replaced by the magnificent sight of her large, majestic size. Slifer couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. Riding a dragon! It's the stuff of childhood dreams. As he prepared to climb onto Val, he noticed Fenlock descend from the clouds.
Master! I've set up the Master-Disciple ceremony!
Ding! Task complete. You have gained 10 karmic credits. Slifer quickly waved him off.
Your senior brothers and sister are in danger. The ceremony can wait.
Without waiting for a response, Slifer leaped onto Val, who readied her wings for flight. Fenlock stood still for a moment, processing the situation, but then his face broke into a grin.
This means more time with junior sister Linvari.
With newfound energy, he dashed off, shouting joyfully, "Junior sister! Wait for me!" Flying high in the sky, Slifer's sharp eyes scanned the landscape below. In the distance, he spotted a small figure hurrying away from Lushan village. Wait a minute, isn't that Huey? He decided to activate the insight skill to confirm. Name, Huey. Realm, Lake Core Formation. Known techniques, NA. Known affiliations, Black Rose Sect. Disposition, NA.
Val, let's intercept Huey,
Slifer ordered. Val tilted her head.
Huey there! We say hi!
With a burst of enthusiasm, she swooped down, her vast shadow casting a dark veil over Huey, who was so wrapped up in his own world that he nearly leapt out of his boots when Val landed in front of him.
Holy dragon scales, Val! You nearly gave me a heart attack!
Huey exclaimed, clutching his chest dramatically. Val giggled.
Oopsie, Val scared Huey.
Then, lifting his gaze, Huey spotted Slifer.
Master!
He exclaimed in relief.
I was heading to the Black Rose Sect to find you. Some creepy old man attacked us, and he's taken senior brother and senior sister hostage. I was taken too, but, well, I managed to escape.
He finished with a sheepish laugh. Slifer's eyes narrowed. As I suspected, Huey's luck stat saved him.
Get on and show us the way,
he instructed. Scratching the back of his head, Huey pointed towards Lushan village.
They're that way. It's really not that far, Master. I'm sure you can find it yourself.
Slifer scrutinized him. With a luck stat of 8, there's no way I'm letting you go. His face hardened.
What kind of junior brother are you, refusing to aid your seniors?
Huey's head dropped as he realized that his plans of escaping were exposed.
I thought I'd be in the way, he mumbled.
Slifer dismissed his excuse with a shake of his head.
Just get on, and make sure to stay close to me the whole time, no matter what happens.
Huey hesitated, then nodded.
Why is Master punishing me? He thought,
misunderstanding Slifer's instructions. Slifer smirked inwardly. I don't know if luck is contagious, but having Huey near me certainly can't hurt.
Me fly fast, hold strong,
Val chirped, her wings spreading wide as she sped towards the village. Elder Olakin, hovering in the air, felt the weight of the world lift slightly with the departure of the astral awakening seniors. His gaze drifted to the two struggling disciples, their will unwavering despite their dire circumstances. A glint of admiration sparkled in his eyes.
In another time and place, perhaps they would have been worthy of being my disciples.
His gaze then darted in the direction of the Black Rose Sect. Any moment now, his servants would reach their destination. He didn't expect the sect's elder to face him directly. After all, challenging an Origin Realm cultivator like him was akin to courting death. But he did expect that the foolish elder would hand over his daughter without resistance. The captured disciples below were just the price to be paid for their master's audacity. A frown creased his brows.
But if he dares to harm even a single strand of her hair, the heavens themselves won't be able to save him.
His thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the unmistakable silhouette of a dragon cutting through the skies. Squinting, Olakin's enhanced vision focused on the figure of Elder Slifer and that annoying disciple riding the mighty beast.
Where is she? What has that demon done?
Huey, seeing the elder staring at him, gave an uncomfortable wave, his expression screaming, "I'd rather be anywhere else right now." As for Slifer, he calmly met the elder's gaze. So, another old man with a grudge. But which of the original's enemies could this be? Insight! Name, N.A. Realm, Late Origin Realm. Known techniques, N.A. Known affiliations, Black Heart Sect. Disposition, N.A. Late Origin Realm. Slifer pondered his options. He would rather save his cards if possible. Talking my way out would be the best course here, but demonic cultivators are rarely the diplomatic type. I shouldn't get my hopes up. He then looked down to see two of his disciples bound by vines. Calum shook his head in disbelief. Why did Master come? He can't possibly best an Origin Realm expert. Amelia, never one to hold her tongue, smirked at her captor. Well, now that our master is here, you'll soon be begging him to spare your pathetic life, oh man. Do all disciples nowadays take courting death 101? Slifer's heart nearly jumped out of his chest at her bold proclamation. And she's trying to take me down with her.
Slifer!
Olakin spat out.
Where is my daughter?
Daughter? Origin Realm expert. Slifer's thoughts raced, connecting the dots. Elder Olakin! If I had known it was him, I'd have brought the girl. But as he recalled the wounds Morvran had inflicted on her, a chill ran down his spine. Then again, given her current state, that might have ended badly for me anyway. Clearing his throat, Slifer spoke with feigned calm.
She is currently a guest at our sect.
A mocking laughter escaped Olakin's lips.
Guest? You expect me to believe you'd kill nascent soul experts just to accommodate a core formation cultivator?
Slifer didn't respond. The biting truth in Olakin's words made him inwardly curse the original Slifer for getting him into such a predicament. Gathering his courage, he proposed,
Return, my disciples, and I'll ensure your daughter's safe return.
Olakin shook his head dismissively.
You misunderstand, Slifer. I'll personally retrieve my daughter. As for you and your disciples, you won't live to see another day.
As Slifer opened his mouth, searching for the right words to diffuse the volatile situation, Elder Olakin suddenly attacked.
Emerald Vine Strike!
The technique burst forth. A verdant vine shot directly at Slifer with breathtaking speed, too fast for his eyes to track. Only the critical block card can save me now, he thought frantically. Val let out a panicked, No hurt, master! She swiftly tried to dodge, but the vine's relentless speed caught her off guard, and the sharp tip grazed her flank. Owie! She cried out as she began to lose control and spiraled towards the earth. As she descended rapidly, both Slifer and Huey clung to her desperately. The wind whipped past them, roaring in their ears, but just as the ground seemed ominously close, Val's large form began to shrink. In this moment of crisis, Huey's reflexes kicked in. He reached into his storage ring, drawing forth his sword. With a nimble move, he landed on the flat of the blade, suspending himself in midair. Looking quite pleased with himself, he exclaimed, Well, that was close! Below, Slifer's heart raced. As Val continued to decrease in size, he managed to grab hold of the now tiny dragon, wrapping her in his arms. He braced for impact, tucking and rolling to distribute the force of their landing. Breathing heavily, he examined the tiny dragon and noticed that her orange scales were tarnished by a dark, oozing wound on her flank.
Val, are you okay?
Val sniffled, her large, teary eyes looking up at Slifer.
Val hurt, but Val's strong,
she whispered. I don't have any pills that could heal a dragon, Slifer thought bitterly, a sinking feeling gripping his chest. The Sect was the only place with the resources to heal her.
Rest now, Val,
he whispered tenderly, cupping the baby dragon's face.
I'll be back soon.
Her eyes, misty with pain, gazed into his. She nodded weakly, her trust in her master unwavering. Seeing little Val like this caused something to snap inside of Slifer. Gazing at the sky, his face twisted with hatred.
Damn you, old man! You just signed your death warrant!
He had been sympathetic towards Elder Olakin, understanding that the original Slifer was the one that kidnapped his daughter and caused all this. But the moment the Elder injured Val, all bets were off. Despite their short time together, he had developed a fondness for the little dragon that he simply couldn't ignore. Activate Heavenly Tribulation Strike Card! Ding! Heavenly Tribulation Strike Card activated. Randomizing power level Origin Realm. Slifer clenched his fists. Please let this be enough, he thought. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. The sky turned an ominous shade of gray as storm clouds rapidly converged. A deafening rumble of thunder echoed, chilling the very bones of those who heard it. Elder Olakin's initially smug expression morphed into one of grave concern. Sensing the potent aura gathering above, he prepared himself.
Golden Shield Array! Spirit Wind Cloak! Earth Essence Guard!
Olakin chanted, summoning layer upon layer of defense around himself. Each protective aura was distinct. One was a golden barrier, another like an ethereal cloak of wind, and the last a sturdy shell formed of condensed earth essence. Witnessing the impending catastrophe, Huey's eyes widened with fear. Without a second thought, he descended rapidly, seeking safety from the storm. With a blinding flash, the thunderbolt descended. It tore through the sky with unmatched fury, smashing through Elder Olakin's defenses one by one. The sheer force sent him hurtling backwards, crashing into the ground with a colossal impact, and a thick cloud of dust rose from the newly formed crater. Slifer's eyes widened, his heart pounding. Was it enough? But his heart sank when he saw a bloodied hand emerge from the dust, followed by the battered figure of the old man as he pulled himself out from the crater. His aura, although weakened, still resonated with the overwhelming power of the Origin Realm. Managing a weak chuckle, Olakin spat out a mouthful of blood.
Impressive, Slifer. You've managed to keep your breakthrough a secret.
Pausing for a moment, his eyes narrowed and darkened.
But that was your only chance. I'm done playing around.
The Elder's words sent a chill down Slifer's spine.
What do I do now?
Chapter 10. Slifer grit his teeth, weighing his options. If this were an anime, perhaps the talk no jutsu would have been my way out. It always seems to work wonders in these types of situations. But, unfortunately for him, this was a xianxia world, where it was strength that did all the talking. Slifer's gaze settled on his cards. Among them, the reversal card caught his attention. The memory of when he first entered this world flashed in his mind. The reversal card managed to kill a core formation cultivator the last time I used it, but could it be powerful enough to deal with an Origin Realm expert? As he was about to activate the card, a thought hit him. The range of this card is too big. What if it hurts my disciples? Or Val? His eyes glanced at Val's tiny form on the ground, her chest moving up and down with shallow breaths. No, it's not worth the risk. Seeing Slifer deep in thought, Elder Olakin scoffed.
You dare get distracted in front of me!
In a swift motion, he summoned another attack.
Verdant Lash of Desolation!
Green tendrils imbued with the very essence of the earth surged forward. Their speed was incomprehensible, and before Slifer could react, they were nearly upon him. But just as the lethal tendrils were about to pierce his heart, a system notification sounded. Ding! Critical block activated. The attack rebounded as if hitting an invisible barrier, dissipating into harmless wisps of energy. Elder Olakin's eyes widened in disbelief.
What?
He muttered, a hint of unease evident in his voice.
Even if you've reached the origin realm, this should not be possible.
Slifer, trying to buy more time, replied coolly,
There's much you don't know, Elder. Perhaps it's time we talk this through.
Elder Olakin's face darkened further. He had heard tales that this Elder Slifer was as bloodthirsty as they come, but here he was wanting to chat. Slifer's eyes darted to his stat screen, noticing the 269 credits. I need a good card from the shop and fast. Ding! Random card acquired. Activate now? Yes, no. Without hesitation, he activated the random card function. Ding! Successful! You have acquired critical block card. Description: protects user from a critical strike. Not bad, but it would only prolong the inevitable. Slifer's hands were clammy as he saw Elder Olakin move for another strike.
Thorny coffin of eternal slumber,
the Elder announced, summoning thick vines bristling with deadly thorns that moved like serpents in the air. This was his most powerful plant-based attack, one that trapped and strangled the life out of his enemies. Slifer's eyes widened as the thorny vines shot toward him. I have to rely on another critical block card. With a desperate click, he purchased one more random card as he braced for impact. Ding! Unsuccessful. Better luck next time. Ding! Critical block activated. Just as the thorny vines were about to envelop him, much like the previous attack, they ricocheted off the invisible shield. Elder Olakin's face turned crimson with rage and disbelief.
Impossible!
He spat, but doubt gnawed at him. If I can't even touch him, and he can conjure that thunderbolt again, I'm finished. This isn't working! My luck stat must be too low! Slifer's attention turned to Huey, who had taken refuge behind a tree. Does he really think that hiding under a tree will save him from lightning?
Huey!
Slifer yelled.
Get over here now!
Peeking out from his hiding spot, Huey spotted Slifer's grave expression. He gulped audibly and flew over. Master,
No time to talk. Hold my hand!
Slifer cut him off. As Huey grabbed Slifer's hand, his eyes were full of questions, but he knew better than to ask them at this moment. Come on, give me something good, Slifer sent a desperate plea to the fickle gods of luck. Just as he triggered another random card purchase, Elder Olakin let out an earth-shaking roar and summoned his domain.
Entwined Forest of Desolation!
Suddenly, the entire area transformed. Giant trees erupted from the ground, their branches intertwining to create a vast, impenetrable canopy above, while below thick vines twisted and turned, crawling towards everyone like ravenous serpents. Slifer felt the crushing pressure of Elder Olakin's domain as the world around him turned into an endless forest. So this is a true Origin Realm domain, he thought, momentarily comparing it to his own fledgling nascent Soul Realm domain, which paled in comparison. If he could visualize his own stats, he was certain there'd be a glaring debuff staring back at him. But then again, as a chi-refining cultivator, his base power was already insignificant against Elder Olakin. Beside him, Huey quivered like a leaf in a storm. Is this how it ends? He wondered, glancing over at Slifer with wide-eyed panic. Why on earth does Master want our final moments to be hand in hand? A fleeting thought of how he'd imagined his own end crossed Huey's mind. Comfortably old, surrounded by a doting harem, each competing to feed him grapes. not clutching his master's hand in some backwards village. As these thoughts swirled in Huey's mind, Slifer was already taking action. He repositioned himself protectively in front of Huey and focused intently on the system screen. Ding! Critical block activated. As anticipated, the vines harmlessly deflected off Slifer. Why? Elder Olakin's roar of frustration echoed through the vicinity. Assuming Slifer possessed some magical item that defended against distant assaults, the Elder decided on a more direct approach.
Let's see if you can fend off a close-quarters attack!
Elder Olakin shouted, charging at Slifer with a fist aimed straight for his face. Why do they always announce their moves? Slifer wondered. It would be so much more effective if he just attacked without warning. But then, recalling his own battles, he realized he too enjoyed shouting out his moves. Guess I can't really fault him for it. Slifer knew that the critical block card worked against any form of attack, so he wasn't concerned. However, when he took a look at his remaining cards, he noticed that he was out of critical block cards. His eyes widened in panic as the old man appeared before him. Suddenly, another system notification appeared. Ding! Successful! You have acquired Deadly Strike card. Description: deliver a fatal blow to the target. Warning: effect only applies to beings below the immortal realm. Without a moment's hesitation, Slifer activated the card. Randomizing attack. Sword Strike. Peak Ascendant Realm. Before he could even skim through the second notification, a surge of intangible sword chi erupted from his hand, piercing straight through Elder Olakin. The Elder, now just a foot away from Slifer, froze. Time seemed to stand still. Then, with a loud thud, Elder Olakin's head toppled over, followed by his lifeless body collapsing onto the ground. The plant domain around them shattered like a fragile glass globe, its fragments disappearing into wisps of plant essence. Ding! Task complete. You have gained 1,000 karmic credits. Ding! You have killed an Origin Realm cultivator. You have gained 200 karmic credits. Huey, mouth agape, stared at the fallen elder, then at his master. Master, how did you... Slifer looked at Huey, then at Elder Olakin's fallen body, and finally at his own hands, still feeling the residual tingling from the Deadly Strike card. That was too close. Way too close. Sometimes it's all about luck, Slifer muttered, seemingly lost in thought. Huey looked down at their still clasped hands, then back up to Slifer. Master, can you let go of my hand now? Slifer blinked, realizing he was still gripping Huey's hand tightly. He cleared his throat awkwardly and released his disciple's hand. My apologies. He chuckled, giving Huey a playful pat on the back. You're quite the lucky charm. Huey forced a smile, his thoughts running wild. If it weren't for Master, I'd be miles away from this mess. But... Of course, Master, he said out loud, though a little hesitantly. Quickly, store that corpse in your storage ring, Slifer instructed, pointing to the decapitated Elder Olakin. With a swift motion, Huey complied. Slifer then rushed to where little Val lay. He gently picked up the tiny dragon, her snores filling the air. Master has taken care of the bad man, he murmured, brushing his fingers over her smooth scales. Val just snored louder, her adorable face deep in slumber, utterly oblivious to the events that had just transpired. As the suffocating vines disappeared, Amelia strode over, a triumphant smile playing on her lips. I always knew Master would come through, she bragged, tossing her hair. Beside her, Calum dropped into a deep bow. Forgive me, Master, he said, voice shaking. This disciple doubted you. Since when was Master a swordsman? Calum wondered. That sword chi, it had will. Isn't that an astral awakening senior's ability? Slifer studied them both, hiding a small smile. Just as Calum raised his head, a system notification popped up. Ding! Congratulations! Your actions have affected your disciples. Your disciple Amelia's loyalty has increased by 11%. Your disciple Calum's loyalty has increased by 20%. Your disciple Huey's loyalty has increased by 5%. Increasing their loyalty? I need to delve deeper into this. Apart from the obvious reasons for desiring loyalty, he remembered there were additional benefits like pinpointing their exact location via the system. What other advantages might there be? Slifer turned his attention to Amelia. There was something he needed to make clear.
You need to stop belittling cultivators more powerful than yourself. There may come a time when even I can't save you.
If she keeps this up, she might draw trouble that not even Huey's bizarre luck can get us out of. Amelia lowered her head, a shadow of regret passing over her face. But then, a mischievous glint appeared in her eyes.
All right, Master. I promise to only pick on those weaker than me.
Slifer raised an eyebrow. A hint of exasperation crept into his voice as he replied,
No, Amelia, that's not the point. No bullying anyone.
She huffed, looking away in disappointment.
Master, you're no fun.
Before he could reply, the prior system notification replayed in his mind. He recalled being deducted 10 credits because Amelia had taken an innocent life.
Amelia, he began, why did you kill a villager? Didn't I explicitly state to not take an innocent life?
She froze, her eyes widening in shock.
Master, it was an accident, she stammered,
clearly caught off guard. She had not expected him to find out, especially so soon. Slifer exhaled deeply, pinching the bridge of his nose. The idea of sending Amelia outside the sect to save lives flashed through his mind, but after what happened this time, he shook it off. He didn't know which enemy of the original would come after him next, and he did not want to find out.
Your punishment will be to assist in the medicine hall, saving 10 lives to atone for the one you took, he declared.
But Master, I don't know anything about...
Slifer cut her off with a stern look, stopping her in her tracks.
You will learn, he said firmly.
Her shoulders slumped down as she nodded, accepting her punishment.
Yes, Master,
she mumbled. This might be a good way to earn credits while guiding her on a righteous path, Slifer thought optimistically. I might actually be getting the hang of being an elder. Ding! Task assigned, save 10 lives. Disciple Amelia. Status 0 out of 10. Reward 10 karmic credits. Slifer's eyebrows furrowed at the notification. Only 1 credit for a life? He sighed. Sometimes this system truly doesn't make sense. Whilst her master was once again lost in thought, Amelia cast a suspicious glance at Calum, and then at Huey.
It must have been Huey who ratted me out, seeing your brother was with me the whole time.
Catching her glare, Huey paled, raising his hands defensively.
Hey, it wasn't me!
Amelia didn't seem convinced, her eyes narrowing further. Ignoring the little exchange, Slifer looked down at Calum. The truth was, Calum had been correct in his initial assessment. Against an Origin Realm expert, Slifer would have been severely outmatched. But Slifer wasn't one to waste an opportunity to acquire more credits, even if it meant employing creative disciplinary measures.
Calum, Slifer began, your lack of faith in your master is disappointing. As your punishment, you will complete 10 tasks within the sect.
Pausing, Slifer added,
I won't list them out for you. Unlike the other 2, I trust you can pick them yourself.
Calum's eyes widened briefly before he nodded solemnly, accepting the task.
Yes, Master.
Ding! Task assigned. 10 righteous deeds. Disciple Calum. Status 0 out of 10. Reward? ? Slifer ignored the notification as he looked over at Huey. There was no need to punish him. After all, Huey was his lucky charm. Would punishing a protagonist affect my luck? Perhaps it's best not to test those waters. His eyes softened as he looked down at Val's small form cradled in his arms.
We must return to the sect, he declared.
The severity of Val's injury concerned him. A strike from an Origin Realm expert was not to be taken lightly. However, Amelia interjected, pointing in a particular direction.
Master, the nascent soul servants went that way. They'll likely be back soon. Shouldn't we take care of them?
We? More like me. I've had enough action for tonight. Heck, enough for the next century, Slifer thought. Without another word, he started heading in a different direction, aiming to circle back to the Sect and avoid them monsters. Confused, Amelia hastened to keep up with him.
Master, why are we leaving them alive? Aren't they a threat?
Assuming a wise and profound expression, Slifer shook his head slowly.
There's been enough death today,
he intoned gravely. However, Slifer knew that he would lose more credits than he would gain if he were to kill them. Peak Slifer cards don't come cheap. Amelia looked at her master, genuine confusion evident in her eyes.
Why would the man who brought entire sects to their knees think a single death is too many?
The 3 nascent soul cultivators from the Black Art sect swiftly made their way back to Lushan village. Their journey was interrupted by a sudden vibration from their communication tokens. As the glowing light shone, they saw the message that froze their steps.
The Grand Elder, he's dead?
The first one stammered, voice shaking. Another simply shook his head, his eyes filled with disbelief. The reality of Elder Olakin's death was impossible to digest.
Could the Elder from the Black Rose sect have done this? Could he have killed the Grand Elder?
The third just whispered, almost inaudibly.
No, it can't be. Elder Slifer failed to break through to the Origin Realm. Everyone knows that.
But the next moment shattered their doubts. The communication token lit up, showing the last moments of Elder Olakin's life playing out before their eyes. They watched as Elder Slifer, previously thought to be a dying cultivator, raised his hand and released an explosive sword chi that effortlessly decapitated the Grand Elder.
How is this possible? Elder Olakin taken down with just one strike?
The 3 of them gasped in unison as the reality of the situation sank in.
Ascendant Realm,
one muttered, his voice quivering. The leader, snapping out of his daze, clenched his fists.
We must return to the sect immediately, he declared.
The emergence of a new Ascendant cultivator could upheave the balance among the sects. We need to prepare for the worst.
The second nodded, adding, especially when that cultivator is that demon Slifer. Slifer returned to his private quarters, his heart heavy with a mixture of relief and apprehension. He had just placed little Val in a specialized healing chamber, and now there was nothing left to do but wait. He settled down on a plush cushion, his thoughts drifting back to the confrontation. It's true what they say in those xianxia novels, he mused, a wry smile forming on his lips. Personal power is everything in this world. If he had been an Astral Awakening senior, perhaps Elder Olakin wouldn't have been so audacious.
He wouldn't have even thought of taking my disciples hostage,
Slifer murmured to himself, shaking his head in frustration. Suddenly, the memory of Amelia's taunting words surfaced in his mind. He chuckled bitterly.
Bullying the weak is the norm here, huh? It's as if the powerful take pleasure in the misery of others.
His expression hardened, determination lighting up his eyes. I need to increase my cultivation. Having those rare cards might give me an edge, but in the end, my own strength is the most reliable. Eagerly, he activated the shop interface. Shop. Cards, cultivation methods, treasures, pills and elixirs, mystic techniques, martial techniques, bloodlines and ancestries, constitutions, spirit roots, beasts and familiars, create. I need a heaven-rank cultivation method if I'm going to make any significant leaps in my cultivation. His fingers danced across the interface, pulling up the methods available for purchase. The cheapest methods, like the Heavenly Celestial Breath method, were priced at 500 credits. Now that he had a few more credits to spend, perhaps he could aim higher. He scrolled through the options, noting the price tags. But when he looked at the mid-heaven rank methods, like 9 Heavens Soul Refinement and Celestial Ascent Scripture, they all required 1,000 credits. The high heaven rank methods, such as Eternal Tao Enlightenment and Primordial Essence Codex, were an even steeper 2,500 credits. As for the peak methods, like Universe Mastery Technique, they were an astronomical 5,000 credits. Slifer exhaled sharply, a hint of annoyance evident in his features.
No matter how much I earn, he muttered, it never seems to be enough.
Choices, choices.
He gazed at the glowing interface.
What path should I take?
Slifer sighed and redirected his attention to the Create option on the shop interface. He delved deeper into the option and found that it allowed a cultivator to fuse methods they had mastered to form a new, potentially stronger technique. The cost? A mere 10 karmic credits.
That sounds incredibly overpowered,
Slifer mumbled to himself. But then again, mastering even one method takes an eternity. How would I ever master multiple? He spotted another option that grabbed his attention. It permitted him to fuse cultivation methods he was familiar with, but had not yet mastered. There was, however, a catch. The cost in karmic credits would increase significantly.
System, Slifer inquired, how much would it cost to merge the Heavenly Radiance Cultivation Art with the Heavenly Celestial Breath method?
Heavenly Radiance Cultivation Art Mastery 5%. Heavenly Celestial Breath Method Mastery 0%. Calculating cost 350 karmic credits. Slifer nodded slowly, processing the information.
And the rank of the resulting method?
Mid-heaven rank. A satisfied smile crept onto Slifer's face, his earlier frustration melting away.
Now that's a deal I'm willing to take.
Without hesitation, Slifer acquired the Heavenly Celestial Breath method for 500 credits. With the method in his possession, he navigated to the Create option and initiated the merging process. Are you sure you wish to proceed?
Yes, proceed,
Slifer affirmed. The system took a moment, its interface swirling with myriad colors before it finally announced, Merging process complete. Please provide a new name for your cultivation method. Slifer paused, pondering. He needed a name that resonated with the essence of both methods, yet sounded profound and mysterious, befitting the xianxia world.
Let's call it the Celestial Radiance Breathing Art, he declared with a satisfied nod.
It might not sound as impressive as some of the other heaven-ranked methods, but Slifer felt like it did the job. With a heaven-ranked method, I should be able to reach Foundation establishment in one step. Taking a deep breath, he murmured,
Time to break through.
But as he began to cycle the energy, a nagging sensation tugged at the edges of his consciousness. Am I forgetting something? He wondered, trying to pinpoint the source of his unease. Unable to identify the elusive thought, he shook his head, choosing to immerse himself in his cultivation.
Distractions won't aid my breakthrough,
he muttered. Meanwhile, in the guest quarters, Leah paced the room, growing more impatient with each step. Suddenly she paused, and a cruel smirk appeared on her face. Father will come soon, she muttered, and he'll teach that old pervert a lesson. Then her thoughts turned to Morvran, causing her face to darken. And that buffoon, she spat out. How dare he lay a hand on me? A vivid image of Morvran's bald head on a spike flashed in her mind, bringing the smirk back to her face. Chapter 11. In a dimly lit chamber, Zarius lay on a wooden bed, covered in white bandages that wrapped tightly around his body. His breaths were shallow, and the slightest movement caused pain to course through his body.
Elder Slifer and his pathetic disciples, he cursed,
his voice raspy and weak. Memories flashed. the bald, plump servant demonstrating to the disciples how to inflict the most pain upon him.
And to think that fat oaf had the audacity to join them,
he grimaced. It was one thing to get ambushed by fellow disciples, but to be struck by a mere servant? Unacceptable. Gritting his teeth, Zarius recalled his precious heaven-rank cultivation method. The very treasure he had risked everything to steal, now gone, taken by Elder Slifer's underlings. His jaws tightened as he recalled the severity of his injuries. If not for Master's earth rank, healing pellet, and those other pills, I'd probably be floating in the river of the afterlife. He exhaled deeply, glancing at the bandages that crisscrossed his body. The potent medicines were working, and he could sense his strength slowly returning. Just a few more days, and I'll be back to my peak. That old man might be out of my reach, but those disciples, they'll pay dearly. Zarius's face darkened. The faint creak of the door interrupted his vengeful thoughts. Looking up, Zarius caught the sight of a young, lanky disciple with a perpetually confused expression entering the chamber.
Another one?
Zarius thought, irked.
What do you want?
He snapped, recalling the horde of disciples trying to win his favor during his vulnerable state. The newcomer, unperturbed by Zarius's cold reception, began placing talismans at each corner of the room, all the while maintaining that idiotic smile.
What is he up to?
Zarius's suspicion continued to grow.
Hey! What are you doing there?
The disciple turned to face him, an oddly satisfied smirk on his face. Now that the noise suppression talismans are up, he began, muttering more to himself than anyone else, no one will interrupt us. Zarius's eyes widened in alarm. As the disciple moved closer, a sense of dread settled in.
Do you even know who I am?
Zarius blurted out, attempting to use his status to deter the strange disciple.
Stay away! My master, a grand elder, won't stand for this!
The disciple, Dentos, let out a sigh.
Ah, master,
he murmured, a faraway look in his eyes.
How I wish I had a master. If I did, I wouldn't be doing, well, this.
Zarius, now confused and increasingly concerned, tried to pull away, but his injuries held him back. Dentos firmly grabbed onto Zarius's arm.
The heavens have been so unfair to me,
Dentos lamented, as he oddly began to massage Zarius's fingers. Suddenly, with a swift and eerie precision, he bent one of Zarius's fingers backwards. The sharp pain made Zarius gasp, his face contorting in agony. But Dentos was relentless. As he moved to the next finger, breaking it with the same deliberate cruelty, Zarius let out a shrill cry, his eyes moistening with tears of pain and disbelief.
Oh, heavens, why is this happening to me?
Missed my golden opportunity with Boss Morvran,
Dentos mused, seemingly unfazed by the torment he was inflicting. With each word, another finger met its unfortunate fate, and Zarius's breath came in ragged pants, his body quivering.
But perhaps, if Boss Morvran learns of my dedication, he'll put in a good word with Elder Slifer, and then I'll have a master.
So, you're doing all this just because you don't have a master?
Zarius, between screams, managed to ask.
Dentos nodded earnestly. You see, it's just unbearable in this sect without one.
What happened to the other elders?
Zarius tried to distract him, hoping that someone would come check up on him. Dentos started reminiscing about his various good deeds to help the elders. A half smile played on his face, as if he genuinely believed they were acts of kindness.
You know, he began, I once heard Elder Karna mention he had a sore back. Thinking this was my chance, I went to his chambers at midnight. I wanted to give him a massage. He, didn't appreciate my initiative. The new pond in the garden, that was me being blasted into the earth. Then there was Elder Mira, Dentos continued. She always struck me as distant, perhaps a tad chilly. I reckoned a hug would do wonders at a sect meeting. I went for it, hugging her from behind. She didn't take it too well. It took 3 elders to pry her off. Trust me, it wasn't the warm embrace I'd imagined.
How is this guy still alive after all this? Zarius blinked in disbelief. Dentos looked down at Zarius's pained face.
See? It's really hard for me. No one appreciates my good intentions. That's why I have to impress Elder Slifer this way. Maybe then, finally, I'll have a master.
This guy is a calamity on 2 legs, Zarius thought to himself. As for Elder Slifer and his disciples, they're all lunatics. Forget revenge. I never want to cross paths with him again. With a last, apologetic glance, Dentos murmured,
Sorry. This is just a necessary evil. You understand, right?
Before Zarius could answer, Dentos continued with his bone-breaking. All in his misguided quest for a master. Chapter 12. Ding! Congratulations! You have advanced to the next stage. You have gained 1 karmic credit. Slifer stepped out of his private chambers, his feet landing silently on the cool, stone-paved courtyard. The crescent moon overhead seemed to mirror his frustration, casting a dim, silvery glow upon the ground. With a deep scowl etched onto his face, he thought about his recent failed attempts at cultivation. For the past few hours, he had tried every method he could think of to advance to the Foundation establishment realm, but they had all been in vain. He was stuck at the peak 9th stage of chi refining. It was maddening. A cultivator at the chi refining stage would need to condense their dispersed chi into a solid pillar, a foundation upon which their future cultivation would rest. Only by forming this foundation could one step into the realm of foundation establishment and be recognized as a true cultivator. As for those lucky enough to possess a foundation establishment pill, they could potentially expedite this breakthrough. These pills contained condensed chi essence that could aid in forming the chi pillar, offering a smoother transition from chi refining to foundation establishment. Well, that was the theory behind it, but for Slifer they seemed to do nothing. All those stories I read about young masters fighting tooth and nail, even competing in grand tournaments just to lay their hands on a single foundation establishment pill, he recalled, shaking his head in exasperation. And here I am, swallowing them like candy to no avail. Slifer absent-mindedly rolled the now empty vials of the foundation establishment pills in his hand as his mind drifted back to the heaven rank cultivation method. He had experienced the leap in efficiency. A low heaven rank method is supposedly 9 times more effective than a peak earth rank one, he pondered. As for his own mid-heaven rank method, the celestial radiance breathing art, he couldn't precisely gauge its efficiency, but he knew it was nothing to scoff at. The heavenly radiance cultivation art had its merits, but was tricky with its reliance on the balance of sun and moon chi. In contrast, the celestial radiance breathing art tapped into the energy of various celestial bodies. No need to worry about balance, he could just keep absorbing and converting chi.
But what good is a faster cultivation speed if I can't break through?
With a snort, he muttered,
Heaven rank methods, huh? More like heavenly overrated.
After his futile attempts to break through, Slifer decided to rummage through his storage ring, hoping to find anything that might aid him. However, most of the items within had been destroyed, whether by the Origin Realm Tribulation or by Tyrus, Slifer could only guess. His mood lightened a tad as his fingers brushed against the small cache of spirit stones that had survived the Tribulation's wrath. A soft sigh escaped him. Just like in the countless cultivation novels he had read, spirit stones were the currency of this world, their values tiered by their quality. 1 high-quality spirit stone for 1,000 medium ones, and 1 medium for 1,000 low-quality. Simple mathematics, he mused, a fleeting smirk gracing his lips as he reached out for what he presumed to be the finest among them. Holding it to the light, he couldn't help but marvel at its lustrous sheen.
This,
He whispered to himself.
has to be a high-quality spirit stone.
Spirit stone, rank medium. The smirk that adorned Slifer's face vanished as swiftly as it had appeared. He had only 5 of these, and around 100 that he assumed were low-quality stones. In contrast, an elder of his standing should have had a stash of a few hundred high-quality spirit stones. His shoulders slumped as a sigh of resignation left him.
From rags in my past life to... well, rags in this one too,
he lamented aloud. The cruel irony wasn't lost on him. To be deprived of wealth in 2 successive lives seemed a tad excessive. Status. Name Slifer, race human, alignment demonic, cultivation chi refining 9th stage, lifespan remaining 47 days, credits 650, skills, insight basic, items reversal cards ×2, peak Slifer card ×2. Slifer sighed heavily as he glanced at the dwindling lifespan counter. He still had 2 reversal cards that could prolong it, yet the more pressing issue was the origin realm chi swirling within his body. The prison he'd constructed for it was tenuous at best. Card, Primal Expulsion card. Description: channels the rogue origin realm chi out of your body, expelling it into the void to prevent internal damage. Cost 5,000. Card, Realm's Fury Blaster. Description: harnesses the volatile chi to fuel a single devastating attack against foes, showcasing the fury of the realms. Cost 5,300. Card, Eternal Calm Lotus Redux. Description: absorbs the rogue chi, converting its turbulent force into a calming aura that enhances your meditation and cultivation experience. Cost 6,800. His breaths grew heavier with each passing second.
Is a higher cultivation really the answer to all this?
The realization that he was among the 50% who couldn't break through the first realm tightened the knot of anxiety in his chest. A chilling thought passed through his mind.
Is it my age?
Could it be that being in the body of an old man somehow affects the chance of breakthrough? Slifer wasn't sure of all the factors that could affect cultivation. He knew that in some web novels, the older you were, the lower your potential. But surely, even if that were the case, being in the body of a former nascent soul monster would counter that? Distracted by his spiraling thoughts, a sudden system notification jolted him. Ding! Breakthrough requirements updated. Convert 1 demonic foundation establishment cultivator to the righteous path alternative requirement. Exterminate 3 demonic foundation establishment cultivators. Slifer's eyes widened. That's it? That's surprisingly straightforward. Maybe I could ask Calum to... Before he could finish the thought, another message from the system interrupted him. Ding! User must personally complete task. Assistance from others is not permissible. Is the system being serious? Why?
Fine. I'll head to the dungeon and seek out someone deserving of execution. Wait, what am I saying? The demonic cultivators. It'd be more surprising to find one that doesn't deserve death.
Ding! The challenge must be issued to an appropriate demonic cultivator demonstrating the supremacy of the righteous path. Slifer, seeing the conditions piling on, threw his hands up in exasperation.
Oh, so now it's a righteous battle, is it? And what next? Should I ask them to sign a waiver, too?
He felt that the system was being unreasonable. How was he meant to defeat multiple cultivators above his cultivation realm with no help? Especially considering that he had no techniques, no legit battle experience, and a time limit.
It wants me to keep using up my cards,
Slifer grumbled under his breath. Shop. Cards, cultivation methods, treasures, pills and elixirs, mystic techniques, martial techniques, bloodlines and ancestries, constitutions, spirit roots, beasts and familiars. Create. Slifer sat down near the lotus pond and opened the system panel once again, his eyes meticulously scanning through the list of cards available for purchase. His hopes of finding a reasonably priced solution were dashed, as each card seemed to boast a price tag steeper than the climb to the heavens. Why did I expect anything different? He thought bitterly. His attention then drifted to the reversal card. A tiny shred of hope fluttered within him. However, the unease of using such a potent card against mere foundation establishment cultivators soured the idea quickly. It was like employing a phoenix to catch a rabbit. Excessive and unreliable.
This isn't the path,
Slifer murmured. He knew that he couldn't keep relying solely on the cards. I need a foundation, something that doesn't vanish after one use. His eyes darted back to the system panel, dismissing the options of spirit roots, bloodlines, and constitutions. Those were investments for a distant future, and he needed power now. His gaze shifted towards the list of techniques, martial and mystic. His eyes narrowed as he sifted through the offerings, but he quickly brushed the idea away. Learning a new technique would take weeks, if not months, and that's assuming I could even grasp it quickly like these young geniuses. Time isn't a luxury I possess. With a sigh, Slifer tapped on the Treasures tab, eyes immediately seeking the offensive treasures that were suitable for Foundation Establishment cultivators. As a peak chi refining cultivator, it would be a waste to buy anything weaker. Treasure, Thunderclap Hammer. Description, a mighty hammer imbued with the essence of a thunderstorm. Each strike echoes with the roar of thunder, capable of disrupting chi and causing severe internal injuries. Cost 9,000. Treasure, Heaven's Fall Axe. An axe said to have the weight of the heavens, able to smash through any obstacle with unstoppable force. Cost 8,500. Treasure, Sky-Piercing Bow. Description, an ancient bow known for its ability to shoot arrows that pierce the skies, capable of penetrating strong protective barriers with ease. Cost 7,500. These prices, they're astronomical, Slifer grumbled, his face darkening. A sharp cough escaped his lips, and for a moment he feared he'd see blood, such was his rage. Biting back his frustration, he whispered,
Perhaps the old way is best.
The Sect's archives held ancient techniques, and as an elder, he had almost unrestricted access. It might not be the quick fix he'd hoped for, but it was a start. If I run out of time, I'll have to use the reversal cards. He felt a pang of guilt at the thought, muttering a silent apology to anyone who might become unintended collateral. A soft ping echoed in Slifer's mind, a spiritual transmission from Morvran. Master, the feast is prepared. A smile broke across Slifer's face, a genuine moment of relief. I promised myself a feast if I lived through this, he thought, patting his stomach, and I am very much alive. Maybe for a few hours, I can forget about this cultivation madness. As Slifer stepped into the kitchen, the rich aroma of cooked delicacies hit him. The place was bustling with activity, with servants moving hurriedly, their faces tense, ensuring every detail was perfect. Boss Morvran stood overseeing the operations with a satisfied expression on his face. The feast table was a sight to behold, loaded with assorted dishes from the mystic cloud rice pilaf to the heavenly beast meat stew and celestial fruit platters, among others. Stammering slightly, the chef, a chubby middle-aged man previously enjoying a laid-back life in the sect thanks to the original Slifer's preferences, approached. Master Slifer, if any dish isn't to your liking, please let me know and I'll prepare something else right away. Looking around at the flurry of activity, Slifer coughed to get everyone's attention.
I'd prefer some privacy.
Though his exterior was stern, his inner thoughts screamed, what's about to unfold isn't very elder-like. At his words, everyone scurried out, leaving him alone with the feast. Morvran mentioned he'd be right outside should Slifer need anything, to which he nodded. Once alone, the solemn expression on Slifer's face melted away. He rubbed his hands together, beaming at the feast before him.
Finally, you're all mine,
he chuckled, diving into the spread like a starved beast. He tore into the meat stew, its rich flavors exploding in his mouth.
Oh, this is divine,
he murmured, almost inhaling the dish. He then moved to the mystic cloud rice pilaf. Its subtle aroma and delicate flavors made him let out moans of appreciation. After an hour, Slifer leaned back, patting his now bloated belly with contentment. This alone is worth getting isekai'd for, he thought. However, as he glanced down, he could almost see his metabolism working at an absurd rate, the bulge in his stomach flattening swiftly. With a sigh, he picked up a dumpling, resigned to the fact that no matter how much he ate, his physique remained stick-thin. Eternal skinniness, he thought ruefully. As he was about to take a bite out of the dumpling, thoughts of Fenlock and the master-disciple ceremony crossed his mind.
I've spent a fortune on that useless heaven cultivation method,
he muttered.
I need to put that lad to work.
Without further delay, he sent a spiritual transmission to Morvran.
Bring Fenlock to me.
He continued to munch on his dumplings, eagerly awaiting the disciple's arrival. However, the scene that followed was not what he expected. As he popped another dumpling into his mouth, the doors were thrust open. Fenlock stumbled in, crashing to the floor, closely followed by a clearly irritated Morvran. Slifer almost choked on his dumpling, eyes wide at the sudden commotion. Morvran snorted. I found this little one, he pointed at Fenlock, attempting to summon a minor demon. Fenlock, gingerly rubbing his sore spots from the fall, looked up with eyes awash in bewilderment. But Senior Brother Zonrak said it would win her heart, he mumbled. The innocence, or sheer ignorance, reflected in Fenlock's voice was like a punch to Slifer's guts. Is there a dense cultivator factory somewhere churning these characters out? He mentally facepalmed. His sigh wasn't an external one this time, but it resonated within him, through the core of his very being. He eased the last bit of the dumpling down his throat, preparing himself for what felt like an unavoidable mentoring moment.
Fenlock,
he began, striving to infuse his words with a mix of wisdom and assurance.
You've been misled. Girls in general fancy heroes, ones who can stand between them and lurking dangers, not those who invite malevolent beings into this realm.
The words flowed easily but carried a dissonance that echoed within Slifer. What a load of hogwash. The allure of the bad boys has been a tale as old as time. Good guys finished last, didn't emerge out of thin air, his mind retorted. Yet here he was, feeding his disciple the sort of fantastical narrative that had kept virgins like himself in perpetual ignorance for generations. Fenlock's eyes widened at the revelation. However, he seemed reluctant to fully accept it. He bowed his head nonetheless, fearing that contradicting his master might result in punishment. Slifer saw the reluctance, but decided to not press further. Who was he to offer relationship advice?
I recall you have the master-disciple ceremony prepared,
he inquired, changing the subject. Fenlock quickly nodded, his hands nervously removing the ceremonial items from his storage ring. There were 3 cups, one larger than the other 2, a pot of fragrant tea, and a set of incense sticks. These were typical items used in a master-disciple ceremony. The master-disciple ceremony was a sacred tradition in the cultivation world. It was held even by demonic cultivators. It set the foundation for a lifelong bond between a master and disciple. It was marked by a series of rituals that included the exchange of tea, a symbolic gesture of respect and acceptance. The disciple, on his part, offered tea to the master, showcasing humility and eagerness to learn, while the master, accepting the tea, signified his acceptance of the disciple and the responsibilities entailed. He watched as Fenlock carefully poured tea into the largest cup, offering it with both hands, his head bowed in reverence. Slifer accepted the tea, sipped it, and then nodded.
From today onwards, you are my disciple.
Ding! Congratulations! Young Fenlock is officially your disciple. Reward hidden. To unlock your reward, summon your loyal disciples. Summoning the disciples, that's a new one. Slifer raised an eyebrow. He had come across hidden rewards before, but the requirement to unlock this one seemed a bit unorthodox. Either this is a significant reward, or the system is having a good laugh at my expense once again. His gaze lowered to Fenlock, who was now awaiting any further instruction. It was time to get a better understanding of why the system picked him. Insight! Disciple panel. Character profile, name, Fenlock, age 28, sex male, background unknown, affiliation Black Rose Sect, alignment demonic, comprehension 4, luck 6, talent 8, will 3. Cultivation profile, current cultivation, lake core formation, primary cultivation method, subsidiary skills, constitution NA, bloodlines NA, spiritual roots NA, management options, current quest, training plan, loyalty, 55%. Not too shabby, Slifer mused. His talent and will are quite decent. I can see why the system chose him. Ding! Warning! Disciple's loyalty is low. Increasing loyalty is advised. Failure to maintain loyalty at 10% or above will render the disciple inactive, resulting in a penalty. The system seems to have endless reasons to punish me, Slifer sighed inwardly. Fenlock, still kowtowing, was growing anxious with each passing silent moment, his forehead pressed against the cold floor. Why is Master not saying anything? Did I do something wrong already? The silence was broken when Morvran cleared his throat. Master! Urgent news! The prisoner attempted an escape!
Prisoner?
Slifer echoed. Elder Olakin's daughter, Leia, Morvran clarified. Oh, shit. That's the mess I forgot. Slifer frowned. The task of explaining to the innocent girl that he had orphaned her was daunting. Maybe being the villain is easier, he thought almost defeatedly.
Take me to her,
Slifer commanded. Just as he was about to leave, another system notification rang. Ding! Your disciple Fenlock is close to a breakthrough. Provide guidance to ensure a successful breakthrough. Reward hidden. Is this supposed to be funny? He thought bitterly. I, who can't even advance to Foundation establishment, am to guide his breakthrough? Slifer shook his head and turned to Fenlock, who had finally raised his head.
Stay away from your junior sisters, and do not leave your quarters until you break through.
As the silhouette of his master faded away, Fenlock muttered with a tinge of sadness. But junior sister Linvari. Upon reaching the location, Slifer and Morvran found Amelia in a heated argument with Leia. You are nothing but a cockroach, scuttling in the shadows of your father, Amelia sneered with disdain. At least I had a father who cared, not a monster who had to be put down, Leia retorted. Amelia's smile turned cold as ice. You know, watching your father's head fall to the ground was rather satisfying. The way it bounced like a child's plaything. Leia's face contorted with a mixture of rage and pain. Her voice shook as she spat out, You heartless witch! Oh, save your tears. It's a dog-eat-dog world, sweetie, Amelia retorted. The spiteful words hung heavily in the air. Slifer sighed inwardly. This is a mess. As Amelia spotted him, her demeanor shifted instantly. She whirled around and sprinted toward Slifer, her face blossoming into an innocent smile. Master, I've completed the mission, she declared with a hint of pride twinkling in her eyes. He nodded in response, but he couldn't help but be baffled by the stark contrast between the angelic demeanor Amelia now displayed and the spiteful harpy who was spewing venom just moments ago. He shivered involuntarily. Was she a Yandir? The notion unnerved him, sending a chill racing down his spine. Leah's eyes shifted to Slifer, blazing with fury. You killed my father! Her voice trembled with a mix of rage and grief. Overcome by emotions, she charged at Slifer. Slifer wasn't alarmed. With her cultivation suppressed by the chi restraining cuffs, she posed no real threat. Finally! An opportunity to look cool for a change, he smirked inwardly. He envisioned catching her fist mid-air just before it could land on him, just like the scenes from the action movies he enjoyed. However, before his fantasy could turn into reality, a swift blur shot past him. Amelia had darted forward, her hand connecting sharply with Leia's face. The force was so immense that Leia's body made an imprint on the ground as she fell. Should have seen that coming, Slifer thought, sweat trickling down his brow as he watched Leia struggle to lift herself from the ground, her cheek red from the force of the slap. It was apparent Amelia had been itching for an opportunity to put Leia in her place. Amelia sneered down at Leia. How dare you attempt to attack my master? Leia groaned, clutching her cheek, pain and humiliation evident in her eyes. You... Seeing how the situation had derailed, Slifer rubbed his temple, feeling a headache coming on. This isn't going to be easy. Chapter 13. Slifer walked over to where Leah lay. He released a sigh.
I never wished to kill your father, but he didn't leave much room for conversation.
Moaning with the effort, Leah pushed herself to her feet, steadying her shaky legs.
If you hadn't taken me away, she spat,
eyes alight with anger,
he would never have come after you in the first place.
He winced internally. She wasn't wrong. But it wasn't actually him who had made the choice, it was his predecessor. How can I explain to her that it was not me, but another me, he mused. Unfortunately, couldn't very well tell her the truth of the situation. He cleared his throat, attempting to find the right words.
Actually, Leah, I wanted you as a disciple.
She looked at him as if he had grown a second head.
Then why, she began, voice trembling, did you slaughter those who were sworn to protect me?
He took a deep breath, searching for the right words.
You possess an incredibly rare cultivation body. With my teachings, you could reach heights you've never imagined. Your father, and even you, I presumed, wouldn't willingly let you be my disciple, so I had to use alternative methods.
Inside, Slifer cringed at his own words. The truth is, the original Slifer probably wanted her for darker purposes. To use her as a cultivation furnace, perhaps. The thought left a bad taste in his mouth. Leah's eyes held a mixture of disbelief and shock.
So you're saying you killed them? All for me?
Slifer hesitated, then nodded slowly.
Yes, in a way.
He paused for a moment.
Would you consider being my disciple?
Internally, he almost chuckled. She'll say no, for now at least, but I can play the long game. Slifer knew the nature of demonic cultivators too well. They were notorious for exploiting any situation to their advantage, even if it meant sacrificing their own kin. Leah's eyes widened a tad, and he could see the gears turning within her mind. The fall of her father left her vulnerable in the Black Heart Sect, a place where her privileged status had earned her a host of enemies. The Black Heart Sect's lethal competitiveness was a stark contrast to the relatively tame Black Rose Sect. A return to her sect, he understood, meant a death sentence awaited her, and it would be those who seemed the most loyal to her to be the first ones to stab her in the back. Amelia, who'd been quietly observing the exchange, finally broke her silence.
Master, you already have so many disciples. Isn't Amelia enough for you?
Slifer's skin crawled a bit under Amelia's gaze, which was perhaps a tad too possessive. Before he could respond, a system message popped up. Ding! Maximum disciple capacity reached. No more disciples can be accepted. He dismissed the alert with a thought. Its message irritating but irrelevant. I don't need the system's approval to guide her. If Leah accepts my offer, we can work around the formalities. His objective was clear. Persuade Leah to accept him, mend the fractured relationship, and hopefully prevent further conflict. He did not like the idea of a young genius dedicating their life to get revenge on him, but couldn't hide behind Huey's luck forever. Ending her life. Could I really do it? The more he observed Leah's young face, the more he realized he couldn't stomach the idea of bringing her any more pain. She's practically a child in the grand scheme of things. The last thing I want is to add her blood to my already stained hands. Leah seemed to ponder the offer, her face going through a range of emotions. It was apparent that she was at a crossroad, faced with a choice between vengeance and survival. The world of cultivation was cruel, and sometimes one's mortal enemies turned into unlikely allies under the harsh laws of survival. Exceeding disciple limit will result in continuous credit deduction. Slifer's face darkened. The system's limitations ever testing his patience. Yet another notification followed almost immediately. Task: kill or reform the demonic cultivator. Description: having orphaned a young demonic cultivator, resentment now brews in her heart. It falls upon you to cleanse her spirit, either through the release of death or the path of reform. Reward for kill, 20 credits. Reward for reform, extra disciple slot. His eyes widened at the potential reward for reforming Leah. So, the system isn't totally against me taking Leah as a disciple, but first she needs to be reformed. Challenge accepted. He shifted his focus back to Leah, who seemed to have made a decision. "I'll never accept you as my master, not after you took my father from me," she spat at him with all the venom she could muster. With a casual tilt of his head, Slifer effortlessly dodged the unsavory projectile. What's with this girl and spitting, he thought, almost amused. Would she like a taste of her own medicine? Before he could react, Amelia's hand struck Leah's face again, snapping, "You don't deserve to have him as your master!" Frowning at the escalating situation, Slifer put on a stern mask, addressing Morvran.
Keep her under house arrest. If she doesn't come around in a while, she can rot in the dungeon.
Morvran acknowledged with a sharp nod, then reached out and grasped Leah's hair, lifting her to her feet. She let out a piercing scream and kicked at Morvran's legs, shouting, "Let go of me, you bald-headed oaf!" Slifer watched as Morvran dragged the thrashing Leah away, his bald head gleaming in the light as it bore the brunt of Leah's verbal onslaught. He shook his head, a plan forming in his mind to turn Leah's loyalties towards him. Kidnappers manage to do it all the time. It's just a matter of breaking and reshaping. Stockholm Syndrome, that's what they call it. As he began to walk away with Amelia closely tailing him, a system notification blinked into existence. Ding! Congratulations! Your disciple Fenlock has broken through. Reward 25 credits. He raised an eyebrow. It hasn't even been an hour. How on earth did the lad manage a breakthrough so quickly? Fenlock emerged from his quarters, the aura of peak core formation radiating off him in vigorous waves. He clenched his fists tightly, and his face hardened with resolve as he muttered fiercely,
"Junior sister, no one will keep me away from you, not even master."
Slifer sat cross-legged on the ground in his courtyard, a circle of disciples surrounding him. Amelia had stubbornly claimed the seat to his right, an almost protective aura about her. On his left, Calum was seated, his gaze flitting between Bloodthorn and his master, with an unspoken query swirling in his eyes. Opposite to Slifer sat Fenlock and Huey. The former emanated a newfound aura of confidence after his breakthrough, while the latter seemed to wish for nothing but the earth to swallow him whole, distancing him from the scrutinizing gaze he imagined from his master. The silence was palpable as they all waited for Slifer to speak, yet he seemed to be lost in another world. His face cycled through an array of expressions, surprise, annoyance, and then a trace of glee. Within the stillness, Calum's thoughts roamed wild. Is Master experiencing some sort of enlightenment? I've heard rare geniuses undergo such states. It's not something one can seek, it just happens. Could Master be one of those rare geniuses? Huey, on the other hand, sat in growing discomfort. Is Master staring at me? The thought nagged at him, causing his gaze to drop to his hands. He remembered the touch, shuddering at the recollection. If only Master were a beautiful woman, the thought fleeted, but he banished it immediately. But I had to be chosen by an old man, an ugly one at that. Heavens, no! In reality, Slifer's focus was entirely occupied by the system notifications that floated before his eyes. Ding! Congratulations! You have completed the requirements to unlock your reward. What could it be? His heart skipped a beat as another notification emerged. You have gained the ability to learn your disciples' skills. Ability Mirror Mastery. Description: I taught you everything you know, not everything I know. Techniques will be converted to a righteous version, showcase to your disciples the power of the righteous path. Slifer's eyes widened in realization. This sounds so OP! The system doesn't hate me after all. Relief washed over him. With this, maybe there's a chance to break through. Current skill level 1. User can only take one skill per disciple, only the skill they most commonly use. The conversion of this skill incurs a cost. His smile briefly faltered. All these conditions. Now this is the system I am accustomed to. he thought with a tinge of sarcasm. Focus your attention on a disciple and activate your ability. Slifer redirected his attention to his disciples. Clearing his throat, he crafted a believable excuse for this gathering.
It's been a while since I've checked on your progress,
he said calmly, his eyes shifting to Huey. Huey is the only disciple that definitely has protagonist-level potential. Surely he has multiple OP techniques.
Huey, how has your cultivation method progressed?
Huey froze for a split second.
I knew he'd pick me,
he thought bitterly, rubbing the back of his head.
Master, I have yet to break through to the second layer,
he awkwardly confessed, his voice tinged with embarrassment. Slifer observed as the technique manifested before him through the system. Technique, Blood Forge Ascension. As injuries accumulate, the user's body becomes a conduit for malevolent energy, morphing them into a nightmarish titan of destruction. Current level 1. Enhances stats by 1 substage, defense and regeneration enhanced by 2 substages. Warning, high likelihood of death due to injuries being a requirement for activation. Warning, low will stat can lead to loss of control. Interesting technique. I wonder what the righteous version is like. Technique, Thunderstrike Ascension. The user, when struck by heavenly lightning, becomes a conduit for celestial energy, morphing into a mighty titan of righteous fury. Current level 1, enhances stats by 1 substage, defense and regeneration enhanced by 2 substages. Warning, requires a high luck stat to survive the strike of heavenly lightning. Warning, low will stat can lead to loss of control. Slifer's face darkened as he mulled over the revised technique's description. Such a technique would have been perfect, but the high luck stat, I'd be dead before activating it. Huey, witnessing the shift in his master's demeanor, felt a chill run down his spine. As his master seemed lost in thought, Huey hastily mentioned, Master, I just need a little more time, a little more experience. I can feel the breakthrough nearing. Slifer's attention drifted as he pondered the possibility of acquiring more skills from Huey, yet a system notification cut through his thoughts. Upgrade insight to learn more. Slifer shook his head, knowing full well that he could not afford to spend credits on upgrades now. There isn't the luxury of credits for insight. Misinterpreting the gesture, Huey deflated, thinking the headshake was directed at him.
He's going to use this as an excuse to punish me.
However, to Huey's surprise, Slifer directed his gaze towards Fenlock.
Fenlock, share your cultivation method.
Fenlock cleared his throat, his hands awkwardly producing a flute from his robe. My previous master found me suited for sound cultivation. I have some talent in music. He shared hesitantly, his face a shade of red. The memories of mockery from other demonic cultivators who called him soft plagued his confidence. With a mental command, Slifer activated the ability the system had granted him. Technique, Demonic Path of Emotions. Through the medium of music, the cultivator channels destructive attacks. Fenlock watched his master's face for any sign of approval or disapproval, while Slifer marveled at the uniqueness of the cultivation method. Music as a conduit for destruction. It was something truly profound in its own right. Slifer, with a raised brow, inquired,
Can you only use offensive attacks with this technique?
Fenlock hesitated briefly, then shook his head. No, master. The effects of the attacks depend on my emotions and my will at the time. That makes sense why his will stat is high, Slifer thought. As he opened his mouth to speak, Fenlock hastily interrupted him. Master, I don't need any guidance. Fenlock was worried that his master would use cultivation as an excuse to keep him locked in his quarters. He couldn't allow that to happen. Not again. Slifer blinked, momentarily taken aback. Inwardly, he exhaled in relief. Good. I wasn't going to offer any guidance anyway. I'm hardly familiar with ordinary cultivation, let alone the nuances of sound cultivation. However, not wanting to seem negligent, he responded,
It's the duty of a master to ensure the progress of his disciple. Demonstrate your technique.
With a hesitant nod, Fenlock directed his gaze to a nearby tree. He took a deep breath, summoning his feelings, particularly the annoyance of his master's perceived attempts to keep him away from his junior sister. With this emotion fueling his technique, he played a haunting melody on his flute. As the notes flowed from the flute, they seemed to take on a sinister life of their own. The air around Fenlock vibrated with the intensity of his emotions, and the melody grew louder, more menacing. The sound waves condensed into visible pulsating ripples, like ethereal snakes, and they streaked towards the unsuspecting tree with terrifying speed. The notes condensed into visible sound waves that streaked towards the tree, smashing into it with a resonating shock wave. The bark shattered, leaves disintegrated, and the solid wood splintered into fragments, erasing the tree from existence. Slifer watched the display, his expression unreadable. Impressive. This technique, it isn't for me. He knew his limitations. Music had never been his forte, and the system, in its typical fashion, would likely require him to painstakingly level the skill himself.
That was impressive, Fenlock,
Slifer began, attempting to offer constructive feedback.
Perhaps for greater control, you could intertwine the essence of your soul with your flute. Let the medium become an extension of your spirit.
He was winging it. But from his vast reading experience, geniuses in these types of novels gained inspiration from the most ridiculous sayings. Let's see if this holds true here. Fenlock bowed deeply, thanking Slifer.
Thank you, Master. Your insight is invaluable.
Slifer turned his gaze towards the spot where the mighty tree once stood. Perhaps, he thought, I should be more careful around trees in this sect. I certainly don't want to get on the bad side of a demonic tree. Chapter 14. Slifer shifted his focus onto Amelia, and felt a tad uncomfortable when she inched closer to him.
So, Amelia, how goes your cultivation?
Amelia's brows creased in mild frustration.
Master, I need more victims. To break through to the lake core formation, I need to devour the souls of 3 lake core formation cultivators.
Ding! Your disciple is struggling to break through. Bring your disciple 3 late core formation souls. Reminder, righteous souls will result in credit deduction. Reward 50 karmic credits. Slifer's eyes narrowed as he read the system notification. His mind churned with thoughts. Using a peak Slifer card just to get her these souls not happening. His thoughts drifted momentarily to Val. Once she's healed, if Amelia hasn't progressed by then, perhaps Val could assist her. He collected himself and refocused on Amelia. The hidden cost of her cultivation method had the potential to chip away at his painstakingly earned credits. That was a risk he couldn't take.
Amelia, you must ensure the souls you devour are not of innocent beings.
A look of genuine confusion spread across Amelia's face.
But Master, how can I know who is innocent and who isn't?
Slifer paused, taken aback by her question. She does have a point. He knew that it was the system that decided what was good and what was evil. Wanting to play it safe, he replied,
Target mostly demonic cultivators. When it comes to righteous cultivators, only act against them if they threaten you, or if you're sure they've harmed mortals.
He nodded to himself, his thoughts running along the lines of universal laws. In most realms like this, the heavens frown upon the killing of mortals by cultivators. I hope the system aligns with this logic. Amelia responded with an angelic smile.
Understood, Master.
Yet the glint in her eyes made Slifer uneasy. He hoped she wouldn't provoke others to assault her just to have a reason to claim their souls. Mind Mirror. Technique Soul Render. Description, unleash a blade of soul energy to slice through the enemy's spiritual essence, causing profound damage at the soul level. This is intriguing, Slifer mused, a soul-based technique.
Show me your progress with the Soul Render technique.
Amelia gleefully agreed, her eyes scanning the courtyard for a target. Realizing there was none, she muttered,
One moment,
and vanished. Wait a minute, is she... The thought barely took form before Amelia reappeared, dragging a trembling, chi-refining disciple along. His eyes were wide with terror. Slifer's eyes widened as realization struck. He opened his mouth to halt her, but he was a moment too late. Amelia had already activated the technique. A ghostly blade formed from her fingertips, slashing through the air to strike the disciple. His tormented scream echoed through the courtyard, and his soul was viciously shredded by the ethereal blade. The poor disciple collapsed onto the ground, unconscious, his face twisted in lingering anguish. Amelia turned to her master, a triumphant smile brightening her features. Yet the smile faded quickly as she met Slifer's darkened gaze. His heart pounded heavily. Witnessing such a brutal technique against a chi-refining cultivator like himself was frightening. Only a chi-refining cultivator? The level of pain she could inflict was beyond belief. His heart shivered at the thought, his disciple's previous acts of violence paling in comparison. Ignoring the one credit gain notification, his eyes narrowed.
Master?
Amelia stuttered, sensing that she had angered Slifer.
Didn't I make it abundantly clear to stop bullying lower-ranked cultivators?
Slifer's voice cut through the silence like a sword. Amelia's eyes widened in fear.
I wasn't bullying him, Master. He agreed to let me practice the technique on him for you to see.
Agreed. More like he was coerced, he thought bitterly. The boundary between consent and coercion was thin and murky in the cruel world of cultivation. Slifer shook his head, feeling a prick of concern about Amelia's practice methods.
When you practice this technique, what do you normally do?
Surely there must be a different method.
Oh, quite a few of the junior brothers volunteer,
she replied nonchalantly, brushing a lock of hair behind her ear. Slifer paused. Are these guys so desperate that they'd endure soul torture just to spend time with a girl? He shook his head in disbelief at their pathetic desperation, a term from his previous world echoing in his thoughts. Simp behavior. He sighed heavily.
Amelia, my intention was for you to demonstrate on an animal, not on another disciple. You left before I could give proper instructions.
Amelia lowered her gaze.
I'm sorry, Master. I should have waited for your guidance.
Slifer waved his hand dismissively. Ding! Righteous alternative. Soul harmony strike. Description. By tuning one's soul to the righteous energies of the heavens, the cultivator can channel a harmonious strike that seeks to purify the malicious intent within the target. The strike resonates with the opponent's soul, diminishing their malicious energies and weakening their offensive capabilities for a short duration. The effectiveness of this technique increases with higher cultivation levels. Slifer read the description, taking a moment to let the information sink in. Soul harmony strike. It sounds less sinister compared to Amelia's soul-devouring technique. However, it still deals with the soul, a realm that I am not yet ready to tread upon. He was apprehensive. The soul was a delicate and profound essence of a being. Meddling with it without sufficient understanding was akin to treading on thin ice. While the righteous version seemed to have a noble intent, the underlying manipulation of soul energies was something that he didn't take lightly. He concluded that he would not be copying this technique, at least not until he was better versed in the intricacies of soul cultivation. Slifer turned his gaze to Calum, hoping against hope that his disciple had a technique that could prove useful.
Calum, how goes your cultivation?
A shadow of disappointment cast across Calum's face, his shoulders drooping. Master, he began, his voice filled with self-reproach. I have failed as a swordsman. I did not even recognize my own master was a cultivator of the sword. Slifer blinked in confusion, momentarily taken aback. Then it dawned on him. The deadly strike card that manifested sword chi. I hope he doesn't ask me for guidance along with the others. I might be able to mumbo-jumbo my way out of it, but Calum isn't as gullible. Calum, in his desperation, began to kowtow before Slifer. Please, Master, guide me. My own sword cultivation feels shallow and incomplete. Witnessing your strike has shown me the true path of the sword. His head lowered. Calum awaited Slifer's response with bated breath. He wished for his master's guidance, but was realistic about his expectations. Master has always given us freedom, only intervening when he felt we were neglecting our cultivation. What are the chances he'd guide me now? But Slifer, at the moment, was engrossed in a system message, not truly catching any of Calum's impassioned plea. Technique Shadow Step /. Description: this technique uses the blood essence of the user to teleport instantly to their target's shadow, delivering a deadly, unexpected strike. A grin slowly spread across Slifer's face. This is it. Such a technique would be ideal to confront cultivators of higher realms, and being a sword cultivator, it does have a certain ring to it. Aren't sword cultivators known for being able to fight above their realms? Meanwhile, Calum, who had raised his head in the meantime, misinterpreted Slifer's smile as an approval to his earlier request. His face brightened, and he began thanking Slifer profusely. "Oh, thank you, Master! I knew you would guide me! Your benevolence is as boundless as the endless heavens!" Slifer blinked, pulled out from his trance by Calum's ecstatic gratitude. Wait a minute, what's happening now? He realized he had been so engrossed in the technique acquisition that he hadn't paid attention to a word Calum had been saying. "Oh no, what did I just agree to?" Slifer thought, a sudden pang of unease striking him. He looked down at Calum, who was still in the midst of expressing his heartfelt gratitude, utterly oblivious to the internal panic seizing his master. "I shall put in twice the effort, thrice the discipline to live up to your expectations, Master," Calum was saying, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears of joy. The reality of the situation began sinking in for Slifer. Oh, heavens, what sort of sword guidance is he expecting now? I can't even tell a hilt from a blade. He had never seen such emotion from his usually composed disciple. Not wanting to shatter Calum's newfound enthusiasm, Slifer nodded vaguely, hoping the system would provide further assistance when the time came. Eager to familiarize himself with the new technique's nuances, he gestured to Calum.
"Demonstrate this technique for me."
Calum, visibly elated, nodded eagerly. "Certainly, Master." He stood up and focused his gaze on a nearby tree, preparing to launch his technique. However, Slifer's eyes widened in alarm. He hastily interrupted.
"Wait! We never practice on trees, especially not within the Sect grounds."
Calum, a tad perplexed, complied. His eyes swept over his fellow disciples, wondering who would volunteer. Huey slowly stood up, a fearless grin etched across his face. He seemed to welcome the chance to taste a bit of pain. Slifer, recognizing an opportunity to also witness Huey's technique, fought to suppress a smile. He gestured for them to proceed. Standing opposite Calum, Huey chuckled.
"Don't hold back, senior brother."
Calum shook his head at the daring enthusiasm of his junior brother. He lowered his gaze to his sword, murmuring softly, "Awaken Bloodthorn." The sword responded, its form contorting into a demonic appearance. With a swift intake of breath, Calum's eyes flashed red, and in a whisk he vanished. Reappearing behind Huey in a streak of red, Huey burst into laughter.
"Didn't even feel that!"
However, the laughter caught in his throat as he abruptly coughed up blood, clutching his chest where a ghastly hole had been punctured. Anger coursed through him, triggering his technique.
"Bloodforge Ascension!" Huey roared.
His frame swelled, and he morphed into a terrifying figure as malevolent energy surged through his veins. His skin reddened, and veins bulged menacingly as he turned towards Calum, an avatar of rage. With a bellow, Huey swung a gargantuan fist towards Calum. A nimble dodge saved Calum from a crushing blow. The ground where the fist landed cracked and cratered, sending shards of rock flying. "Master, I didn't mean for this to happen!" Calum shouted, keeping a wary eye on the transformed Huey. Slifer frowned, deep in thought. Perhaps I should intervene before things escalate further, but is it worth using up a card? The Bloodforge Ascension technique had its dangers, and losing control was a common one among transformation techniques that dabbled with demonic energy. Slifer remembered that Huey had a measly will of 3. Losing control was probably normal for him. Yeah, I'd rather not get involved. At least not yet. Amelia, who had been silently observing the mayhem unfold, smirked. "I could easily put him down, you know." As for Fenlock, he shook his head. "I hope this isn't an everyday affair here." Even with his superior cultivation, Huey's aura sent a shiver down his spine.
"Calum," Slifer called out, "you must subdue him. As his senior brother, this responsibility is yours."
Calum nodded, his face tightening with resolve. As Huey launched himself towards Calum with a ground-shaking roar, Calum nimbly hopped onto his other sword, which lifted him into the air, narrowly evading the lethal swipe from Huey. Huey, in his demonic frenzy, seemed to have forgotten his own ability to fly, opting to leap off the ground in an attempt to snatch Calum out of the sky. With a swift maneuver, Calum activated a technique, and suddenly the air was filled with 9 images of him, each wielding its own bloodthorn. Is this a mirage technique? Slifer wondered. But as each image descended upon Huey with a vengeance, the reality of the situation hit him. They were all real. Or at least capable of inflicting real damage. Despite Huey's inexplicable luck, which helped him evade most of the strikes, the sheer number and ferocity of the attacks had a few land on target. Each strike that landed echoed with a sharp cry of agony from Huey as he spiraled downwards, crashing into the earth with a deafening thud. The coordination? Impressive, Slifer thought. The images of Calum merged back into one as he descended cautiously to inspect the fallen disciple. As Huey staggered back to his feet, his body was a scene of carnage, riddled with gashes oozing dark blood. But as the Blood Forge Ascension technique continued to work its malicious magic, the wound started healing, albeit painfully, while Huey's form expanded even further, his musculature bulging grotesquely. His eyes, now pools of boiling rage, shot up to the sky as he bellowed, "Die!" A surge of demonic chi erupted from him, the blast force strong enough to send Calum staggering back. Calum steadied himself, his eyes hardening.
I apologize, junior brother.
But it seems I must stop holding back. Chapter 15. Calum readied himself, inhaling deeply. With determination burning in his eyes, he activated his most potent technique.
Bloodthorn feast,
he whispered, his voice barely audible. At his command, an eerie, elongated tongue sprouted from the blade of Bloodthorn. Without any hesitation, Calum plunged the sword deep into Huey's belly, who, caught in the midst of his transformation, couldn't dodge in time. The grotesque tongue wiggled its way in, hungrily devouring the rampant demonic energy coursing through him. Huey's screams echoed throughout the training grounds. His eyes, filled with agony, watched his monstrous form revert. As the transformation receded, his body grew smaller and the color of his skin started to normalize. With fleeting clarity returning to his gaze, Huey mustered enough strength to look at Calum.
"Senior brother, beat me again," he murmured weakly before collapsing into unconsciousness.
Calum caught Huey before he could hit the ground.
"It's not befitting for a senior brother to lose his junior," he softly remarked, gently cradling the defeated disciple in his arms. To expedite Huey's recovery, Calum placed a few rejuvenating pills in his mouth. Slifer, standing at a distance, let out a concealed sigh of relief. "Just glad I didn't have to waste any cards, and I was lucky Huey targeted only Calum, not me." Calum turned to his master, a hint of anticipation in his eyes, hoping for some insights or pointers on his sword technique. Slifer caught his disciple's expectant gaze, quickly racking his brain for a profound yet sufficiently vague piece of advice.
Your technique, Bloodthorn Feast, carries the essence of both purification and devastation,
Slifer remarked, weaving together words that seemed intricate yet were vague.
Remember, the blade is an extension of the self. Its potential is bound only by your comprehension of the truth within the sword's essence.
Calum's eyes widened in revelation. "Thank you, Master, for your invaluable guidance," he said, clasping his hands together in gratitude. Slifer gave a small nod, pleased that he was able to get away with his nonsense. His mind then focused on the new technique he had acquired. "I need to get them out of here so I can practice," he thought. But then the missions he assigned to his disciples came to mind.
Calum, have you completed your mission?
He navigated to the system panel, clicking on Calum's name.
Disciple Calum. Mission status in progress. 8 out of 10 completed. Calum sighed, looking downcast. This disciple has yet to complete the mission. There were 2 left, but then I was summoned here.
Slifer nodded in understanding. Complete them, and then return here. I will require your assistance for a little trip outside the sect.
Calum's eyes widened momentarily, hope flickering within. Perhaps Master will provide more personal guidance, he thought. But Slifer's next words dashed that hope as he addressed Fenlock.
Fenlock, stabilize your cultivation and await my call. You will also be joining me,
Slifer instructed. Slifer's gaze then landed on Amelia.
And young lady, didn't you claim your mission was complete?
Amelia bobbed her head enthusiastically.
Yes, Master. You can ask around at the medicine hall. They'll vouch for me.
Slifer's lips tightened as a system message blinked before him. Disciple, Amelia. Mission status, incomplete. 0 out of 10 completed. Slifer sighed deeply, his patience thinning with Amelia's deceit. The girl had claimed no prior experience, yet here she was, claiming to have completed the mission within a day. The previous Slifer's leniency had unfortunately bred a sense of entitlement. It was obvious she was lying.
Foolish girl! Do you think you can lie to me? I know you haven't saved a single life at the medicine hall,
Slifer said sternly, his face hardened by disappointment.
Amelia's eyes widened, and panic swirled in them as she stammered to find an excuse.
Who betrayed me at the medicine hall?
She thought bitterly, plotting revenge on the yet unknown perpetrator. Outwardly, though, she pouted.
I apologize, Master.
Displeased with her response, Slifer's voice grew colder.
I should send you to Thunderclap Peak for your insolence.
The name of the dreaded mountain sent shivers down Amelia's spine.
It was where the original sent the disciples for punishment. The dangers that lurked there were well known, especially to core formation cultivators. While no disciple had died, they surely returned battered and bruised. Although the original found the Thunderclap Peak useful for Huey's special technique, Slifer found it barbaric. He only intended to bluff, and the terror in Amelia's eyes told him it worked. Amelia's face paled considerably, recalling the state Huey returned in from that cursed place. Her voice quivered.
No, Master, I'll complete the mission. I promise.
Just then a system notification appeared before Slifer. Discipline administered correctly. 5 karmic credits awarded. Slifer felt a spark of pride. Doing my job right, he thought, not surprised by the karmic credit gain. It was the system's way to nurture righteousness within disciples. He would have been more taken aback had he not received any credits. He looked at his disciples one last time before dismissing them. With his disciples gone, Slifer's full attention was focused on the system screen that floated before him. Righteous version. Sunrise slash. Description. This technique harnesses the pure essence of light chi, allowing the user to teleport instantly to their target's shadow to deliver a strike. Slifer's eyes widened. The righteous version was indeed different from the original, no longer tainted by the use of blood essence. Cost 100 karmic credits. 20% discount due to Calum's loyalty rating exceeding 80%. A 20% discount, not bad at all, Slifer thought, his lips curving into a satisfied smile. It seems having disciples with high loyalty does come with its own advantages. Deciding to buy the technique, Slifer mentally tapped the purchase option on the system screen. As he confirmed his choice, the system promptly responded. Sunrise slash level 1 added. 80 karmic credits deducted. As the technique was added, Slifer felt a peculiar sensation, a gentle pulse of energy that seemed to ripple through his mind. His vision blurred momentarily as knowledge and details about the sunrise slash technique flowed into his consciousness. When his sight cleared and the transfer of information ceased, he had a basic understanding of the technique. It's time to put this technique to the test, Slifer smirked. However, to truly practice, he needed a blade in his hand. The system's outrageous prices for treasures made it impractical to purchase one. so he'd previously asked Morvran to fetch a sword from the armory. Not long after, Morvran arrived, holding a carefully wrapped item. As the wrapping came off, a sword was revealed. Slifer carefully took hold of the sword, his eyes drawn to its unique orange hilt. I've not seen that before. As he unsheathed the blade, its polished surface revealed its quality, a Peak Foundation Establishment treasure. The sword required the chi of a Foundation Establishment cultivator to unleash its full potential, but with his chi refining stage chi, Slifer would have to channel more energy to compensate for the lack of quality. This excessive channeling could drain his chi swiftly, and might have potentially impaired his physique. However, he wasn't worried. With the Sunrise Slash technique and a Foundation Establishment sword, he would be able to end the battle in one strike. Slowly, he swung the sword around, trying to get the feel of it. The imbalance and awkwardness in his form were glaringly obvious, even to his untrained eyes. Morvran, who stood there watching, found his master's interest in such a mundane weapon surprising, yet he knew better than to comment. The thought of Slifer swinging the sword with such atrocious form was almost painful to watch, but Morvran consoled himself, thinking that his master must be creating a new technique. After all, someone capable of killing an Origin Realm expert with a single blow of sword chi couldn't possibly be inept with a sword. Catching Morvran's lingering presence, Slifer cleared his throat, a hint of embarrassment in his tone.
Morvran, I'd appreciate some privacy for now.
Understood, Master. Morvran nodded, adding, I'll stand guard outside to ensure no disturbances. Once Morvran departed, Slifer's focus shifted to a new system notification that appeared before him. Sword mastery, 0%. The swing of the sword felt more alien with each movement. He was sure the system would have a function to boost his mastery or levels using credits, yet such a feature seemed locked at the moment. And even if it was accessible, he mused, the cost would likely be astronomical. Slifer spent a good amount of time familiarizing himself with the sword, feeling its weight and growing accustomed to its length. He would have been lying if he said that the sword already seemed to have become an extension of himself, but after about an hour, he felt it was time to practice the technique. His eyes glanced over the dummies Morvran had arranged around the courtyard. He positioned himself a reasonable distance from one, thinking back to how Calum activated his shadow step technique. He took a breath, channeled chi into his sword, and closed his eyes. With a soft murmur, he whispered, Sunrise Slash. Upon opening his eyes, a bright light glowed within them, and in a fraction of a second, he vanished from his spot, reappearing far from his intended target, stumbling a bit before tumbling to the ground. Brushing off the dirt and twigs from his robes, Slifer chuckled lightly.
Not bad, he commented. It'd probably get me killed in battle, but not a bad first attempt.
He eyed the dummy again. All right, once I get this right, I'll treat myself to a bowl of celestial lotus soup, he thought. The technique demanded a precise control of chi, which he unfortunately did not have, causing each failed attempt to drain him bit by bit. However, with every new attempt, Slifer noted the minute improvements. His teleportation distance became more accurate, the flash of light during his transitions less blinding, and his landing sturdier. However, it wasn't long before exhaustion finally caught up with him. Slifer collapsed onto a stone bench, his body slick with sweat and his breathing heavy. He felt a warm satisfaction in his chest as he looked up to see a system message. Sword mastery 1%. Sunrise Slash leveled up. A weary smile stretched across his face.
Looks like level 2 means I've got the basics down. But there's still a long road ahead if I want to use it in battle.
At the far end of a cave sat a throne, enveloped in shadows. Upon it, a hooded figure sat, its presence a cold void that repelled the meager light attempting to infiltrate the dark lair. The soft patter of hurried footsteps broke the silence, growing louder as they approached the chamber. A figure, visibly anxious, made its entrance and quickly knelt before the hooded entity. "Master," he gasped.
his voice tinged with a mix of fear and urgency.
"My lord, I have news."
The hooded entity shifted ever so slightly, and for a brief moment a pair of eyes beneath the hood glowed a deep, menacing red.
"Speak,"
it commanded, its voice chillingly calm. Swallowing hard, the kneeling man began.
Grand Elder Olakin from the Blackheart Sect. He's been killed."
The shadow of a frown creased the hooded figure's concealed face.
"And how does this concern me?"
The young man hesitated momentarily, gathering his courage.
"It is said Elder Slifer is the one responsible."
Taking a shaky breath, he added,
"The Grand Elder was killed in a single strike."
A tense silence settled in the chamber. Suddenly, the hooded figure's eyes flashed red again, this time more intensely. Its fingers tightened around the throne's armrests, the stone beneath its grip groaning in protest.
"Impossible," it hissed. "I killed him myself. I made certain his nascent soul was annihilated."
As the words left its mouth, an overwhelming aura surged from the hooded figure, pressing down on the already trembling man kneeling before it. Gasping for breath, the man's eyes widened in realization.
"Origin Realm," he whispered,
awe and fear evident in his voice, before succumbing to the pressure and collapsing on the cavern floor. The sudden thud snapped the hooded figure out of its revelry. Quickly it reined in its aura.
"I must contact the others," it thought.
"We can't delay any longer."
Without a moment's hesitation, the figure vanished in a burst of demonic energy, leaving the unconscious messenger lying on the cold, hard floor. The cave once again swallowed by silence. Chapter 16. Morvran awoke with the early rays of dawn, pulling himself from the bed that barely held the imprint of his body. As a core formation expert, sleep was more a luxury than a necessity. A few hours per week sufficed. He plodded over to the basin, fetching a jug of water to freshen his face and rinse his mouth. Stepping in front of the mirror, a bald and chubby yet serious face greeted him back. His features, distinctly Chinese, wore an expression of profound contemplation. He opened a drawer, retrieving a small jar of cream. The price he had paid for it had been rather steep, costing him a few medium spirit stones. But the renowned alchemist who created it had promised it would give his bald head a sheen like no other. As he rubbed the cream into his scalp, he murmured, "As Master Slifer's right hand, one must always appear impeccable." Slipping into his grand robes, he opened the door to his quarters and was immediately greeted by a sight of 3 young men, clad in dark robes, with their faces shrouded, kneeling in wait. These were Master Slifer's death warriors, elite guardians raised from childhood to lay down their lives for the revered master when the hour called for it. Morvran let out a heavy sigh. If it weren't for Master Slifer, these souls would have met a cruel fate in some forgotten alley, their existence devoured by the wilderness of the world. His master had been a savior to many, a beacon of change in the merciless world they navigated. He too, like these death warriors, was an orphan taken under Master Slifer's wings. A ripple of gratitude surged through his veins as Morvran knew he owed every shred of his being to his master. Morvran cleared his throat, bringing himself back from his thoughts. "Speak," he commanded the death warriors. One of the young men responded, his voice steady but filled with concern. "Boss, last night an intruder attempted to break into Master's quarters." Morvran raised an eyebrow. In the past, such audacity was unheard of, but after news spread of Master Slifer's failed breakthrough and his subsequent weakened state, there had been a trickle of bold attempts against him.
As Slifer's right-hand man, Morvran was the shield between his master and any threats, a role he undertook with grave seriousness. "Where is this intruder now?" Morvran inquired, his voice a slow drawl conveying an icy calmness. The young man hesitated for a brief moment before answering. "It wasn't an assassin, boss. It was a disciple." Morvran's eyes narrowed into slits. "Sending a disciple? This smells of a clever ploy by one of the elders," he thought. "Bring me to him," Morvran commanded, his voice leaving no room for question. Without a word, the quartet moved, their figures blurring as they darted through the sect with a speed that made them near invisible to the naked eye. The dungeon was dimly lit, the few torches on the walls providing an eerie illumination that flickered as a cold draft swept through the underground chambers. A young voice echoed through the halls, pleading with a fervent passion, "Let me out! Don't you understand? He is my master!" Upon entering, Morvran's eyes landed on a tall, lanky disciple. This young man's frame was riddled with bruises, yet there was a defiant gleam in his eyes, and an almost cocky smile stretched across his face. The moment the lad's gaze settled on Morvran, recognition lit up his features. "Boss Morvran!" he exclaimed, joy evident in his voice. "So the would-be assassin recognizes me," he thought grimly. Without a word, Morvran approached and, without warning, delivered a powerful slap across the boy's face. Blood splattered, and the boy's head jerked to the side, but the grin remained. "Who sent you?" Morvran demanded coldly, suspicion clear in his eyes. Still smiling, the lad, who was Dentos, laughed. "I wasn't here to harm anyone. I simply wanted to deliver a meal I had made for my master." "And who exactly is this master of yours?" Morvran's tone was skeptical. Dentos looked straight into Morvran's eyes and declared confidently, "Master Slifer, of course." Morvran's patience was wearing thin. With a swift motion, he struck Dentos again, this time with more force. The boy's head collided with the cage's bars, the metal clanging upon impact. "Stop with the lies, boy!" Morvran warned, his gaze piercing through Dentos, taking in the boy's battered physique and mentally marking which bones he'd target next. Through the haze of pain, Dentos chuckled, albeit with bitterness tinging his voice. "Elder Slifer is my master," he claimed, pausing briefly before adding, "He just doesn't know it yet." Morvran stayed his hand momentarily. The idea of someone yearning to be his master's disciple was new to him. He had always known Master Slifer to be a great man, but the world had its way of slandering the worthy. His doubts lingered, but he knew for his master's sake he had to make sure. With a swift motion, Morvran seized Dentos by the neck, his fingers pressing into the soft flesh. "This meal! Is it poisoned? Is this your plan to assassinate my master?" he hissed. Gasping for breath, Dentos managed to choke out,
"No, I heard Master has taken a liking to food recently. I just wanted to gift this to him."
Behind Morvran, one of the death warriors approached, handing him a meticulously wrapped package. "We found this in the boy's storage ring," the warrior said, his voice devoid of emotion. Morvran unwrapped the package to reveal a meal. Delicate dumplings with a hint of celestial herbs, a soup that emitted a gentle aroma hinting at rare earthbound mushrooms, and a portion of heavenly glazed fish. It was a feast fit for a revered master. Turning to Dentos, Morvran spoke sternly. "We shall see if you speak the truth, boy." He signaled to the death warrior, who nodded and began cautiously tasting the food.
At the same time, another death warrior darted off towards the medicine hall to summon a healer in case the food indeed was poisoned. As the death warrior took the first bite, Dentos's eyes widened in terror. "Stop!" he shouted. Straining against the chains that bound him, his face twisted in a desperate plea. "It isn't meant for you!" But his plea fell on deaf ears. Morvran watched the warrior continue to taste the meal, and then nodded in silent affirmation to Dentos, convinced now of the poisonous intent. The boy's desperate reaction. It only confirms the deceit, Morvran thought, the grim realization settling within his chest as he looked at Dentos with eyes hardened like the cold, merciless steel of a blade. Morvran turned to the death warrior who had sampled the meal. "How was it?" he inquired. The death warrior, though his face was concealed by the mask, seemed to carry a rare smile in his eyes as he responded, "Delicious. It tastes how I imagine a mother's cooking would be." Morvran scowled. "But have you noticed any adverse effects?" The warrior shook his head. "No. There has been no change in my health or my chi." Morvran muttered under his breath, "Must be a slow-acting poison." His gaze shifted as the healer hurriedly approached them, applying a technique to ascertain the presence of any toxins. After a brief moment of scanning, the healer looked up, shaking his head. "No poison detected," the healer confirmed. "So, no poison," Morvran mumbled to himself, his eyes not leaving Dentos. "Perhaps this boy does have what it takes to be Master's disciple." The thought darted through his mind, surprising him. His thoughts quickly jumped to Fenlock, and he scoffed inwardly. "At least he'll be better than that lovesick brat." He sighed and commanded his men, "Release him!" The clank of chains falling to the cold floor resonated in the silent room as Dentos was freed from his bonds. He slowly rose to his feet, rubbing his wrists to ease the soreness. Morvran looked at Dentos with a newfound curiosity. "It seems there was a misunderstanding." "You may go," he said. His voice was stern, yet carried a trace of unspoken apology. Dentos, however, didn't move. His eyes were fixed on Morvran as he defiantly said, "I want to see Master Slifer." Chapter 17. Slifer sat cross-legged in his quarters, eagerly devouring the bowl of celestial lotus soup that he had promised himself. Each mouthful was a delightful explosion of rich flavors, making the tedious practice worthwhile. As he relished the heavenly taste, his concentration was broken by a sudden spiritual transmission. "Master, the Grand Elder has extended an invitation for tea," Morvran's voice echoed in Slifer's mind. Slifer paused, the spoon halfway to his mouth. Grand Elder? Isn't that young brat Zarius's master? He thought, a hint of displeasure clouding his thoughts. The sect master mentioned that the Grand Elder had let the previous incident slide. Now what could he possibly want? With a resigned sigh, he lifted the bowl to his lips and in one hearty gulp drained the remaining broth. His face turned a shade of red from the effort, but it was followed by a satisfied burp. A small victory before whatever it was that awaited him. He rose from his seat, setting down the empty bowl. It was time to look presentable for the meeting ahead. He straightened his robes and made sure that there was no incriminating soup evidence. Clean. Nice. "This old man better not have any thoughts of bullying me," he muttered, adjusting the collar of his robe. "And the tea, it better be top-notch." The entrance to Grand Elder Tenzin's courtyard was nothing short of breathtaking. A serene pond filled with blooming lotuses dominated the scene. Silver koi swam gracefully beneath the surface, casting ripples that reflected the soft glimmer of hanging lanterns. Surrounding it were vibrant gardens filled with rare spiritual herbs that emitted a gentle fragrance. Slifer exhaled deeply. If only I had reincarnated as a Grand Elder. This place,
It's just like a slice of heaven. As he approached the main hall, a servant in elegant robes stepped forward, about to speak. Before a word could leave the servant's mouth, a middle-aged figure with refined features, clad in a majestic robe depicting dragons intertwined with phoenixes, appeared out of thin air. Insight. Name Tenzin. Realm Early Origin Realm. Known techniques NA. Known affiliations Black Rose Sect. Disposition NA. Leave us, Grand Elder Tenzin commanded, dismissing the servant with a wave. He then turned to Slifer, his voice surprisingly humble. A figure of Elder Slifer's stature deserves to be welcomed by someone more significant than a mere servant, even if that someone is as insignificant as little me. Slifer blinked, taken aback by the warm welcome. This isn't the Tenzin I remember, he thought. From the snippets of memories he retained from the original, Grand Elder Tenzin was known to be arrogant, much like his young disciple, Zarius. Greeting the Grand Elder, Slifer bowed his head slightly. It's an honor, Grand Elder Tenzin. Tenzin's face reddened a bit, and he awkwardly cleared his throat. Senior has shown this junior too much respect. Senior, Slifer thought, utterly confused. Despite how I might look, this Grand Elder is surely millennia older than me. As the two walked deeper into the courtyard, Tenzin's brow was slick with perspiration, his mind racing. Damn that Zarius! If he hadn't so rashly provoked this demon over the heaven rank method, I wouldn't be in this humiliating position. He swallowed hard, recalling the gruesome image that had spread like wildfire throughout the sect. Slifer, effortlessly decapitating an Origin Realm expert with an Ascendant-level strike. The mere thought sent shivers down Tenzin's spine. Upon reaching the center of the courtyard, two thrones stood facing each other. With a polite gesture, Grand Elder Tenzin gestured for Slifer to sit on the larger one, while he himself took the smaller seat. As they settled, servants bustled forward, pouring a clear, aromatic liquid into their cups. Immortal tea. Eagerly, Tenzin watched as Slifer took a sip. The subtle changes in Slifer's expression didn't go unnoticed. His eyes widened slightly, and his lips curled into a small smile of appreciation. This is far superior to what Morvran usually serves me, Slifer mused, taking another sip. Being a Grand Elder truly is worlds apart from a mere elder. I trust the tea meets Senior's tastes? Tenzin inquired with a soft smile. Slifer nodded slowly. Indeed. It's exceptional. Yet inwardly he questioned, what's with calling me Senior? Is this old fool mocking me? The Grand Elder cleared his throat before continuing. Elder Slifer, I wanted to discuss the recent incident between my disciple and yourself. He glanced at Slifer, noting the brief flash of annoyance in his eyes. Slifer's eyes narrowed, his previous appreciation for the tea momentarily forgotten. I knew it! He seeks retribution for that brat! Seeing the change in Slifer's demeanor, a bead of sweat trickled down Tenzin's temple. As feared, this demon holds grudges. Desperate to alleviate the tension, Tenzin forced a smile. The disputes between juniors should indeed remain among them, don't you agree? Slifer responded with a hesitant nod. I believe so. Tenzin carried on. However, I was hoping a modest gift might ensure no ill feelings remain between us. The expression on Slifer's face darkened. Blackmailing me? As if I have much to offer. Tenzin's heart pounded as he witnessed Slifer's displeasure. Even a gift isn't appeasing this demon, he cursed inwardly as he let out a nervous chuckle. With a snap of his fingers, a servant emerged, cradling a sublime sword. The black blade carried a haunting elegance, the hilt adorned with a red rose. Slifer's eyes widened as he activated insight on the sword. Treasure, grade Origin Realm, type sword, conditions perfect. He shook his head in disappointment. Useless. With my cultivation, it'll be a while before I can use it.
Grand Elder Tenzin observed Slifer's dismissive reaction and concealed a frown. He was not surprised that an Origin Realm treasure wasn't worth an Ascendant cultivator's attention, but it had been centuries since he had been humbled like this. He felt like a servant attempting to please a king with a handful of gold. Nevertheless, he forced a smile and began elaborating on the sword's rich past. "This is the Midnight Rose," he said, "an heirloom of the Lotus Peak sect that I acquired. It was forged from black meteoric iron by Grand Master Shen, adorned with a vermilion blood rose from the Heavenly Garden. It's a humble offering, but the best this junior could muster." Slifer dipped his head slightly.
"Thank you, Grand Elder."
Yet he noticed Tenzin's lingering gaze upon him.
"Stare all you want, old man, but I have nothing to give you,"
he thought, his face unmoved. He doubted the Grand Elder would attack him outright. If there was a high likelihood of that happening, then he wouldn't be as composed as he was right now. Noticing the displeasure creeping upon Slifer's face, Tenzin hurriedly changed the topic. "Congratulations, Elder Slifer, on your recent breakthrough to the Ascendant Realm. Truly, you now stand as a Supreme Elder, eh?" he managed, trying to inject warmth into his tone. Slifer's eyes momentarily widened, a flicker of genuine surprise. "Ascendant Realm? Me?" Tenzin caught that split second of vulnerability. "Ah, the wolf wished to hide among the sheep a while longer," he thought bitterly. "Now it all makes sense," Slifer thought, nearly cursing out loud. The death of Elder Olakin, an Origin Realm expert, certainly alerted the sect. They must have viewed his soul lamp and seen me delivering the fatal blow. That news must have led Grand Elder Tenzin to approach me with such caution. He managed a nonchalant smile.
"Thank you, Grand Elder, but really, it's no great feat."
Yet inside, Slifer raged at the unwanted attention. "How am I supposed to behave like an Ascendant cultivator? That level of prowess is usually reserved for sect leaders." However, a smirk curled on the edge of his thoughts. But Supreme Elder does have a nice ring to it. Tenzin broke through Slifer's musings. "While the sect master remains in seclusion, your title of Supreme Elder won't be formally acknowledged within the sect." Slifer's heart lightened, secretly pleased. Perfect. I'm not prepared for the burdens that come with higher recognition. Being an elder is already too much of a stretch. However, Tenzin, ever the diplomat, added, "But in my eyes, you'll always be a Supreme Elder." The Grand Elder then dropped a tidbit that piqued Slifer's interest. "Given the sect master's absence during the disciple selection ceremony in a week, you will have the privilege of the first pick." Before Slifer could digest this news, a system notification appeared in front of him. Ding! Save a poor disciple from the clutches of these demons. You have been given an extra disciple slot. Rewards, ? If the system handed this task to me, there must be a protagonist-caliber disciple among the participants. Curiosity piqued, he asked the system, "Can I identify protagonists among the participants?" Upgrade the insight skill to gather more intricate details about targets. Slifer mulled over this information. If I could see their stats, I could snatch the protagonists right from under the noses of the other elders. He recalled how Huey's protagonist status had unintentionally saved him. Maybe having another protagonist disciple isn't that bad of an idea. He suppressed a chuckle at a wicked thought. I wonder if combining the luck of two protagonists and using the random card could yield a jackpot. Maybe something worth 100,000 credits. "Is something amusing, Senior?" Tenzin asked, feeling that the newly ascended elder was mocking him.
"Oh, nothing."
Slifer waved off the question, the trace of a smirk playing on his lips.
"I was just pondering the prospects of the upcoming disciple selection ceremony. It seems there are interesting times ahead."
The Grand Elder nodded slowly before his face grew serious. "Senior, now that you've broken through, the nearby sects will undoubtedly be on guard," he remarked.
The worry etched across his features. Slifer frowned, not liking where the conversation was headed. Tenzin continued, "The Black Heart Sect and the Black Death Sect, being demonic in nature, are less inclined to make a move against us, especially after you eliminated their Elder Olakin. However—" Tenzin sighed, his gaze distant. "The three major sects, Heaven's Light Sect, Pure Soul Sect, and White Tiger Sect, won't take kindly to this development." Slifer groaned internally. "Great! As if I don't already have enough on my plate, now I've got to deal with these righteous hypocrites." Sensing Slifer's annoyance, Tenzin pressed on. "With the Intersect tournament nearing, we'll gain an extra slot for the Sealed Realm thanks to your breakthrough." Slifer nodded. The original's memories laid out the rules clearly. Each Ascendant cultivator earned their sect a slot. Typically, only 20 slots were allotted. After dividing them among the 6 sects, the righteous ones usually hoarded the most, leaving scraps for the demonic sects. The strongest among the righteous sects, boasting 3 Ascendant cultivators, snagged 3 slots. The remaining 10 were fought for in the intersect competitions, 5 for core formation cultivators and 5 for foundation establishment cultivators. Now one would be directly allocated to the Black Rose sect, reducing the competed slots to 9. "Only those beneath the nascent soul stage may enter the realm," Tenzin elaborated. "I advise caution in selecting your new disciple, Senior. With your new status, many eyes will scrutinize both you and your disciples. It would be a significant boon to our sect if you could nurture a foundation establishment cultivator to secure one of those spots." Slifer met the Grand Elder's warm gaze. "This old man isn't so bad," he thought. Who am I kidding? He's only being this courteous because he believes I'm an Ascendant Realm cultivator."
"I appreciate the insight, Junior," he responded, still finding it odd to address someone so much older with that title.
As he stood to leave, his thoughts turned to the new task that he had received. Given that the system wanted him to acquire another disciple, he was set on doing so, but he'd be damned if he settled for anything less than the best. After all, I didn't grow up in capitalist America just to miss out on maximizing profits, he smirked. Every capable disciple is a walking, talking credit machine. Whilst heading back to his quarters, the looming worries of the Intersect tournament and the slots kept gnawing at Slifer's mind. Would I need to negotiate with other Ascendant cultivators, he wondered. The thought of deceiving beings that were a breath away from the immortal realm seemed next to impossible. It's a matter for the future, he thought. Who knows what cards I'd have by then? Maybe I can handle the situation. He shook his head, shifting his focus, and decided it was time to meet the criteria for breaking through to the Foundation establishment realm. A bitter laugh escaped him as he imagined the whispers about the newly ascended Ascendant cultivator Slifer going around challenging Foundation establishment juniors. Summoning Morvran through a spiritual transmission, he awaited his arrival. Soon, the fat man stood before him.
"Has Val awakened?"
Slifer asked, hopeful. With a somber shake of his head, Morvran responded, "She remains in deep hibernation. Her body is still recovering." Slifer sighed deeply. With little Val by my side, there would be fewer worries. He composed himself and instructed Morvran,
"Inform Calum and Fenlock to meet me at the sect entrance in an hour."
Morvran nodded and vanished in a blur of speed, leaving Slifer in his silent contemplation. As he began his preparation, Slifer muttered to himself,
"Like hell am I going anywhere without some bodyguards?"
Chapter 18. Nestled amidst lush green hills, a day's journey away from the sect, was Willowbrook Village. A charming haven for the weary traveler, yet an easy target for bandits, the latter being the reason Slifer had chosen the location for this little trip of his. As they entered the village, Fenlock turned to Slifer, a look of curiosity etched on his face. "Master, why have we traveled to this place?" With a semblance of profundity, Slifer replied,
"The journey to enlightenment is diverse, young Fenlock. The Tao beckons us to gain experience from every corner of life.
He paused, letting his eyes scan the villagers working away.
Many cultivators overlook the impoverished and the weak, yet it is they who possess the mightiest of wills.
Yet his real intentions were far from noble. When the bandits attack, eliminating a few Foundation Establishment realm bandits will not only earn me credits for my breakthrough, but also for saving a village. 2 birds, 1 stone. He smiled. Slifer had ensured through Morvran that these bandits were not backed by some aged, powerful cultivator. The last thing I need is an irate grandpa appearing out of thin air. Slifer shuddered at the classic xianxia trope. Walking deeper into the village, the trio felt numerous eyes fall on them. The villagers, with their sun-beaten faces and wary eyes, observed them with a mix of curiosity and dread. The emblem on their robes, the Black Heart Rose, was well known in the region, and not for the best reasons. An elderly man with a limp, who Slifer assumed to be the village elder, approached them. His frail frame trembled slightly as he coughed into his wrinkled hands before introducing himself.
I am Balin, the leader of this humble abode. How may this poor old man assist the esteemed guests?
Calum and Fenlock exchanged glances. Each was as clueless as the other. Their eyes turned to Slifer, awaiting an explanation. With a gentle smile, Slifer addressed the village leader.
We have simply come for my disciples to gain some experience from this village. There is no cause for concern. Suddenly, a young man, tall and robust, with sharp features and green piercing eyes, stepped forward, his stride carrying an air of righteousness. His jet-black hair flowed with the wind, and his eyes held a fierce determination. Insight! Name N.A. Realm Early Foundation Establishment. Known techniques N.A. Known affiliations Willowbrook Village Righteous. Disposition N.A. Ah, the brave, outspoken, and possibly not too bright hero archetype, Slifer sighed. The young man chuckled disdainfully. The demonic cultivator instructing his disciples in a secluded village like this doesn't exactly instill confidence within us. Calum's gaze grew icy. He could hardly believe that a mere Foundation Establishment cultivator would have the audacity to insult his master. Advancing a step, he released his overwhelming core formation aura. If you're suggesting that my master has ill intentions towards this village, know that had he desired, everyone here would have long been dead. The pressure of the core formation aura bore down on the young man, making his legs tremble, but he stood his ground. With great effort, he released his Foundation Establishment aura, looking unflinchingly into Calum's eyes. Sensing the rising tension, the village leader immediately intervened.
Zeven,
he scolded the young man.
Show respect to our esteemed guests.
Slowly, Zeven lowered his head, offering an apology, yet the fire in his eyes remained unquenched. Slifer, observing this, couldn't help but crack a small smile. Yet he wondered if retreat was the better choice to avoid entangling with a potential protagonist character. He had personally experienced their absurd luck work for him, and he certainly did not want to be on the receiving end. No, we're here for the bandits, not a confrontation with a budding hero. As long as the disciples don't do anything dumb, it shouldn't be an issue. Waving his hand slightly, Slifer signaled Calum to stand down. Immediately, Calum suppressed his aura, stepped back, and offered a deferential bow to Slifer. Turning to the gathered villagers, Slifer spoke up.
I've heard the Shadowvale bandits have been tormenting this village lately. I thought it would be a valuable lesson for my disciples to assist in this situation.
Hearing Slifer's reply, the village elder's face twisted into a hesitant expression. The notion of demonic cultivators offering aid was a challenging concept to accept. However, he didn't have much of a choice. Willowbrook Village had no power to refuse the Black Rose Sect. Huffing, the young man, Zeven, walked away with heavy steps.
I'd rather face death than take assistance from the likes of demonic cultivators, he declared.
his voice filled with anger and disdain. Immediately, the village leader fell into a begging posture, deeply apologetic.
"Forgive young Stephen's outburst," he trembled as he spoke. "His family was slaughtered by demonic cultivators, their souls devoured before his very eyes."
Slifer's nod was almost imperceptible. A tragic backstory, check. Heroic demeanor, check. Foolish enough to challenge forces beyond comprehension, check. He mentally ticked off the checklist that screamed of a protagonist's traits. The thought of taking the young lad as a disciple crossed Slifer's mind. Although his character seemed a bit abrasive, Slifer believed he could mold him into something more tolerable. But, as if reading his mind, a system notification appeared before him. Ding! Maximum disciple capacity reached. No more disciples can be accepted. Slifer sighed softly. He was aware of the limit, but he had held a slender hope that the system might carve out an exception for a potential protagonist. His eyes roamed over the retreating figure of Zeven, and then back to the elder still holding a humble bow.
"I understand the grudges held by the young man. It is the tragic reality of the cultivation world. Nevertheless, our intention here is genuine, village elder."
Balin, now slowly regaining his composure, nodded, though the uncertainty in his eyes was hard to miss. Regardless, the village elder led them towards his humble abode. When they arrived, Balin turned to Slifer and mentioned,
"The bandits haven't struck for several moons now."
Slifer nodded as he pondered his words. "They haven't attacked for months. It's very likely they'll strike soon. The sooner I can end this, the quicker I can return to the Sect's security." The elder's home was modest, bearing the true essence of rural life. Earthen walls, wooden beams, and a low-hanging roof made from thick straw. The center of the main room had a rustic wooden table surrounded by stools. The elder quickly ushered Slifer to the seat of honor, a slightly elevated wooden chair. As Slifer seated himself, a lavish feast was presented before him. The village, in their undeniable generosity, or perhaps sheer terror of angering a demonic cultivator, had sacrificed their precious livestock. As he picked at the humble meat dish, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. These folks were hanging on by a thread, yet here they were offering what little they had to please him. It's only fair to compensate them for their loss before we leave, he thought, nibbling at a piece of the rough-cut meat that tasted of genuine struggle and survival. A brief pause later, a memory of his own lack of wealth dawned on him, bringing a grimace to his face. "Oh, right. My storage ring resembles a barren wasteland." His eyes darted towards Fenlock, who was surveying the room with a detached look. "I'm sure Fenlock could spare a few spirit stones." A smirk appeared on his face once again. That would save him from squandering them on that junior sister he's been swooning over lately. As Slifer ate, he relished every bite, thinking, for all the lavish feasts back at the Sect, there's something comforting about this simple homemade fare. Lost in his thoughts, he failed to notice the incredulous stares he was receiving from Fenlock, Calum, and the village elder as he devoured the meal like a starved beast.
"Is this really an elder from the Black Rose Sect?"
Balin thought. After a short while, Fenlock stiffened, his attention snapping towards the door. "Bandits!" But as his gaze shifted to his still feasting master, he decided to keep silent. If I sensed them just now, Master must have detected them long ago. Suddenly, a loud crash interrupted Slifer's gluttonous feast. The wooden door burst open as a battered figure slammed into Slifer's table, sending food and dishes flying. Gravy dripped from shattered bowls, and Slifer's plate of meat lay ruined amidst the debris. "No, not my food," Slifer thought mournfully. He had always held a deep-seated belief bordering on a sacred rule, that no morsel of food should ever meet an unjust end, especially not before meeting the end of his chopsticks. Slifer's eyes narrowed as they landed on the intruder. It was Zeven, battered, his clothes torn, and bruises covering his body. He looked up at Slifer, pain evident in his eyes. His lips parted, trying to relay a message, but before any words could emerge, he succumbed to unconsciousness. What kind of protagonist loses to a mere bandit, he thought. He paused,
Right. Their early years usually consist of regular public humiliations. How typical. "The villagers!" cried the village elder, fear replacing the initial shock as he darted outside. Wiping the food stains from his robes, Slifer sighed.
It wasn't personal before, but now...
He glared at the splintered door.
Now it's very personal. The bandits had just committed a cardinal sin, ruining his meal.
Slifer and his disciples emerged from the house, their eyes scanning the chaotic scene before them, and they found the cries of the frightened mixed with the defiant shouts of men who were ready to die to protect their homes. These brave men brandished whatever weaponry they could muster, be it a rusty sword, a worn-out axe, or even farming tools. Slifer observed the ragtag assembly of fighters. Most were mere chi-refining cultivators with just a handful at the Foundation establishment level. But what caught Slifer's eye was the village elder. The previously humble and weak aura that had surrounded him had vanished. With a steely resolve evident in his eyes, he released an aura that was at the peak of Foundation establishment. Without a second's hesitation, he charged towards a sinister-looking figure, presumably the bandit leader. It's always the old men to be wary of, Slifer mused, a common notion in a world where survival was the supreme law. Calem's hand tightened on the hilt of his sword as he watched the bandits wreak havoc on the village. He turned to Slifer, the question evident in his eyes. "Master, should we engage?" Fenlock, too, seemed eager to join the fray, but Slifer hesitated. He saw the various techniques being thrown around on the battlefield, some of which were potent enough to one-shot a chi-refining cultivator like himself. "I can't afford to let them leave my side," he decided, even for a split second. Donning a sage-like demeanor, Slifer replied with an excuse he had prepared.
We can easily eliminate these bandits within a few breaths, but our goal here transcends mere fighting. It's about gaining enlightenment through restraint.
Fenlock tilted his head, confusion evident. "How do we achieve that, Master?" Slifer flashed a knowing smile.
By challenging ourselves against our foes, restricting our cultivation as we do so, remain close and observe.
Fenlock's eyes widened at the prospect of his master joining the battle. Unlike the other disciples, he had never seen his master fight before. "Forsaking the ego to hone the blade. Brilliant!" Calem's eyes sparkled with understanding. Slifer ignored his disciples as he assessed the battleground. His gaze landed on a particular bandit who was smirking arrogantly to himself. It was clear to Slifer that this was the ruffian responsible for Zeven's sorry state, and more importantly, the destruction of his meal. "Insight! Name N.A. Realm Early Foundation Establishment. Known techniques N.A. Known affiliations Affiliation Shadow Veil Bandits Demonic. Disposition N.A. Early Foundation Establishment. Perfect! Ding! Breakthrough requirements. Appropriate target detected. Would you like to issue a challenge?" Slifer's lips curved in a predatory grin.
"Challenge,"
he murmured. "Challenge accepted. Begin." Upon seeing the prompt from the system, a smirk graced Slifer's face. He was not foolish enough to announce his presence. As long as the system viewed it as a challenge, that was enough. He knew that to kill a Foundation establishment cultivator, there could be no playing around. He needed to end the battle with a single strike. With a fluid motion, Slifer unsheathed his sword, its blade gleaming ominously under the flickering flames that had caught onto some nearby huts. He then closed his eyes briefly and activated a skill, the Sunrise Slash. When his eyes snapped open, they gleamed with a brilliant golden hue.
"Consider this payback for a meal so rudely interrupted,"
Slifer whispered, as he vanished into thin air, leaving only a fleeting trace of golden light behind. This is my technique!" Calem's eyes widened in disbelief.
"Shadow Step Slash."
Despite some slight differences, to the creator of the technique, the sequence was unmistakable. "How can Master use it?" Calem was certain that his master had only seen him perform the technique once. Is this the comprehension of an Ascendant Realm expert? Chapter 19. Slifer soundlessly materialized behind the bandit. The bandit, previously leering at a woman with a disgusting grin, froze in place.
His eyes widened in terror, but before he could even register the danger, his head separated from his body, landing on the ground with a soft thud. Ding! Successfully killed a demonic foundation establishment cultivator. Reward 5 karmic credits. Breakthrough requirements 1 out of 3. Slifer smoothly sheathed his sword, turning to face his disciples. A smirk played on his lips.
Flawless victory,
he whispered, more to himself than to anyone in particular. However, his satisfaction was short-lived. From the corner of his eye, he noticed a pair of bandits turning his way, fury evident in their eyes for having killed their comrade. One of them, with tattoos snaking up his arms and a face twisted in anger, barked,
"Old man, you'll pay for that!"
"Insight! Name, N.A. Realm, Late Foundation Establishment. Known techniques, N.A. Known affiliations, Shadowvale Bandits. Disposition, N.A. Late Foundation Establishment? I might have bitten off more than I can chew." Without missing a beat, he coughed lightly, directing his disciples' attention to the hostile bandits.
Well, what are you waiting for? It's your turn now.
Calum and Fenlock exchanged glances before nodding in unison. Conscious of Slifer's earlier lesson, they suppressed their cultivation to match their opponents. With a fierce battle cry, Calum lunged at his opponent, blade singing as it cut through the air. The bandit parried the blow, but the sheer force behind the strike pushed him several steps back, the ground beneath his feet cracking. Regaining his balance, the bandit looked Calum up and down, a lewd grin spreading across his face.
"I'll have fun with a pretty boy like you."
Calum simply shook his head, retorting sharply, "You should worry less about my looks and more about keeping your head attached." Meanwhile, the bandit charged at Fenlock with a maniacal glint in his eyes, but instead of drawing a weapon, Fenlock raised his flute to his lips. The resulting melody was grating and harsh, far from the harmonious tone you would expect. The bandit suddenly stumbled, clutching his head in agony.
What? What is that sound? Stop it!
He shrieked. Yet it wasn't just noise that was tormenting the bandit. The sound chi from Fenlock's flute was insidiously seeping into the bandit's body, tearing apart his insides. Having ensured his disciples were occupied, Slifer subtly withdrew to a quieter corner, eager to try his luck at the gacha-like system. Ding! Successful! You have acquired Critical Block card. Description: protects user from a critical strike.
Yes,
Slifer whispered, his face lighting up.
A critical block card.
Having lost his previous ones, Slifer had felt naked without them. Ding! Successful! You have acquired Critical Block card. Description: protects user from a critical strike. With a delighted grin, Slifer exclaimed,
Another one! My luck's been on fire lately.
He felt like he could never have too many of them. However, his joy was short-lived. The next card turned out to be a dud. Ding! Successful! You have acquired Whimsical Wind card. Description: when activated, makes the user's hair blow dramatically even in the absence of wind. Slifer cocked an eyebrow, staring at the card in disbelief. What in the heavens? He couldn't help but shake his head in exasperation.
When would this ever be of use?
He muttered. Determined to get something more valuable, he continued his card-buying spree. After a few repeated failures, he finally won something interesting. Ding! Successful! You have acquired Mirror Wave card. Description: allows the user to redirect any incoming attack back to its origin. Slifer's eyes widened in excitement, but as he read the fine print, his enthusiasm dwindled. Only effective against attacks below the nascent soul realm. Heaving a sigh, he commented,
Well, it's still better than that ridiculous Whimsical Wind card.
Despite the mixed results, the thrill of gambling spurred him on. But after several more fruitless attempts, Slifer decided it was time to rejoin the battle after all. He still had 2 Foundation Establishment cultivators left to kill. His gaze settled on Calum's fight, and a frown formed on his face. Instead of the swift, decisive moves he expected from his disciple, Calum seemed to be drawing out the fight, toying with his opponent like a cat with a mouse. He danced around, evading blows effortlessly and countering with teasing strikes, never landing a finishing blow.
That's not the Calum I remember, Slifer commented. He's usually so serious.
As he looked at Calum's opponent, the system chimed in, startling him slightly. Ding! Appropriate target detected. Would you like to initiate a challenge? Slifer blinked in surprise.
How? He's already in battle.
But a thought occurred to him. Calum hadn't actually inflicted any damage. Is that the reason? Or is the system just being unusually generous today? Regardless of the reasons, Slifer wasn't one to decline an advantage. He chuckled.
I'll take whatever I can get. Challenge!
Challenge accepted. Begin. Slifer closed his eyes briefly, activating the sunrise slash. In the blink of an eye, he materialized behind Calum's opponent. The man's eyes widened in shock, and just as he tried to utter the word coward, he began coughing violently. He grasped at his throat only for his head to drop off moments later. Ding! Successfully killed a demonic foundation establishment cultivator. Reward 5 karmic credits. Breakthrough requirements 2 out of 3. Slifer turned his gaze to Calum, who looked taken aback by the sudden intervention.
A sword cultivator must aim for efficiency,
he commented crisply. As Huey's influence made Calum toy with opponents. Bowing his head slightly, Calum responded, "Thank you, Master." Fenlock soon joined the duo, an air of satisfaction around him. His opponent's scoffing remarks about him being soft as a sound cultivator had cost him his life. A sudden system notification interrupted their brief respite. Ding! Alert! The village is under attack. Task, save the villagers. Reward, based on number of villagers saved. I was wondering when this would show up, Slifer thought. Turning to his disciples, he stated with a firm voice,
We've had our fun. Now it's time to get serious and protect these people. Leave any early Foundation establishment cultivators alive.
Calum and Fenlock exchanged puzzled glances, but nodded. They weren't sure why they should spare those cultivators, but they trusted their master's judgment. With a shimmer, they unleashed their core formation aura and jumped back into the fray. Good, they understand, Slifer thought, nodding in approval. Now, I just need to locate one more Foundation establishment bandit, then I can make my exit. As if on cue, a voice rang out, "Oh, man!" Slifer turned to find a young bandit confronting him. The youth was striking, with sharp features, clear skin, and a cocky glint in his eyes. Laughing mockingly, the bandit sneered and said, "What's a useless chi-refining cultivator like you doing here?" Slifer raised an eyebrow. This fool could have taken me by surprise, granted not in one hit thanks to my critical block cards, but still. Shaking his head, Slifer responded with a smirk.
You might want to reconsider your strategy if you plan on surviving long in this world, young man.
The young bandit's laughter echoed, rich with disdain.
You're already 1 foot in the grave. Let me help you take that last step.
Slifer cocked an eyebrow.
Didn't your parents teach you to respect your elders?
The bandit's face darkened.
My parents are dead, killed by Black Rose Sect scum.
Slifer sighed inwardly. When will I finally face someone without a vendetta against me or my sect? With a smirk, the young bandit taunted, "Prepare to join them, elder." Matching his humor, Slifer retorted,
I should be saying that to you, boy.
Without further ado, he activated his sunrise slash once more, reappearing behind his opponent. Swinging his sword downwards, he fully expected to take the bandit's head. Yet his eyes went wide with shock as the bandit managed to turn in time, their swords clashing with a resounding ring. With a sneer, the young fighter jeered, "Did you really think I would fall for that?" Oh, shit. As Slifer hastily leapt backwards, he was painfully aware of his limitations. Lacking proper sword techniques and martial arts knowledge, he felt like a fish out of water. His thoughts darted to the new card in his possession. Guess I have to rely on you now. With only one such card available, he needed to ensure he used it optimally. He had to provoke the bandit enough for him to unleash a devastating attack. Then, with the card's power, Slifer would redirect it and finish the fight. Slifer racked his brain. Now how do I rile up a hot-headed teenager? Several ideas sprung to mind. But as he pondered, a chuckle escaped his lips. Wait a minute. If teenagers hear anything like they were back home, practically anything will set them off. Slifer decided to go with a time-tested tactic. The insult aimed at one's family. With a playful smirk, he remarked,
Such fiery anger! Is it inherited from your parents, or did they leave you too early to pass it on?
The young bandit's face went from pale to deep crimson. Veins popped out on his neck as he screamed, "Blazing fire dragon strike!" That's it, Slifer thought, preparing to use the card at the right moment. Come at me with all you've got. From the bandit's sword, a gigantic roaring fire dragon emerged, its infernal heat causing the very air around it to shimmer. It lunged straight for Slifer, the intensity of its flames threatening to incinerate anything in its path.
What an idiot. With a mental command, Slifer activated the card. Mirror wave card activated. Immediately, an invisible barrier sprung up before him. The fire dragon collided with the barrier, attempting to pierce it with its fiery fangs and claws. However, instead of breaking through, the dragon began to be pulled in, swirling and spiraling, as if it were being sucked into a vortex. Within moments, it vanished completely, leaving behind an eerie silence. The bandit paused, confusion painting his features. But before he could comprehend what had happened, a thunderous roar echoed. From behind the barrier, the very same fire dragon reappeared, this time facing its original master. Its eyes glowed brighter, and its flames seemed even more intense as it surged forward. The bandit's eyes shot open in pure terror, realizing the danger he was in. He raised his arms in a feeble attempt to shield himself, but the sheer surprise of seeing his own technique turned against him made him too slow to react effectively. The fire dragon slammed into him with a fury, wrapping its burning body around him and drowning him in an ocean of flames. When the inferno subsided, only the charred remains of the once arrogant bandit were left, smoke still rising from the scorched earth. Slifer sighed. And that's why you never underestimate an old man. Ding! Successfully killed a demonic foundation establishment cultivator. Reward 5 karmic credits. Breakthrough requirements 3 out of 3. Enter closed door cultivation to initiate breakthrough. Zeven groggily regained consciousness, his head throbbing from the impact. As awareness returned, the distant sounds of battle echoed in his ears. Pushing himself to his feet, he stumbled out of the house, his vision blurry. When it cleared, the sight that met him was both terrifying and infuriating. A massive fire dragon was consuming a young bandit, and standing a short distance away was the old demonic cultivator, Slifer. No! It can't be! Zeven's eyes widened in shock. Grief and anger clouded his vision as he recognized the young bandit. Xander! With a bellow of fury, he launched himself at Slifer, executing the wind blade vortex, a swirling tornado of sharp wind blades aimed directly at the old man. Catching the movement in his peripheral vision, Slifer's eyes widened just a fraction. What the hell is he attacking me for? Before the attack could land, critical block activated, repelling the young man's assault. Zeven, momentarily disoriented, pushed himself up and, fueled by rage, roared, launching himself at the elder once more. I don't have time for this, Slifer gritted his teeth. If only the system allowed for mid-battle advancements. Is this brat really going to make me use one of my precious peak Slifer cards? Yet, as Zeven drew near, a familiar figure appeared between them, parrying Zeven's onslaught with practiced ease. The village leader's voice boomed. Zeven! Stop this madness! But Zeven's eyes, clouded with grief, glared past him. Move! He killed Xander! I promised I'd bring him back! Slifer, observing from the side, couldn't help but think, did that hit on the head earlier make him even more of an idiot? The village leader tried to soothe the anguished young man. Zeven Xander had turned! He was with the bandits! It's heartbreaking, but we have to face the truth! Tears streamed down Zeven's face, raw emotion choking his voice. He was my best friend! I swore I'd save him! Slifer just stared, an incredulous expression forming. Is this some Naruto Sasuke situation playing out in front of me? Ding! Warning! You are now the target of a Son of Heaven's wrath. Your luck stat has been appropriately adjusted. What? Chapter 20. Ding! Warning! You are now the target of a Son of Heaven's wrath. Your luck stat has been appropriately adjusted. Recommendation: purchase the Heaven's Shield card to protect yourself against Heaven's displeasure. This kid really was a protagonist, but to be able to affect my stats? Slifer's left eye twitched in irritation. Ding! Luck is not a fixed stat. It is swayed by the will of Heaven. Heaven's will? Slifer racked his brain. His experience from other xianxia worlds was that Heaven's will was an abstract concept, a guiding force that governed the fate of everything in its domain. But what if the Heaven's will in this world isn't the same? Perhaps only immortals have some understanding of Heaven's will.
Slifer shook his head as he focused on his immediate concern. Slifer quickly opened his system panel to check the cost of the recommended Heaven's Shield card. Card, Heaven's Shield. Description: once activated, it forms an invisible barrier around the user, protecting them from the direct wrath of Heaven's displeasure. The shield lasts for 1 month or until Heaven's wrath is appeased. Note, the card does not provide full protection against breakthrough tribulations, but it can lessen their intensity. Note, it does not guarantee safety from agents or beings carrying out Heaven's will. Repeated offenses against Heaven may weaken the card's efficacy. Cost 1,000 karmic credits. The system really has a knack for stirring up trouble and then conveniently providing solutions at an extortionate price, of course. How typical. Slifer let out an exasperated sigh. System, are any of my other stats compromised? He needed to ensure he wouldn't suddenly become less perceptive, rendering him as clueless as his more challenged disciples. Ding! Negative. Only the luck stat can be affected by Heaven's will. Slifer exhaled deeply, the tension leaving his body. Thank the heavens I won't end up a dimwit. Glancing over at the enraged Zeven, Slifer pondered, now how am I going to deal with this kid? A sudden memory flashed through his mind. It was a betrayal from his past, not in this world, but in an online game. It was the raid on Naxxramas. Slifer's guild had spent weeks planning and preparing to vanquish Cultivates. They were on the brink of victory, with the boss's health dwindling to just 5%. But at that crucial moment, Drizzt Magic, their primary healer, inexplicably chose to roll need on the phylactery of Cultivates and then promptly logged out. That backstabbing... Slifer shook his head, pulling himself from the memory. It was a game, yes, but trust is trust. Looking back at Zeven, Slifer's expression softened. Betrayal is a bitter pill, young one, but be wary. Dwelling too deeply on such emotions can form a Tao demon. Zeven glared back, tears streaking his face. You don't understand, old man. You can't. That's true. I've never experienced such a deep loss before. Slifer sighed, realizing that perhaps comparing his gaming experience to Zeven's pain might not have been the right approach. Ding! A son of heaven poses a threat to your noble task. Action: eliminate. Reward 500 karmic credits. Warning: killing a son of heaven will affect your luck. Slifer blinked at the abrupt notification, momentarily caught off guard. Kill a son of heaven? His eyes narrowed, deep in thought. Aren't the system and the sons of heaven aligned on the righteous path? Why would the system want him dead? And offering such a high reward, what's the catch? His attention refocused on the scene in front of him. Zeven pushed the village leader away, his expression one of raw pain.
Remember this, old demon,
he said, his voice low and threatening.
I will avenge Xander, even if it's the last thing I do.
The village leader's face turned ashen. He mumbled to himself.
Does this child wish to court death?
Before Slifer could form a reply, a sharp pain lanced through his chest. His hand instinctively reached to clutch at the pain point as the imprisoned origin realm energy within him rebelled. The turbulent energy then quieted, but the fleeting pain had been sharp and unexpected. Calum rushed to his side, a worried expression on his face. Master, are you all right? Masking his distress, Slifer waved dismissively.
I am pained that such a young soul can carry so much hatred.
Internally, Slifer frowned. The origin realm energy shouldn't have acted up. Could the reduced luck stat have caused this instability? Seeing Slifer's darkening expression, the village leader grew even more anxious.
Esteemed elder, please understand, Zeven is young and has faced much pain. Please, I beg you, show mercy.
Slifer barely heard him. Instead, he asked,
When did the boy begin cultivating?
The old man, taken aback by the sudden question, stammered,
About 2 years ago, after the death of his parents.
Foundation establishment in just 2 years. Slifer's eyebrows shot up in surprise. That's no small feat.
This kid, if he's been cultivating for such a short time and reached this level, is definitely a genius. As Slifer contemplated the young prodigy's potential, a growing unease settled in the pit of his stomach. I can't give him the chance to grow, Slifer thought. The guilt began to weigh on him. The idea of killing's even conflicted with his every moral fiber. Yet, he told himself for survival's sake it was necessary. This kid could be the death of me. The vivid memory of novels he read, where lone protagonists obliterated entire sects to avenge a single person, sent shivers down his spine. The future was uncertain, and Slifer did not want to risk everything just because he felt bad for the kid. Slifer turned to his disciples.
Calum! Fenlock! Kill him!
The disciples hesitated, exchanging unsure glances. Fenlock asked, "Both of us, Master?"
Yes.
Slifer's voice was cold and decisive. "But, Master," Calum said, his voice wavering, "he's only at the Foundation establishment realm. Just one of us should suffice." Slifer's expression darkened further, his tone leaving no room for discussion.
Attack together, kill him in one blow.
I'm not taking any chances with a protagonist, he thought wryly. If I'm going to kill him, I'm going all out. With a melancholic smile, Calum thought, Master remains as ruthless as ever, before he and Fenlock lunged forward in sync. The village elder's face went pale.
Please have mercy! He's just...
he began, stepping forward to plead. But Slifer's raised hand silenced him. The elder hesitated, torn between helping the young cultivator and self-preservation. Finally, with a heavy sigh, he stepped back.
Zeven, this path was of your choosing.
Calum lunged forward, aiming straight for Zeven's heart. However, just as steel was about to meet flesh, a brilliant light burst from Zeven's body. It was a treasure, a jade pendant emitting a radiant protective shield. Calum's sword collided with the barrier, causing a deafening clang and a violent rebound. Slifer, watching intently, chuckled ruefully. A treasure of that caliber, in the hands of a mere village boy, only protagonists. From the other side, Fenlock's flute emitted a piercing sound wave. The barrier began vibrating violently under the sonic assault. Zeven's body shook, sweat beading on his forehead as he tried to withstand the combined might of the two assailants. After a few seconds, the barrier shattered, propelling Zeven backwards. Fueled by desperation and rage, he roared at the heavens, and the skies responded with a thunderous echo. The familiar yellow aura surrounding him began to thicken, becoming denser, more radiant. There was a moment of absolute silence, then a burst of energy came off him. Zeven had broken through to the mid-foundation establishment realm. Slifer's eyes narrowed in envy. Of course, mid-battle breakthroughs, always so dramatic and timely. It's a shame the system never lets me have such moments. Calum, witnessing this transformation, shook his head and commented dryly, A mid-foundation establishment cultivator is still just a foundation establishment cultivator. With the newfound strength from his breakthroughs, Zeven knew that even then he stood no chance against the combined might of Fenlock and Calum. Desperation forced him to act, and he activated another treasure, a smooth, jet-black marble. It pulsated with energy, ready to teleport him out of harm's way. "You'll pay for this!" Zeven spat, even as the darkness of the marble began to envelop him. "I swear I'll come back and end you all!" However, before the escape treasure could fully work its magic, Fenlock put his lips to his flute. The haunting notes pierced the air, causing Zeven to sway and stumble as he clutched his head in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Calum dashed in front of the staggered Zeven. Their eyes met, one filled with determination, the other with disbelief. "No!" Zeven shouted, but his plea was cut short as Calum's blade descended, severing his head from his body in one fluid motion. Calum, with practiced ease, returned his blade to its sheath and bowed deeply to Slifer. "It is done, Master." Slifer blinked in surprise. I had expected him to make a narrow escape. Protagonists and their pesky knack for slipping away. He concealed his thoughts behind an impassive face, nodding at Calum.
As Slifer prepared to depart, an ethereal white apparition, not quite a soul but a shadow of Zeven's essence, emerged from the fallen body. Before Slifer could react, it merged with a peculiar token that manifested from Zeven's spirit ring. No, not this, Slifer thought, recognizing the importance of the token. I cannot let him flee, not in any form. He reached for his Peak Slifer card, ready to obliterate any trace of Zeven's essence. But before he could act, a rift in the very fabric of space manifested, swallowing the mysterious token whole. Slifer sighed heavily. That token. Could it be one of those cliched xianxia treasures? Maybe an old master sealed within, awaiting to mentor the chosen one, or perhaps it's a gateway to a hidden cultivation realm? Or could it be an infinite reservoir of chi? His mind raced with possibilities. If only I could have claimed that token for my own, Slifer mused. But after a moment of contemplation, he grinned sardonically. Although the last thing I need is some elderly mentor inside a token. That'd be quite the sight. Me, an old man, guided by another old man. Ding! You have destroyed the body of a son of heaven. Your luck stat has been appropriately adjusted. Reward, 250 karmic credits. Slifer's eyebrows shot up in surprise. So, the system's feeling generous today, he thought with a hint of suspicion. But before he could further dwell on it, another message popped up. Ding! The Son of Heaven has escaped! Warning, with each escape, your chances of killing a Son of Heaven decreases. These protagonists, they're like cockroaches, Slifer sighed deeply. Resilient and ever-returning. He shook his head with a hint of exasperation. Next time I'll have little Val devour him whole, that should do the trick. Calum stepped forward, head lowered. Master, I apologize for my negligence. I let Zeven escape. Fenlock, following Calum's lead, quickly bowed as well. It was our failure, Master. Slifer motioned for them to rise.
It's unexpected, he continued, that the young man would possess a treasure protecting his soul.
Suddenly another message from the system popped up in Slifer's vision. Task complete. Calculating reward. 554 villagers saved. Reward, 554 karmic credits. Slifer's eyes widened at the notification. Why is the system granting me a credit for each life? When I saved Lushan Village, the reward was but a fraction. Just what game is the system playing? His thoughts were interrupted as the village leader approached, kneeling before him in deep gratitude.
Elder, we owe you our lives.
Slifer gestured for him to rise.
Stand, village leader.
Then turning to Fenlock, he commanded,
Give him 5 medium spirit stones.
Fenlock hesitated, a flash of panic in his eyes. Why me? He reluctantly took out the spirit stones from his storage ring, lamenting inwardly. How will I be able to afford my date with Junior Sister? Handing over the stones, Slifer saw the village leader's face brighten with gratitude. He would have been more generous, but the encounter with Zeven had annoyed him. The village leader, seemingly having forgotten Slifer's earlier intentions towards Zeven, beamed, holding the spirit stones.
Thank you, benefactor,
he exclaimed, bowing repeatedly. Slifer waved him off dismissively.
Enough! It's time we left.
He then addressed his disciples.
Prepare to depart.
His gaze shifted in the direction of the Sect, and a determined thought filled his mind. It's finally time to break through. Chapter 21. Amelia hesitantly stepped into the medicine hall, her eyes scanning the unfamiliar surroundings. It was her first time inside these walls. She had never needed the services of this place. Any injury she received was healed using the pills her master had given her. Ironically, she was the reason many disciples ended up here. To think I would be here to heal them, she thought, shaking her head in disbelief. Inside, disciples bustled about, tending to the injured. The clatter of medicinal pots, the soft whispers, and the gentle laughter painted a peaceful picture, contrasting sharply with what one would expect from a typical demonic sect. However, the moment Amelia entered, the atmosphere shifted. The noise quieted down as the disciples paused their tasks and turned their gaze towards her. Their expressions ranged from curiosity to caution and, for some, fear. One particular disciple, a young girl with fair skin and braided hair, caught Amelia's gaze. Recognition flashed across both their faces. This girl had tasted Amelia's fist just a week ago for daring to slander her beloved master. The sheer terror in the girl's eyes was apparent. She had believed this hall, of all places, would be her safe haven from her tormentor. Seeing Amelia glare at her, the girl's face paled and her eyes rolled back as her body went limp.
What a weakling. She won't last long in the sect.
Amelia snorted softly, her lips curling in disdain. The head disciple, a young man with an earnest face and wearing a pristine white robe, approached her hesitantly. His eyes betrayed a mixture of respect and fear. He clasped his hands and bowed. "The Grand Elder is not present at the moment. To what do we owe the honor of hosting Elder Slifer's disciple in our humble medicine hall?" Her master's voice echoed in her mind. Strike first, be it words or fists. This was the first lesson he imparted after he found her as a scared little girl. Taking a deep breath, Amelia puffed up her chest and looked down her nose at him.
"Listen closely," she began, her voice cold and haughty. "My master has assigned me a mission to save 10 lives. I'm here to fulfill that task."
She glanced dismissively around the hall.
"Let's make this quick. There are other matters I must attend to."
A single droplet of sweat trailed down the disciple's forehead. Healing isn't something that can be mastered in mere hours, he thought anxiously. However, he wisely chose to keep his thoughts to himself. I'd rather not be the one to deal with her, he reflected, deciding to redirect Amelia's newfound enthusiasm to someone else. He led Amelia to his junior sister, a delicate young woman with deep blue eyes. "Amelia, meet Clara," he introduced. Offering a smile that seemed somewhat forced, Clara greeted,
"Welcome, Amelia."
Amelia returned the greeting with a curt nod, her posture radiating confidence, yet her eyes hinting at uncertainty.
"I'm here to learn healing."
Clara took a moment, choosing her words with care.
"Have you practiced any healing techniques before?"
Amelia hesitated. Admitting ignorance wasn't something she was fond of, and the weight of Clara's gaze was becoming increasingly uncomfortable. But truth had its way, and she reluctantly shook her head. Clara's smile wavered momentarily.
"Very well,"
she said, trying to keep her voice steady.
"Perhaps it would be best if you observed me today. Tomorrow you can begin practicing on your own."
Amelia merely nodded in agreement, eager to get the day over with. Clara then led her to their first patient, a young man. His arm was swollen, angry red marks suggesting a bad fracture. His pale face showed clear signs of pain, his eyes barely focusing on the newcomers. Clara motioned for Amelia to come closer.
"For starters, I'll use the essence mend technique. It's the most basic of healing techniques. By channeling my chi into the patient, it stimulates their own chi to expedite the healing process."
Amelia watched with rapt attention as Clara took a deep breath, her hands glowing faintly as she gently placed them over the patient's injured arm. Slowly but surely, the swelling started to subside, the redness fading away. The fractured bone was aligning itself, and the young man's painful grimace gradually transformed into a look of relief.
This is incredible. Not as potent as Master's pills, but impressive nonetheless."
Amelia's eyes widened in amazement. Clara glanced up, catching Amelia's astounded expression. She smiled softly.
"It takes time and practice, but soon you'll be able to do it too."
Over the next couple of hours, Amelia shadowed Clara, closely watching as she healed a variety of patients. Each ailment was unique, from deep gashes to burns, from fractures to internal injuries. But after the 5th or 6th patient, Amelia's interest began to wane. The monotonous cycle of observation without participation was proving to be a tiresome affair. Eventually, stifling a yawn, Amelia turned to Clara.
"I think I've seen enough for today. I'll be heading out."
Clara, who by now seemed more at ease around Amelia, offered her a warm smile.
"You did well."
Amelia paused, mid-stride. eyebrows furrowed in confusion.
What do you mean? I just stood there.
No, Clara replied, shaking her head with a soft chuckle.
You were part of the team. By being present and showing interest, you lent your support.
Amelia tilted her head slightly, processing the words.
So you're saying I helped heal those patients?
Clara hesitated for a moment, choosing her words carefully.
I guess, in a way, you did.
A bright smile blossomed on Amelia's face, one that Clara hadn't seen before.
Then you can vouch for me,
she stated more than asked. Clara nodded, laughing softly.
Of course. I fulfilled my task, and with time to spare.
A mischievous glint appeared in Amelia's eyes.
Perhaps now I can find a lucky soul to devour.
With a lively bounce in her step and a carefree wave to Clara, Amelia turned to leave. The next day, Amelia stormed back into the medicine hall, her footsteps echoing loudly against the polished marble floor. Whispers circulated as disciples tending to patients paused and exchanged worried glances. All remembered her from the day prior, but today she seemed more volatile. Clara looked up and met Amelia's eyes. A hint of surprise flashed across her face.
I didn't think you'd be back. How could she act so innocent? Such two-faced behavior.
Amelia's eyes were cold and piercing as she shot back.
It must have been you who tattled the master.
Without warning, her clenched fist launched at Clara. The unexpected move caught the healer off guard, and with no time to react, Clara felt the full force of the blow. She was sent flying, crashing hard into the formation-reinforced wall. The impact rebounded her forward, leaving her motionless on the ground. The room grew deathly silent, shock evident on every face.
I never thought you'd betray me.
The unfamiliar sting of betrayal gnawed at her insides. Amelia had thought maybe, just maybe, that she had found her first friend in the sect. Before the situation could escalate further, a rift in space tore open, revealing a stern-looking woman. With flowing raven black hair, sharp eyes that missed no detail, and an air of authority that demanded respect, she was none other than Grand Elder Lydia, the head of the medicine hall. Amelia felt a pang of unease from the immense pressure emanating from the elder. However, she remembered her master's teachings and forced herself to maintain eye contact, refusing to appear weak. Lydia's gaze darted between the unconscious Clara and Amelia. Her lips pressed together in a thin line.
Even if you're the disciple of an ascendant cultivator, Lydia began sternly, I will not tolerate such behavior in my hall.
Amelia, trying to rein in her boiling emotions, retorted,
She betrayed my trust. She got what she deserved.
Grand Elder Lydia shook her head slowly.
Clara was here all night. When would she have found the time to run to your master?
Amelia froze. Conflicting emotions warred within her.
If not Clara, then how did Master find out?
Elder Lydia sighed, her expression softening slightly.
If you have come to learn the ways of healing, you will shadow me today.
She paused, casting a glance back at Clara.
Let us begin with her.
She lowered herself beside Clara's unconscious form, examining the bruises and contusions that marred her pale skin.
I heard Clara introduced you to the essence mend technique yesterday, she stated without looking up.
Amelia hesitated briefly before nodding.
Yes, she did.
With a slight nod, Lydia commanded, Use it.
Show me.
Amelia blinked, taken aback. While she had observed the technique, executing it was an entirely different matter. But her innate talent for quickly mastering techniques bolstered her confidence. She recalled the many instances when her rapid comprehension had impressed her master. Drawing a deep breath, she began to channel her chi, focusing on the basic principles Clara had explained. Her hands began to glow a faint blue, moving rhythmically over Clara's injuries. However, Clara's body reacted adversely. She started twitching, her face contorting in pain, and her soft groans echoed throughout in the silent hall. In Slifer's quarters, his meditation was interrupted by a notification. Ding! Due to Amelia's actions, you have received 1 karmic credit. Slifer heaved a resigned sigh, rubbing his temples. Always trouble, that one. Back at the medicine hall, Lydia immediately intervened. Your flow is too forceful. Gentle, like a breeze, not a storm. Focus on guiding, not forcing. Amelia gritted her teeth, adjusting her approach. Drawing upon the Essence Mend technique's foundational principles, she began to realign her chi, pouring it with a gentler, more nurturing touch. As the minutes passed, Clara's whimpers faded and were gradually replaced by steady breathing. Her eyelids fluttered open, revealing confusion and lingering pain. When her gaze met Amelia's, there was also a hint of fear. Feeling a tightness in her chest, something she hadn't often experienced, Amelia offered a hesitant smile. I'm sorry, Clara. Clara nodded slowly, her eyes still wary but also holding a trace of gratitude. Thank you for healing me. Another one scared off. Amelia let out a sigh, feeling a sting of regret. Chapter 22. Seated on a plush cushion in his quarters, Slifer took a moment to reflect. The journey back had not been a comfortable one for him. He had found himself constantly looking around and upwards, half expecting a disaster at every turn. With my luck stat decreasing twice, it's a wonder the heavens didn't send a bolt down to finish me, he thought with a shudder. To his relief, the only real threats they encountered on their return were a few core formation beasts. But those were dispatched with ease by his disciples. But with them around, at least I don't need to worry about the minor nuisances. Taking a deep breath, Slifer leaned back and considered the events of the past day. Ever since his return, his mind had been preoccupied with preparing for the breakthrough. Cultivation. A path of defiance against the very heavens, he pondered. Every cultivator, in their bid to ascend to greater power, had to face a tribulation imposed by the heavens. This was their way of testing and challenging the audacity of mortals who dared to tread too close to godhood. Breakthroughs below the immortal realm, he contemplated, are not created equal. His mind separated the tribulations into 5 distinct grades. The first grade, he thought, the azure pinnacle tribulation. A mental image of azure clouds gathered in his mind. These sky-blue formations indicated the arrival of a Grade 1 tribulation. The tribulation consisted of 3 lightning strikes, one following the other. The intensity of these strikes was determined by the level the cultivator was advancing to. In Slifer's case, it would be at the foundation establishment level. His thoughts shifted to the next. Grade 2, a tribulation he was all too familiar with, was the Crimson Wave tribulation. Contrary to its name, it wasn't a wave of water. Instead of successive strikes, 5 lightning bolts would come crashing down simultaneously, like a sudden tidal wave. Surviving the crimson means a touch of the heaven's own chi, Slifer remembered. Cultivators who endured this grade were rewarded. Merging with just a hint of that divine chi, their foundation establishment pillars became more fortified. A 20 to 30% increase in chi quality and quantity. The difference between the azure and the crimson could mean the difference between mediocrity and superiority. Slifer sighed. The original had faced this very tribulation. Even among top sects where the crimson was somewhat common, it was no mere spectacle. The intensity of the Grade 2 Origin Realm tribulation had nearly claimed the original's life. The Grade 3 tribulation, known as the Golden Crown Tribulation, was reserved for the true geniuses of the top sects. As the name suggested, a brilliant, mesmerizing gold would cover the skies akin to a monarch's crown. For this tribulation, 9 lightning strikes would descend. It was as if the heavens gave a guided tour through the Foundation establishment realm. The first 3 strikes, representing the early stage, were challenging but not insurmountable. The middle trio, symbolizing the mid-stage, were potent and ferocious. But it was the final trinity, signifying the late stage, that truly tested a cultivator's mettle.
Beyond the increase in chi quality and quantity, there's the chance for enlightenment, he murmured aloud.
This brief but profound moment allowed cultivators to either birth a brand new technique or master an existing one. It was a coveted opportunity, as entering the state of enlightenment naturally was almost impossible. Caelim's shadow step / Slifer wondered deep in thought. The memory was hazy, but he felt certain that his disciple had created his signature move during that brief moment. His thoughts then shifted to Amelia. She too had undergone the tribulation, and he couldn't help but wonder about the insights she might have gleaned. Unfortunately for him, the memories of the original Slifer were hazy, incomplete.
Either the original didn't bother to ask, or the memories were lost, Slifer sighed. Actually, given Amelia's nature, he murmured, it's best if I remain in the dark. With her tendencies, it's likely some strange soul technique, and some things are better left undiscovered. The Obsidian Monarch, he whispered as his thoughts turned to the 4th grade. The skies during such a tribulation would turn a deep, inky black, as if the heavens themselves were consumed by darkness. 13 strikes, he thought, a knot of dread forming in his stomach. The initial 9 mirrored the Golden Crown Tribulation, but it was the subsequent blows that were terrifying. A blow from a peak Foundation establishment cultivator, he whispered, trying to fathom its intensity. Yet the ultimate test was the 13th strike. A blow powerful enough to have come from a core formation expert. How can the heavens expect a Foundation establishment cultivator to bear such an onslaught? He muttered, frustration evident in his voice. Is it a trial or a death sentence? His fingers tapped the armrest in contemplation. But the reward, he said, his voice trailing off. It includes the enlightenment of grade 3 and something more, he whispered in awe. A bloodline. Bits and pieces of memories floated to the surface of Slifer's consciousness. Huey, he thought. The young genius likely faced this tribulation. Slifer would need to subtly ask him later what bloodline he received. But there was another face intertwined with those memories, a face that left a bitter taste in his mouth. Tyrus. Did Tyrus rely on insane luck like Huey? Or did he possess some other technique, some hidden strength that saw him through? If Tyrus had indeed faced and surpassed the Obsidian Monarch tribulation, it meant he now had a bloodline that made him even more dangerous. The significance wasn't lost on Slifer. A cultivator's bloodline was the essence of their identity, an intrinsic power inherited from birth. To acquire one, he murmured, only the Obsidian Monarch tribulation can grant such a reward. And now the system. Obviously, those that underwent a grade 4 tribulation at the Foundation establishment realm received a weaker bloodline than those encountering it at higher realms. Still, in the eyes of the sects, even the faintest of bloodlines was a treasure. They'd leverage such disciples, essentially transforming them into the founders of new powerful clans. I mean, who wouldn't want to sire an entire clan? Slifer thought out loud, an amused smirk on his face. Being surrounded by ethereal beauties, that'd be a dream for any He paused, chuckling. Well, for someone like me. But that dreamlike scenario had a dark flip side. The odds of survival for these tribulations, even for prodigious talents, were abysmally low.
The mere notion of facing such dire odds, especially with his recent stroke of misfortune, made Slifer's skin glisten with nervous sweat. The perks of higher-grade tribulations, bloodlines, constitutions, enhanced spiritual roots, they all paled in comparison to the threat of obliteration.
With the system by my side, I could buy those blessings, can't I? He whispered, trying to reassure himself. And if I consider their actual value, it's a bargain.
Drawing a deep breath, Slifer tried to center himself. Huey's extraordinary luck should balance out my misfortune. He tried to convince himself of the likelihood of facing a more manageable tribulation, perhaps grade 2 or even grade 3. A thought suddenly struck him.
If only I could get my disciples to bear the brunt of the tribulation for me, he said, a hint of mischief in his voice. Imagine Val and the others fending off a grade 4 tribulation. I'd simply reap the rewards.
But he quickly sobered up. The memories of the original Slifer warned against such folly. Interference in another's tribulation wasn't just discouraged, it was catastrophic. Interfering with another's tribulation invites one's own. He shuddered at the thought.
I don't even want to imagine what a protagonist's tribulation would be like.
Slifer's mind drifted to the Celestial Prism tribulation, the highest grade. He almost scoffed. It wasn't worth even considering. It was a legend, an enigma. Its trials and tribulations remained shrouded in mystery.
I don't even know why it's considered part of the grades, Slifer mumbled. The original has never met anyone who has witnessed it. I doubt even the elders of ancient sects have any reliable records of it.
Regardless, anything related to the heavens can go so wrong, he thought, rubbing his temples. It's always best to be as prepared as possible. And for Slifer, preparation translated to ensuring that he had enough credits on hand. He needed to be in a position to instantly buy a card if the situation called for it. However, the system's generosity in providing karmic credits lately was suspicious. It's too quiet, too generous. Something is amiss. He felt the weight of impending doom, though thankfully it wasn't a heart attack. Slifer chuckled to himself. Can cultivators even die from heart issues? He pondered for a moment before grinning wryly. Although given what I've read, dying by furiously coughing up blood seems to be all the rage. His thoughts then drifted to Amelia. When she had mentioned her new healing technique, an idea had taken root in his mind, and he had immediately sent her back. If she refines that technique, perhaps I can harness its potential through my mirror skill, he thought. A righteous healing technique without any need for conversion? That's savings right there. He nodded to himself, a plan forming. The side benefit? Perhaps some time in the medicine hall will tone down Amelia's aggressiveness. Slifer chuckled at the notion. The girl had a fire in her, but sometimes even fires needed to be controlled. If all goes well, I'll have a new technique and a less volatile disciple. Ding! Your disciple Huey has completed a task. Reward 50 karmic credits. Good timing, Slifer nodded. He should be back soon. While waiting for Huey's arrival, a thought popped up.
System, when can I view my own stats?
The system is currently at version 1. Upgrade to version 2 to access additional features. Raising an eyebrow, Slifer contemplated. Interesting, an upgradable system. Just how OP can this thing become? Keen on pursuing this line of thought, he asked,
How do I upgrade you?
Requirements for upgrade. 1. Kill a demonic cultivator. Status complete. 2. Convert at least one demonic cultivator to the righteous path. Status incomplete. 3. Upgrade disciple management function. This will occur when all disciples achieve a breakthrough to the next major realm. Status 0 out of 4 complete.
Sounds reasonable enough.
All my disciples are exceptional in their own rights. Their breakthroughs shouldn't take too long. Slifer rubbed his chin thoughtfully. But breaking through to the nascent soul realm from peak core formation, even for prodigies like them, it can take decades. He sighed.
Time isn't on my side. I need to speed things up. The faster they achieve their breakthroughs, the sooner I can upgrade.
Looking at the second requirement, he smirked. Converting a demonic cultivator to the righteous path. Well, I've got that covered.
It's only a matter of time.
Status. Name Slifer. Race human. Alignment demonic. Cultivation chi refining 9th stage. Lifespan remaining 45 days. Karmic credits 1300. Skills insight basic. Items reversal cards ×2. Peak Slifer card ×2. Critical block card. Whimsical wind card. Abilities mirror mastery level 1. Techniques sunrise slash level 2. Weapon mastery sword 1%. Slifer's eyes darted over his stats, noting the healthy number of credits he had accumulated. Having all 4 disciples working in tandem is a real game changer. He had previously compiled a list of beneficial cards to potentially utilize during the tribulation. Critical heal card, cost 100 karmic credits. Description, heals 30% of wounds instantly. This could be crucial, especially if I face a grade 3 tribulation, Slifer thought. Thunder's Ward card, cost 500 karmic credits. Description, grants 30% resistance to lightning for 1 minute. Considering the essence of the tribulations, this card seemed invaluable. Critical block card, cost 900 karmic credits. Description, protects user from a critical strike. I won't have the luxury to gamble in the heat of tribulation. I already have one, but it couldn't hurt to have another. Impeccable card, cost 1200 karmic credits. Description, provides 10 seconds of absolute damage immunity. 10 seconds of damage immunity. That could make or break the tribulation. Still, there's no urgency to buy now, he thought, trying to curb his enthusiasm. Maybe, with Huey around, I won't even have to spend these credits. The reason he hadn't picked up the Heaven's Shield card to balance out his luck stat wasn't out of negligence. Even with normal luck, if I face an insurmountable tribulation, better to save and strategize, he mused, relying on Huey's luck to shield him. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a familiar voice. "Master, you called for me?" Huey hesitated at the entrance of Slifer's chamber. "It's time." Slifer exited his quarters to find Huey standing nervously. Slifer could sense the confusion emanating from the young man. Clearing his throat, Slifer tried to find a logical explanation.
Huey, I've been delving into a few unique techniques. I might have drawn the attention of the heavens.
Huey's eyes widened. Why am I involved in this? His posture seemed to question. Reading Huey's unease, Slifer reassured with a smile.
Remember the battle against Elder Olakin? I need you by my side just like then.
With a beckoning gesture, Slifer motioned for Huey to come closer. Huey gulped. He wants to hold my hand? Why did the heavens bless me with such looks? He thought frantically for a way out. Master, perhaps senior brother Calum would be better suited for this? He's quite handsome too, although maybe not at my level. Slifer's face scrunched in bewilderment. What in the world do looks have to do with this? He shook his head, dismissing the thought.
No, Calum won't suffice. It has to be you.
Huey's shoulders drooped, and he murmured, mostly to himself, Senior brother attracts all the ladies while I keep drawing old men. Choosing to dismiss Huey's peculiar muttering, Slifer decided to focus on the task at hand. Grabbing Huey's hand firmly, he closed his eyes, allowing his spiritual sense to delve into his being. As he began the process of condensing his chi, a subtle shift in the atmosphere enveloped them. Ding! Warning! Heavenly tribulation triggered. Opening his eyes, Slifer noticed the sky transforming. The formation of ominous red clouds heralded the incoming tribulation. Chapter 23.
Only a grade 2 tribulation,
Slifer murmured with relief, watching the electric dance of the clouds with a hint of amusement. This shouldn't take too long. Turning to Huey, he clapped a heavy hand onto the boy's back, causing him to wince.
You really are my lucky chum,
Slifer declared, a broad grin on his face. Confusion marred Huey's features. He couldn't fathom why his master needed him for what appeared to be a Foundation Establishment realm tribulation. It all seemed so ordinary. Slifer's gaze wandered to the critical block card. The Crimson Wave tribulation was ideal for his current predicament. The fact that his disciples hadn't primarily trained in defensive techniques meant he couldn't use the mirror technique to replicate any form of protective measure. One card, he thought, hoping it would be enough. Finally, the charged clouds released their pent-up fury. 5 brilliant red lightning strikes, like the fingers of an angered deity, snaked their way down from the heavens, aimed directly at Slifer. Huey's eyes widened in disbelief as he observed his master, who made no move to prepare any defensive technique. Can an ascendant cultivator's body withstand such strikes without any protection? He wondered, doubt clouding his mind. In the next heart-stopping moment, the 5 lightning bolts descended as one, aiming straight for Slifer. Just as they were about to make contact, the critical block card activated. An invisible barrier shimmered into existence around him, just in time to intercept the heavenly onslaught. The lightning was easily repelled by the barrier and sent shooting outwards, striking the courtyard with deafening cracks. The dust settled slowly, and there stood Slifer, unscathed, with a triumphant grin plastered across his face. Huey had seen such a phenomenon before, where attacks seemed to refuse to land on his master. Is it even possible for a lower realm attack to touch an ascendant realm master? He wondered, utterly baffled. As Slifer absorbed traces of the heavenly chi, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The energy merged with his nascent pillar, a feeling that left him momentarily lost in its pleasure. Gazing at the dissipating remnants of the tribulation, Slifer scoffed.
I didn't even need to prepare for this.
Huey could only manage a nervous sweat. Why is Master so proud of overcoming a tribulation meant for the Foundation establishment realm, he thought, not daring to voice it out loud. But then Slifer's expression abruptly changed. His self-satisfied smile faltered, replaced by a frown of confusion. Wait a minute. Why hasn't my first pillar been completed? He thought anxiously. It was common knowledge that the Foundation establishment realm consisted of 9 chi pillars. Surviving the tribulation should have solidified the first one, yet nothing happened. Determined, Slifer attempted to manually complete the pillar by manipulating his chi. Despite his efforts, frustration mounted as the pillar stubbornly remained 90% complete. After several failed attempts, he couldn't help cursing under his breath, suspecting the system's involvement. Is the system preventing my progress? His thoughts, however, were abruptly interrupted by Huey's soft muttering. Obsidian Monarch Tribulation, the disciple whispered, seemingly to himself, but the words caught Slifer's attention immediately. Slifer snapped his head towards Huey.
What did you just say?
He asked sharply, the previous issue with the pillar momentarily forgotten. Huey's hand trembled as he pointed upwards, drawing Slifer's gaze to the heavens. The elder cultivator's eyes widened in disbelief, taking in the sight of an unnaturally darkened sky. Midday, yet the heavens were consumed by an inky black, an unmistakable sign of the Obsidian Monarch Tribulation. Ding! Warning! Heavenly tribulation triggered. Shit! This isn't even fair, Slifer cursed inwardly. He had scoured the original's memories and found no mention of facing multiple tribulations in succession. With an accusing glance towards Huey, Slifer muttered,
I expected more from you.
Bewildered, Huey responded, Master, what did you want from me? His thoughts raced. If Master feels lonely, surely the sect has many maidens eager for his company. Why drag me into this? Slifer's thoughts raced even as the tribulation gathered momentum. I need that impeccable card now. But when he tried to purchase it, an unwelcome message from the system interrupted him. Error! Shop unavailable during tribulation. He stood there, stunned, face turning a shade of red from frustration. The system! It knew! It knew my plan all along! His thoughts were abruptly halted by the sight of the first black lightning strike descending upon him. Without wasting another moment, Slifer activated the Peak Slifer card. Immediately, 9 sturdy chi pillars took shape within him, but just as swiftly as they formed, they shattered, coalescing into a golden core. The core quickly dissolved, giving way to a nascent soul, which expanded continuously, threatening to burst from the immense power it contained. I missed this, Slifer whispered, a surge of near-origin realm power coursing through him, invigorating every fiber of his being. The first lightning bolt hurtled towards him with alarming speed. Reacting instantly, Slifer channeled chi into his palms and forcefully slapped the strike away, redirecting it into a nearby tree. Watching the tree burst into a fiery blaze, Slifer's eyes widened in alarm. Not a tree! Anything but a tree! He chastised himself. Almost instantly, 2 more lightning bolts rushed at him. With swift reflexes, Slifer diverted them upwards, redirecting their trajectory back towards the heavens. Take that! He thought defiantly, fully aware that such an act couldn't possibly injure the heavens, but the symbolic gesture still brought him satisfaction. The onslaught ceased momentarily after the 3rd bolt, and Slifer lifted his gaze to the skies. He recognized the pattern. Every 3 strikes grew in ferocity. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, "Come on! Give me your best shot!" Every second counted with the peak Slifer card's time constraint. The heavens responded with a thunderous roar, sending 3 more bolts. With graceful motions, Slifer repelled them one by one, but the presence of the 13th strike was undeniable. Even Huey shifted uncomfortably from the aura it released. With a resounding crack, Slifer met the strike head-on, deflecting it with a powerful swipe of his hand. After the last assault, he inspected his hand, noting the scorch marks with a pained grimace. As the last remnants of the tribulation clouds disappeared with a roar, Slifer sighed in relief. It's finally over. However, his relief was short-lived. Peering within himself, he discovered the Foundation establishment pillar was stuck at 99%. He shot a wary glance at the sky, squinting against the dissipating clouds. Don't you dare send another one, he mentally warned the heavens. The heavens didn't seem to have taken Slifer's warning seriously, as a multicolored cloud began to take shape in the sky. "No!" Slifer whispered, dread apparent in his eyes. Beside him, Huey, already pale, stammered, "Celestial prism!" Yet to their astonishment, the swirling cloud didn't coalesce. Instead, it crumbled apart, the sky gradually returning to the calm blue of midday. Slifer's body sagged with relief. That was too close. A strike from the nascent soul realm, he mused, shuddering at the mere thought. However, before he could process the turn of events further, an overwhelming dizziness gripped him. Clutching his head in bewilderment, he tried to steady himself. When his vision cleared, he found himself surrounded by an endless expanse of white, the familiar surroundings nowhere in sight. Outside, Huey's demeanor shifted to an unusual seriousness. He recognized the signs. His master had entered a state of enlightenment. Grasping Slifer's hand more firmly, he stood guard. Any disturbance during such a pivotal moment could have grave consequences. Where am I? Slifer wondered. But then a sliver of memory from his predecessor surfaced. During enlightenment, a cultivator's consciousness transcended, supposedly establishing a faint link with the heavens. With this realization, Slifer closed his eyes, surrendering to the meditative state that he'd become familiar with through countless cultivation sessions. But nothing could have prepared him for what followed. An influx of information, vast and dense, cascaded into his mind with crushing weight. He felt as though his mind would be pulverized under the relentless torrent of knowledge. I must focus, he reminded himself amidst the chaos, recognizing the monumental opportunity before him. This was more than just survival. It was his chance to create a technique of his own. Slifer decided on creating a defensive sword technique. He already possessed the sunrise slash, an attack method, and he reasoned that a corresponding defense technique would make a complete set. The light essence from the sunrise slash was already part of his repertoire. It only makes sense to continue down this path. Light is both illuminating and forceful, he thought. There weren't clear guides or structured lessons in the information, but rather raw and powerful insights about the sword's essence. The accelerated speed of his thoughts astounded him, making complex tasks seem simple. He swiftly sifted through the overwhelming influx of information, zeroing in on details related to sword techniques and the light element. Condense light through sword strikes, create a shield, explode outwards upon impact, Slifer pondered, his mind working feverishly. He envisioned a technique that channeled light through the sword, solidifying into a radiant shield. This shield would then burst outwards when struck, repelling incoming attacks. The number of strikes determines the shield's potency, he surmised. The first strike could probably hold off an early Foundation establishment attack, and with the third strike, it could resist even a late Foundation establishment assault. He fine-tuned his method, occasionally discarding certain steps.
The angle of the second slash needs to be sharper, he murmured, and the timing between the strikes. It's crucial. Too fast and the light won't condense properly. Too slow and the defense will be riddled with gaps.
After what felt like a lifetime, Slifer felt his consciousness begin the journey back to his physical form as the separation between the Enlightenment state and the tangible world blurred, then solidified. The sounds and scents of the outside world flooded back to him. Opening his eyes, a contented sigh left him, and he whispered the name of his newly crafted technique, Stellar Nova Strike. Though the name hinted at aggression, the strikes were, in fact, the foundation of his defense. Upon hearing his master's whisper, Huey's eyes sparkled with a trace of respect. A new technique crafted by an ascendant being, he thought, filled with wonder. Perhaps peak Earth rank, or maybe even heaven rank. Huey was curious about what sort of heaven-defying technique his master had created during his state of enlightenment, but he held his tongue, aware of his master's slight paranoia. Slifer sighed, a hint of longing in his breath. He missed the exhilarating clarity of enlightenment. Now his thoughts trudged along at a pace that felt painfully slow. He looked down, surprised to find his hand still clasped in Huey's. He quickly released it. Best not give my disciple the wrong idea. Congratulations on creating a new technique. Reward 200 karmic credits. Technique name, Stellar Nova Strike. Rank, Mid-Earth. Description: a light element defensive sword technique that harnesses consecutive strikes to form an explosive shield of condensed light. Mid-Earth rank. Not too shabby. Slifer nodded with satisfaction. Congratulations on successfully breaking through to the Foundation Establishment realm. Reward 100 karmic credits. One step closer to the original's cultivation, Slifer thought. Foundation Establishment might be insignificant, but for an out-of-shape man from another world, it's a huge accomplishment. Though this blasted system's a double-edged sword. With a simple wave of his hand, Slifer dismissed Huey, who didn't waste any time scampering off. Once alone, Slifer entered his quarters and, with a faint smile, summoned his status screen. Name Slifer, race human, alignment demonic, cultivation early foundation realm 1 out of 9, lifespan remaining 45 days, karmic credit 1600, skills insight basic, items reversal cards ×2, peak Slifer card, whimsical wind card, abilities mirror mastery level 1, techniques, sunrise slash level 2, stellar nova strike level 1, weapon mastery sword 5%. However, his grin quickly turned into a frown as he saw there was no change in his lifespan, not even by a single day. Typically, reaching the Foundation Establishment realm should have added a century to my life. But since this body already achieved that once, he mused, the realization sinking in. Makes sense, I suppose. Otherwise, we'd all just yo-yo between realms for eternal life. With a resigned sigh, he muttered,
I'll have to rely on those reversal cards then.
Slifer then shifted his focus to the anticipated new bloodline, a reward for conquering the Obsidian Monarch tribulation. A peak Slifer card for a bloodline. Definitely worth the trade. He consoled himself, still somewhat skeptical. Yet his anticipation turned to annoyance when he found no trace of any new bloodline. Did the heavens scam me? Congratulations on acquiring a new bloodline. Bloodline name? ? Requirements to unlock? ? Chapter 24. Congratulations on acquiring a new bloodline. Bloodline name? ? Requirements to unlock? ? Slifer frowned, letting out an exasperated grunt.
Great! A mysterious bloodline that I can't even access. How very helpful.
Just watch. I'll be on the brink of death, cornered by some lord from the netherworld, and then this overpowered bloodline will kick in to save the day. He rolled his eyes. Pushing the bloodline to the back of his mind, Slifer turned his focus to his new technique. He summoned his sword from his storage ring. Though it was the same sword with the familiar orange hilt, something felt different. As he gripped the hilt, a sensation coursed through him, like the sword was whispering to him, "Kill, kill, kill." It wasn't the most pleasant of feelings, but what could he expect from a blade that originated from a demonic sect? Ding! Congratulations on comprehending sword intent. Reward 100 karmic credits. His eyes widened slightly. So this is sword intent, he pondered, understanding that the bond between blade and bearer was crucial to a sword cultivator's true power. Sword intent marked the first step in sword cultivation, potentially boosting a cultivator's attack by an entire sub-realm. Not bad, he muttered appreciatively. As Slifer swung his sword around, he could feel a significant difference due to the 4% increase in his sword mastery. The air itself seemed to part more smoothly before the blade, every motion more fluid and precise. Closing his eyes, he channeled his chi and intent into the sword, channeling the sunrise slash technique. In an instant, he was before a dummy, and with a swift, clean movement, its head tumbled to the ground. Grinning at the effortless cut, he couldn't help but boast a little. At this rate, I might just stand a chance against a Peak Foundation establishment cultivator. Well, that is if I catch them off guard. Energized, he readied himself to test out the Stellar Nova Strike technique. Positioning himself, he performed 3 deliberate sword strikes. Each motion gathered the ambient light element, focusing and refining it until a radiant shield of condensed light blossomed around him. Observing the shield critically, he nodded in satisfaction but recognized its current limitations. He paused for a moment. Needs to be stronger, he reflected, aware that the technique was still in its initial phase, merely at level 1. And I'll do that the best way I know how. He took a breath, adding, by facing real threats. A brief hesitation followed before he corrected himself. Well, maybe not a real battle. After all, I can't risk getting killed. It's not like I have an endless stash of cards to rescue me. But one of my disciples will do just fine. A spiritual transmission abruptly pulled Slifer out of his musings. Morvran's voice echoed in his mind. Master, Val has woken up. A grin spread across Slifer's face. Guess I've got a training buddy now, he commented out loud. He arrived at the Beast Chamber, a place designated for housing beasts below the Core Formation realm. The beasts of Core Formation realm and above usually dwelled in their own habitats, like Val with her cave. He felt a slight shudder run down his spine at the memory. Slifer scanned his surroundings, seeing magnificent beasts that he had believed to be only in fairy tales. Caged like this made Slifer shake his head in disapproval. Such primitive ways of taming beasts, he thought sadly. He had always had an affinity for animals. And while these beasts weren't exactly pets, Slifer believed there had to be a better way to tame them. Maybe once I get my stuff sorted, I'll see if I can change some stuff around, he mumbled to himself. A disciple approached and offered a respectful bow. Senior Slifer, your beast awaits you in one of the healing chambers. Slifer barely held back a sigh. To him, it made more sense to treat these beasts as partners rather than mere tools. A deeper connection would surely yield better results in combat. It's all about synergy. Like Kiba and Akamaru, he muttered. The disciple looked up in confusion. Elder? Slifer waved him off. Never mind, just take me to Val. As they entered the healing chamber, his eyes were immediately drawn to the center. There lay little Val, surrounded by a series of intricate formations too complex for Slifer to even attempt to decipher.
Feeling her master's presence, Val lifted her head and her eyes lit up with delight. With a joyful squeak, she swiftly rose and flew straight into Slifer's waiting arms. Turning to the disciple who stood awkwardly observing the reunion, Slifer gave him a blank stare. The young man cleared his throat awkwardly.
I shall take my leave, Elder.
With a swift bow, he quickly exited the chamber. Immediately, Slifer's stern exterior melted away, replaced by a look of tender concern.
"How are you feeling?" he asked,
his fingers gently brushing over the spot where Val had been injured. Val tilted her head, attempting to muster a serious expression.
"Me all better now."
Noticing the absence of even a faint scar, Slifer nodded in relief.
"Master is glad. Val had us all worried."
Val blinked her large eyes.
"How, Master? Val worried Master hurt."
A warm smile spread across Slifer's face.
"Master is good, little one. I got rid of the big bad guy who hurt you."
Val's round eyes widened even more.
"Batman hit Val for no reason." "That's right,"
Slifer affirmed, hugging the baby dragon a bit tighter.
"Val didn't deserve that."
The little dragon shook her head earnestly, her eyes still shining with innocence.
"Val, good."
Slifer's eyes sparkled with mischief.
"But guess what? Master has a present for you."
"Present? What present?"
"It's a surprise,"
Slifer teased. Val's face scrunched up in a pout.
"No surprise,"
she declared adamantly. After a playful pause, Slifer continued.
"How would you like to be my disciple?"
Val blinked, clearly confused.
"Me monster? How can monster be disciple?"
Slifer sighed inwardly. From the original's memories, I never heard of beasts becoming disciples. And about beasts taking human forms, either that doesn't exist here or it's reserved for those in the immortal realm. He gently patted Val's head, trying to reassure her.
"Master doesn't see you as a monster."
After a moment's pause, he softly added,
"So what do you think?"
Tears brimmed in Val's eyes as she whispered,
"Val be master disciple."
Slifer smiled as he swiftly opened up the shop and scrolled through until he found the card he was looking for. Name, Soul Bond card. Description, establishes a telepathic link between the user and the creature. The card grants the user the ability to utilize a random ability from the creature once a day. Warning, if the creature is killed, the user's soul will be severely damaged. Cost 900 karmic credits. Slifer looked down at Val, her big eyes filled with hope and trust. She's worth it. Without hesitation, Slifer made the purchase, applying the Soul Bond card to Val. Almost immediately, a burning sensation seared his chest, causing him to look beneath his robes. He was met with the mark of a dragon. This mark, however, wasn't just skin deep. It was as if it had imprinted itself onto his very spirit. Ding! Soul Bond successful. Randomizing ability. Ding! You have gained the ability Fire Breath. I can breathe fire? That's pretty cool. Congratulations on gaining a special disciple. Your disciple capacity has been adjusted. You have gained 100 karmic credits. Good. She didn't take up a traditional disciple slot, Slifer thought with a hint of relief. I still need an open spot for the upcoming disciple selection ceremony. There's no telling who or what potential I might encounter there. Closing his eyes, Slifer decided to focus on the newly formed bond. He could sense Val's feelings, her immense joy and overwhelming emotion, and he knew he could pinpoint her location regardless of the distance. As he opened his eyes, he saw a similar mark on Val, but it wasn't the image of Slifer. It was a blurry outline of a young man. That's Zack! My original body.
So even in this form, my soul retains its original identity, he thought, taken aback by the revelation. Val's voice interrupted his thoughts.
Val feel funny.
Slifer, recovering quickly, pinched her plump cheek affectionately.
We now have a soul bond.
Val's already wide eyes seemed to grow even larger with wonder. She knew that soul bonds were rare, transforming the typical master-servant dynamic to something far more profound, almost akin to equals. Tears formed in her eyes as she stammered,
Val, so happy.
Hugging her closer, Slifer whispered,
Master is happy too.
After enjoying the peaceful moment, Slifer coughed slightly to regain composure.
Master needs help practicing a defensive technique.
Val's head popped up, her eyes filled with eagerness.
Val, help!
Yet seeing her overwhelming enthusiasm, Slifer hesitated, second-guessing his request. Is it really a smart idea to ask a nascent soul-level beast to attack me? Val seemed to pick up on his hesitation.
Val, promise be gentle,
she mumbled, her tiny snout drooping slightly. A small chuckle escaped Slifer's lips, though doubts still danced in his mind. Does she even know her own strength? Yet looking into those innocent eyes, Slifer couldn't resist nodding in agreement. Maybe I'll get to use her own fire breath attack against her. He smirked, imagining the look of surprise on Val's face. Now that'll be an interesting sight. Chapter 25. Back at Slifer's courtyard, he turned to Val, his expression serious.
Val, I need you to restrict your cultivation to the early foundation establishment stage.
Val's large, round eyes blinked in confusion.
Why, Master?
Slifer pondered how best to explain it, then chose a slightly convoluted explanation.
It's because, by tempering the technique against a milder flame, we can detect more subtle flaws.
Val's expression only grew more puzzled, but she stubbornly nodded.
Okay, Val, stay small.
Slifer pressed his lips together to keep from smiling. The ego of a dragon, he thought, always too proud to admit when they don't understand. He observed closely as Val's nascent soul aura began to recede. It shrank to the core formation level and continued dropping until it stabilized at the foundation establishment stage. Cultivators could suppress their power, but without a formation or seal, it was merely a temporary measure. Any loss of concentration could lead to an accidental release of their true strength, and that could be deadly. Slifer exhaled in relief upon noticing he still possessed a critical block card. You never know, this might come in handy. Eager to begin, Val's wings flapped vigorously.
Master ready?
Gripping his sword firmly, Slifer nodded.
Yes. Attack me with your fire breath.
With a graceful leap, little Val soared into the air. She paused, hovering, then opened her small mouth. A moment later, she exhaled a concentrated fireball, its heat distorting the air as it barreled toward Slifer. He took a slow, deep breath, centering himself, channeling his chi into his sword. Slifer danced through the 3 movements of the Stellar Nova technique with swift precision. Just as the fire breath was about to make contact, a barrier of light formed around him. The next moment, Val's fireball crashed against the barrier. Instead of swallowing him, the impact caused the barrier to burst outwards in a radiant explosion, and a thick layer of smoke and dust flew into the air, masking his vision. As the dust faded, he glanced down and couldn't help but smirk at the lack of any injuries on himself. But then, an annoyed squeak echoed. Looking up, Slifer saw Val, her cute face covered in soot.
That not nice, Master,
she muttered, her voice carrying a hint of a whine. Slifers laughed.
Try again, Val. This time late foundation establishment level.
Her little face contorted in annoyance. Taking a deep breath, she spat out fire just as Slifer completed his third sword movement. The fire seemed stronger, and when it met Slifer's defense, a larger explosion followed, sending more dust into the air. A triumphant giggle echoed.
Got Master. Now Master dirty.
As the dust began to clear, Slifer located the source of the voice, Val sitting proudly on a tree branch. Yet when she saw Slifer untouched by smoke or dirt, her joy turned to a pout.
This boring,
she declared with a hint of frustration.
Take this!
To Slifer's surprise, Val began morphing into her more menacing form. She unleashed a roar, and then an inferno from her mouth.
Stop!
Slifer shouted, but Val was too engrossed. No choice. I won't waste a card on this. Focusing on the soul bond skill, Slifer felt a powerful heat build up within him. The sensation was overwhelming, as if the very core of Val's essence was melding with his own. He opened his mouth, and to his amazement, a brilliant stream of fire erupted at the nascent soul level. The two fire streams met in the air, clashing and swirling in a tempestuous dance. However, Slifer's fire breath slowly began to overpower Val's. The fiery onslaught struck her directly, and her roar of defiance turned into a pained whimper. She shrank back to her original size, the powerful beast reduced once again to a small, delicate creature. Slifer hurriedly closed his mouth, dashing towards Val as she gently floated down onto the ground. He hesitated for a moment, seeing her crunched-up posture, her face turned away.
Val?
He asked softly, extending a curious hand to turn her face towards him. Suddenly Val turned, letting out a small roar. Her eyes twinkled mischievously.
I twink, Master!
She giggled. Slifer exhaled deeply, a mixture of relief and exasperation.
You're always trying to trick Master, Val. But one day, Master might get hurt.
She blinked.
But Master most powerful,
she mumbled. Shaking his head, Slifer replied,
Master is old, Val. You need to take care of Master.
As he watched her, Slifer could see the wheels turning in her head.
Master old? Master die?
She asked with a touch of fear. Slifer couldn't help but laugh at her sincere concern.
If you sneak attack me like that, then maybe one day I die.
Val's eyes widened, and she quickly nodded, her expression serious.
Val promise no sneak attack. Val protect old Master.
Smiling, Slifer gently rubbed her head.
Yes, protect Master.
But as he gazed into the distance, a sobering thought crossed his mind. No, seriously. If she keeps up with these tricks, she might actually kill me. His gaze drifted around the courtyard. Morvran had just recently cleaned up the aftermath of the tribulation. Now, due to their playful skirmish, it looked like a mess. Slifer felt a pang of guilt. Poor Morvran. He'll have to clean this all up. Again. Taking Val to the Sect's training grounds would have been a safer option, but the last thing Slifer wanted was prying eyes observing their every move. In front of Val, he could maintain an air of mastery, but in front of others are more astute. I can't risk looking foolish. Growl. Both Slifer and Val snapped their heads towards the origin of the sound. Their eyes met, a hint of embarrassment evident in Slifer's gaze. Clearing his throat, Slifer quickly said,
Val trained hard today. Val deserves a snack.
Val's eyes sparkled with excitement.
Val want, fingies? Or tasty ear? Or tender toesies?
She babbled, her words not quite hitting the mark. Slifer's face turned a shade paler, realizing she was referring to what a dragon would naturally prefer, human meat. He hastily interrupted her.
I was thinking maybe some dumplings.
Val pondered for a moment, then nodded enthusiastically.
Val, white dumplings?
Oh, thank the heavens, Slifer thought with a deep sigh of relief, because I definitely don't have any pieces of humans laying around. In the easternmost pavilion of the sect, Surrounded by majestic silver pine trees, sat a middle-aged man, his stern face framed by a meticulously trimmed goatee. He had sharp cheekbones, a hawk-like nose, and piercing black eyes. A light knock echoed, and a frail-looking messenger timidly entered the room, bowing deeply.
Honorable Grand Elder Darius, he began hesitantly, a tribulation has occurred at Supreme Elder Slifer's pavilion.
Darius's eyes narrowed dangerously, and with a flicker of his intent, the messenger began to choke, clutching at his neck desperately. The pressure from the elder's aura felt like a noose tightening.
That brat is no Supreme Elder,
Darius growled. The messenger, face turning blue, managed a croak.
Apologies, Grand Elder.
Ah, Slifer, Darius mused, memories flooding back. Always the sect master's pet, his faithful lapdog. Releasing his aura's stranglehold, Grand Elder Darius sighed, a hint of annoyance still evident.
To think that a brat from the sect master's camp broke through to the Ascendant Realm,
he thought aloud, shaking his head. Failed tribulation, damaged cultivation base, that brief flicker of the soul lamp, and now an attack at the Ascendant Realm.
What game is the sect master playing? Could it be?
He hesitated for a moment, the mere thought sending chills down his spine.
Has a demon lord from the nether realm taken over that fool's body?
Coming back to the present, Grand Elder Darius fixed his gaze on the messenger.
Contact Grand Elder Wyatt for a meeting, he ordered.
The messenger hesitated for a moment, seemingly gathering courage, then asked,
What about Grand Elder Lydia, Grand Elder Tenzin?
Darius let out a derisive snort, his face twisted in contempt.
The medicine hall doesn't meddle in politics,
he retorted bitterly.
As for that weasel, he has already caved into the brat's whims. No spine as expected.
The messenger nodded quickly, ready to depart, when he heard Darius mutter under his breath,
There's not enough room in this sect for another Supreme Elder, especially one that isn't me.
There were 4 distinct camps that had emerged within the sect over the years, the Sect Master's camp, and the factions of the 3 Grand Elders. Each wielded power overseeing various resources that made the sect function. The unexpected emergence of a Supreme Elder threatened this balance, potentially diluting their influence.
If this new Supreme Elder takes root, Darius pondered, the share of resources for my camp will shrink.
Scowling, he rose from his seat, pacing the empty room.
We must suppress this so-called Supreme Elder, and fast.
His fingers grazed a worn amulet lying on the nearby table. As he picked it up and put it on, he whispered to himself,
At least for now, until I break through.
Slifer strolled towards Leia's quarters, munching on dumplings with little Val perched on his shoulder. Val, though she loved the treat, had a knack for accidentally scorching half her share just by breathing a tad too hard. It was both amusing and frustrating. By the time they reached Leia's door, only a few dumplings remained in their containers. Slifer gave her a sideways glance and mumbled,
Maybe try less fire, more eat.
Val turned her big, innocent eyes towards him, a visible pout forming on her messy mouth.
How saw we?
Slifer chuckled, patting her tiny head.
It's okay. Just remember for next time.
Arriving outside Leia's quarters, Slifer decided to go old school and knocked. It felt weird. Why knock when you could send a mental memo via spiritual transmission? After what seemed like forever, but was probably just 10 seconds, the door creaked open a smidge, revealing a cautious eye.
Ah, Leia,
Slifer greeted with a smile.
I hope you have reconsidered my offer.
Leah's face twisted into a scowl, her body tensing for what Slifer guessed was another attempt to spit at him. But suddenly her eyes widened, and a high-pitched squeal escaped her lips. She flung the door wide open and lunged towards Slifer. "Is this some ploy to attack me?" Slifer wondered, tensing up. But he relaxed slightly, remembering the chi-restraining cuffs she wore. Though they looked much like mundane cuffs from Earth, these were especially designed for cultivators. The inscriptions on them made even mountain-shattering cultivators as harmless as toddlers. "So cute!" Leah shrieked. Slifer backpedaled, pulling Val protectively closer. But Val, unused to being the center of such frenzied attention, toppled from his shoulder. Leah, quick as a flash, caught the tiny dragon in her arms, hugging her close and cooing, "You're staying with me." Slifer shook his head slowly. "Val doesn't belong to anyone," he began, and silently added, "except me." Leah, seemingly oblivious to his disapproval, pinched Val's chubby cheeks, cooing, "But she's just a baby. She needs someone to take care of her." Slifer watched the scene, a knot of confusion forming in his stomach. This was the same haughty, self-centered girl who had been hurling death threats at him just days ago, and now here she was fawning over his disciple? "It must be true," he nodded. "Cuteness is indeed a girl's biggest weakness." Val, however, didn't seem to appreciate Leah's affections. With a scowl, she wriggled out of Leah's hold and flew to hover beside Slifer. Puffing out her tiny chest, she proclaimed with babyish dignity, "Val, big dragon!" Leah looked down at Val, a chuckle threatening to spill from her lips. Clearly, she found the pint-sized dragon's bravado endearing. Val's eyes flared, and she looked ready to transform into her massive form, but a gentle pat from Slifer calmed her down. His gaze then shifted to Leah, her playful demeanor melting away as their eyes met. The air grew cold, charged with tension. "Ah, there's the Leah I remember," he thought. Slifer had been careful over the past few days to ensure Leah's comfort. Though she was under house arrest, and far from the pampered life she'd known at the Black Heart Sect, he'd instructed the servants to cater to her every need. A bit of carrot before the whip, he'd mused. His face hardened as he addressed her. "I warned you, girl. If you don't accept my offer, the dungeon awaits you," he said, pausing for effect before adding, "And Morvran, he's expressed a rather keen interest in visiting you there." Leah's face paled as she remembered the death warrior who was all too eager to see her suffer. Still, defiance sparked in her eyes as she tried to bargain. "Maybe, if you give me the dragon," she motioned towards Val, "I'll consider your offer." Val's orange-scaled face turned a deeper shade of red, indignation clear in her eyes. The audacity of the human before her was incomprehensible. Slifer's laugh echoed gently, cutting through the tension. "Like I've said, no one owns her." Internally, he sized up Leah. She's sharp, and has had time to understand her predicament. The only thing holding her back is her ego, but with just a slight nudge, her stubborn pride will give in. He turned his attention to Val, offering a suggestion with a gleam in his eyes. "Why not spend some time with Leah?" Val tilted her head defiantly. "Val no white crazy lady." Slifer couldn't help but smile at her straightforwardness. Leaning closer to Val, he whispered, "Master needs Val's help to keep an eye on her. Will you do that for Master?" The tiny dragon, feeling a surge of responsibility, puffed out her chest proudly. "Val make sure crazy lady no escape." With renewed purpose, she darted over to hover near Leah, casting wary glances at her. "Once Val warms her up, all I need is the perfect setup," Slifer schemed internally. The idea was already taking shape. "I'll engineer a scenario where I rescue Leah from her old sect, making her feel indebted to me." His plan was forming, and the pieces were slowly coming into place. Ding! Task assigned. Dragon babysitting a crazy lady. Disciple Val. Task description. Ensure Val stays beside Leah for 7 days. Reward, 70 karmic credits. Slifer blinked in surprise. 70 credits for such a simple task. He quickly sent a spiritual transmission directly to Val.
Master needs you to stay with her for 7 days.
Just as Val opened her mouth, probably to bombard him with protests, Slifer turned on his heel and disappeared around the corner. After all, he had more pressing concerns to think about. The disciple selection ceremony is drawing closer, he remembered. I guess it's about time for another master-disciple circle. Chapter 26. Amelia's eyes darted around the circle, settling for a moment on each disciple. The last time Master Slifer had summoned them all was only a few days ago. As for before that, it was... She couldn't remember. It had been too long.
What could be so urgent?
She whispered, leaning towards Calum. Calum merely shrugged, his focus fixed on Bloodthorn, the sword on his lap. The faint red glow of the blade mirrored in his eyes as he tried to deepen the connection between them. Huey shifted uneasily in his seat, deliberately positioning himself in such a way that Slifer would have to turn to face him directly.
I really have to find a way to divert Master's attention from me.
The recent attention from Slifer was unsettling. Across the circle, Amelia shot Fenlock a venomous glare.
You should address me as senior sister,
she hissed under her breath, her pride wounded.
It doesn't matter if he's older or has a higher cultivation realm. I've been Master's disciple longer.
Fenlock stiffened, feeling the intensity of Amelia's gaze. I hope junior sister Linvari doesn't hear about this, he thought worriedly. She might get the wrong impression. Trying to appear nonchalant, he averted his eyes from Amelia, gazing at the ground instead. The creaking sound of a door interrupted their individual musings. Every head turned as Slifer emerged from his quarters. He had a blank expression, and the disciple noticed a few crumbs clinging to his robes. Huey whispered to Amelia, nodding subtly at the crumbs.
Master has been eating?
Amelia stifled a giggle, responding,
Seems like that's all he does these days.
Calum raised an eyebrow but said nothing, silently hoping the crumbs had nothing to do with their urgent summons. He really couldn't afford to waste time bringing his master another meal. Slifer's eyes scanned the group, stopping momentarily on Huey, who swallowed hard and looked away.
I have a pressing announcement, he began.
Each disciple had their own thoughts rush in. Calum gripped the hilt of Bloodthorn, his eyes reflecting a steely glint. Is the sect on the brink of war? Amelia felt a pang in her heart.
Could Master be telling us he's nearing his end? She feared.
Huey's palms grew clammy. His eyes darted around nervously. Will Master reveal to everyone his feelings for me? Slifer, drawing out the suspense a tad longer, finally said,
I will be entering a period of closed-door cultivation.
There was a collective moment of silence. Then Amelia broke it, her voice dripping with disbelief.
All this suspense just for that?
Calum frowned. Master, you've secluded yourself countless times before. Why the need for this meeting? Huey sighed in relief, his worst fears not coming to pass. Thank goodness it's just that. Fenlock barely reacted, his mind already wandering back to Linvari, though he noted the peculiar nature of this announcement. Noting their baffled expressions, Slifer cleared his throat.
That's not all,
he started, trying to regain some authority.
While I'm away, I've assigned tasks for each of you. If they remain incomplete upon my return, well...
He left the threat hanging in the air. Amelia exchanged a glance with Calum, the same thought crossing their minds. Master has never been this involved in our training. What's changed? Huey, still in a daze from earlier, asked, Master, what tasks have you prepared for us? Slifer's gaze landed on Amelia.
You need to complete your brain
breakthrough requirements, he began, his tone slightly uneasy.
3 souls of late core formation cultivators? He internally sighed.
When I return, I want to see you in the late stage of core formation. But ensure your acquisitions are demonic cultivators. Preferably ones without any substantial backing.
Amelia frowned, her usually feisty nature shining through.
Master, you've always told me not to fret over backings.
Slifer pinched the bridge of his nose, regretting that Amelia always took the original's teaching so literally.
Why does she always challenge every single instruction?
Indeed, I did say that,
he admitted,
but the dynamics have shifted. With me as an ascendant cultivator, your actions now reflect upon the entire sect. Killing someone with powerful allies might be interpreted as an act of aggression. Do you wish to drag our sect into a war?
To his astonishment, Amelia's eyes sparkled with excitement.
Yes! Wars mean more battles. More battles mean more souls for me to consume!
Slifer rubbed his temples, mentally chiding himself for posing such a question to Amelia. Of course, a battle maniac like her would relish the idea of inciting a war. Deciding to change tactics, he pressed.
Do you want to achieve your breakthrough or not?
Yes, Master, I do,
she replied, her tone slightly subdued.
Then follow my instructions and don't dwell on the reasons, Slifer countered. And don't forget the medicine hall still requires your expertise.
Amelia made a sound of protest, but her eyes betrayed her. She probably enjoys her time there more than she'd ever admit, Slifer thought amusedly. His attention then shifted to Huey. The younger disciple shrank under the intensity of his master's gaze. Why does Huey always act so nervous? He's got protagonist qualities. He should exude confidence.
Assist Amelia in her tasks,
Slifer instructed.
Protect her.
Ding! Task assigned. Protect your senior sister. Reward 50 karmic credits. Bonus requirements hidden. Bonus reward hidden. The hidden bonus details caught his attention, causing the edges of his lips to twitch downwards. Hidden requirements, huh? That's never a simple matter, he mused. The system was notorious for its unpredictable demands, and hidden tasks typically spelled complications, often unfolding in the most inconvenient of ways. Amelia, oblivious to the internal commotion her master was experiencing, stuck her chin out defiantly.
I don't need my junior brother's protection, she huffed.
But Huey was already nodding eagerly, relief evident on his face. The chance to be away from the sect, and Slifer, was like a breath of fresh air. Understood, Master. I'll make sure senior sister is safe. Watching their exchange, Slifer held his tongue. It's not about gender or strength, it's all about luck. Amelia's fiery nature will undoubtedly land them in trouble, but Huey's inexplicable good fortune might just pull them through. Yet the possible implications of the hidden requirements lingered. Unless Amelia is destined to die a brutal death so that Huey can unlock some latent power. These xianxia tales, they can be so unpredictable at times. Shaking away the ominous thought, he comforted himself. Amelia's own luck should be enough to shield her. Deciding to rely once again on Huey's luck, Slifer put the thought to the back of his mind as his gaze shifted to Calum, who was eyeing him expectantly, obviously hungry for some profound sword wisdom that he most definitely would not be able to offer.
Calum,
Slifer began.
You need to hone your sword skills. Go out, kill as many demonic cultivators as you can, but restrain your cultivation. Rely only on your sword techniques.
Ding! Task assigned. The Way of the Sword. Achieve a breakthrough. Reward 100 karmic credits. Calum nodded. His intention had always been to follow his master's teachings, but the constant tasks had tethered him to the sect.
Why does Calum get the fun task?
Amelia piped up, her voice tinged with envy. Isn't slaughtering 3 cultivators thrilling enough? Slifer wondered, perplexed by her insatiability. Calum, in his stoic fashion, responded solemnly, I do not take pleasure in killing, but if it aids my journey to becoming a great swordsman, then it is a path I must walk. Slifer paused, a thought striking him. I need to copy more of his sword techniques.
One more thing, Calum, he added quickly. You are forbidden to use the shadow step slash technique.
Why not, Master? Calum questioned, perplexed. Clearing his throat, Slifer improvised.
Relying too heavily on one technique will only hinder your comprehensive understanding of the sword.
Calum's eyes widened in realization. Master is right. This must be the bottleneck in my training, he thought, committing himself to his master's words with a firm nod. Slifer couldn't help but smile. If only all my disciples were as compliant as Calum. His attention shifted to Fenlock, just as a system message materialized before him. Ding! Your disciple is getting bullied by demonic cultivators. Option 1, eliminate the tormentors. Reward 100 karmic credits. Option 2, cultivate your disciple's resilience, enabling him to confront his adversaries. Reward 100 karmic credits. Slifer exhaled, slightly exasperated. I'm his mentor, not a guardian angel, he complained. How on earth is Fenlock, a peak core formation cultivator, getting bullied? It was difficult to fathom. Slifer was certain no nascent soul or higher-ranked cultivator would dare harass one of his disciples. A grimace formed on his face as a possibility came to mind. It must be those self-proclaimed senior brothers that he mentioned.
Fenlock, Slifer addressed him with a stern look. It has come to my attention that you've been facing some challenges with your peers.
His voice was laced with slight irritation, more at the situation than at his disciple.
It's time you learn to stand up for yourself. I won't always be around to fend off your bullies.
I'm not being bullied,
Fenlock stammered in a low voice, but Slifer dismissed his protest.
Your senior brothers aren't your friends, he countered sharply. Imagine what your junior sister would feel, seeing you in such a state.
Shame washed over Fenlock as he lowered his head.
Could Master be right?
I want you outside the sect for the foreseeable future, focusing solely on hunting demonic cultivators, Slifer continued.
This will kill two birds with one stone, Slifer thought inwardly. Not only will it get me some much-needed karmic credits, but it'll also, hopefully, help Fenlock gain some confidence. Fenlock's heart grew heavy as he wondered if this was another one of his master's schemes to separate him from his junior sister. What has Master got against our love? Feeling satisfied with how the meeting went, Slifer dismissed them with a wave.
I will emerge once I have made my breakthrough.
The disciples exchanged glances of astonishment. Another breakthrough from Master? But before they could disperse, Slifer added,
And remember, don't cause any trouble during my seclusion.
Of course, Master, the disciples replied, leaving to get on with their tasks. As Slifer retreated to his quarters, multiple notifications popped up. Ding! Your disciple Amelia's loyalty has increased by 2%. Your disciple Calum's loyalty has increased by 3%. Your disciple Fenlock's loyalty has increased by 2%. Your disciple Huey's loyalty has increased by 1%. What prompted that? Slifer paused, pondering over the message. His thoughts then returned to the tasks he had assigned his disciples, and he let out a resigned sigh. While he hoped for a peaceful period during his closed-door cultivation, Slifer couldn't shake the nagging suspicion that things wouldn't be so simple. I really hope they don't stir up any unnecessary problems during my closed-door cultivation. But knowing how these xianxia tales unfold, I will probably come out to a catastrophe of their making. Chapter 27. Valorious City was a stronghold for the White Tiger Sect, with their Grand Elder serving as the city lord. Despite this, it was also home to two other major powers, the Valdorian clan and the Eldric clan. These three titans coexisted in a precarious equilibrium and always seemed as though they were at the brink of war. Calum entered through the Grand South Gate, taking in the bustling scenes of the marketplace and shouts of vendors selling exotic treasures. His mind, however, was a whirlwind of thoughts. 8. I've eliminated 8 demonic cultivators at the core formation realm, while restricting my cultivation to the Foundation establishment. But Caleb knew that he needed a final battle, a life and death confrontation with a peak core formation expert. He could feel it. A breakthrough to the Sword Soul realm was imminent. The majority of Caleb's generation were still struggling in the Sword Chi realm, while a select few had just tasted the early stages of the Sword Aura realm. But Caleb was different. He stood at the cusp of entering the Sword Soul realm. Achieving the Sword Soul realm within just 10 years of cultivation would not only be a personal triumph, but would also mark him as one of the most prodigious swordsmen of his generation, a feat he hoped would make his master proud. I need to find him. Caleb's eyes narrowed with determination. His previous victim was kind enough to give the whereabouts of a suitable target that met his master's requirements. However, whether he would find his target was a different matter. Finding one individual in a sprawling city of over 100,000 souls was no trivial task. If only I had his chi signature, Caleb sighed. Every cultivator had a unique chi signature, a distinctive energetic imprint shaped by their cultivation techniques and the elements they harnessed. It was as unique to each person as fingerprints were to mortals. With a chi signature and an appropriate treasure to amplify its traces, locating his target would be effortless. But without such aids, Caleb was facing a scenario akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. As Caleb looked around, the familiar structures and sounds brought a wave of nostalgia. His village was only a few miles from here, and memories of visiting this city with his parents all those years ago flooded back. It all seemed so simple then, he mused. His trip down memory lane was suddenly interrupted by a frantic shout. Move! Out of the way! Whirling around, Caleb's gaze landed on a boy not older than 12 dashing towards him. The boy's clothes were tattered, his straw hat perched precariously atop a mop of unruly hair. Clutched in his hands were various food items. Caleb sidestepped smoothly, allowing the child to hurtle past and hide behind a large merchant cart. Their eyes met for a brief second. The boy, eyes wide with desperation, pressed a finger to his lips. A street rat, Caleb thought. As shouts grew louder, Caleb turned to face the oncoming commotion. A group of burly men emerged, muscles rippling beneath their grubby shirts. Halting in front of Caleb, the leader, with a scar running down his cheek, demanded, "Did you see a brat running this way with some food?" Caleb raised an eyebrow, but before he could answer, the aggressive man lunged forward, and another man yanked his comrade back by the wrist. "Look at him, you fool!" the second man hissed, nodding towards Caleb. Caleb wore a green robe, but what caught their attention the most was the insignia on his chest. A beautifully embroidered black rose. Recognition flashed in the aggressive man's eyes, and a cold sweat formed on his forehead. "Immortal!" he stammered, dropping into a deep bow. "Forgive me! I didn't know!" Caleb, slightly amused, raised a hand, motioning him to stop. "The child you're looking for went that way." With a nonchalant gesture, he pointed them in the opposite direction. Gratitude filled the men's faces. They bowed profusely. "Thank you, Immortal!" they repeated before hastily retreating in the direction Caleb had indicated. "You can come out now," Caleb called out a few moments later, his voice steady yet gentle. After a moment's hesitation, the boy emerged from his hiding spot, eyes wary but curious. Caleb sighed softly. He understood all too well the life this kid was leading. It wasn't so long ago he'd been in a similar situation before his master had found him. "Thank you, mister," the boy said, bowing quickly before turning to scamper off. However, just as the boy thought he was free, a blur moved in front of him. Stopping dead in his tracks, he stared wide-eyed at Caleb, who had reappeared with an almost imperceptible swiftness. Falling onto his backside, fear evident in his eyes, the boy stammered, "Mister?" Caleb's gaze softened. They often know more than they let on, he thought. He knew the value of information that these city children could provide. often being overlooked by the cultivators who saw them as nothing but ants. "I've helped you," Calum began. "Now it's your turn to help me." The boy's eyes darted around warily, his face shadowing with apprehension. He had heard stories from other street kids about men with strange requests. Reading the fear in the boy's eyes, Calum quickly added, "I need your help finding someone." The boy relaxed ever so slightly. "Who?" he asked, drawing himself up a bit. "A group of demonic cultivators," Calum replied. The boy shrugged dismissively. "Demonic cultivators come and go in Valoria all the time." Calum nodded. "These are different. They each bear a specific mark on their face." He traced the shape of the tattoo with his fingers. Recognition flickered in the kid's eyes. "I've seen them," he said, his voice a whisper. Calum's lips curled up into a faint smile. "Help me find them, and I'll reward you." As he spoke, he twirled a golden coin between his fingers. It was unusual for cultivators to carry coins, as their currency was spirit stones, but Calum's past made him an exception, so he always kept some coins in his storage ring. The boy's eyes fixed on the coin, and a goofy grin spread across his face. He nodded eagerly. "Deal." In a cramped corner of a small tavern, a group of 4 men drank as their crude laughter and banter filled the air. They were a rough-looking bunch with leathery skin and cold eyes, the kind who a law-abiding citizen would try to stay clear of.
"If he doesn't want to give up his daughter, he can forfeit his life,"
one jeered, a wicked gleam in his eyes. The apparent boss, a burly man with a tattoo tracing down his cheek, laughed heartily and slapped his subordinate on the back.
"Either way, she'll be our plaything by nightfall," he declared.
The tavern owner couldn't help but shoot nervous glances at the group, regretting ever letting them inside. The door creaked open, revealing Calum and the young boy. Scanning the room, Calum's gaze landed on the boss. The distinctive mark on his face was unmistakable. Without a word, he flipped a few golden coins towards the boy, who caught them with ease. "Thanks, mister," the boy grinned, dashing out, knowing better than to stay for what was to come. Suspicion flitted across the eyes of the 4 men, especially upon noting Calum's black rose Sect insignia. The rat-face man sneered. "What you looking at?" But Calum didn't respond. His gaze locked onto the boss. The boss, sensing Calum's profound spiritual energy, felt a hint of unease. Though he was at the peak core formation realm, he was acutely aware that sect cultivators were often not to be trifled with. Could this kid be one of those prodigies, he wondered.
"Get out of here, kid, while you still can," the boss growled,
trying to mask his uncertainty with bravado. The tall man laughed boisterously.
"You heard the boss."
Rising from his chair, he swaggered towards Calum, a cruel glint in his eyes. But in a heartbeat, the man's head separated from his body, dropping with a grim thud, his eyes reflecting sheer disbelief. One of the other men stammered, voice trembling, I didn't even see him move." Calum's expression remained impassive, his sword sheathed as quickly as it had been drawn. He turned his attention back to the boss. "Face me in a duel," he stated calmly. The boss cursed his luck under his breath. Had he been alone, he would have fled without a second thought. But with his men watching, he had to maintain a facade of confidence. He gulped down his drink, the jug hitting the table with a thud as he stood up. Wiping his mouth, he sneered,
"Next year today will be your death anniversary, kid."
The tavern owner, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead, nervously interjected, "Could you please take this outside?" A deadly glare from the boss made him regret his words, but Calum smoothly intervened. He's right. Let's not dirty the tavern floors, he said, already heading for the door. Scoffing, the boss followed. His remaining 2 men trailed behind, leaving behind their comrade's corpse. Once outside, under the moon's ghostly glow, Calum and the boss faced each other. The boss unleashed his aura, the oppressive might of a peak core formation cultivator.
I am Draven,
he introduced himself with a wicked grin. Restraining his power to the peak foundation establishment level, Calum clapped his hands together in a formal greeting. I am Calum, he responded. But as he bowed slightly, Draven lunged forward, his right hand enveloped in roaring flames. Sword aura, Calum thought, activating the technique. The third realm of sword cultivation, sword aura, allowed practitioners to envelop themselves in an invisible aura, enhancing their speed, agility, and reflexes. With heightened senses, Calum dodged the fiery strike with ease and counterattacked. Their attacks clashed, but the force from Draven's blow drove Calum back several steps. This will be a difficult battle, he acknowledged silently, eyes narrowing. Draven laughed maniacally, growing in confidence.
Restricting a cultivation is a training exercise. You're just guaranteeing your death, kid.
He then sent a wave of fire towards Calum. Calum's sword, infused with both his sword chi and aura, swung forward, shattering the oncoming inferno and scattering flames into the night. He realized with his cultivation restricted, Draven's attacks were faster and stronger. Even with sword aura, he had to be alert at all times and maintain a tight defense to even survive this duel. One of the followers yelled, "That's right, boss! Show that brat his place!" The boss charged forward, his fists engulfed in flames, launching a mixture of martial arts and fiery attacks. Calum found himself retreating, each clash leaving him with bruises and burns. His back brushed against the cool night air as he narrowly evaded a particularly vicious strike. Realizing the need for a different approach, Calum initiated the 9 Shadows Mirage technique. In an instant, 8 other images of him flickered into existence, each grasping their own version of the Bloodthorn sword.
A mere mirage technique won't save you, boy,
the boss scoffed, undeterred. Yet, to his surprise, all 9 Calums lunged into action, each capable of launching its own attack. The boss found himself fighting off multiple adversaries, grunting as he dispelled one image after another with powerful strikes. However, the effort cost him. He sustained several cuts, his own blood now dripping onto the ground. When he finally struck the real Calum, the impact was massive. Calum went flying, crashing painfully into a tree before slumping to the ground.
You seem to enjoy taking a beating, boy,
the boss remarked, walking towards the fallen Calum but remaining cautious. He knew better than to underestimate a Sect cultivator's resilience. Calum, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, wondered whether he should release his cultivation's restrictions to gain an upper hand. No, he quickly chided himself. I have to push my limits. I have to trust in Bloodthorn. Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, Calum poured his emotions, his grievances, and his resolve into the weapon. In response, a peculiar sensation enveloped him, as though a monumental shift had just occurred within his very being. As he gazed at the advancing bandit, a phrase emerged from the depths of his heart, echoing in his soul. Awaken the sanguine nightmare, Bloodthorn! Whispering the phrase like a sacred vow, he clutched his sword as it began to glow with a sinister red hue. A low growl, almost inaudible, resonated from the blade. Without warning, Bloodthorn stretched out, bridging the distance between Calum and Draven in an instant. The blade pierced through Draven's chest, its tip emerging from his back. Draven's eyes widened in disbelief, blood bubbling from his mouth. He could accept not being able to handle Calum's true cultivation, but he never imagined he'd be killed even with the kid's self-imposed limitations. Impossible! He choked out, his body swaying before toppling over, lifeless. Upon witnessing the death of their leader, The two remaining followers exchanged a terrified glance. Without hesitation, they activated their respective escape techniques, vanishing into opposite directions, hoping that Calum would pursue the other. Lost in thought, Calum barely registered their escape. He felt a profound connection with Bloodthorn that he'd never experienced before. I finally reached the Sword Soul realm. In this realm, his consciousness and Bloodthorn had fused, enabling him to communicate with the weapon on a deeper level and harness some of its abilities. The technique that had dispatched Draven so effortlessly was the Thorned Lash. It allowed Bloodthorn to elongate and contort its blade, striking from a distance with deadly precision. Gently wiping the blade, he thought, Bloodthorn is now an extension of my soul. We're linked in a manner deeper than ever before. But this bond is a double-edged sword. He knew that the destruction of Bloodthorn would reverberate within his very soul, causing potentially irreparable damage. We will be together till the end. I promise. Far from the city, in his secluded cultivation quarters, Slifer received a system notification. Ding! Congratulations! Your disciple Calum has broken through to the Sword Soul realm. Reward 500 karmic credits. Engrossed in his meditation, the message went unnoticed. Back in the city, as Calum walked away from the scene of the battle, an intense pressure weighed down on him. His body instinctively tensed, and he raised his eyes to see a young woman descending gracefully from the heavens. Her robes bore the symbol of the White Tiger Sect, and her pretty face was twisted into an ugly scowl. "You think you can walk away after causing such a ruckus?" she demanded, her voice as sharp as the blade at Calum's waist. Calum arched an eyebrow, meeting her gaze. "Who might you be?" "Typical of demonic scum to wreak havoc and then play ignorant," she shook her head, disgust evident on her face. "You have two choices. Accompany me to the dungeons for your crimes, or face your death here and now." "Can we handle a nascent soul cultivator, Bloodthorn?" Calum pondered, his gaze dropping to the sword in his hand. In response, Bloodthorn let out a low growl in agreement. Chapter 28. Calum's aura surged to late core formation as he prepared for what seemed to be the greatest challenge in his life thus far. In the Peak Foundation establishment realm, he had managed to kill a cultivator at the peak core formation, but Calum wasn't deluded. He knew that the chasm between a core formation expert and a nascent soul cultivator was vast, immeasurably so. Perhaps with Bloodthorn's assistance, he might be able to battle to a standstill against this early nascent soul realm girl, but Calum knew that with one misstep his life would forfeit. The girl, sensing his desire to battle, laughed coldly. "You truly don't grasp the difference between the heavens and the earth. I'll flatten you in a single move." With a wave of her hand, a gargantuan hand, made of densely compacted earth and stones, rose from the ground. Towering over Calum, it raced towards him with crushing intent. Calum's eyes narrowed, understanding that the girl was dead serious. She intended to kill him. In a low voice, he invoked, "Awaken the sanguine nightmare, Bloodthorn." The blade was engulfed in a swirling crimson energy and began to expand exponentially in size, rushing to meet the gargantuan hand. This was another ability of Bloodthorn, known as the Crimson Vortex technique that he had gained access to after reaching the Sword Soul realm. As the blade clashed with the earthen palm, Calum and the young woman stood locked in a fierce stalemate. A deafening roar echoed, and a whirlwind of dust and debris spiraled around them, stinging their faces. However, as the two techniques continued to strain against each other, a soft yet firm voice echoed through the vicinity. "Enough!" Instantly, their respective techniques crumbled and their bodies locked in place, frozen by an overwhelming force. From the heavens, a stunning woman, who looked to be in her 30s, descended. She wore azure robes decorated with the emblem of the white tiger that flowed around her like water. Her beauty was breathtaking, and her navy blue eyes seemed to have the power to soften even the hardest of hearts. Under the immense pressure, the nascent soul cultivator's confident demeanor crumbled, her voice quivering as she cried out, "City Lord Alina!"
Leora?
The woman smiled gently at the young girl, withdrawing her aura. She then shifted her gaze to Calum.
The disciple of Supreme Elder Slifer is always welcome here in our city.
She spoke gently. This junior greets the city lord. Calum clasped his hands respectfully.
Meeting an Origin Realm cultivator again.
If she harbored any ill intent, there'd be no escape for me. Noticing the friendly demeanor of the city lord, Calum let out a sigh of relief. However, the girl, whom Alina addressed as Leora, was not as forgiving. Her eyes flashed with indignation. "He blatantly disregarded our city's laws," she protested, her voice dripping with disdain. "He not only dared to attack, but he also took a life!" Alina motioned for Leora to calm down.
I had intended to send a few to deal with the ruckus those lone cultivators were causing. This young man merely addressed the issue before we could.
Turning to Calum, she said,
"Thank you for assisting with our city's troubles."
Hearing this, Leora's expression darkened further. She shot a glare at Calum. "If not for the treaty between the sects, demonic cultivators like you would be hunted down like stray dogs." Alina's face turned grave, and her aura sharply focused on Leora.
You might be a prodigy and an elder of our sect, but remember, Leora, this is my domain. I am the city lord.
The pointed reminder made Leora shiver. A hint of fear reflected in her eyes. She bowed deeply, her tone respectful yet strained.
I will abide by the city lord's command.
However, as she prepared to leave, she shot Calum a final warning glance.
Just pray to the heavens that we don't cross paths outside this city's walls.
Watching Leora retreat, Calum sighed inwardly.
Why does she have such a vendetta against me?
Alina, observing the retreating figure of the young girl, turned her attention back to Calum.
Pay her no mind. Youth often blinds one with hatred, especially between the righteous and demonic paths. Eventually, she will see there is not much difference.
Calum clasped his hands and bowed slightly, expressing his gratitude.
Thank you for your understanding, City Lord.
She waved a dismissive hand, a small smile playing on her lips.
There is no need for formalities. I am acquainted with your master. We are old friends.
Calum's eyes widened in genuine surprise. Master knows the city lord. The revelation was startling. He didn't know his master had any friends. But before he could voice his thoughts, she interrupted.
I'm sure, young one, you have more pressing matters than speaking with an old woman like me.
Thank you for your assistance. Calum gave another respectful bow. Just as he was about to leave, he paused for a moment. The young boy in the city, he has potential. Do look out for him. He had no doubt Alina knew whom he referred to. He suspected she had been watching since he had set foot in the city. Without waiting for a reply, Calum vanished from the spot. Alina's gaze drifted to the aftermath of the battle. The markings on the ground showed subtle signs of the sword technique slowly overpowering the gigantic earthen hand.
No disciple of an ascendant cultivator,
she murmured to herself.
is simple.
Calum stared at the entrance of Hearthbrook Village. It felt like an eternity since he'd last set foot here. He was but a child when his master took him under his wing. It feels like just yesterday, he mused, a sigh escaping his lips. Time, for cultivators, seemed to warp and twist, years passing like fleeting moments. Would they even recognize me now? He had always yearned to return, but the potential dangers held him back. Cultivators, particularly demonic cultivators, would exploit the weak to get to the strong, and so his master had strictly warned him against visiting. But now, an inexplicable pull tugged at his soul.
Perhaps it's heaven's will, he whispered,
drawing strength from the thought. Walking inconspicuously like any other mortal, he traversed the village's cobblestone paths, relying on distant memories to guide him home. He easily masked his presence, remaining undetected by the unaware villagers. While urban folk held some knowledge about the world of cultivation, these villagers remained blissfully ignorant, unable to differentiate between immortal and demonic cultivators. Ahead, he noticed an old, worn-down house, its wooden planks showing signs of weathering and its roof made of straw still holding up despite the evident years it had seen. An elderly man entered the dwelling, and as Calum extended his spiritual sense, he found an aged woman lying on a bed, her life's flame dimming, while the man cared for her tenderly.
"Mother," he whispered,
emotion constricting his voice. Witnessing the fragility of the parents he once saw as pillars was gut-wrenching. He hadn't anticipated this. They should have been healthier, stronger. The life-extending pills that his master had provided should have granted them a century of good health. Whispering softly, he murmured,
"I'm sorry."
Hesitantly, he extended his spiritual sense to scan his mother's fragile form. Such an action was deeply intimate, considered an invasion of one's privacy. He felt a pang of guilt even if she remained oblivious to his actions.
"I need to find out what is wrong,"
Calum thought with resolve. After a few moments of silent observation, his eyes widened in shock.
"How is this possible?"
Calum muttered under his breath. His mother's body harbored a poison. But this was no ordinary affliction. It was a vicious poison known to cultivators as Cultivator's Bane, infamous for its cruelty. This sinister toxin lurked undetected within a victim, sapping their life force gradually until nothing but a husk remained. For cultivators with extended lifespans and enhanced physiques, the venom's effects could unfold unnoticed over decades or even centuries. But in his mother's mortal body, the poison's devastation had been swift and merciless. It had manifested fully within mere months. Calum's face twisted into a grimace. Who could have done this to her? He thought, feeling an unfamiliar surge of rage. Driven by a sudden impulse, he began to approach the house. He wanted to be there to comfort and protect, but he halted mid-step, his heart heavy.
Revealing myself now would change nothing,
he thought despairingly. The bitter truth was, he carried no cure. Worse, the cultivator's bane had a cruel trait. It thrived and intensified its potency when exposed to healing elixirs. Calum's face contorted in anguish. The only way to counteract its effects was with the rare antidote known as Essence of Dawn. The perpetrator could be near, observing their handiwork, he considered. His spiritual sense expanded outwards like a ripple, scanning the surroundings for any sign of malicious watchers. After detecting no immediate threats, Calum felt a pang of relief.
If they used this potion instead of an outright attack, then my family is likely safe. For now.
With one last, lingering look at the place he once called home, Calum walked away. He needed the antidote. And he needed it fast. Chapter 29.
Hey, can you hurry things up?
A voice called out lazily. Amelia easily sidestepped a ferocious punch aimed at her, resulting in a sizable dent forming on the ground where she once stood. Grinning mischievously, she retorted, "Where's the fun in that?" Her eyes landed on Huey, who was nonchalantly lounging on a tree branch, an apple in hand. Her opponent, a burly, middle-aged man at the late core formation stage, sneered, launching a palm strike her way.
"You'll be the one begging for mercy, little girl, when I have my way with you tonight,"
he leered. "I'd rather face death than let this filthy swine lay a hand on me." Amelia wrinkled her nose in disgust. Without warning, she executed her soul render technique. The razor-sharp blade of soul energy materialized, slashing through the man's spiritual essence. He paused, confusion written across his face as he inspected himself for physical harm. Then his eyes widened in horror. Blood spurted from his mouth, and he stumbled backwards.
"Soul attack!"
he gasped. Amelia hadn't given the slightest hint of being a soul cultivator throughout the battle. "Feel that? That's your essence being shredded." Her lips curled into a cruel smirk as she approached the agonized man who was doubled over in pain. The torment he experienced was not of the flesh, but of the soul. It felt as if molten lava flowed through his veins and icy daggers pierced his essence repeatedly. With a fluid motion, Amelia leapt high into the air before descending rapidly. Her fingers dug into the man's hair as she mercilessly slammed his head against the ground, rendering him unconscious. "I didn't kill you because there's so much fun to look forward to," she whispered, almost tenderly. Huey sighed, observing as Amelia knelt beside the unconscious man, her palm covered in a soothing blue chi. This wasn't new. Her last two opponents had endured the same fate. She'd pummel them into unconsciousness, then meticulously use her essence mend technique to heal their physical traumas, only to repeat the process once they awoke. Amelia's fingers danced with precision, the blue energy weaving into the man's wounds, stitching flesh and mending bone. The process was delicate and paradoxically caring, contrasting starkly with the violence that had preceded it and the violence that was to follow. "Boss Morvran would be proud," Huey murmured, taking another bite of his apple. In a place not too far away, an old man received a distressing alert. His grandson's soul lamp flickered perilously close to extinguishment. Rushing to the soul chamber, he watched, heart in throat, as the light bravely battled back to life. He exhaled in relief, a prayer of thanks on his lips, only for his smile to falter as the glow diminished once again to a mere spark. Just as he was about to leave to seek revenge, the light flared up once again, only to dim down once more. This cycle repeated several times, and with each iteration the old man's face grew hotter.
"Enough!"
he exclaimed. Unable to stand it any longer, he shot into the sky like a comet, hurtling towards his grandson's location.
"I'll make the 9 generations of my son's tormentor pay!"
he growled. Meanwhile, back at the battle site, Huey yawned, clearly unimpressed. "Can you finish up already? There's an auction nearby and I'm itching to get my hands on a sword like Calum's." Amelia paused, her hands still glowing with healing energy.
All right, she said with a sigh.
With a swift motion, she initiated her cultivation technique, the Void Swallow incantation. Huey involuntarily took a step back, feeling a chill run down his spine. No matter how many times he witnessed it, he found that Amelia's transformation was nothing short of horrifying. Her once radiant skin grew pale and sallow, her eyes hollowed out, leaving only an eerie blue glow in their wake. Veins turned black, tracing macabre patterns across her skin. The most disturbing change, however, was her mouth. It expanded in a grotesque caricature, revealing a gaping maw lined with sharp, jagged teeth. It's like staring into an abyss, Huey thought, a shudder coursing down his spine. The horrifying mouth acted like a black hole, and the soul of the unconscious man began to swirl towards it like water down a drain. He awoke with a start, his screams piercing the air as his soul was violently wrenched from his body. Amelia's maw snapped shut, the deed done, and as quickly as she had changed, she returned to her normal appearance. She then turned to Huey, a twisted grin plastered on her face.
Delicious,
she purred, licking her lips. Huey barely had time to process her words when a thunderous roar shook the air. "How dare you!" bellowed the voice, fraught with fury and grief. Their heads snapped in the direction of the sound, only to see an enraged elder flying towards them, his face a mask of wrath. Uh-oh, Huey thought, glancing at Amelia's nonchalant demeanor. Boss Morvran would indeed be proud. A sudden surge of energy erupted from Amelia, its intensity revealing her cultivation level of the late core formation realm.
"What did you say, old man?" she quipped, a hint of playful arrogance in her tone. "I was busy eating."
She then paused, releasing an exaggerated burp. The elderly figure's face darkened, his anger barely contained. With a roar that seemed to shake the very heavens, he violently tore off his robe, unveiling a surprisingly sculpted physique. A potent pressure descended upon them, the intimidating aura of a mid-nascent soul cultivator. Huey leaned in, whispering to Amelia, "Even with your recent breakthrough, this might be too much." With a huff, Amelia responded,
"Run if you're scared, I'll handle this."
"What would I even tell Master?" Huey countered, his gaze never leaving their formidable adversary. But before more could be said, the elder appeared in front of Huey in a blur, delivering a resounding slap. Huey was propelled backwards, crashing into a boulder before falling to the ground. His body was a mess of bruises and blood, bones fractured in places he didn't even know could break. Pain radiated through him, making even the slightest movement feel like torture.
"You'll regret that, old man!"
Amelia unleashed her soul render technique, sending a blade of soul chi hurtling towards the elder. But he dodged with ease, his movements a blur. Amelia's heart raced.
"Body cultivators, dangerous up close," she mentally noted, stealing a glance at Huey's state. "Can't let him land a hit."
Despite the excruciating pain, Huey managed to push himself upright. "You got me good, old man," he croaked, grimacing. The force of the slap had met the requirements to activate the Bloodforge Ascension technique. His form shifted, growing taller, muscles expanding as his skin reddened and veins bulged prominently. Looking down at his newly transformed body, a smirk played on his lips as he noticed the injuries rapidly healing. However, glancing at his surroundings, a shiver ran down his spine. Being on this mountain edge, one misstep, one heavy blow, and it's a long fall down. Meanwhile, the old man had found it increasingly challenging to close the distance between him and Amelia. Her consistent assault of soul blades forced him to remain on the defensive, each strike narrowing his options. Seizing a momentary pause in her onslaught, he mustered his chi, dodging her next blade while simultaneously darting forward. Striking with a palm, the sheer force expelled the air from her lungs, sending her spiraling into a tree, shattering its trunk upon impact. Amelia lay amidst the splinters, her clothing torn, revealing dark bruises beneath. Blood trickled from a cut on her forehead, and her breathing came in ragged gasps. As she tried to push herself upright, a shadow loomed above her. The old man, his face twisted with vindictive satisfaction, sneered.
"Now you'll know how my grandson felt."
Before Amelia could react, he gripped her throat, lifting her effortlessly off the ground. The world around her started to blur, air failing to reach her lungs. However, just as darkness threatened to consume her vision, the old man was sent flying off his feet by a powerful blow. Gasping, Amelia crumpled to the ground, her eyes finding Huey's enlarged form.
"No one hurt senior sister on my watch,"
Huey growled, his voice filled with protective rage. The old man, hardly perturbed, swiftly regained his footing. Brushing the dirt off his exposed torso, a small bruise evident on his temple, he met Huey's gaze without a hint of fear. Realizing the old man's resilience, Huey turned urgently to Amelia.
"Escape!"
he barked.
"I'll hold him back."
Without waiting for her reply, he charged. Lying amidst the debris, Amelia's hand instinctively moved to her injuries. I'm no coward. The thought was steadfast in her mind. How can I let my junior brother protect me? It's my duty as a senior. As she watched the ensuing brawl, it became evident that despite Huey's size advantage, the old man's superior martial skill and cultivation began to tilt the fight in his favor. Huey's strikes, though mighty, often found only air, while the old man's blows landed with precise and brutal efficiency. The sound of flesh meeting flesh echoed, with each blow Huey took leaving a fresh mark deepening his wounds. Amelia, watching with a mixture of admiration and concern, murmured, "Huey." She held back a sigh. She wished their master had given them a life-saving treasure, but unfortunately Slifer was well known for being stingy. As the old man's foot connected with Huey's torso, sending him spiraling through the air, Amelia saw an opening. With a shout, she seized her chance, unleashing her soul-rendering technique. The blade of pure soul energy sped through the air and lodged into the old man's back. He faltered momentarily, taking a staggering step forward, clutching his heart. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his lips, yet he seemed mostly unscathed. Turning his gaze to Amelia, a smirk crept onto his face.
"Had you been at the nascent soul realm, that attack might have damaged my nascent soul," he remarked coldly.
My soul attacks. They're useless against him.
Amelia remembered that nascent soul cultivators held a more profound connection to their souls, granting them resilience against basic soul attacks. The old man's foot shifted in the dirt, hinting at his next move towards Amelia. But a thunderous roar interrupted his advance. He, along with Amelia, shifted their gaze towards the source. Huey. He had undergone a monstrous transformation, growing even larger. His veins threatened to break through his skin, now a sickly shade of purple-red. His eyes, once sharp with intelligence, now glazed over with pure, unadulterated bloodlust. "Die!" An aura equivalent to an early nascent soul cultivator surged from Huey. The old man's eyes tightened.
This young one has surprises, he murmured.
The rational part of him whispered caution to consider the background of these formidable core formation cultivators. But the seething anger, fueled by the pain of his grandson's violent death, overpowered his judgment. As the two giants collided, the very ground beneath them trembled. Huey, in his berserk state, launched a series of ferocious punches. The first one aimed straight for the old man's chest, but with a swift sidestep, the elder dodged, delivering a palm strike to Huey's side. Huey retaliated with a sweeping leg kick, hoping to knock the old man off his feet. But the old man leapt upwards, avoiding the sweep, and descended with a powerful elbow strike. Huey managed to block it just in time, but the force sent him skidding backwards. The old man, with his superior speed, danced around Huey, landing jabs and kicks. Yet for each strike that connected, Huey, with his newfound strength, would retaliate with a blow of his own.
"Your strength is impressive,"
the old man commented, ducking a particularly fierce swing and countering with a swift elbow to Huey's side.
"But raw power won't best experience."
Huey, unyielding, caught the old man's next punch, his hand closing around the elder's wrist with crushing force. But the old man was nimble, using his trapped arm as leverage to deliver a kick that sent Huey crashing sideways. Just as the old man took a step forward to attack Huey whilst he was down, another soul render sliced through the air, striking the old man on the back. He growled in pain, glaring at Amelia from a distance. Drawing a sleek spear from his storage ring, he poised himself and hurled the weapon with all his might. Amelia's eyes widened as the spear cut through the air with a whistle, closing the distance between them rapidly. It's too fast, she thought, frozen, realizing escape was impossible given her injuries. But in that split second, a massive figure interposed itself between Amelia and the incoming spear. Huey, with clarity restored to his eyes, took the brunt of the attack, his chest pierced by the spear. His eyes, no longer filled with the wildness of his former state, now had a clarity to them, but his voice, it carried a guttural, demonic tone.
"Master told me to protect you," he rasped, blood dribbling from the corner of his lips. "How can I face him if I fail?"
Before Amelia could reply, Huey swiftly slapped a tag inscribed with runes onto her chest. Memories flooded Amelia's mind. She recalled Huey discovering the tag and choosing not to share its existence with their master. She remembered him playfully recounting tales of previous treasures he had loaned to their master and never seen again. Hoping to lighten the gravity of the situation, Huey smirked, his demonic voice making the attempt at humor eerie.
"Was hoping for more action, but guess this'll have to do," he quipped,
hinting at the intimate placement of the tag.
"You idiot!" Amelia choked out, tears streaming down her face. "I won't leave you behind!"
But before she could rip the tag from her chest, it began glowing. A brilliant flash of lightning enveloped her, and in the next instant, she vanished. Huey, left behind, smiled bitterly at the empty space she once occupied. The grandpa, his eyes blazing with fury at Amelia's escape, spewed curses at Huey.
"You meddlesome fool!"
he roared, appearing before the massive figure in a blink. With a vicious yank, he retrieved the spear from Huey's chest, the act exacerbating the wound immensely. Huey couldn't help but let out a deep, guttural growl, the pain searing through every fiber of his being. The old man, bereft of any semblance of mercy, hurled Huey to the ground with immense force.
"You let her go!"
he snarled, each word punctuated by a brutal stomp or punch.
"You will pay for her actions, for my grandson's suffering!"
Huey's body was nothing more than a canvas for the old man's rage, each hit painting a bruise or gash. After what felt like an eternity, the assault ceased. The old man glared down at Huey, his body now barely more than a battered, bloody heap. Slowly, the hulking form that was Huey shrank back to its original size, his breaths shallow and labored. So this is how it ends, Huey thought, the edges of his vision darkening. "I'm sorry, Master. Amelia." Disgust contorted the old man's features as he spat on the broken figure before him. "Not even worthy to die by my hand." Gripping Huey's neck with a single hand, he dragged him to the edge of the mountain. Is this the end? Huey wondered, feeling the cold air rush past his face as the mountain's edge approached. Looking down at the abyss, the old man hoisted up Huey's limp body. "A dog's death for a dog's intervention," the old man said, sneering. Without a shred of compassion, he hurled Huey's limp body off the edge. The mountain precipice swallowed him, and he plummeted downwards. With a huff, The old man turned away, his figure slowly swallowed by the mist. Ding! Alert! Critical condition detected. Disciple designation, Huey. Status, fatally wounded. Task, administer advanced healing to Huey. Time limit, 1 hour. Warning, if Disciple Huey remains untreated within the specified time frame, it will result in the disciple's unfortunate demise. Caution, death of a disciple incurs severe consequences. For specifics, hidden. However, the system's plea for immediate action went unseen, as Slifer, deeply immersed in his meditation, remained oblivious to the events of the outside world. Chapter 30. The room was simple, with plain wooden walls, a bed, and a small wooden table beside it. There wasn't much in the way of decoration, only the essentials. A young woman was leaning over the bed, her hands delicately tending to a young man swathed in white bandages.
Father told me that if you don't show signs of waking soon, he'll throw you right back into that river,
she whispered with a soft chuckle. Brushing a stray lock of hair from his forehead, she continued,
He also mentioned he's not too happy about how much time I've been spending with you. Says you're nothing but trouble. It's just, there was something about you. I feel like I can't leave your side.
She paused for a moment, as if gathering her thoughts before confessing further.
I know I shouldn't be saying all this to an unconscious stranger, but you're a good listener.
A small smile played on her lips.
It's weird to think that just a week ago Father fished you out from that lake. Had he not acted so quickly, you would have either succumbed to your grave injuries or...
She shuddered at the thought.
Become a meal for one of those monstrous creatures in the lake.
Engrossed in her monologue, she failed to notice the young man's eyelids flutter open. As his eyes adjusted to the dim light of the room, he found himself staring into the beautiful face of his caretaker. A beauty like this? In the mortal realm? He thought, awestruck.
It's time to change the bandages on this leg,
she mumbled, moving to undo the bandages wrapped around Huey's thigh. Suppressing his excitement, Huey closed his eyes, feigning unconsciousness. The room's stillness was broken when the door burst open with a bang. An older man stormed in, his eyes narrowing at the scene before him. Without a word, he marched up to the bed and delivered a resounding slap to Huey's face. Huey, caught off guard, winced from the sharp sting and exclaimed, "What the hell was that for, old man?" The young woman, her face flushed with surprise and anger, stood up to confront her father.
"Father, why would you do that?"
The old man, unmoved by his daughter's outburst, glanced disdainfully at Huey.
"I knew he was pretending, trouble indeed, but now that the scoundrel's awake, he can change his own bandages."
Huey's eyes darted around, realizing he had given himself away. He hastily closed his eyes again, trying to feign unconsciousness. However, sensing the imminent arrival of the old man's fist towards his face, he hastily blurted, All right, I'm awake."
"Father, he's still too injured,"
the young woman, concern evident in her voice, interjected. Huey nodded fervently in agreement. The father's face darkened as he addressed his daughter.
"Olivier, it isn't proper for a young woman like you to be doing this."
His gaze then shifted mischievously to Huey, a somewhat lecherous grin forming on his lips.
"I'll handle this,"
he declared, grabbing a set of fresh bandages. Huey's eyes widened in alarm. "Why do the old geezers always take a liking to me?" he thought desperately. Pain flared across his body as he raised his hand in a stopping gesture. "Uncle is right, I can do it myself." The old man laughed heartily and tossed the bandages at Huey, who caught them despite the jolt of pain from the sudden movement. Olivier smiled softly, providing him a blanket for modesty as he changed his bandages.
"I'm Olivier, and this stubborn old man is my father, Brom."
She introduced them, explaining that they had found him a week ago, washed up by the lake. A week? Huey was taken aback, not just by the time he'd been out, but also by the fact that mere mortals had managed to save him.
I was sure I'd be dead unless some heaven-defying treasure intervened."
Noticing his confusion, Olivier added,
"When we found you, there was a healing herb, starbloom euphorbia, attached to your body. I guess it must have been carried by the current."
A sigh of relief escaped Huey. Of course. Another one of those serendipitous occurrences in my life, he thought, trying to recall the moments leading up to the river. He had grown accustomed to these bizarre strokes of luck. In fact, he mused, I'd probably be more startled if these strange events stopped happening. 2 days had slipped by in what seemed like moments. Huey sensed that activating his Blood Forge Ascension technique might now fully heal him. Yet an unfamiliar feeling settled in his heart. He realized he wasn't quite ready to return to the sect. There was something that urged him to linger in this village, and as he listened to Olivier animatedly discuss the upcoming Moon Blossom Festival, the reason became clearer.
"I can't wait for the Moon Blossom Festival," she said, her eyes shining with excitement. "The entire village gathers. There's music, dance, and the best food you can imagine."
"I don't want to leave her yet,"
he thought wistfully. Huey's mind wandered to his past, a time before the sect and the comfort it brought. Having been an orphan, he was familiar with loneliness until his master had found him, giving his life purpose. The thought of the sect made him wonder if anyone would truly miss him. When images of his master and senior siblings flitted through his mind, he dismissed them. They would probably be better off without me. His train of thought was abruptly halted when Olivier, her cheeks tinted a delicate shade of pink, asked,
"Would you perhaps like to accompany me to the festival?"
Caught off guard, Huey scratched the back of his head, a bit flustered.
"I'd love to, Olivier."
The door burst open, and in marched Brom, grumbling.
"Don't think I won't have my eye on you, lad."
Huey groaned internally. This old man is really something. As nightfall wrapped the village in its embrace, Huey found himself alone in his room. Laid out for him were the clothes Olivier had provided, simple yet elegant village attire. He swapped his cultivator robes for them, noting that the bandages across his chest remained concealed beneath. Gazing at his reflection, he wondered, is this what people consider a date? He retrieved a small locket from his storage ring. It was an odd treasure he'd stumbled upon years ago, one that suppressed a cultivator's chi. Why would anyone want to seal off their cultivation, he had often thought, leaving the locket untouched within his ring. Now he saw its purpose. Slowly, he placed the locket around his neck. For a brief instant, it emitted a soft purple glow, and Huey felt his connection to his cultivation cut off, as if severed by an unseen hand.
"Huey, the cultivator is dead," he muttered to himself. "Tonight, I am Huey the Mortal."
The gentle knock on the door drew him from his musings. "Enter," he called. Olivier stepped in, and Huey felt his breath catch in his throat. She was dressed in a beautiful gown that accentuated her milky white skin and large brown eyes. She looked radiant and ethereal. "What do you think?" she asked shyly, her eyes twinkling like the first stars of the evening. Huey stammered, momentarily lost for words. You look stunning," he managed finally. Just as he spoke, Brom appeared at the doorway. His frown deepened as he caught Huey's words.
"You better take good care of her,"
the father warned sternly. Olivier's face scrunched into a pout.
"Father, don't be so hard on Huey."
Brom shook his head, chuckling despite his feigned annoyance.
"If I'm not careful, I'll have to answer to your mother in the next life,"
he said, a hint of longing in his voice. At the mention of her mother, Olivier's head dipped, a shadow briefly crossing her face. Huey, seeing her sudden sadness, found himself at a loss for words.
"What should I say?"
But then, as quickly as it had come, her gloom lifted. She raised her head, a determined spark in her eyes. "Are you ready?" she asked, her voice regaining its earlier excitement. Huey nodded, offering her a reassuring smile.
Yes, let's go.
The festival was a grand affair. Lanterns of every hue illuminated the village square. Musicians played their traditional instruments, filling the air with melodies both haunting and upbeat. Stalls lined the perimeter, offering an array of treats from steamed buns to skewered meats. Children ran around with joyous laughter, while the older villagers danced to the beat of the drums. Amidst this jubilation walked Huey and Olivier, side by side, their arms almost touching, but not quite. They moved through the crowd, occasionally stealing glances at each other, but quickly looking away whenever their eyes met.
It's lovely, isn't it? The Moon Blossom Festival only comes once a year, but it always feels magical.
Olivier tried to initiate conversation, her voice a mix of cheerfulness and nervous energy.
Yes, it's quite different from what I'm used to,
Huey responded, his attention partially on the festivities and partially on her. Gathering her courage, Olivier asked the question that had been burning in her mind.
What is it like, being an immortal?
He sighed, a sound tinged with unexpected sorrow.
Lonely,
was all he said.
And if you had a companion, would you still feel lonely then?
She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Huey gave her a sad smile.
I've not found an immortal who has captured my heart.
I always thought I'd build a harem of celestial beauties, he mused internally, then chuckled silently at his own foolishness. But then plans have a funny way of changing, don't they?
Huey, do you think a mortal could steal your heart?
She asked hesitantly. Time seemed to slow as he gazed deeply into her eyes, causing a rush of color to her cheeks.
I believe she already has,
he confessed softly. Just as Huey leaned forward, their lips nearly touching, a loud commotion shattered the moment. They turned to see 4 cultivators descending from the sky, riding swords of gleaming energy. Huey's expression hardened as he gripped Olivier's hand. "Stay behind me," he whispered, a surge of protectiveness overwhelming him. The cultivators landed with arrogant grace. The leader, brimming with the powerful aura of the core formation stage, exuded the haughtiness typical of a young master. His entourage, though only at the foundation establishment stage, shared his overbearing demeanor. "Have any of you villagers seen an injured immortal around here?" one of the lackeys demanded loudly. A brave villager shook his head. "No, sir, no immortals here." In a swift, threatening motion, the lackey grabbed the villager by the neck. "You'd best not be lying, old man," he snarled. Fear took hold, and the poor villager soiled himself, shaking his head frantically in terror.
Things are about to get complicated,
Huey thought, preparing for what might come next. Chapter 31. The leader, his eyes previously closed in concentration, opened them slowly, a hint of frustration evident. "I can't sense him," he murmured. "Either he's dead or he never came here." Another lackey, more composed than his peers, spoke up. "We received word of a body thrown into the lake. We're wondering if it washed up here." He paused, eyeing the villagers. "There's a reward of 100 gold coins for any information." Eyes widened among the villagers, a flicker of greed flashing across several faces. They knew of the stranger Olivier and her father had taken in. One villager, eager for the reward, pointed directly at Huey. "It's him!" The leader's gaze snapped towards Huey, trying to probe for any signs of cultivation but finding none. He frowned, puzzled, and gestured to one of his men. The lackey strode forward, stopping so close to Huey that his breath brushed against his face. Huey released Olivier's hand, whispering, "Don't interfere, no matter what." The lackey scrutinized Huey, then turned back to his leader, shaking his head. "This one doesn't seem like a cultivator," he said, indicating Huey's plain clothes and the absence of any detectable chi. "That's the outsider! Found him half dead in the lake!" a villager piped up, eager to share information for the reward. Huey, feigning innocence, shrugged. "I'm just a hunter who had an accident. Don't know anything about these immortals you speak of." The leader, however, seemed unconvinced. He gestured, and the lackey grabbed Huey roughly, dragging him forward. "We'll take him back to Grandpa. Even if he isn't the one, I'm in need of a new servant." "No, don't take him!" Olivier's voice cut through the tension. The leader's attention diverted to Olivier as she stood defiantly, her beauty striking him visibly. His eyes gleamed with a different kind of greed now. "Bring the girl," he ordered his men, his voice oily. "But be gentle. She will be mine." The second the lackey began his approach towards Olivier, Huey acted without hesitation. Tearing off the locket, it vanished seamlessly into his storage ring. With a breath, the Blood Forge Ascension technique surged to life within him, transforming his physique. His skin adopted a fiery hue as his injuries healed at a breathtaking speed. The potent aura of a late-core formation cultivator swept the area, causing the approaching lackey to stagger back in surprise. "Stay away from her!" Huey's voice was a growl, barely coherent, saturated with a rage he hadn't known he possessed. He lunged, driven by a burgeoning bloodlust. In a flash, he was upon the hapless Foundation establishment cultivator. The man, caught off guard, didn't stand a chance. Huey's hand, large and unyielding, clamped onto the man's face, and with a ferocious slam, he drove the lackey's head into the ground. The impact was catastrophic, the earth splintering while the man's skull caved in, brain matter seeping into the cracked soil. A shrill scream pierced the air. "Demon!" The villager's voice echoed with terror, setting off a chain reaction of fear. Villagers scattered, seeking shelter. Olivier staggered back, her eyes wide with horror. The sight stabbed him. "She's afraid of me," Huey realized, heart sinking. He hadn't wanted her to witness this side of him. The side that veered closer to demonhood than the immortal cultivator she imagined. A battle began inside him, the beast craving bloodshed against the part of him that yearned to protect Olivier. His self-reflection was shattered by the leader's enraged bellow. "Get him!" he ordered, his command rallying the remaining 2 Foundation establishment cultivators to encircle Huey. Each step they took, each battle stance they adopted, only fed the beast inside Huey. But a sliver of his consciousness, fading fast, reminded him to finish it quickly. He struggled to think. "Olivier, keep her safe." The leader unsheathed his sword, taunting, "You've done me a favor by killing my cousin, making me the heir, but—" His words ended abruptly when, in a flurry of motion, Huey was upon him. His fingers, more claw than human, gripped the leader's throat. The man's frantic struggles only served to stoke Huey's desire for violence. Gasping, the leader tried wielding his sword, but with a feral snarl, Huey batted it away. As his bloodlust threatened to consume him entirely, the leader's desperate pleas filtered through. "Please, you don't have to!" But Huey's grip only tightened, the rage blinding him to reason. With a sickening crack, the leader's neck snapped. Huey tossed the lifeless body aside like it was nothing more than a rag doll. The 2 remaining lackeys, faces pale with horror, turned to flee, but Huey was faster. In one fluid motion, he seized the leader's fallen sword, hurling it with deadly precision. It sailed through the air, impaling one lackey through the chest, pinning him to a tree. The man's eyes went wide as the life slowly left him. The second lackey didn't even get a moment to process the scene. As he unleashed a blazing fire arrow attack, Huey was already upon him. With a swift motion, Huey brushed the fiery projectile aside, landing a powerful blow on the cultivator. The punch sent the man sprawling to the ground. But Huey's wrath didn't stop there. With a powerful leap, he descended foot first onto the cultivator's skull. There was a wet, sickening sound as the head was pulverized, fragments of bone and gore scattering in all directions. Chest heaving, he scanned the area. His blood-red eyes landed on Olivier standing alone beneath a market stall. A sinister urge prodded him forward. In a heartbeat, he was before her, teeth bared. "Hurt her, hurt her, hurt her," the whispers in his mind chanted. Yet, as he stared deep into her eyes, a hint of clarity pierced the fog of his rage. The weight of what he had nearly done bore down on him. Am I a monster?" he murmured. Closing his eyes, he struggled to keep the tears at bay. "I am a man. Cultivators don't shed tears, not here, not now. Especially not in front of her." But the jovial mask he wore in the sect, the cheerful demeanor that masked his true feelings, was crumbling. Suddenly, soft, warm arms wrapped around him. He felt Olivier's comforting embrace. "You're not a monster," she whispered into his ear, voice shaking but firm. "You protected the village. You protected me." She doesn't realize how close I was to... Huey shook his head, not able to complete the thought. He tentatively hugged her back as his demonic form slowly receded. "How can you not be afraid of me?" he whispered back. Her voice, tender, carried a weighty confession. "Father was right. You are trouble. But you're my trouble now." Huey shook his head, a wave of sadness washing over him. "I have to leave this village. Staying will only endanger you, and I can't bear that thought." Olivier clung tighter to him, her voice brimming with emotion. "But I don't want you to go." "And I don't want to leave," he admitted, his voice breaking. "Why can't we stay like this forever?" she murmured, her breath warm against his bare chest. Huey remained silent, lost in thought. Just a few days ago, he'd tried a simple chi sensitivity technique on her. All she had to do was sense the chi flow, he recalled. But like many others, she didn't show any signs of the gift. He wished things were different. If she could cultivate, he mused. I could bring her to the sect and perhaps we could have a future. But being with me as a mortal? Too risky. I can't be selfish. I wanted to tell you that... I think... Words began to tumble from him, a jumbled mess of emotions he tried to shape into a confession. But his tongue seemed to have a mind of its own, tripping over the syllables like a novice on the training field. She gently placed a finger on his lips, silencing him. I understand, she said softly. From the folds of her clothes, she took out a pitch-black ring. Plain, without any ornate designs, it looked, well, rather unimpressive. This has been in my family for generations, she explained, pressing the ring into his hand. It's always been with me, close to my heart. And now it's yours. He stared at the ring, his thoughts whirling. Seriously? Who in the world would craft a ring this bleak? I can't take this, he blurted, the words escaping before he could catch them. And not just because of propriety. The ring was ugly. So very, very
ugly.
Just take it, she smiled shyly.
His hand closed around the ring, the metal cool against his skin.
Ugly or not, I'll treasure it, because it's from her.
He couldn't help but smile back. She leaned forward, her lips briefly touching his cheek.
Something to remember me by, Mr. Immortal,
Olivier teased. As she slowly moved away, she murmured,
I will always be waiting for you. Always.
Just before she vanished from his line of sight, she hesitated and turned back. Her face was slightly flushed and her fingers nervously played with the edge of her dress.
And when you come back,
she added, mustering the courage,
I expect you to propose with that ring.
Huey stood there, the warmth of her kiss lingering on his skin, watching her retreating figure until it disappeared. He sighed deeply, sliding the unattractive ring onto his finger. This is going to be an interesting story to tell the guys back at the Sect, he mused, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. And then, out of the blue, a disgruntled voice echoed inside his mind.
Insolent youngsters, daring to charm and woo my precious descendant? And you, Olivier, how could you hand our ancestral ring to this stranger?
Huey blinked, trying to comprehend the sudden intrusion. Am I hearing voices now? He thought. The voice continued to rant.
Back in my days, we valued traditions, not like these unfilial descendants, gifting away family treasures to the first charming face they see. Bah! To think that our noble immortal lineage would produce such mortals!
The voice was old and cranky, and Huey imagined a grumpy old man shaking his fist at the sky. Has the ring got some sort of curse that includes a nagging ancestor? Hello? Huey ventured, hoping he wasn't going mad.
What? You can hear me?
The voice responded with genuine surprise. Huey nodded, then realizing that the voice probably couldn't see him, he verbalized his response. Yes, I can hear you. A throaty chuckle emerged from the ring.
Well then, lad, it seems today's your lucky day. I am a true immortal, not one of those half-baked I've lived for 2 centuries and now I'm enlightened ones. Nope, a genuine bona fide immortal.
The voice paused, a sort of smugness emanating through the connection.
You know, if you manage to impress me, which is no small feat, mind you, I might just consider taking you on as a disciple.
Ding! Your disciple Huey has found a heaven-ranked treasure. Alert! Your disciple's loyalty is being tested. Special condition activated. For every action, there's a reaction. Should your disciple Huey prove loyal, you will be rewarded. However, if his loyalty falters, you will face consequences. Reward for disciple's loyalty, 1,000 karmic credits. Comprehension card level 1. Consequences of losing a disciple, hidden.